In the realm of the spirits, bones tumbled down the hills, and as the wind swept through, the entire hillside was reduced to ash. A specter approached to investigate, discovering a knife embedded in the earth, its hilt inscribed with the character Huan, which gleamed with a chilling light. The specter traced the character Huan on the hilt and lamented, "When a malevolent spirit escapes its doom, the world shall undoubtedly face calamity." Months later, in a city of the mortal realm, within the ancestral home of the Jiang family, Huan presented a marriage contract, bowing respectfully before the matriarch of the Jiang clan. "Grandmother, I hope you are well. I have come at my grandfather's behest to marry your second son. May I inquire if your household is willing to accept me as a bride?" The notion of marriage was somewhat absurd. She was, after all, an evil spirit, one that even the king of the underworld would regard with caution. Just days prior, in a drunken stupor, she had encountered the god of fire, who had severely wounded her, nearly costing her life. Fortunately, she had managed to survive, albeit with a significant loss of her powers. In a desperate bid for survival, she had possessed a candle imbued with spiritual energy to recuperate. Little did she know that the moon god had taken an interest in her, casting a spell that transformed her into a stunning beauty and sending her to the Jiang family, insisting that she marry their second son to repay a life debt otherwise she would face utter annihilation. With no other choice, Huan steeled herself and ventured into the Jiang household. The matriarch scrutinized the enchanting figure before her. The young woman's skin shimmered like sunlight upon snow, her youthful visage exquisitely sculpted. The delicate arches of her willow-like brows framed a pair of upturned phoenix eyes, deep and captivating, while her high nose added an air of dignity. She exuded grace and serenity, an unmistakable charm that set her apart. The grandmother meticulously examined the marriage certificate, noting that every stroke was indeed penned by the hand of the Jiang patriarch. The second son of the Jiang family, Jiang He, had suffered a grievous injury that marred his appearance, leaving the family in distress over how to secure a bride. Today, fortune smiled upon them, presenting such a stunning beauty. It was as though the heavens had sent a raincoat on a rainy day or a pillow to a weary head. The grandmother instructed someone to summon Jiang He and ordered tea and water to be served to Jin Mingrui. "Our Jiang family is sparsely populated, with only 2 grandsons and 1 granddaughter. Alas, my eldest grandson, Jiang Hirui, passed away in his prime, leaving us with only the frail and ailing second son, Jiang He. If you were to marry into our family and bear offspring, our vast estate would become yours." Jin Mingrui smiled and nodded, though she had little interest in the Jiang family's fortune. Having existed across the realms for so many years, she possessed treasures beyond measure. Were it not for the oppression from Moon Goddess, her life would have been one of exuberance and joy, and she would never have found herself in such a humble position among mortals. Yet, Jin Mingrui skillfully concealed her disdain, maintaining an air of grace and dignity despite her inner turmoil. A commotion outside heralded the arrival of footsteps, and a maid announced, "The second young master Jiang has arrived." Jin Mingrui turned her gaze, only to see a figure enter with his head bowed. The scars on his face were grotesque, his nose was shattered, and the corners of his mouth were torn, rendering his visage akin to a mass crushed beneath the wheels of a carriage. The surrounding maids recoiled in fright at his appearance, and even the grandmother averted her eyes from his face. That is he truly her fiancé? No wonder the moon goddess wished to transform herself into a beauty to wed him with his appearance. Finding a bride in the mortal realm would indeed be an arduous task. Among the many exquisite beauties in her harem, none had ever looked quite like this. Alas, life preservation takes precedence. Being unattractive is a small price to pay, especially with a slender waist and shapely hips. Her figure remains graceful even in the dark. With this thought, Jin Mingrui softly spoke, "I am Jin Mingrui, pleased to meet you, young Master Jiang." Upon hearing her voice, Jiang He lifted his gaze, beholding the enchanting figure before him, reminiscent of a celestial maiden. This is your betrothed, the grandmother introduced. When Jin Mingrui gazed into his clear, spring-like eyes, a sense of familiarity washed over her. This young man seems to be unlike any other. Miss, does my appearance frighten you? Jin Mingrui gently shook her head, enveloped by the ethereal aura surrounding Jiang He. It was no wonder her recent misfortunes had befallen her. It seemed all her luck was spent here. Jiang He, still concerned that his visage might startle her, stood to the side, unable to meet her gaze directly. Grandmother, young Master Zhao has arrived, a maid announced as a young gentleman approached, adorned in a water-blue brocade long robe with narrow sleeves, the collar and cuffs embellished with jeweled clasps. His azure trousers tucked neatly into elegant silk boots complemented his tall, handsome stature and charming features, exuding an air of sophistication. Greetings, grandmother. Zhao Yu saluted respectfully. Miss Mingrui, this is my grandson. Zhao Yu, the grandmother introduced him to Jin Mingrui. Zhao Yu respectfully greeted Jin Mingrui and leaned closer to his grandmother, whispering a few words in her ear. With a beaming smile, she nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, you have done admirably. I am growing old and of little use henceforth. The family business shall rely on the vigor of your generation. Zhao Yu smiled in return. You flatter me. I have merely played a modest part. The burden of the business will indeed fall heavily on my cousin. Upon mentioning Jiang He, the grandmother responded with vague remarks. Since Zhao Yu and his grandmother needed to discuss matters of business, they instructed the servants to accommodate Jin Mingrui first, intending to deliberate on her forthcoming marriage afterward. Jiang He, aware of his unlikable demeanor, chose not to linger and bid farewell to the gathering, departing hastily. Jin Mingrui was escorted by the maidservants to her chamber for rest. With her body bearing the weight of both new and old injuries, the recent days have been fraught with peril and abuse. After several nights of restless slumber, the sight of the bed, imbued with a faint fragrance, soon lulled her into a deep sleep. In her dreams, Jin Mingrui found herself plummeting into the depths of hell, surrounded by countless malevolent spirits tearing at her flesh. Just as she felt herself on the brink of death, she jolted awake, only to remember that she had escaped from that infernal realm. Miss Ming, you are awake, a maidservant announced, bringing tea to her side. Jin Mingrui sipped from the cup, attempting to shake off the remnants of her nightmare. Turning her gaze, she noticed a table nearby laden with garments and jewelry. These items were sent by young Master Zhang Er. He mentioned that he noticed the sleeves of your dress were damaged this morning, and coincidentally, the embroidery lady had completed some pieces, so he brought them over for you. The accessories were purchased by him in the market this afternoon, and he urged you not to disdain them, suggesting you wear them temporarily until the custom order from the shop is ready for you. Jin Mingrui picked up the exquisite hairpin from the table, adorned with large, lustrous pearls. Nearby lay a folding fan and a small flower basket, evoking an inexplicable sense of tranquility that enveloped her like the warm embrace of sunlight. Chapter 2. Shadows of the Serpent in the mansion. As dusk fell, Jin Mingrui was summoned by several relatives to partake in dinner. During this time, she realized that the closer she drew to Jiang He, the more rapidly her wounds healed. In the stillness of the night, taking advantage of the fact that the maids were resting, Jin Mingrui donned her garments and quietly left her room in search of Jiang He. She approached his window, gently scaled it, and slipped into his chamber. Stealthily navigating around the table, she found Jiang He reclining on his bed, asleep. A faint rustling sound emanated from the beams above. In the sultry weather, Jiang He was covered only by a thin blanket, his tall figure revealed in its entirety before Jin Mingrui. As he turned over, his raven-black hair cascaded across the bed like a dark waterfall, and beads of perspiration glistened on his snow-white skin due to the oppressive heat. Jin Mingrui bent down to retrieve the fan that lay discarded beside him, gently fanning Jiang He. The cool breeze brushed against her, prompting Jiang He to relax his brow and unconsciously draw closer to her. Surrounded by an ethereal aura, Jin Mingrui's injuries began to mend, and her inner spiritual energy started to rejuvenate. Just as she prepared to enter a meditative state, a shadow darted from the darkness and leapt onto her. Being a practitioner, Jin Mingrui swiftly turned and seized the shadow. To her surprise, it was a small snake, about the width of a bowl and several meters in length, now firmly grasped by her hand around its head, as its substantial body attempted to coil around her. Jin Mingrui grasped the serpent, poised to deliver a thrashing, yet upon glancing at the peacefully slumbering Jianghe, her heart softened at the thought of disturbing his rest. Thus, she employed her spiritual power to constrict the colossal serpent's form until it diminished to a mere 10-inch long creature, before she opened the window and cast it outside. Strangely enough, once the diminutive serpent was hurled into the wind, it swiftly expanded, in a mere moment transforming into a colossal python as thick as a vat's mouth. The serpent's head reared towards the heavens, and what was once a serene moonlit night now erupted into a tempest of howling winds and torrential rain. Ah, how intriguing! A light chuckle escaped Jin Mingrui's lips as her curiosity was piqued. After all, a withered camel surpasses a horse in stature. She was eager to witness the audacity of this creature that dared to provoke her. The dragon coiled upon the rooftop opposite, its crimson tongue flickering menacingly, while its two golden-hued eyes glimmered with malevolence, fixated intently on Jin Mingrui. "Miss Ming," Sui Huan exclaimed, approaching with a bowl of watermelon juice. Startled, Jin Mingrui thought to herself that if the girl were to catch sight of this creature at such a late hour, she would surely be terrified. In an effort to shield Sui Huan from the sight of the giant serpent, Jin Mingrui turned her back to it, directing Sui Huan's gaze toward herself. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" Jin Mingrui inquired, maintaining her usual demeanor, while the immense serpent, flicking its tongue over a meter in length, slowly slithered closer. Sui Huan, grinning innocently, offered the watermelon juice, saying, "This is the watermelon juice that Cui Ji and I prepared, chilled in the cellar. If you find it too warm to sleep, it will help cool you down." As Jin Mingrui accepted the bowl, she unleashed a wave of fiery spiritual pressure, compelling the serpent to retreat slightly. At that moment, Sui Huan remarked that the refreshing breeze had turned unexpectedly warm. Amidst the tempestuous skies, with flashes of lightning illuminating the darkened atmosphere, Jin Mingrui commanded a colossal flame that descended from the heavens, striking fiercely against the immense serpent and forcing it to retreat. The serpent thrashed, yearning to advance, while the air around them shimmered with an almost incendiary intensity. Its gargantuan form quivered atop the rooftop. Jin Mingrui stood resolutely before Cui Huan, manipulating the fire to encircle the serpent, careful not to alarm others. Her intent was merely to confine, not to attack. The flames danced perilously close to the serpent, which, after a few futile struggles, began to diminish in size and slithered towards the courtyard behind the Jiang residence. Seeing the serpent withdraw, Jin Mingrui chose not to pursue. After all, it was but a spiritual entity, incapable of posing a significant threat without a corporeal form. The air, once stifling, now felt refreshingly cool. Cui Huan, with a foolish grin, urged her mistress to rest early. After escorting Cui Huan to her chamber, Jin Mingrui ventured into the courtyard, where the storm had ceased, revealing a splendid moonlit night. She gazed at Jianghe's treasured sword with a tinge of regret, lamenting its unused potential. Just then, Jianghe noticed the door was ajar and approached to shut it. Jin Mingrui playfully leapt out from the shadows to startle him, only to find him strikingly handsome, suspended in midair. Was he a ghost? Was Jianghe's room a haven for sorcery? Having just encountered a serpent, now she was confronted by a specter. As Jianghe stirred in bed at the commotion, Jin Mingrui was about to approach when the ghost extended a hand to block her, asserting, "Do not touch my brother." "Your brother?" Jin Mingrui regarded the ethereal figure before her, who exuded a captivating charm that could surely render Jianghe a standout in the bustling city of Huai. Jianghe awoke from his slumber, drawn by a peculiar sound, and padded barefoot towards the source. The specter gradually faded, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. How could it be that two figures approached, yet only one remained? Was his vision deceiving him? "Miss Rie, what brings you here?" Before Jin Mingrui could elucidate, Jianghe gazed quizzically at the spot where she had stood moments prior. Had there not been another presence? "A ghost, who claimed you were his brother," Jin Mingrui stated, her words laced with an air of incredulity. Jianghe, lost in confusion, pondered whether this girl was merely jesting with him. Familiar with the supernatural, Jin Mingrui was unperturbed by such entities, yet she was taken aback by Jianghe's calm demeanor. "Indeed, he was worthy of being my fiancé, exhibiting remarkable courage. Aren't you afraid? He is, after all, a ghost." Meeting Jin Mingrui's expectant gaze, Jiang He smiled softly. Despite his disfigured appearance, a unique aura emanated from his eyes, captivating all who beheld him. With you here, what have I to fear? As he spoke, he gently patted Jin Mingrui's shoulder, his smile warm as spring sunlight. Her admiration for him deepened, prompting her to recount the recent encounter with the serpent demon. Just as she finished, a rustling sound echoed from above. Feeling fatigued, Jin Mingrui turned to leave, but not before cautioning Jiang He to remain vigilant against the serpent demon. Little did Jin Mingrui know that Jiang He, accustomed to a life devoid of such encounters, would spend the night in trepidation due to her words, apprehensive of the serpentine creature that might emerge from the rafters. Consequently, when his grandmother summoned others to discuss marriage arrangements the following day, Jiang He remained preoccupied with the fear of a snake suddenly appearing from above. Chapter 3. The banquet mother Jiang had long been confined to her bed, unable to manage the marriage of Jiang He. Their grandmother, aged and frail, along with Jiang's father and others preoccupied with their livelihoods, decided to invite several relatives to assist in making the wedding a grand affair. Jiang He busied himself with the preparations, leaving him no time to attend to Mingrui. With nothing to occupy her, Jin Mingrui felt a curious urge to discover the whereabouts of the serpent creature from the previous night. She wandered into the garden, where she found herself amidst an elegant and unadorned landscape, winding and profound, each step revealing new vistas, as if she had entered a realm of enchantment. Suddenly, she overheard voices emanating from a nearby rockery. What is Jiang He, a mere cripple, to wed such a beautiful bride? In my opinion, you and that Ming girl are a match made in heaven. Do not speak carelessly. Young Master Jiang is a fortunate man. Fortune? That depends on us, whether we permit him such fortune. Jin Mingrui quietly approached and beheld a servant, his face lined with wrinkles, conversing with Zhao Yu from within a stone cave beneath the rockery. What is Jiang He worth? As long as you, young master, give your consent, I assure you he will never again pose a threat to your position. The middle-aged man spoke with a glint of malice in his eyes. The two then leaned closer, whispering to one another. Jin Mingrui noticed Zhao Yu nodding with a smile, while the man rubbed his hands together, his gaze betraying avarice. Go and carry this out. Should you succeed, there will be ample rewards. Just wait and see. Eavesdropping proved to be quite thrilling. Jin Mingrui, who seldom meddled in the affairs of mortals, felt her blood surge with excitement upon hearing their sinister intentions. She struggled to calm her racing heart, reminding herself to remain rational as her trembling hands betrayed her inner turmoil. Initially, I anticipated that those individuals would elaborate on their thoughts, but upon witnessing the two part ways, my expectations waned. Jin Mingrui delicately licked her lips, pondering that they were merely ordinary mortals. If she were to engage with them using the methods of a demon-suppressing master, it would merely amount to bullying. Thus, she resolved to partake in their amusement through the means of common folk, which seemed far more intriguing. Stealthily, Jin Mingrui trailed the middle-aged man and soon discovered that he clandestinely exited the Jiang residence. She approached a young servant and inquired whether that man was responsible for the household's procurement, as she wished to commission the purchase of a pair of hairpins. The young servant, taken aback by the striking beauty of Jin Mingrui, stammered, "Oh, he is Wang Huzi, who oversees the night watch of the courtyard. If you desire to acquire something, you may simply instruct the maidservants in the courtyard." Jin Mingrui expressed her gratitude, leaving the young servant utterly enchanted, transfixed by her presence. Miss Ming, you are indeed a challenge to find. The matriarch requests your presence for dinner. Jin Mingrui turned to see the maid Xiaoer, breathlessly approaching. Having dropped her handkerchief in her haste, she wiped the perspiration from her brow with her sleeve and continued. Aunt Zhao has arranged a banquet in the Wind Pavilion and is eagerly awaiting your arrival. Allow me to escort you. Flushed from the heat, Xiaoer took the handkerchief to dab at the beads of sweat on her forehead. The Wind Pavilion, constructed amidst the pond, boasted windows on all sides for ventilation, with winding corridors bridging the water to the shore. Upon entering the pavilion, maidservants prepared tea and warmed wine, while incense wafted through the air accompanied by melodious strains of music. To one side stood Jiang He, clad in garments of pure silk, the breeze accentuating his broad chest and slender waist. Observing him, Jin Mingrui noted that the daylight and nighttime views indeed rendered different effects. They were conversing inside, making it inappropriate for us to intrude, so we chose to dine here. Jin Mingrui's gaze towards Jiang He was exceedingly fervent, prompting Jiang He to avert her eyes and guide her to sit down. Beneath the pavilion, the sound of splashing water echoed, as the younger sister, Jiang Yinqing, sailed in a small boat, playfully splashing water towards Jiang He while cradling freshly picked lotus flowers. "Brother, look," Jiang Yinqing exclaimed, raising a pair of intertwined lotus blossoms with one hand. The guests, having never witnessed such a phenomenon in the pond, gathered around to admire the flowers. With a glance at Jin Mingrui, Jiang Yinqing devised a plan and proclaimed, "The breeze stirs the fragrant lotus," blooming against the backdrop of lotus leaves and the stillness of the boat. "Oh, you mischievous Jiang Yinqing. Even while picking flowers, you still find ways to tease me." Jiang He retorted, feigning annoyance yet extending her hand to pull her sister aboard. Jiang Yinqing giggled, presenting the intertwined flowers to Jiang He. "Good brother, I was wrong. Won't you forgive me? Here, this is for you. You mustn't be angry with me." Among all present, only two individuals were unconcerned about Jiang He's altered appearance, Jin Mingrui and her younger sister, Jiang Yinqing. "How could I ever be angry with you?" Jiang He replied, accepting the intertwined flowers and finding a vase to display them for Mingrui's admiration. Hearing the commotion outside, grandmother and others approached to see what the excitement was about, eager to witness something delightful. Jiang He, apprehensive of their potential comments on her appearance, hesitated, but Jin Mingrui, holding the flowers and smiling gently, encouraged her, "Come on, let them see something novel." Jiang He trailed behind Jin Mingrui, who cast a glance at Jiang Yinqing, signaling her to join and bolster Jiang He's courage. The clever girl immediately grasped Mingrui's intention with a mere look. Upon seeing the flower-holding Jin Mingrui, the crowd burst into admiration for her striking beauty, followed by heartfelt congratulations to Jiang He. "Thanks to our esteemed matriarch's generous affection, we are blessed today to witness the blossoming of a union between Jiang Gongzi and myself." Jin Mingrui raised her cup and drank it down gracefully, endearing herself even more to the matriarch. "What a good girl. I do appreciate your spirited nature," the matriarch remarked fondly. As Mingrui settled down, her hand inadvertently brushed against Jiang He's, sending a jolt through his heart as if it had skipped a beat. Mingrui lifted her hand, her gaze soft and her smile gentle, while Jiang He feigned composure. After bidding farewell to the matriarch, Jiang Yinqing noticed Jiang He's repeated quiet laughter and, seeing Mingrui signaling her, decided to take the hint. "I am ever perceptive. To spare you the trouble of finding an excuse to send me away, I shall take my leave first." With that, Jiang Yinqing hastily joined the other girls in merriment, leaving only Jiang He and Mingrui by the water's edge. The two strolled leisurely along the bank until they discovered a large stone upon which they could rest. The clear water mirrored their faces, and Jiang He averted his gaze, questioning if he was truly worthy of her beauty, even if he had not been disfigured. "I can hardly believe you are to wed me," he mused. Concealed in the shadows, Jin Mingrui touched her lips, unable to suppress her smile. "Little Jiang He, you will eventually find yourself completely captivated by me." As Jiang He walked, the ground felt soft beneath his feet, as though he were treading upon clouds. And he occasionally touched his own face in disbelief. Am I dreaming? If so, please do not awaken me. Chapter 4. The Black Chicken and Phoenix Pill. As nightfall approached, Wang Huzi stealthily entered Jiang He's villa, carrying a bamboo basket. Once the candlelight extinguished, he concealed himself among the flourishing flowers and grasses, daring not to make a sound. In the dark, he cautiously opened the basket and dumped its contents into Jiang He's room, clearly terrified of the items within. Wang Huzi hastily discarded the basket into the water and trembled away, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The inky blackness of the night enveloped the surroundings like an unyielding fog, with intermittent hissing sounds echoing from the garden, corners, and tea table. Jiang He lay on the cool mat, just drifting into slumber when he suddenly felt a chill at his ankle, surprisingly pleasant, as the coolness slowly crept up his leg. Jin Mingrui, sword in hand, perched on the beam, observing Wang Huzi's every move with a disdainful expression. How foolish it was to have followed him all this way, only to witness him release a few inconspicuous little snakes. The ghost, who claimed to be Jiang He's elder brother, nervously watched the venomous snakes. As one audacious serpent slithered up the beam, Mingrui reached out, and the snake climbed onto her arm, surprisingly endearing in appearance. The ghost looked on in exasperation at Jin Mingrui, playing with the snake. Below the beam, a venomous snake ascended Jiang He's calf, prompting him to turn over, causing the ghost to feel a chill run down its spine, though fortunately, the snake remained unfazed. "What is your relationship with Jiang He?" The ghost scrutinized Jin Mingrui, sensing she posed no threat to Jiang He. I am his elder brother, Jiang Hirui. I have heard tales of your extraordinary intelligence and unparalleled talent. At this moment, Jiang Hirui was hardly in the mood to discuss matters with Jin Mingrui. As he watched the venomous snake poised to slither into Jiang He's clothing, Jiang Hirui, filled with panic, leaped onto the bed, reaching out to grasp the serpent. However, being a ghost, he could not touch living beings, leaving him in a state of helpless anxiety. There was no urgency to hasten his reincarnation, so why the distress? Jin Mingrui, clutching the small snake from earlier, descended from the beam. Jiang Hirui was beside himself with worry as Jin Mingrui gathered her skirts, placing the snakes one by one into her bosom. An action reminiscent of an elderly woman harvesting vegetables in the field. Jiang Hirui could only watch as she carefully stowed the venomous creatures away. Before long, her embrace was filled with writhing snakes, some of which began to climb restlessly up her body. If a ghost could feel nausea, Jiang Hirui would undoubtedly be seeking a place to retch. Rui, you have snakes in your arms. Jiang He, awakening bewildered, found himself confronted with Jin Mingrui standing at the head of the bed, cradling a nest of venomous serpents. Despite knowing her to be a demon tamer, he could not suppress a start of fright. Jin Mingrui, always honest with Jiang He, said, "This morning, I overheard Zhao Yu and Wang Huzai discussing you. Concerned, I came to check on you this evening and happened to see Wang Huzai releasing venomous snakes in your room. Put them down at once." Jiang He exclaimed, torn between fear and concern for Mingrui's safety. As Jin Mingrui shrugged dismissively, indicating there was little to fear, she casually deposited the snakes onto the floor. Jiang He's face turned ashen with terror, and Jin Mingrui approached him, offering a glass of water. "Do not worry. I have been watching over them all along." Jiang He had little inclination to drink, as Mingrui put down her cup and extended her hand towards him. The notion of propriety regarding physical contact between men and women lingered in Jiang He's mind, yet his hand obediently rested in Mingrui's grasp. With a gentle tug, Mingrui pulled Jiang He towards her, causing him to lose his balance. Startled, he closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, he found himself tenderly cradled in Mingrui's arms. "Have you considered my feelings while you flirt?" Jiang Hirui remarked, covering his eyes with a hand. Though he remained wary of the venomous snakes slithering on the ground, the comforting scent emanating from Mingrui reassured Jiang He, even as he nestled within her embrace, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. However, the multitude of snakes on the floor dissuaded him from attempting to flee. "Shall we summon someone to catch the snakes?" Mingrui suggested, setting Jiang He down on the table. "You needn't worry. I shall handle them myself." Jiang He nodded in agreement, and Mingrui discreetly pressed a kiss on his cheek before seizing a sword and swiftly dispatching the snakes. As Jiang Hirui observed the chaos of blood and viscera on the ground, his handsome features contorted in concern. "This cannot go to waste. It would be best to prepare a dish and send it over." "Indeed, we must not let it be squandered. Let us turn it into a meal," Jiang He echoed, appreciating his brother's sentiment. "Do you require my assistance?" Jin Mingrui inquired, toying with the sword in her hand. Jiang He shook his head, determined not to burden her with tasks he could manage himself. Using her magic, Jin Mingrui ignited the lamps in the room, illuminating the gruesome scene of dismembered snakes before Jiang He's eyes. He had never witnessed such a sight and gazed at Jin Mingrui with wide eyes. "Do not worry. I shall remain here with you." With Mingrui's presence providing reassurance, Jiang He began to gather the snake meat, his trepidation easing in her company. "Zhao Yu, what is your relationship with them?" "Jiang He is my cousin. His mother is Aunt Zhao." Jiang Hirui, this person covets the wealth of the Jiang family. It was he who sent someone to injure my brother, and even my demise is inextricably linked to him. I had long ceased to contend with him, yet unexpectedly, he still sought to harm me. Jiang He paused his actions, retrieving a packet of special seasoning from the drawer. "Tomorrow, let us invite my younger sister, and we shall present him with a grand gift." At Wang Yu Pavilion, Zhao Yu heard from Wang Huzai that the matter had been settled, awaiting only tomorrow's collection of the corpse. Zhao Yu waited anxiously, yet no news emerged from the Kizitang, where Jiang He resided. After a night of tormenting anticipation, just as he was preparing to visit Jiang He received an invitation from Jiang Yinqing's maid, Lu Ji, who mentioned they had acquired an exquisite ingredient and invited him, Jiang He, and Mingrui to a small gathering at Luxiang Garden. With a sense of intrigue, Zhao Yu arrived at Luxiang Garden, where Jiang He and Mingrui were seated under a pine tree, enjoying tea. "Cousin Zhao," Jiang He exclaimed, rising to invite him to sit and partake in the tea. Jiang Yunqing beckoned the maid to serve dishes to everyone. How could he possibly be unscathed? Zhao Yu struggled to mask his astonishment, maintaining a serene demeanor as he accepted the teacup handed to him by the maid. The dish was delicately placed within the teacup, containing a black meatball. This dish was called Black Chicken Dragon and Phoenix Ball. Jiang Yunqing elaborated as another maid brought forth 2 plates of delicacies, comprising both airborne and aquatic creatures, not only delightful to the palate, but also beneficial to the body. Do try it, she urged. Observing that everyone had taken a few sips, Zhao Yu lifted his teacup to taste the broth, which was indeed exquisite. Jiang He savored a sip of soup and inquired of his sister Jiang Yunqing, since it is called Longfeng Wan, what dragon and what phoenix does it refer to? Jin Mingrui delicately picked up a piece and tasted it. The dish was tender and fragrant, indeed delightful. The others followed suit, offering praises, and Jiang Yunqing raised her eyebrows with satisfaction. As the diners had nearly finished, Jiang Yunqing pointed to the dish and explained, in fact, this dish is known as Black Chicken Longfeng Wan. As the name suggests, the black chicken represents the phoenix, while the dragon signifies the snake. Upon hearing the word snake, Zhao Yu felt a pang of anxiety, causing the teacup in his hand to clatter to the floor. Cousin Zhao, this was caught by my brother after a long night of effort. Why not indulge further? Jiang Yunqing called for a maid to clean up, then frowned at the star anise used for seasoning, puzzled as to why there were 2 extra points. Jin Mingrui approached for a closer look. Jiang He noticed a barely perceptible smile on Zhao Yu's face and recalled hearing of a poisonous herb known as false star anise, which closely resembled star anise. But consuming it would result in dire consequences. Zhao Yu felt his stomach begin to ache. He hadn't anticipated that these individuals would dare to poison him so brazenly. You, he exclaimed, clutching his abdomen. Cousin Zhao, what ails you? Jiang He rose to assist Zhao Yu. Jin Mingrui stared at the star anise on the plate and gasped. Oh dear, there are indeed 10 points. Heavens, could it be that young Master Zhao has been poisoned? The atmosphere in Liuxiang courtyard grew chaotic instantly, as maids and servants rushed to summon a physician to examine Zhao Yu's condition. Zhao Yu began to experience severe nausea and diarrhea, desperately searching for a restroom, while Jiang He and the others concealed their laughter within the confines of the room. After a while, the physician hurriedly approached, examining the toxic herb mentioned by the maid. His brow furrowed in concern. This was no mere false star anise, but the commonly used spice itself. The doctor took Zhao Yu's pulse and assessed his dietary intake before prescribing a remedy. Zhao Yu had merely consumed something that upset his stomach. At that moment, his weakened legs could barely support him, yet he refrained from making a fuss, knowing that further investigation would inevitably expose his dealings with Wang Hu. Once the doctor departed, Jiang He feigned sympathy, casually remarking, this time it was a false alarm, but next time it might be real. Cousin Zhao, those who engage in wrongdoing often meet their own demise. Do take care. Chapter 5. Sister refuses marriage. Jiang Yunqing stifled a laugh, saying, a mere star anise has frightened him so. He truly lacks fortitude. You are unaware, she continued, that just yesterday he filled my room with venomous snakes. Had it not been for Rui secretly following him, I might have already met my untimely end. Jiang He glanced at Mingrui, feeling a twinge of guilt. She had protected him in their youth, and now, as an adult, he still relied on her for shelter from life's storms. Mingrui, sensing Jiang He's thoughts, playfully tapped his shoulder with her fan and addressed the two. My abilities are quite limited. Yet you and sister have orchestrated quite the scheme, one hosting a banquet with snake meat, while the other discreetly administered a laxative, using false star anise to deceive him. Such cleverness is beyond my imagination. Jiang Yunqing surveyed their surroundings before quietly inquiring, I heard my brother mention that your skills are remarkable? I possess only a rudimentary understanding of martial arts, came the modest reply. In Jiang Yunqing's eyes sparkled a light I had never witnessed in a woman skilled in martial arts. Observing the eager gaze of Jiang Yunqing, Jin Mingrui drew a slender branch from the side, wielding it as a sword to demonstrate before her. The sword in Mingrui's hand struck with the ferocity of a thunderstorm, only to settle with the tranquility of a serene river, leaving the Jiang siblings in awe and admiration. I had always believed that women in this world were delicately nurtured within their boudoirs. I never anticipated that such a heroine as a sister-in-law could exist. This is a matter we shall discuss privately. Seeing Jiang Yunqing this way, Jiang He feared she might reveal Mingrui's fearless side. Ah, I understand now, Jiang Yunqing said, pushing aside Jiang He and grasping Mingrui's hand. Dearest sister-in-law, when you have the time, would you be so kind as to teach me? Just as she was about to pull Mingrui into a lesson on swordplay, a frail voice interrupted. What is all this commotion about? Their mother, Zhao Haiyun, entered. Supported by someone, Jiang He led Mingrui to pay their respects, but Zhao Haiyun's pallid complexion and labored breathing revealed her exhaustion after just a few steps. Mother, what brings you here? Jiang Yinqing gently assisted her mother to a seat. If there is something you need, you could have summoned a maid. We would have come to you. There was no need to exert yourself so. After Jiang He and Mingrui had greeted Zhao Haiyun, Mingrui noticed an unsettling aura surrounding her. Zhao Haiyun beckoned Jiang Yinqing closer and gestured for Jiang He and Mingrui to sit. I have come to discuss your marriage. What does my elder brother's wedding have to do with me? Jiang Yinqing, merely 12 years of age, had never contemplated the notion of marrying so soon. The smile on her face stiffened, froze, and ultimately vanished. Zhao Haiyun spoke only a few words before wearying and collapsing into her chair. Jiang Yinqing bit her lip in silence, tears glistening in her eyes. What young lady remains unwed? Zhao Haiyun caressed Jiang Yinqing's face, feeling both sorrowful and resolute. Insisting that she find a good family, someone who would treat her well, assuring her that she would depart with peace of mind. Mother, Jiang Yinqing gazed at her mother, wanting to refute her, but overwhelmed with compassion. Zhao Haiyun, lost in her thoughts, seemed increasingly frail, the aura of despair surrounding her intensifying. After a long pause, she revealed, Your grandmother has already arranged your marriage. The suitor is Lin Aran, the eldest grandson of the Lin family. Upon hearing this, Zhao Haiyun's pale face drained of color, as if a gust of wind might topple her at any moment. Miss, your grandmother and mother mean you no harm. You should heed their wishes. We might as well arrange your wedding alongside Jiang Gongzi's, a double celebration. The lady's personal maid, Mingyue, spoke half in warning, half in consolation. Seeing that her mistress could no longer bear the strain, Mingyue assisted her in leaving the fragrant courtyard. Once her mother departed, Jiang Yinqing could no longer contain her tears. Jin Mingrui embraced her, allowing her to weep in her arms. Jiang He called out to his mother's maid, Xinghe, isn't the Lin family seeking to marry a daughter from the Zhao family? Why are they interested in my younger sister? Xinghe sighed. At the banquet at Guanfeng Pavilion, the eldest daughter recited poetry while cradling a lotus, captivating young Master Lin, who insisted on breaking off his family engagement to marry her. Jiang Yinqing gave a bitter smile, remarking, if marriage can be so easily made and unmade, are women merely pawns to be manipulated? Indeed, Xinghe replied before taking her leave. Jiang He looked at his weeping sister, at a loss for how to comfort her. After all, his standing within the Jiang family was inferior to that of his grandson Zhao Yu. Had it not been for the untimely demise of his elder brother, he would likely have been confined to the attic by his grandmother and others. Jiang Yinqing suppressed her tears as she entered the hall, gazing at the landscape painting hanging within. Her grandfather had inscribed upon it, enduring countless mountains and valleys, only from a distance can one discern the heights. Streams and ravines cannot be retained, ultimately merging into the sea as surging waves. As she contemplated the poetry depicted in the painting, Jiang Yinqing recalled her grandfather's hope that she could embody the lofty aspirations of the waterfall illustrated therein. If she were to marry, what else could she achieve in her lifetime? After a moment of hesitation, she turned away and silently walked outside. At that moment, her grandmother called for Jiang He, informing him that the Lin family's representatives were about to deliver the betrothal gifts, instructing him to accompany the guests. Jiang He glanced at Jiang Yinqing with concern, fearful that she might act impulsively. Jin Mingrui reassured him, taking a sword with her as she followed behind. Meanwhile, Jiang Yinqing rode a swift horse, departing from the Jiang residence. The household servants assumed she was attempting to elope and sent someone to pursue her. Little did they know, she possessed remarkable audacity. Jiang Yinqing boldly positioned herself in front of the procession from the Lin family, inquiring, Are you the representatives of Lin Aran? The Lin family's entourage was halted by Jiang Yinqing's sudden appearance. Wang Meipa emerged from her palanquin, and upon seeing Jiang Yinqing, she smiled broadly, exclaiming, Miss Jiang, what brings you out personally? We were just on our way to the Jiang family. Seated upright on her horse, Jiang Yinqing declared, You need not proceed any further. I do not consent to this marriage. Wang Meipa, taken aback by such defiance, replied, Miss Jiang, marriage is a significant matter traditionally decided by parents and elders. Such actions could lead others to believe that the Jiang family lacks decorum and understanding. I vehemently oppose this. You shall not pass. Jiang Yinqing's voice retained the youthful innocence of a 12-year-old girl. Having resolved to take a stand, she remained unperturbed by the whispers of gossip. The Lin family sent word to the Jiang household, and several maidservants approached, urging Jiang Yunqing to enter the palanquin. The mare whinnied, causing them to recoil in fright. "Should you wish to propose, you must first step over my dead body," Jiang Yunqing declared. At that moment, someone hurled a sword towards her, and she caught it, drawing the blade and holding it against her neck. The audacity of this girl was palpable. The matchmaker, Wang, felt a cold sweat break out on her forehead. "My dear girl, please lower that weapon. Let us converse amicably." The sharp edge pressed against the tender skin of the girl, and a trickle of blood began to seep forth. "Whether today or tomorrow, if the Lin family forces me into marriage, even if I do not perish here today, I shall wield this blade against your family until one of us lies dead." Jin Mingrui, perched upon the rooftop, remarked with admiration, "You are quite formidable, little sister." Jiang Harui, beside her, could not have anticipated that she would throw a sword to her sister instead of persuading her. If glares could kill, Jin Mingrui would have been mercilessly slaughtered. Jin Mingrui patted Jiang Harui reassuringly. "Fear not. This is merely a playful scuffle." "Oh dear." Jiang's father rushed over, and upon witnessing the scene, his legs gave way, and he sank to the ground. Supportive hands helped him rise. He approached the horse and commanded, "Hand me the sword." Mr. Jiang seized the sword from Jiang Yunqing's hands and cast it aside, pulling her down as he felt a pang of guilt upon seeing the Lin family approaching. "My daughter is not disobedient," he declared. "She has merely devoted herself to us for several years out of filial piety. I, Jiang, offer my apologies to you." Upon the arrival of the elder from the Jiang family, the Lin family members suddenly felt a surge of confidence. They turned to Jiang Yunqing and remarked, "Miss Jiang, is there truly a young woman in this world who does not wed? The commotion you've caused today may invite ridicule from our neighbors, and it could deter suitors in the future. It would be wise to make way. Let us arrange a betrothal, and you shall secure a proper future. Indeed, as Madame Lin has stated, tea and refreshments are prepared at home. You are neither my father nor my mother. Whether I marry or not is of no concern to you." Jiang Yunqing's words pierced Madame Lin's heart like daggers. Mr. Jiang had never anticipated his daughter possessed such a fierce temperament. Though frustration bubbled within him, he was compelled to consider the ghastly marks of blood adorning Yunqing's neck. He leaned down to discuss with her, "Daughter, your actions have embarrassed both families. If you refuse to marry, then let it be known that you shall never wed in this lifetime. I will inform the Lin family that you intend to serve your parents solely, thereby sparing both families further humiliation." Jiang Yunqing turned to gaze at Madame Lin and asked, "Will this cancellation of the engagement dissuade young Master Lin from marrying altogether?" Mr. Jiang was nearly overwhelmed with fury, while Jin Mingrui looked on with deep admiration, thinking to herself that her sister was indeed a remarkable woman. As a specter, Jiang Harui rolled his eyes, pondering how his younger brother ended up with such an extraordinary character. Jiang Yunqing shook off her father's grip, mounted her horse, and deliberately raised her voice, proclaiming, "If there is someone worthy, I shall certainly marry." A whip cracked in the street, and Jiang Yunqing strode away. Chapter 6. The eve of the wedding, Mr. Jiang was nearly overwhelmed with rage, almost fainting in the street due to his younger sister's actions. While Madame Lin was seething with fury, declaring her intent to sever all ties with the Jiang family, the father ordered that Jiang Yunqing be confined to her room, allowing only 2 maidservants to attend to her. Soon, Jiang He and Jin Mingrui were to be wed, and the household was in a flurry of preparations. Stealthily, Jin Mingrui brought ointment to Jiang Yunqing's chamber. Jiang Yunqing lay on her bed, the fabric of her clothes stained with blood. "How could one have the heart to strike you so?" She lifted her head. The once vibrant girl now appeared weary and haggard. "Is it you, sister-in-law? Who has come to persuade me? What do you wish to persuade me about?" Jin Mingrui, with the ointment in hand, settled beside Jiang Yunqing to tend to her wounds. "I admire you, if anything." Jiang Yunqing buried her face in the quilt, tears glistening in her eyes. "My father berates me for my shamelessness, calling me a disgrace to the Jiang family. Do you think I have erred?" In recent days, Jiang Yunqing had been subjected to scoldings from her grandmother and father in turn, while the surrounding maidservants and matrons whispered amongst themselves, revealing how deeply hurtful rumors could be. "I believe you have done nothing wrong, but they all condemn me. I have never before heard such harsh words in my life." "Then they must be mad." Upon hearing Mingrui's assertion, Jiang Yunqing smiled with satisfaction. Mingrui's lips curled into a slight smile. One should not heed the words of the insane. Jiang Yunqing grasped the hem of Mingrui's garment, asking, "Sister-in-law, what do you think I should do?" Jin Mingrui applied the medicinal ointment imbued with spiritual energy onto Jiang Yunqing's wounds, causing them to heal at a visibly rapid pace. As the girl prepared to bring in the medicine she had brewed, Jin Mingrui rose and vanished with a flick of her spell. "Sister-in-law," Jiang Yunqing called out, searching for Jin Mingrui's figure, unaware of when she had departed. "Ruier, come here and give it a try." Jin Mingrui entered to find a stunning set of phoenix crown and flowing robes displayed on the table, a sight of exquisite beauty. Jiang He held the crown above Mingrui's head, her radiant visage enhanced by the adornment, making her irresistibly enchanting. "She is soon to become my wife," Jiang He thought, suppressing his joy, when suddenly he recalled his grandfather's admonition. "Ruier, grandfather has heard about Yunqing's misfortune and has written to me, urging that I find a way to send her to Mian City. Why doesn't your grandfather come to retrieve her personally?" Jiang He lowered his voice. "Grandfather has had a falling out with the family. If he comes to fetch her, grandmother will never allow it. On the day of our wedding tomorrow, I plan for my younger sister to leave quietly. Once she has exited the estate, grandfather's people will be there to assist her. When she reaches Mian City, we can inform the family then." "Very well," Jin Mingrui nodded, stepping forward to embrace Jiang He. The warmth of her body seeped through the gossamer fabric of summer, pressing against him. "Tomorrow, we shall be united as one, but there is something I wish to confess to my husband." Jiang He's heart leaped to his throat. Surely she wasn't having second thoughts. Or could it be that she was already with child, seeking his protection to conceal her secret, making him a father to the child within her? As Jiang He contemplated this, his mind became a blank slate, barely managing to utter two words. "You say?" Jin Mingrui grasped Jiang He's hand, which felt icy to the touch. "That marriage contract is not mine. I lost a bet with someone else. So I agreed to marry you on behalf of their daughter. It is not a matter of regret or of becoming an honest person to take on the responsibility." Jiang He exhaled, realizing that this detail was inconsequential. Indeed, it was the subsequent words that held significance. Jin Mingrui placed Jiang He's hand upon her chest, intending for him to sense her lack of a heartbeat. Yet Jiang He felt his face flush as he encountered her soft, delicate form. "I am a malevolent spirit that has escaped from my purgatory." Jiang He was momentarily taken aback. "I do not possess a heartbeat. I am not human, but a demon that has emerged from hell." It was at this point that Jiang He became aware of Jin Mingrui's peculiarity. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt no fear. "Will you consume me?" Jin Mingrui chuckled softly, rising onto her toes to plant a kiss on Jiang He's lips, playfully nibbling. Jiang He found himself at a loss, embracing Jin Mingrui. In that fleeting moment, the barriers that had troubled Jin Mingrui dissipated due to Jiang He's simple gesture. In the preceding days, she had prepared herself for rejection and to walk away, but upon revealing her feelings, she found only affection reflected in his eyes. Suddenly, Jiang He lost his footing, and in the next instant, they both tumbled onto the bed. "Jiang He, I like you." Her unique scent enveloped him, leaving Jiang He hesitant to move as Mingrui's kisses brushed against his ear, and the fragrance on her neck tantalized his senses. Mingrui's hand glided down Jiang He's abdomen, only for Jiang He to grasp her wrist firmly, though her body felt ablaze with desire. The thought of their unconsummated marriage weighed heavily on her conscience. "Ruier, wait, until our wedding, our bridal chamber," Jiang He stuttered, her nervousness palpable. "The fruit of a forced union is seldom sweet. There is no need to rush." "Very well, I shall heed my husband's wishes," Mingrui replied softly, leaning against his chest, her fingers tracing delicate circles over his heart. Just as Jiang He felt herself on the brink of surrender, Mingrui gently pushed him away, causing Jiang He to perceive the bed beneath him as if it had vanished, and in the next instant, they stood fully clothed at the doorway. "Husband," Mingrui whispered into Jiang He's ear, her warm breath igniting a fervor within her. On the night of their nuptials, as the clouds of Wushan danced, Mingrui's body nearly pressed against Jiang He's, the intoxicating warmth enveloping her, igniting a fire deep within. Fearing that she might succumb to temptation, Jiang He fled, her heart racing. Jin Mingrui caressed her lips that had once kissed Jiang He, pondering why she possessed such magical abilities, while also holding concern for the reputation of a malevolent spirit. Truly, she was a delightful enigma. Mingrui's visage filled Jiang He's mind. The more she sought to maintain her composure, the more fervently her entire being ignited. "Just a little longer, tomorrow, she will be my bride." Chapter 7. On the day of the wedding today marks the union of two families, a solemn covenant established in this grand hall, a bond of love everlasting, partners entwined in harmony. Behold the vibrant peach blossoms of this day, auspicious for home and family, heralding a future of abundant progeny, with a vow of lifelong companionship. Let this be inscribed upon fine paper, and may the promise of red leaves be recorded in the annals of love. The hall was enveloped in a jubilant atmosphere, with Grandmother Jiang seated prominently above, observing the ceremonial rites of heaven and earth. To spare Jiang from the shock of his own visage, she had specially commissioned a mask for him to wear. The crowd erupted in cheers, unaware of the sudden gust of wind that swept aside Jin Mingrui's veil, revealing her enchanting beauty to the astonished assembly. Look at young Master Jiang's face. It was then that Jiang realized his mask had been blown away by the strange wind. With all eyes upon him, he felt an overwhelming desire to bury his head in the sand, mortified by the collective gasp and retreat of the onlookers. Jin Mingrui gently lifted her veil. Casting a glance at Jiang, her lovely brows arched in a reassuring smile. "My dear, do not fear. I am here with you," she said softly, grasping his hand. Noticing the rising whispers and murmurs around them, Grandmother Jiang hastily instructed that the couple be escorted to their bridal chamber. This was his wedding day, adorned with crimson silk. And Jiang was determined that his wife would not suffer because of him. Summoning his courage, for the first time in front of the crowd, he raised his head and surveyed the assembly, declaring, "Whether you disdain or fear me, my face is forever marred, my appearance irreparably altered. From this day forth, I shall walk hand in hand with my wife, sharing both joys and sorrows, and nurturing a lineage of our own." Those who had gathered to mock him failed to recognize the dignity in his stance, instead witnessing a profound display of affection as he and his bride held hands, united in their commitment. Young Master Jiang, resplendent in his demeanor, was indeed a match made in heaven on this joyous occasion. Yet, nearby guests began to hurl derisive comments, for they were unable to bear the sight of another's happiness. The more they desired to witness her disgrace, the more resolute she must remain, infuriating them further. Jiang fell silent for a moment, then a smile graced his lips as he lifted the veil from Jin Mingrui's face. Her breathtaking beauty once again elicited gasps from the crowd. They exchanged whispers about her, yet their gazes were drawn to her tender expression directed at Jiang. Her smile radiant like the dawn. Jiang forced himself to temporarily forget his disfigured visage and boldly addressed the assembly. "I am grateful to the heavens for bestowing upon me this fortunate union with Miss Ming. I shall certainly raise a glass with all of you shortly." Old Master Jiang's eyes widened in astonishment. His son, now exuding elegance and poise, spoke with resounding conviction, appearing utterly transformed from before. After the ceremony, the couple was escorted to their bridal chamber. In a corner, Xiaoyu clutched his wine glass, his expression fluctuating between shadows and light. Following a brief uproar, Jiang was surrounded as he went to toast. At that moment, the bridal chamber was desolate, with only Jin Mingrui present. She glanced at the distant figure of Jiang Hairui and asked, "Why are you lingering here instead of escorting Yinxing? Do you intend to share an intimate evening with us?" Jiang Hairui shot her an exasperated look, found a seat, and sighed. "When my sister was sent away, I noticed that she was not taken to the sleep city, but directly to the medical hall." Jin Mingrui rose, alarmed. "Is Yinxing in trouble?" Jiang Hairui's brow furrowed deeply. "I followed them and saw her flushed face. The doctor was administering treatment. How could this happen? I had treated her the other day, and her wounds had healed considerably. How could she still be feverish?" Jiang Hairui smiled wryly and remarked, "After all, she is merely an ordinary little girl. These people have been relentless in their harassment, both scolding and striking her, insisting that she yield. With her proud spirit, she has even worn herself down." Upon finishing his words, he turned to Jin Mingrui and continued, "I truly wish she possessed her carefree demeanor, complemented by your exceptional skills." Jin Mingrui adjusted the hairpin at her temple, casting her gaze upon the slender shadow of Jiang Hairui on the ground. "Today is my wedding. Cannot you utter a few kind words?" Rising to his feet with a smile gracing his face, Jiang Hairui clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and offered his blessings. "May you both enjoy a lifetime of harmony, like mandarin ducks flying together, and may your hearts be united like the peach and plum trees in bloom." Jin Mingrui smiled in satisfaction. "Now that is more like it." Jiang Hairui joined in her laughter, but soon noticed someone outside. "I shall take my leave to avoid disrupting your performance," he said, bidding farewell to Jin Mingrui as he made his way out. Outside the newlyweds' chamber, Jiang Hairui spotted Xiaoyu eavesdropping furtively. "What mischief is this fellow up to?" "Young Master Zhao, The matriarch requests your presence at the head table. A maid called out from a distance. Zhao Yu responded, concealing his anxious demeanor, as he traversed the corridor and observed Jiang He being assisted into the bridal chamber. He never anticipated that a girl would indeed marry him. After years of painstaking effort within the Jiang family, he had only awaited the demise of Jiang He, believing that the family's wealth would eventually fall into his hands. If Jiang He were to marry and bear a son for the Jiang family, all his years of scheming would be for naught. He was unwilling to accept this outcome. Jiang He, somewhat inebriated, expressed his gratitude to those who had seen him there and turned to enter the bridal chamber. Ruier. Jiang He was urged to consume copious amounts of alcohol. Yet today his heart brimmed with joy like never before in all these years. He closed the door and approached Mingrui, lifting the vibrant red veil to behold his radiant bride. Emboldened by the liquor, Jiang He leaned closer, but her fervent gaze made him shyly lower his eyes. Unable to meet hers, Jin Mingrui removed the hairpin adorning her head, and Jiang He extended his hand to assist her. In the past, he dared not look directly at Mingrui, for she shone like the scorching summer sun, making him hesitant to lift his gaze. The bright red wedding gown lay carelessly on the floor. Now, she resembled the warmth of spring, unguarded before him, akin to a flower unfurling its petals to reveal its most delicate side. Fueled by the effects of the wine, Jiang He pressed his lips against Jin Mingrui's. Soft as flower petals, transforming like clouds and rain, he soared to the heavens, dancing among the clouds, floating as if transcending the earthly realm. In the blissful chamber, where spring blooms and the moonlight bathes the scene, love deepens like the bond of fish and water. Chapter 8. Tea ceremony. That night, Jiang He slept exceptionally well, especially upon awakening to find his beloved lying beside him. He greedily inhaled her fragrance, noticing the curve of Mingrui's smile, her eyelashes fluttering as her sparkling eyes met his. The morning sunlight illuminated Jin Mingrui, her delicate skin glowing with a beautiful blush. She gently pressed her finger against Jiang He's descending lips, gazing at him with affection, playfully chiding, "Ah-he, I cannot bear it any longer." The constellation of crimson marks upon Mingrui's neck was strikingly conspicuous, and it dawned on Jiang He just how reckless he had been the previous night, causing his cheeks to flush with embarrassment. As Jin Mingrui donned her attire and sat before the mirror to adorn herself, Jiang He leaned closer to assist her in placing the floral adornment by her temples. However, the reflection of his own fierce visage in the glass made him feel woefully inadequate beside her. Yet, the thought that Ruier had already pledged her vows to him and shared intimate moments rendered any notion of her retracting her commitment futile. "What are you smiling at?" Jin Mingrui queried, her gaze fixed upon the multitude of love bites adorning her neck. "Ah-he, do you take me for a dumpling?" The impending task of serving tea made Jiang He's face burn even more. With a playful huff, Jin Mingrui, in a moment of mischievous retaliation, seized Jiang He's arm as if to bite him, but the alluring scent that wafted from him softened her heart once again. "Ah-he, come here," she beckoned. "What is it?" Jiang He inquired, leaning closer. "How does one use this?" Mingrui opened the rouge box, her sparkling eyes fixated on Jiang He. "You don't know how to use it?" Jiang He asked in astonishment, to which Mingrui adorably nodded. "My wife is so beautiful. Does she even need these trinkets?" Jiang He mused internally. Nevertheless, seeing Ruier's desire to use them, he resolved to assist her in achieving the desired look. However, Jiang He was utterly unfamiliar with the application of such cosmetics. He thought to himself that rouge and powder should function similarly to ink and paint. As he was proficient in painting, one on paper, the other on skin should be somewhat comparable, right? After a series of clumsy attempts, it was unsurprisingly disastrous. The attempt had ended in ruin. Mingrui gazed at her reflection in the mirror, her dark, arched eyebrows gracefully framing her face, while her crimson lips resembled those of someone who had just feasted on a child. The blush and eyeliner she wore rendered her visage akin to that of a performer on stage. Her husband possessed remarkable skills, as his artistry and calligraphy had seamlessly translated into her makeup, a true marvel. Mingrui beamed radiantly, handing a hairpin to Jiang He, who awkwardly accepted it and tucked it into her hair. At that moment, Cui Huan and Cui Ji knocked and entered. "Young master, young madam, grandmother had someone prepare almond tea for you last night." Cui Huan's gaze fell upon Mingrui's makeup, leaving her momentarily speechless. "Grandmother instructed that you should enjoy the almond tea before departing." Cui Ji continued, taken aback by Mingrui's appearance, exclaiming that the powder on her face must weigh at least 2 taels, fearing it might flake off with just a few steps. Mingrui rose from her vanity, realizing that the earrings on her left and right ears were mismatched. Meanwhile, the culprit stood there, head bowed in embarrassment. Ruer, perhaps you should wash your face? Jiang He suggested, unable to meet her eyes. But I adore the makeup you created for me, Mingrui replied, as she wiped the powder from her hands. Observing Jiang He's awkward expression, she couldn't help but chuckle, especially at the plum blossom design. With a playful shake of her arm adorned with a red mark, Jiang He's face flushed with shame. Mingrui smiled as she removed her makeup. Changing into a garment embroidered with butterflies before accompanying Jiang He to present tea to grandmother and Jiang Fu. Upon reaching grandmother's quarters, they found Jiang Mu, Zhao Haiyun, resting inside due to ill health, leaving only grandmother and Jiang Fu in the room. The two individuals were initially concerned. But upon noticing the subtle plum blossoms adorning Mingrui's attire and the affectionate glances exchanged between them, their worries dissipated. It seemed their son had not descended into folly. As Mingrui presented tea to her grandmother, the elder, overwhelmed with emotion, promptly removed a jade bracelet from her wrist and placed it upon Mingrui's arm, declaring it a wedding gift. Accept this. I have treasures reserved for you as well. When you bear a healthy grandson next year, everything I own shall be yours. Mingrui felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks and, tilting her head to glance at Jiang He, shyly addressed her grandmother. Grandmother, I have a request to make. Speak freely, the grandmother encouraged. Mingrui continued, I know a physician who specializes in bodily health and is also quite adept at facial restoration. I wish to invite him to assess the situation. The grandmother readily agreed and instructed Jiang's father to send someone to arrange it. At that moment, a letter arrived, dispatched by the old gentleman during the night. Jiang's father opened the letter, his forehead beating with cold sweat. You must go check if Yunqing is still in her room. What is the matter? The grandmother sensed something amiss from Jiang's father's expression. He wiped the sweat from his brow, revealing, last night, under the cover of darkness, Yunqing eloped to her father's house. What? The grandmother hastily rose, her steps unsteady as she made her way to Liuxiang courtyard to find Jiang Yunqing. Though Jin Mingrui had only spent a few fleeting days at the Jiang residence, she discerned the profound affection Jiang's father held for Zhao Haiyun. The Jiang family, already sparse in progeny, had lost the eldest son, and Jiang's father chose not to take a concubine to ensure the continuation of his lineage. Instead, he remained devoted to his ailing wife, sharing their lives together. Zhao Haiyun resided in the most secluded courtyard of the Jiang family's back garden. Although it was somewhat remote, the courtyard boasted an array of artificial hills and a pond teeming with various waterfowl, including the rare green duckweed. Upon entering, one could detect a faint medicinal scent within the house, although it was largely overshadowed by a rich floral fragrance. In the clouded chamber, maidservants were attending to Zhao Haiyun, administering her medicine. I pay my respects to mother, Zhao Haiyun exclaimed, setting down the medicinal bowl, her expression a mixture of surprise and delight as she beheld the two visitors. Please, take a seat. A maid promptly brought forth a stool and tea set. Son and daughter-in-law present tea to you. Jiang He presented the tea to Jin Mingrui, who stepped forward to offer it to Zhao Haiyun. However, Zhao Haiyun, feeling faint, could barely grasp the cup, which subsequently slipped from her fingers and shattered on the floor. Observing this, Mingyue, a maid beside Zhao Haiyun, swiftly provided Jin Mingrui with a new cup of tea, gesturing for her to place it on the table, while she hurriedly tidied the floor. Jin Mingrui served the tea and respectfully addressed Zhao Haiyun as mother-in-law. Zhao Haiyun, though resigned to her frail condition, felt a sense of helplessness. She withdrew a black token from her possession and extended it to Jin Mingrui. I have nothing of value to offer you. This is a talisman, a gift for your protection. As an ordinary individual, how could she possess such a Taoist treasure? It was no wonder that Zhao Haiyun had endured the encroachment of malevolent forces for so long and yet remained steadfast. Madam, this item is far too precious. I cannot accept it. As fellow practitioners, she comprehended the tribulations of cultivation. That individual, having reached such heights, was willing to relinquish everything to forge this fateful gift for Zhao Haiyun. If it were not for his profound love, how could he have accomplished such a sacrifice? Now, this precious artifact was to be bestowed upon another. Struggling to rise, Zhao Haiyun placed the token into Jin Mingrui's hands. At the very moment the token departed her grasp, the shadow of a serpent-like creature gradually materialized behind Zhao Haiyun, while the essence within the fateful gift slowly enveloped her. The soul, rich in its prior cultivation, began to dissipate the serpent's silhouette. This lingering spirit bore a striking resemblance to Jiang He, particularly in his refined demeanor. "Accept this," he urged, "as a token of my heartfelt congratulations on your union." Mingrui received the fateful gift, clutching it tightly. A blissful smile illuminated Jiang He's face as he gazed at Mingrui. The solitary spirit across from them regarded Zhao Haiyun with a tender gaze, infused with both affection and a hint of resolve. "Do not let her know of my existence, for it would bring her sorrow." Who was he? What compelled him to act thus? The spectral figure grew increasingly ethereal, dissolving into a gentle luminescence that merged with Zhao Haiyun. He expended his final strength to safeguard his beloved, vanishing entirely from the mortal realm and the three realms. Faintly, Mingrui discerned the mournful wail of the serpent creature as the malevolent energy entwining Zhao Haiyun dissipated. "From this day forth, we are family," Jiang He declared, joy radiating from him as he held Mingrui's hand and beamed at his mother, while Zhao Haiyun's face blossomed with happiness. Clutching the fateful gift, Jin Mingrui pondered the worth of such devotion, having fulfilled another's destiny. Chapter 9, Memories and Umbrellas. At the very moment the soul vanished, a torrential rain began to pour outside. The downpour intensified, drumming against the tiles with a cacophony of sounds, and soon the courtyard was dotted with puddles of varying sizes. The rain fell in an unusual manner. Zhao Haiyun had an aversion to rainy days. As she listened to the sound of the rain, she instructed the maid to secure the doors and windows and to light incense to dispel the dampness. Jiang He understood that his mother's current leniency was merely a concession due to his impending marriage and the consideration of Jin Mingrui. Had it been an ordinary day, the maids would have already been urging him to act without delay. In due course, a maid named Mingyue entered with a medicinal concoction, subtly indicating that she required the couple's departure. In the hall, an elderly woman presented an array of teas and snacks, inviting Jiang He and his companion to partake. Jiang He gazed at the exquisite porcelain bowls filled with treats such as steamed milk with sugar, ginger milk, and lychee with bayberry drinks, alongside an assortment of pastries, including lotus flower crisps, flaky rose cakes, and golden milk confections. Jin Mingrui, following closely behind Jiang He, marveled at the colorful teas and delicacies, captivated by their appearance. "Is a distinguished guest arriving shortly?" Jiang He inquired cautiously, well aware of his mother's cold demeanor towards him. Zhao Haiyun's other trusted maid, Xinghe, approached with a censer, the fragrant smoke wafting about, enveloping them in a floral embrace. With a beaming smile, Xinghe placed the censer down and remarked to Jiang He and Jin Mingrui, "This was prepared by the mistress early this morning. She also mentioned that she would have someone deliver your favorite dishes regularly." Upon hearing these words, Jiang He was somewhat taken aback. Her mother had neglected her for over a decade. Even when Jiang He was gravely injured, her face marred and life hanging by a thread, her mother had not deigned to visit her even once. Jiang He picked up a bowl of steamed sugar cheese and offered it to Jin Mingrui. "Ruier, do give it a try." This was presumably her favorite delicacy. Jin Mingrui accepted the steamed sugar cheese and began to mix the crushed dried fruits and osmanthus sugar into the cheese, intending to feed it to him. However, she noticed Jiang He distributing tea and snacks to the surrounding maids and matrons. Jin Mingrui pouted, her heart brimming with displeasure. How could the person she admired seek to please others? With a lack of appetite, she set aside the steamed sugar cheese. Jiang He, still oblivious, inquired, "Ruier, why aren't you eating?" Jin Mingrui lowered her gaze, feeling discontented and searching for an excuse to depart. As she inhaled, a strong fishy odor reached her nostrils. Looking up, she spotted a plainly dressed woman in the courtyard, damp and holding an umbrella. "Husband, it is said that those who drown in water, their obsessions and grievances ferment after death, leaving behind a scent of fish. Do you notice that peculiar odor?" Indeed, amidst the rich fragrance, there was an unmistakable fishy scent, and the appetite of the onlookers vanished in an instant. "Just a jest, do not take it to heart," Jin Mingrui chuckled triumphantly, picking up the bowl of steamed sugar cheese to eat. Jiang He awkwardly smiled, attempting to smooth things over. "Ruier loves to jest. Let us all take it as a mere story for amusement." Just as Jiang He spoke, she noticed several maids entering with washing utensils. Curiously, there stood another figure among them. A woman, clad in tattered garments, bore a pallid complexion, her entire being drenched, cradling an umbrella in her arms. The maidservants, as if oblivious to her presence, meticulously carried their washing implements, gliding right through her figure as they approached. "Sister Xing, do you not feel an unusual chill at the entrance? It is colder here than in the biting wind outside," remarked the last maid, shivering. "A ghost. That umbrella-holding woman must be a specter." Jiang He felt her legs weaken with fear, contemplating whether to pull Jin Mingrui away. Yet, she was taken aback to see Jin Mingrui stride beneath the eaves and address the apparition. "What do you linger here for?" Jin Mingrui, gazing at the faint shadow of the female ghost cast upon the ground, recalled the words of the King of Hell, who had once informed her of a certain type of spirit trapped within its own obsessions. Such spirits would wander a place until either their desires were fulfilled or the last vestiges of their soul's energy were expended. The ghost, clutching the umbrella, reached out to catch the raindrops cascading from the eaves. "My young lady is frail. She often ventures out into the rain," she spoke, as visions of her final moments began to materialize around her. The courtyard, once filled with rain, now saw the water accumulating beneath her feet, swelling ever higher, gradually engulfing half her form as torrents began to spread around her. The young lady forgot her umbrella and is drenched. She is prone to falling ill. Jin Mingrui stood beside the ghost, employing her magical prowess to shield the specter from the encroaching floodwaters, positioning herself resolutely before her. Jiang He gazed at the female ghost beside him, his heart racing in terror at the overwhelming flood that seemed to rise to his throat. Yet, upon seeing his wife, Jin Mingrui, standing beside the specter, he summoned his courage to shield her from the ghost, for he was her husband and protector. "I will not allow you to harm her." Jin Mingrui looked at Jiang He with a gentle smile, her eyes downcast, touched by his protective stance. The ghost, clutching an umbrella, bore an expression of profound sorrow. "I will not harm you, nor will I harm your wife." Jin Mingrui stepped around Jiang He and approached the ghost. "What is your name?" The ghost replied softly, "I'm called Yunxia." "Yunxia?" Jiang He suddenly recalled a conversation he had overheard in the manor, where a servant mentioned that his mother had a close maid named Yunxia who had perished in a flood. Could this ghost indeed be Yunxia? Sensing Jiang He's unease, Jin Mingrui grew increasingly curious about the ghost before her. "Where has your young lady gone?" Tears welled in the ghost's eyes as she responded. "My lady fell in love with a Taoist and chose to follow him." Her words sent a shiver through Jiang He's heart. He vaguely remembered that as a child, his mother insisted he carry the surname Zhang. For this reason, many claimed she had lost her sanity and referred to him as an illegitimate child. Eventually, his grandmother compelled his mother to change her story, which nearly drove her to suicide. Fortunately, it was discovered that she was pregnant at the time, which quelled the turmoil. It was only after the untimely death of his elder brother that he adopted the surname Jiang. Was it possible that he truly was an illegitimate child? Jiang He instinctively clutched the amulet at her chest, yet a fleeting thought crossed her mind. Regardless of whose child she was, she ultimately remained the one unloved by her mother. Thus, it was best to relinquish thoughts of that which could not be compelled. The female ghost, noticing the amulet upon Jiang He, inquired, "How do you possess the young lady's belongings?" Under the persistent questioning of Jin Mingrui, the ghost began to recount her past in fragmented sentences. 20 years prior, a mere 14-year-old Zhao Haiyun accompanied her father on a voyage southward. During a season of relentless rain, torrential downpours that persisted for days on end. Subsequently, the mountain torrents surged, inundating the fields. The rain fell with such ferocity and the currents flowed with such velocity that the young lady inadvertently fell overboard. The night was shrouded in darkness, and once she plunged into the water, she was utterly invisible, with only the sound of her fall echoing before silence enveloped the scene. The master had no other daughter. He and his party searched for 7 days and nights until they discovered her in a cave. Just as despair began to take hold, a young Taoist appeared, claiming he could cure the young lady's ailment. He handed this amulet to me, instructing me to present it to her. Strangely, upon gazing at the talisman, she began to eat once more. What transpired thereafter? Jiang He, unwilling to surrender her curiosity, yearned to uncover whether her mother had any connection to the Taoist. Yet, the floodwaters surrounding the ghost grew increasingly tumultuous, indicating that she had long since succumbed to the deluge and remained oblivious to the events that followed Zhao Haiyun and the Taoist. As the waters engulfed her torso, she stumbled through the currents, attempting to extend an umbrella, yet the chasm between the living and the dead rendered such gestures futile. The young lady, bereft of an umbrella, became soaked and susceptible to illness. Perhaps out of pity, Jiang He extended his hand to accept the umbrella offered by Yunxia. Jin Mingrui furrowed her brow. Bringing a ghostly entity into the realm of the living was surely a harbinger of misfortune. The specter of the female ghost had vanished. Jiang He found himself in a quandary, holding the umbrella. Jin Mingrui pressed close to him, jointly grasping the umbrella, channeling her spiritual energy into it to dispel the lingering malevolence. The rain continued to fall, and as Jin Mingrui unfurled the umbrella, the pristine oiled paper spun in her grasp. It was now safe. She closed the umbrella and handed it back to Jiang He. Inquiring if it should be returned to his mother, Jiang He nodded silently, holding the umbrella with his head bowed as he made his way toward Zhao Haiyun's room. Jin Mingrui refrained from following, choosing instead to wait outside for Jiang He. The elderly woman at the entrance offered Jin Mingrui a bowl of sweetened mung bean and lotus seed soup, the taste delicately mild and quite soothing. Inside, the sound of Zhao Haiyun's weeping echoed, punctuated by Jiang He's apologetic murmurs and the sound of his kowtowing. The elderly woman rose and quietly remarked to Jin Mingrui, "In my lifetime, I have never witnessed such a callous mother. It is one thing to scold without cause, but when the second young master was gravely injured by assailants, on the brink of death, he pleaded with the maids to allow him a moment with his mother. Yet, her heart was as unyielding as iron. She did not visit him even once, insisting that there were doctors present and questioning what she was to do." Jin Mingrui narrowed her eyes. Just then, noticing Jiang He emerging from the room with his head bowed, Xinghe offered a sheepish smile to Jin Mingrui, bowing slightly, "Madam, may I invite the young mistress to stay for dinner?" Jiang He's expression was exceedingly grim, as if he had not heard Xing He's words. He plunged into the rain, taking a few steps when he remembered his wife was still behind him and was about to speak. However, he noticed Xing He and Mingyu, who seemed utterly indifferent to his presence, as they led Jin Mingrui into the inner chamber. Clinging to the last remnants of his dignity, Jiang He uttered a few words before hastily retreating. Jin Mingrui observed that Jiang He's cherished talisman was missing. Concealing the chill in her gaze, she followed Mingyu and Xing He into the inner chamber. There, she found Zhao Haiyun seated on the couch, weeping uncontrollably while clutching an oiled paper umbrella and the talisman. Zhao Haiyun glanced at Jin Mingrui, but her tears flowed like a torrential waterfall, impossible to stem despite her desperate efforts. "Is this object of great significance to you?" Jin Mingrui inquired tentatively. Zhao Haiyun shut her eyes, trembling as she continued to cry. The onlookers, unable to grasp the situation, stood in silence, hesitant to speak. The entanglements of love and resentment among the foolish and the heartbroken are often the most convoluted. Jin Mingrui, unwilling to meddle in their affairs, felt only sorrow for Jiang He at that moment. After bidding farewell to the lady, Jin Mingrui borrowed an umbrella and pursued Jiang He. Upon witnessing that the rain above had ceased, Jiang He turned to see Jin Mingrui. "Ruier, are you not meant to accompany the lady?" Jin Mingrui, holding the umbrella, stood beside Jiang He and took out a handkerchief to wipe his face. "I feared you had words to share, yet no one to listen." For the first time, feeling aggrieved, someone had come to offer companionship. Jiang He turned, embracing Jin Mingrui at the waist, burying his face in her hair and inhaling her scent. "Will you leave me?" Jin Mingrui contemplated for a moment and remarked, "Even if you were to transform into a ghost, I could still escort you across the Naya Bridge." Chapter 10. I am not blind. What merit do I possess to earn your favor? Jiang He gazed at Jin Mingrui, reflecting on his own appearance, one that even his mother would scorn. "Ruier, why do you have affection for a worthless person like me?" Jin Mingrui gently tucked the stray hair near his ear, questioning, "Are you doubting my judgment?" The person she had chosen could never be deemed worthless. After all, she was a formidable presence in her own right. "They all say you are blind." Jin Mingrui pouted, her lovely face flushed with indignation. "Impossible. My discernment cannot be flawed. The person I have chosen, even if not the best in the world, is undoubtedly exceptional. Those who claim I am blind are the truly sightless." As she spoke, fueled by her frustration, Jin Mingrui playfully struck Jiang He. "And you? How dare you utter such words to me? You are the one I have chosen. How could you voice such sentiments in my presence?" With a huff, her anger escalating, she prodded Jiang He's chest with her finger. "I even worried that you might be wronged and no one would come to your aid. So I hurried here, only to hear you say that I am blind." Her irritation intensified, and Jin Mingrui tossed the umbrella into Jiang He's embrace, splashing the water beneath her feet as she stormed inside. As they approached the house, Jin Mingrui suddenly turned around, gazing towards the distant rooftop. With a gesture of her hand, she summoned a thunderclap that struck the roof, sending a waft of charred scent wafting through the air. Lacking any real power, yet still stirring up trouble, it seemed a perilous endeavor. Jiang He followed Jin Mingrui's gaze and noticed a colossal python slithering down the roof, vanishing into the underbrush. Soon after, the rain diminished, ceasing almost instantaneously. Jin Mingrui stepped inside, slamming the door behind her. Jiang He remained damp, but his thoughts were far from his sodden attire. He was preoccupied with soothing his wife. Inside the room, Jin Mingrui, in a fit of anger, found her spiritual energy in disarray, inadvertently revealing her true form. Jiang He hurried in after her, catching sight of an azure tattoo adorning her neck, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. He noted how the large blue floral pattern clung closely to her as she moved. Bright sunlight streamed in, illuminating Jin Mingrui as she sat before the mirror, scrutinizing her reflection. Her pale hands shielded her forehead, obscuring her cheeks, but in the next moment, she lowered her hands, her once dark eyes now of vivid crimson. Turning to Jiang He, she remarked, "What's so fascinating? This is merely the visage of a malevolent spirit. Beware, for if I grow displeased, I might just devour you." Jiang He chuckled at her angry demeanor. Despite her fury, her eyes sparkled with concern for him. "Why not consume me now and savor my flavor? Perhaps a pinch of salt would enhance the taste," he teased. "You are insufferable," Jin Mingrui retorted, turning her back on him, arms crossed. Realizing her genuine anger, Jiang He immediately bent down, offering an apology to his wife. "I was wrong, wasn't I? My wife's discerning eye is unparalleled. Those who claim she is blind are nothing but foolish swine, destined to bear dim-witted offspring in their next life," Jiang He sternly asserted, suppressing a smile as he noticed the hint of amusement on his wife's face. Gently, he tugged at Jin Mingrui's sleeve, inquiring, "Are you still angry, my dear?" Jin Mingrui stifled a chuckle, feigning displeasure as she turned her back to Jiang He and seated herself aside. "My dear?" The caress of his soft kiss ignited a flutter within her heart. "Will you forgive me?" "Only if you vow never to utter such words again," she replied. "Very well. I promise you. Are we not husband and wife? Why should we not gaze upon one another?" Jin Mingrui, still facing away, toyed with Jiang He's hairpin. "Moreover, yesterday we engaged in marital affairs. Why must you be so bashful today?" Jiang He removed his garments, wiping away the droplets cascading down his chest. "This is different." Jin Mingrui squinted, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. As a being of refined malevolence, she could perceive her surroundings with clarity, even if blindfolded. Viewing her husband's physique from a different angle indeed revealed an alluring charm. As Jiang He changed his attire and prepared to step outside, Jin Mingrui suddenly turned her gaze toward the window, signaling him to remain still. "Hush! What is it?" Jin Mingrui gestured toward the window, casting her hairpin into the air. The pin shattered the glass, and a man's anguished cry echoed from outside. Jiang He hurried to the window, only to find the area deserted, save for a bloodied hairpin and a trail of muddy footprints on the ground. "Someone's here. Summon the servants." Jiang He stood outside the window, summoning the household servants. He pointed to the bloodstains and footprints on the ground, informing them that a thief had intruded moments ago, urging them to promptly notify the various courtyards and to remain vigilant. The servants, not daring to delay, hurried off to relay the message, while the surrounding maids and matrons began to murmur amongst themselves. Jin Mingrui approached the dining table and leisurely ladled a bowl of soup for Jiang He. His countenance was grave. He knew precisely who had been there moments ago. In this courtyard, the only person who regarded him as a thorn in the flesh, a bone of contention, was none other than his cousin, Zhao Yu. "By the look on your face, it seems you are aware of who just visited," she remarked. "Who else could it be?" Jiang He replied, sipping from the bowl. Jin Mingrui took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the corner of Jiang He's mouth, chuckling softly. "Your household is indeed lively, filled with both monsters and nefarious individuals." Jiang He offered a wry smile, replying, "Forgive me for the spectacle." Jin Mingrui set down the handkerchief, gazing at him intently, pondering whether he intended to wait for the adversary to make a move or if he would strike first. Jiang He, with concern etched across his features, took her hand and suggested, "Shall we leave this place? I fear for your safety." Upon hearing this, Jin Mingrui paused, biting her lip, and mechanically inquired, "Do you truly believe I might come to harm?" They exchanged a knowing smile, after which Jiang He raised his teacup, toasting to Jin Mingrui. "I have been overly apprehensive. It seems I may trouble you further in the days ahead." Jin Mingrui gently clinked her teacup against his, expressing her willingness to lend her support. Outside the Jiang residence, Zhao Yu gazed at the prominent scar on Wang Huzi's face, and with a sudden flourish, he slammed his folding fan onto the table, letting out a cold snort. "You can't even handle such a trivial matter. What use are you?" Wang Huzi, shielding his injured face, quickly knelt on the ground. "Young Master Zhao, the young madam is truly formidable. As soon as I approached the window, she struck me." Zhao Yu fixed his piercing gaze upon him, resting his hands on the table in contemplation for a moment. Then, his expression softened as he picked up the fan and settled into a chair. "Are you certain it was the young madam?" Wang Huzi nodded vigorously, affirming, "Indeed, it was the young madam. There were only 2 of us in the room. Young Master Jiang could not possibly possess such skill." "Thank you, young master," Wang Huzi said, accepting the silver with gratitude, bowing deeply before respectfully turning to leave. As he walked away, Wang Huzi felt an unusual itch at his neck, as if something had crept inside. Watching him depart, Zhao Yu cast a glance at a nearby jar, rose to his feet, and opened it, observing the venomous scorpions within. He delicately placed a piece of raw meat inside. Having left young Master Zhao's residence, Wang Huzi had not ventured far when he felt a sudden, excruciating pain in his neck. Reaching back, he was horrified to find a scorpion crawling on his hand. Startled, he flung the creature away, his mouth agape to scream. But his legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed heavily onto the ground. Chapter 11. The Unexpected Paramour. At noon, Jiang He suddenly felt a chill creeping over him. Jin Mingrui had someone fetch a doctor to prescribe 2 doses of medicine for him. After taking the medicine, Jiang He felt both weary and drowsy, and he drifted off to sleep on the couch. Jin Mingrui sat in the corridor, watching the gentle drizzle outside, while her maid, Sohuan, sat beside her, diligently embroidering mandarin ducks onto a handkerchief. In the chamber of her grandmother, the maid Tuanhua approached with a basket in hand. "Greetings, young madam. I am Tuanhua, the maidservant of the old lady. She mentioned that with the summer's abundance of mosquitoes, I should deliver some insect-repelling sachets to the second young master and you." Jin Mingrui propped herself up and generously rewarded Tuanhua with scattered silver coins. "The old lady is thoughtful. Please convey my gratitude to her." "Indeed, young madam," Tuanhua replied, placing the basket in the corridor, her mind seemingly preoccupied with something as she addressed Jin Mingrui. "Young madam, this afternoon, the old lady intends to pay homage to the flower deity in the West Garden. If you find yourself with some leisure, you may accompany her to witness the ceremony." "Understood. I shall tidy myself up shortly to join you." Tuanhua then excused herself, preparing to take her leave. "Wait," Jin Mingrui interjected. "They mentioned that the rain preceding Longjing tea the young master had at noon was delivered by you." A single, airy remark from Jin Mingrui caused Tuanhua to tense immediately. For the tea consumed by second young master Jiang at noon had been tampered with. It was clear that Jin Mingrui's mention of the matter was an indication of trouble brewing for her. Nevertheless, Tuanhua, being a quick-witted individual, swiftly devised an excuse, claiming that someone had gifted the old lady some tea days prior, which she found delightful, thus requesting Tuanhua to present some to the young master. "Is that so?" Jin Mingrui discerned that Tuanhua was using the old lady as a shield. She understood that Jiang He had grown accustomed to being bullied and was reluctant to confront them directly. However, Jin Mingrui was not one to be trifled with. She rose, approached Tuanhua, and stated firmly, "The doctor mentioned that the tea's flavor was off. It was laced with poison." "Certainly." Jin Mingrui did not utter the latter part of her sentence. If she were to reveal the truth so soon, it is likely that Zhao Yu would merely push Tuanhua forward to take the blame. How could the old lady possibly send problematic tea to the young master? As Jin Mingrui spoke, she intended to dispatch someone to inquire with the old lady. Tuanhua, taken aback by Jin Mingrui's resolute demeanor, turned pale and hastily knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "Madam, this tea was personally delivered by me to the young master, meant to celebrate his joyous marriage. I had no knowledge of any issues with the tea. Please, punish me as you see fit." Jin Mingrui helped Tuanhua to her feet and gestured to Tsueji to step aside for the moment. "Sister, please rise. After all, you are part of the old lady's household. I would not hold such a trivial matter against you." Tuanhua, wiping her tears and feigning a pitiful expression, stood upright. The old lady would undoubtedly protect Tuanhua and Zhao Yu, ensuring that they were left without any opportunity for redemption. Watching Tuanhua retreat, Jin Mingrui called for Wei Bo to come over, instructing him to collect the remaining tea leaves and bring along some silver, as well as summon the doctor from earlier that morning to leave a testimony at the yamen. Wei Bo, a composed and capable individual, acknowledged her request and went to gather the silver for the task. Jin Mingrui looked up at Jiang Harui, who was peacefully asleep on the beam above, and picked up a small stone to toss at him. The stone sailed past Jiang Harui, who opened his eyes and frowned at Jin Mingrui, questioning, "Why disturb my peaceful slumber? Your brother has been drugged." "What?" Jiang Harui descended swiftly from the beam, anxious to check on Jiang He. Upon seeing him safe and sound, Lying on the bed engrossed in a book, his racing heart finally settled. Knowing that Jiang He is unharmed, Jiang Hairui, in a fit of anger, seeks to confront Jin Mingrui. Why must you torment a solitary soul like me, instead of enjoying your marital bliss? He exclaims, likening his plight to a puppet in a grand game of power. Jin Mingrui, however, remains unfazed. Once he finishes, she elucidates, this afternoon, I discovered someone had laced my tea with a mild poison. Though it only causes slight discomfort, the physician warned that if consumed continuously, it could lead to a fatal illness within 6 months. The rumor circulating in the courtyard claims that the tea was delivered by Tuanhua from the old lady's quarters. As Jiang Hairui contemplates the name Tuanhua, he recalls having sensed something amiss about her, only to learn she has been consorting with Zhao Yu. The basket of sachets, Jin Mingrui points out, was also a gift from Tuanhua. Jiang Hairui approaches the basket, retrieving a sachet for examination. While the individual herbs appear innocuous, their combined aroma could render a woman frail and cold, impairing her fertility. He cautions Jin Mingrui, Tuanhua is a favored maid of the old lady. Yet she harbors ambitions of elevating herself by becoming Zhao Yu's concubine. Do you truly believe she could entice another young master to marry her? Observing the resolute glint in Jin Mingrui's eyes, he adds, do not act rashly. Allow me to investigate her true intentions first, and then we shall devise our plans. With that, Jiang Hairui departs with an air of determination. Jin Mingrui summoned Cui Huan. For just moments ago, Tuanhua mentioned that the matriarch intended to pay homage to the flower deity in Haidang Garden. Please go ahead and see if assistance is required there. I will change my attire and join you shortly. Of course, Cui Huan replied, noticing the gentle drizzle outside. She casually took an umbrella from nearby and made her way forward. The recent rain had left the air somewhat chilly, prompting Jin Mingrui to remove her outer garment and offer it to Cui Huan. Upon entering her chamber, Jin Mingrui donned a more formal outfit. Tuanhua had informed her that the matriarch desired companionship during the rituals in Haidang Garden. However, Jiang He, having risen from her repose, interjected, no, it is uncommon for grandmother to summon women of striking beauty for such ceremonies. She believes it may overshadow the flower deity and invite misfortune. A sense of foreboding enveloped Jin Mingrui as she recalled sending Tsuan in her attire. Grasping the sword that hung on the wall, she hurriedly made her exit. Jiang He trailed closely behind, and before they could reach Haitang Garden, a man's voice boomed. How could you forsake me for wealth and marry the second son of the Jiang family? You've mistaken me. I am Cui Huan, she responded. Rui, we have shared intimate moments. Do you intend to be a woman with 2 husbands? Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of wrath flickered in Jin Mingrui's eyes as she approached, sword in hand, only to witness a man gripping Cui Huan with unyielding force. Young madam, save me. Cui Huan cried, her eyes brimming with tears. Jin Mingrui's sword swung toward the man's arm. But he, being a skilled fighter, reacted swiftly, evading a severe injury and merely sustaining a superficial wound. Cui Huan, wiping her tears, sought refuge behind Jin Mingrui, whispering, young madam. The man realized he had mistaken someone and shamelessly lunged at Jin Mingrui, exclaiming, how could you come here to rendezvous with me, and even bring a maid? Are you here to keep watch for us? With several people present, it was not an opportune moment for murder. Observing that the area was clear, Jin Mingrui delivered a swift kick to the man's groin, causing him to double over in pain. Following that, the scabbard struck his face, knocking out several of his teeth, leaving him momentarily at a loss as to whether to clutch his face or his groin. Jiang He rushed over, panting, as the nearby servants, maids, and other attendants gathered around. Rui, what happened? Jin Mingrui, still seething with anger, kicked the man once more, who writhed on the ground in agony. Seeing the crowd gathering, Jiang He hurriedly intervened to restrain Jin Mingrui, fearing that further violence would lead to dire consequences. Who is this wild man, coming here to tarnish my reputation? Jin Mingrui brandished her sword, ready to strike again, but Jiang He seized the weapon from her grasp and hurled it to the ground. Rui, you cannot deny me. We are childhood sweethearts. You have long harbored feelings for me, and we have already pledged our lives to one another. As the crowd grew larger, the man knelt on the ground, feigning pity. You cannot forsake me for the sake of wealth, Rui? The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. Cui Huan, witnessing the humiliation of her young mistress, wept and exclaimed, you speak nonsense. Just a moment ago, you claimed me as the young mistress. If you and the young mistress are childhood friends, how could you mistake her? The man knelt on the ground, a pitiful expression on his face as he lamented. Rui has a free-spirited nature. It is not uncommon for her to frolic beneath the bed with several suitors. I had thought. At this moment, Sui Huan, still an unmarried young woman, felt a mix of shame and anger upon hearing such words, wishing she could dash her head against a wall, but thankfully, she was held back by Jin Mingrui. Chapter 12. Jin Mingrui's elder brother Jin Mingrui cradled Sui Huan in her arms, casting a cold gaze at the man. Sui Huan buried her head against Jin Mingrui, weeping bitterly. He was about to summon the servants to bind the man when Zhao Yu arrived with a group of merchants to pay respects to the old matriarch. "What are you trying to do?" Zhao Yu commanded the servants to cease their actions, exclaiming, "How can you recklessly bind a person? You must take charge, young Master Zhao. I have already made a private vow of lifelong commitment with her, but to my astonishment, she, in her greed for wealth, has lost her virtue and now desires to marry young Master Jiang." The man proclaimed dramatically as he knelt on the ground. "Are you referring to the young mistress of the Jiang family?" Zhao Yu emphasized. "Indeed," the man affirmed, producing an aged silver hairpin engraved with the character for Ming. "This is the token of our solemn pledge, young master. See for yourself." Zhao Yu took the hairpin to inspect it, while the merchants gathered nearby to observe. What a well-staged performance. Jin Mingrui regarded the farce before her with a hint of derision playing at the corners of her lips. "Young mistress, with both witness and evidence at hand, do you still wish to deny your obligations?" A portly merchant scrutinized Jin Mingrui with disdain, as if genuinely taken in by the man's words. Jin Mingrui cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Yu, and seeing the situation escalate, she decided to reveal a certain truth to all present. "I was never named Jin Mingrui. It was Mr. You who persuaded me just a few days ago to change my name and come here with a marriage certificate." Jin Mingrui lowered her gaze to the man at her feet and said, "Since we are childhood friends, why not share where my family resides and what my original name was?" The man was taken aback, unable to fathom that the young lady before him had the audacity to marry on behalf of another. Zhao Yu, fanning himself with an ornate hand fan, observed the man and remarked, "It is truly baffling for the young lady to concoct such a falsehood. Is it that she must forsake her very lineage to avoid suspicion? I urge you, dear lady, to refrain from such public humiliation. Even if you were to admit it, the Jiang family would not take drastic measures against you. At most, they would merely take another legitimate wife." Nearby merchants seemed to be swayed by Zhao Yu's influence, insisting on turning the truth into a lie. Why should one acknowledge an unfounded story? Jin Mingrui calmly regarded the assembly and stated, "If you do not believe me, why not summon my brother to verify my identity and discern who is truly fabricating tales?" Jiang He, standing behind Jin Mingrui, asserted, "In matters concerning my wife's honor, we must clarify this today." He took hold of Jin Mingrui's hand, but she withdrew it into her sleeve, crushing a sensory pearl. This pearl had been gifted to her by the king of the underworld, who promised that he would assist her within his means should she ever find herself in need. Naturally, Zhao Yu wished for Jin Mingrui to be unable to prove her innocence and sent others to accompany her, leading to a stalemate. Then, a maid named Tuanhua from the grandmother's chamber approached, informing them that the grandmother was aware of the young lady's predicament and demanded her to be taken for a personal interrogation. As the crowd gathered in the hall, the matriarch collapsed in anger onto her chair, directing her ire at Jin Mingrui. "Look at the chaos you've caused. Reflect upon my kindness towards you. How could you bring such disgrace upon our family, especially by introducing the man with whom you have been unfaithful? You have utterly tarnished the Jiang family's reputation." It was clear that the trouble had been incited by Tuanhua whispering in the old woman's ear. Jin Mingrui lifted her skirts and knelt on the ground, declaring, "Grandmother, I have taken Jin Yuanwei as my adoptive father, and I have changed my name and married into the Jiang family. I do not see how I have sullied our family's honor." The matriarch, a shrewd old woman, suddenly realized that she had been misled by her subordinates upon hearing Jin Mingrui's words. "Stand up and speak," she commanded. Jin Mingrui rose, brushing off the non-existent dust from her skirts. "Today, my brother said he would come to see me. He should be arriving shortly. Once he is here, you can ask him what my name is, and he will surely confirm my innocence." The man on the floor was sweating profusely, taken aback by the unexpected support Jin Mingrui possessed. Upon hearing this, Jiang He took his servants and went to the entrance to welcome Jin Mingrui's brother. Zhao Yu maintained an air of confidence. Moments later, young Master Yin arrived. The maid at the door announced his presence, before anyone could lay eyes on him. A procession of breathtaking beauties, adorned with exquisite treasures, swept in. These enchanting women, with their graceful figures, wore silks and satins far more splendid than those donned by the matriarch. It was merely a small token of greeting, yet it was imbued with profound respect. Even before seeing them, their melodious voices enveloped the atmosphere like a gentle spring breeze. The crowd collectively turned their gaze towards the entrance, where he appeared clad in white garments, his long hair as dark as ink. His face was exquisitely sculpted, akin to a masterpiece of divine craftsmanship. Spring mountains adorned with delicate brows, cold rivers reflecting his gaze, a nose as fine as jade, and lips like fluttering cherry blossoms. He remained pure in the face of snow, and even more radiant after frost, embodying beauty to an extraordinary degree. Dear grandmother, I am Yin, the brother of Yin. As Yin Gongzi spoke, he bowed to the elderly matriarch. The Yin he referred to was none other than Jin Mingrui, for in the next moment, he stepped beside her. Upon hearing Yin Gongzi call Jin Mingrui by the name of Yin, the crowd swiftly realized that the man was speaking falsehoods. He didn't even know her true name, yet dared to spread rumors. Why is my sister dressed so simply? Yin Gongzi gazed at Jin Mingrui, a look of deep concern etched across his face. He then turned to the matriarch. Grandmother, I have brought my sister's dowry along with me today. The preparations are underway outside, and I kindly request your assistance in organizing it. As he spoke, he directed the servants to carry various items and stack them in the courtyard. The extent of their family's wealth was evident in the lavish gifts they presented. Yet more continued to be brought forth. A throng of merchants craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the silks, gold, and silverware being delivered, which dazzled the onlookers. Jin Mingrui cast a sidelong glance at the man on the ground, who was furtively attempting to retreat. Brother, you must stand up for me, she implored. Her eyes filled with sorrow as she looked at Yin Gongzi. Before everyone, he claimed I married into the Jiang family for wealth and suggested I had relations with outsiders. I can no longer face anyone. Yin Gongzi raised an eyebrow. Could such a trivial matter not be resolved without his intervention? I do not wish to take a life in front of Jiang He. Please do me this favor, and consider it a personal debt. Little imp, I never expected you to develop such human sentiments. Yin clapped his hands, and amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a squad of elite soldiers stormed in to escort him away for a thorough interrogation, ensuring the young lady's innocence. The guards' resounding voices startled everyone. The man, terrified, weakened at the knees, left behind a puddle of yellow liquid as he was dragged away. The matron observed young Master Yin and inquired, given his considerable wealth and armed escort, if he were perhaps a scion of an official family. She tentatively asked, May I ask, what position does your family hold in the court? Young Master Yin glanced at Jin Mingrui before responding to the matron. I do not hold any official title. I simply enjoy a close relationship with several princes, which affords me certain privileges and conveniences in my dealings. Zhao Yu, surprisingly composed despite his thwarted plans, shamelessly approached to congratulate Jin Mingrui on her vindication. Before departing, Jin Mingrui approached Tuanhua and placed a pair of exquisite gold bracelets in her hands, saying, My brother mentioned your diligent service to the matriarch. This is for you. Tuanhua, being merely a maid, had never encountered such precious items and held the bracelets with utmost affection. Jin Mingrui nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 13. The conspiracy of Wang Huzi. He would not relent so easily. Jin Mingrui refrained from mentioning names, yet Jiang He understood she referred to Zhao Yu. Jiang He wore a wry smile. Having cultivated his influence within the Jiang family for many years, he had deep roots. Jin Mingrui, noticing the anxious figure in the corner, tugged at Jiang He to signal him to follow her. The two individuals arrived at a secluded corner, where Jiang Hairui revealed himself. Jiang He stared at him, momentarily stunned, before tears welled up in his eyes. Brother, it's been so long. Jiang Hairui, noticing that Jiang He could see him, felt a surge of joy, yet recognized that this was not the moment for idle chatter. I just discovered Wang Huzi outside. He seems to be poisoned, lying unconscious on the ground. We should take a look. Jin Mingrui followed Jiang Hairui into the night, beginning to admire Zhao Yu for the numerous schemes he had devised in just a single day. Upon leaving the residence, the group accompanied Jiang Hairui to the outskirts. The night had deepened, rendering the surroundings pitch dark. As Jiang He prepared to light some wood with a torch, Jin Mingrui picked up a fallen branch, infusing it with her spiritual energy. The branch emitted a brilliant glow, illuminating the area as though it were daylight. By the time they found Wang Huzi, he was barely clinging to life. We are too late, Jin Mingrui lamented. Sensing someone approaching from behind, she blew gently on the glowing branch, transforming it into a torch. With a sigh, She channeled her own spiritual energy into Wang Huzi, temporarily suppressing the toxins within him. This method will only buy him time. Whether he survives depends on his fate. Jiang He observed that Wang Huzi still had a faint breath. Dr. Zhang in the city is renowned for treating snake venom. If we transport him there, perhaps he will live. Jin Mingrui, seeing that Wang Huzi was teetering on the brink of death, felt the odds of saving him were slim. Yet, gazing into Jiang He's clear eyes, she refrained from voicing her doubts, thinking that one must take risks. After all, there was a possibility he might survive. Jiang He and Jiang Hare carried Wang Huzi outside, and as they neared the town, Jiang He, fearing that others might notice Wang Huzi's half-suspended body and grow suspicious, decided to carry him alone to the medical clinic. Wang Huzi lay on the sickbed, his life hanging by a thread. Dr. Zhang ordered his assistant to fetch a dozen live centipedes to administer to him. The venom of the centipede can counteract a multitude of poisons. Dr. Zhang explained briefly, observing Jiang He's expression, furrowing his brow and extending his hand. Jiang He, seated on a chair, obediently offered his wrist for the doctor to take his pulse. With a sigh, Dr. Zhang instructed Jiang He to switch hands, stroking his beard in deep thought. Young Master Jiang, why did you not take the medicine I prescribed for you earlier? What medicine? Jiang He had never been aware that Dr. Zhang had prescribed anything for him. After you were injured by a villain, I prescribed a regimen for your recovery. If you had taken the medicine diligently, you would not find yourself in such a predicament today. Jiang He recalled seeing someone carrying medicine upstairs, but the guard had informed him that it was his, claiming he had already recovered and advised him to rest peacefully in the attic without disturbing others. Yet, it was futile to dwell on the past, especially since Zhao Yu held absolute power over the Zhang family. Doctor, what is truly wrong with me? Dr. Zhang glanced at Jin Mingrui and, in a voice neither too loud nor too soft, replied, you have injured your essence. Henceforth, progeny may be difficult. Dr. Zhang, a man of remarkable medical skill, was also known for his blunt honesty. For a newlywed, basking in the warmth of his wife's affection, to be told so directly that he possessed no ability to bear children was a blow more devastating than death itself. Jin Mingrui closed her eyes, adjusting the meridians within her body. Doctor, please examine me. Initially, Jin Mingrui had intended to seek the expertise of the medicine immortal for Jiang He, but unexpectedly, it was Dr. Zhang who discerned her condition. As Dr. Zhang took her pulse, his demeanor relaxed. The constitution of the young lady is cold and ean, making it difficult for her to conceive. He stroked his beard thoughtfully, continuing, in her situation, although conception is possible, sustaining the fetus would prove challenging. If she were in an ordinary household, it could lead to a life-threatening situation during childbirth. Thus, it appears you two are indeed a fated pair. Despite the gravity of Dr. Zhang's words, Jiang He's expression softened considerably. Jiang Hairui leaned closer to Jin Mingrui, teasingly inquiring, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Jin Mingrui gazed at Jiang Hairui, retorting, have you ever seen a ghost become pregnant? Jiang Hairui, recalling tales from novels, mused, perhaps it could happen. Then I wish you a house full of descendants. Jin Mingrui replied with exasperation, before walking over to Jiang He, her tone immediately becoming much gentler. Ahi, try to see this matter in a lighter light. What is meant to be will inevitably come to pass, while what is not destined should not be forced. You both need not worry. This is your private affair, and I shall remain discreet. Dr. Zhang was known for his reticence regarding such matters. Meanwhile, on the sickbed, Wang Huzi, having consumed several live centipedes, astonishingly began to rouse from his stupor. Miraculously, he had been saved. As Wang Huzi regained his senses, he realized that his saviors were Jiang He and Jin Mingrui. Overwhelmed with shame and guilt for having once harmed them, he struggled to kneel before the two in gratitude. Jin Mingrui gazed at the scar on his face, inflicted by a hairpin, and feigned ignorance as she asked, who wishes to harm you? Wang Huzi, upon recalling the treacherous deeds he committed on behalf of Zhao Yu, was astounded to realize that Zhao, fearing his own exposure, intended to eliminate him. Ironically, it was the very Jiang Gongzi, whom he had constantly schemed against, along with the young mistress, who had saved his life. It was Zhao Yu. Without hesitation, Wang Huzi divulged all the nefarious acts he had undertaken for Zhao Yu. Jiang Hairui, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, has Zhao Yu poisoned me? Jiang He relayed Jiang Hairui's question. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Huzi replied, I truly know not of this matter, but when the eldest son perished, I witnessed it. It did not appear to be a case of poisoning. However, when I departed from Zhao Yu today, I saw him summon several Taoists, claiming that malevolent spirits were troubling the Jiang residents and that he sought their assistance. Yet, they did not seem to be genuine Taoists. Most likely, they were hired by Zhao Yu to oppose you too. Upon hearing this, Jin Mingrui, who had initially planned to retreat to the mortal realm for recuperation, felt a surge of frustration. She leaned against her forehead and sighed as she glanced at Jiang He. Given their current location in the medical hall, it was not prudent to speak further. The two bid farewell to Dr. Zhang, and by this time, the night had fully descended. Observing the pursuers stirring restlessly behind her, Jin Mingrui cast a protective array around the medical hall. Had she retained her former disposition, she would have surely sought to eradicate Zhao Yu and his cohorts in one fell swoop. However, with her injuries still unhealed, rashly engaging would only invite the wrath of pursuing cultivators, resulting in a loss far greater than the gain. Jin Mingrui gazed up at the moon in the sky. Had it not been for the tumultuous affairs instigated by Zhao Yu, this day would indeed have been a perfect occasion for cultivation, especially as she absorbed the ethereal energy enveloping Jiang He while drawing in the essence of the sun and moon. It was a pity that having escaped the depths of hell, she still had to endure such trivialities. The most challenging aspect was dealing with the elderly matriarch, who feigned ignorance while fully aware of the situation. It was imperative to find an opportunity to extinguish her hopes regarding Zhao Yu completely. Chapter 14. The ritual. The following morning, Jiang He pretended to be ill, and the maidservants in the courtyard bustled about to attend to him. Is the water boiled? Where are the towels? Bring another set of clothes for the young master. Jin Mingrui handed the teapot to a maid outside and instructed another to fetch a damp towel to cleanse Jiang He's face. On this sweltering day, Jiang He clutched a hot water bottle, his face flushed crimson, yet he continued to feign a fever, insisting he felt cold. This ill-conceived charade of pretending to be sick was Jiang Harui's suggestion, for the night before, Jin Mingrui had discovered that Jiang He's meal had been tampered with yet again. Jiang Harui surmised that Zhao Yu had instructed Huatwan to drug Jiang He, intending to create the illusion that Jin Mingrui was a femme fatale, thereby driving her away and subsequently targeting the Jiang family. Seeing that the doctor had not yet arrived, Jin Mingrui affected an anxious demeanor in the courtyard. Could someone please urge Dr. Zhang to come? Just as the household servants were about to leave, Jin Mingrui halted one of them and presented a resplendent jewel, saying, "Take this as a token of appreciation for the doctor's efforts. Go quickly." The sight of the precious gem made everyone's eyes widen. Coupled with memories of Jin Mingrui's generous dowry and the exquisite gifts she had presented to the matriarch the previous day, the onlookers in the courtyard were filled with envy and desire. The domestic servant cautiously received the precious pearl, cradling it in his hands, and hurried to summon Dr. Zhang. The news of Jiang He's illness spread unusually swiftly today. Ordinarily, even if the second young master of the Jiang family were to fall gravely ill, no one would pay him any heed. However, today, the atmosphere at the door was particularly bustling. First came the condolences from young Master Zhao, followed by several esteemed stewards. And even the matriarch was helped over to take a look at Jiang He. The room was filled to the brim with visitors. Dr. Zhang, known for his candidness, examined Jiang He thoroughly but found no discernible illness. Yet, observing the boy's flushed face and his limbs, rendered cold by Jin Mingrui's enchantment, he exclaimed, "How peculiar. In my many years of practice, I have never encountered such an unusual ailment." Zhao Yu stood beside the matriarch, casting a glance at Tuanhua, who gently nodded in response. A fleeting smile graced Zhao Yu's lips, which he quickly repressed, fearing it might be noticed. "Grandmother, the suddenness of my cousin's illness is indeed strange. I happen to be acquainted with several Taoist priests who have descended from their mountains to cultivate. Perhaps we could invite them to perform a rite for my cousin, which would also bring us some peace of mind." Zhao Yu's words were meticulously crafted. He neither insisted on summoning the priest nor made his suggestion seem suspiciously deliberate. Jin Mingrui glanced at the matriarch, although she held little regard for matters of spirits and deities, given Zhao Yu's recommendation and for the sake of her grandson. She felt it would be inappropriate to refuse. Thus, she acquiesced. Under the blazing midday sun, Zhao Yu summoned several Taoist priests to the courtyard to perform the rite. The household gathered around to watch, and Jiang He's small courtyard was teeming with people. Amidst the crowd, Jin Mingrui noticed Tuanhua clutching a small clay figurine, who, seizing an opportune moment when no one was paying attention, quietly tossed it into the flower bed. The several Taoist priests feigned seriousness as they waved their peachwood swords, muttering incantations. After a prolonged performance, the onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. Suddenly, The leading priest pointed toward the flower bushes, exclaiming, "Bold demon! How dare you harm others here?" With that, he struck at the air, causing the surrounding crowd to retreat in fear. The priest then directed his peachwood sword sharply toward Jin Mingrui, slashing through the void, releasing a pungent odor that assailed her senses. Jin Mingrui instinctively raised a handkerchief to cover her mouth and nose. This is troubling. The priest sheathed his sword and flung a talisman, spitting onto it, igniting it in flames. After a brief display of theatrics, he anxiously turned to Zhao Yu, stating, "I have already wounded that demon, yet for some unknown reason, an aura of evil here has disrupted my spell, allowing the creature to escape." Panic swept through the crowd at the news of the demon's escape. Jin Mingrui continued to observe the unfolding spectacle, while Jiang Hairui squinted and remarked, "It's merely phosphorus sprinkled on the talisman, yet it has frightened everyone." Zhao Yu feigned concern, asking, "Might I inquire, esteemed priest, how could there be any malevolence in the Jiang residence, known for its benevolence and good relations?" The priest closed his eyes, contemplating for a moment with an air of profundity, before directing his gaze toward the flower bushes. Pointing to the spot where the mud figure had been discarded, instructing a junior priest to investigate. Upon discovering the mud figure, the crowd gasped in astonishment. "What is this, Taoist?" The elder priest seized the mud figure and crushed it, revealing a hidden note within its belly, inscribed with Jiang He's birthdate and a multitude of curses. The Taoist placed a paper slip into the talisman water and sprinkled a handful of incense ash, causing the paper to ignite spontaneously without flames. To his astonishment, the malevolent creature possessed considerable skills, having discerned young Master Zhang's birth date and employing this sorcery. As the Taoist spoke, he cast a glance at Jin Mingrui, who was perplexed by the Taoist's decision not to splash the dirty water upon her. At that moment, Jiang Hairui whispered in her ear, "He has cast a soul-confounding powder upon you." Jin Mingrui immediately supported her forehead, her gaze becoming dazed, and she clutched a nearby branch of jade, feigning a state of exhaustion. This was dire. The malevolent spirit had now possessed the body of the young master. The Taoist's words prompted everyone to turn their attention to Jin Mingrui, and upon witnessing her frail and weakened demeanor, they were convinced of her plight. Zhao Yu pretended to inquire about a remedy for the creature. Eliminating this fiend was not insurmountable, but for 49 days. The young mistress must not have any contact with young Master Jiang, otherwise his life would be in jeopardy. The Taoist retrieved some compasses and 5 emperor coins, stating that to expel the evil, the young mistress must remain within the formation for 49 days. Zhao Yu instructed the maids and servants to inform the matriarch and Lord Jiang of the situation while preparing a room for Jin Mingrui to rest. The matriarch, anxious, specifically arranged for Zhao Yu and Tuanhua to keep watch over her. As Jin Mingrui was supported by Tuanhua, she discreetly mentioned, "My brother presented a fist-sized South Sea golden pearl to the matriarch. This treasure is worth a fortune, and you must ensure it is well kept for her." Hearing this, Tuanhua, who had seen Jin Mingrui present the pearl to the doctor earlier, was suddenly overtaken by greed. Assisted into the room, Jin Mingrui grasped Tuanhua's hand. "My brother," before his departure, remarked on your meticulousness and gentle demeanor, suggesting that he had gifted you a cherished bracelet, indicative of his affections. Jin Mingrui's words were intended to stir her sentiments. For a moment, Tuanhua found herself in a daze, contemplating the allure of young Master Yan's appearance, status, and wealth. What woman could remain unmoved? She had already pledged herself to young Master Zhao, clandestinely performing myriad tasks for him. Yet, the fate of a cunning hare is to be cooked. Should she seek another path, she could easily meet an inexplicable demise akin to that of Wang the Bearded. Chapter 15. I am merely an inconsequential demon suppressor. After Tuanhua departed, Jin Mingrui retrieved a small paper effigy from her bosom, placing it upon the bed and casting a spell to transform it into her likeness. At that moment, a young Taoist knocked and entered, bearing a bowl of talismanic water, accompanied by 2 maidservants. Master instructed me to deliver this for the young mistress to consume. Upon hearing this, one maidservant dropped the talismanic water in terror. Quickly, go inform the master and young master. The young Taoist stood frozen in shock. He had merely intended to accompany his superior to the Jiang estate for some coin, never anticipating the grim turn of events. Observing that matters here were concluded, Jin Mingrui hastened towards Jiang He's quarters. The maidservant, breathless, rushed into Jiang He's courtyard, where he lay in bed, covered with a blanket, contemplating a moment of solitude when he heard commotion outside and sensed the urgency. "Young master, something terrible has happened." The maidservant pushed open the door and knelt at Jiang He's bedside, declaring, "The young mistress has perished." "What?" Jiang He's acting was superb. As Jin Mingrui watched him struggle weakly to rise from the bed, truly resembling one stricken by a grave illness. The young maid, overwhelmed with anxiety, burst into tears. After completing the ritual at noon, I accompanied the Taoist priest to deliver talisman water to the young lady. Upon entering the room, we found her lying on the bed, initially believing she was merely asleep. However, no matter how we called her, she remained unresponsive, and it soon dawned upon us that the young lady had passed away. Jiang He stared wide-eyed, his body collapsing back onto the bed. Upon noticing Jin Mingrui and Jiang Hirui seated above, watching the scene unfold, the carefully cultivated emotions within him shattered instantaneously. Turning to the side, he averted their gazes, striving to conjure sorrowful thoughts to suppress any urge to break into laughter. "I understand now. You all may leave. I wish to be alone for a moment." The others assumed that Jiang He was overwhelmed with grief and gradually retreated from the room. "Use this," Jiang Hirui said, tossing a packet of fake blood to Jiang He. Jiang He shot him a glare, exclaiming, "This was all your foolish idea." The previous night, Jiang Hirui had proposed that since they were to play a trick, why not further the ruse by feigning a severe illness under the sweltering sun, covering himself with a blanket and hot soup, while compelling Jin Mingrui to feign death to amplify the situation. Jiang He crushed the fake blood and took a sip, feigning the appearance of someone who had just received devastating news, on the verge of bloodshed in a fit of despair. To capture everyone's attention, he rolled off the bed, crashing heavily to the floor. The commotion outside drew the others in, and they were met with the sight of Jiang He, feigning a near-death state while spitting out blood. Young master, Jiang He lay on the ground, pretending to have fainted. In an instant, the Jiang residence was thrown into chaos. Jiang Hirui observed that the time was ripe and gestured for Jin Mingrui to seek out the matriarch. He would remain to guard Jiang He, utilizing her agility. Jin Mingrui swiftly made her way to the room of old Madame Jiang. Jiang Hirui had mentioned to her the previous night that the dimensions of the interior of the matriarch's chamber differed from those outside, suggesting the presence of a hidden room, though its location and access remained a mystery. Outside the room, Jin Mingrui noticed Tuanhua surreptitiously sprinkling a powder into the almond tea, stirring it in with care. Inside, the matriarch sat at her desk, engrossed in the account books, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Tuanhua approached her with the almond tea. "Old madam, this is the almond tea sent from the kitchen." As Tuanhua set down the tea, she casually assisted the matriarch in organizing the account books on the desk. "I was just about to indulge in something sweet, and here you are bringing it to me." The matriarch lifted the cup of almond tea, ready to take a sip. Quick as a flash, Jin Mingrui unfastened her earring and, while Tuanhua was distracted, tossed it into the cup. The matriarch glanced up, and Jin Mingrui gestured for her to refrain from drinking. A woman of experience, old Madame Jiang noticed the powder clinging to the rim of the cup and deduced that something had been added to her drink. "Tuanhua, I suddenly have a craving for some crystal cake. Could you be so kind as to fetch some from the kitchen?" "Of course," Tuanhua replied, casting furtive glances at the almond tea in the matriarch's hand before turning to leave. Jin Mingrui then descended from the beam, addressing her grandmother. "There have been attempts to poison our meals in recent days. We are prepared to turn the tables on them." Outside, the sound of footsteps echoed once again. Grandmother Jiang urged Jin Mingrui to swiftly hide beneath the bed, and then discreetly poured the bowl of almond tea into the flower pot. A servant entered and, upon seeing the matriarch, immediately knelt on the ground. "Matriarch, it is grave news. The young mistress has passed away." The young master, upon hearing this tragedy, has worsened in health and is coughing up blood incessantly. Grandmother's pupils widened in shock. She lowered her gaze in contemplation for a moment before raising her head to regard the assembled crowd with an imposing demeanor. "Summon the doctor at once. If anything befalls the young master, I shall hold you accountable." "Yes, I shall attend to it immediately," the servant replied, retreating from the room. The matriarch's devoted maid, concerned for her mistress, decided to accompany her. Jin Mingrui regarded the bowl of almond tea, acutely aware that Zhao Yu intended to harm Jiang He. She had discovered a venomous snake placed in Jiang He's residence, thus remained ever vigilant, yet the threat was relentless. Just yesterday, she and Jiang He had rescued Wang Huzi, who had been poisoned by Zhao Yu, and learned of today's dire predicament. Consequently, they devised a clever plan to turn the tables in their favor. Jin Mingrui grasped the matriarch's hand. Grandmother, I understand your sincere affection for Zhao Yu, but he has already extended his treacherous hands toward you. At that moment, the door swung open, and Tuanhua entered, carrying a plate of pastries. Jin Mingrui leapt onto the beam with a graceful bound. Tuanhua noticed that half of the almond tea had been consumed and could not suppress a smile. Grandmother, while fetching the crystal cake, I saw that the kitchen had freshly prepared some date flour pastries, so I brought a few for you. As Tuanhua placed the delicacies beside the matriarch, she attentively observed her state. Young master, have you heard about the affairs concerning the young mistress? The old matriarch subtly hinted to Tuanhua. Tuanhua shook her head, recalling the chaotic scene in the courtyard upon her arrival. However, her desire for crystal cakes had deterred her from inquiring about the commotion. Perhaps Jin Zhu was overly cunning. As the precious gem rolled off the bed and onto the floor, Tuanhua's eyes widened in astonishment as the grand golden bead rolled toward her. Such a treasure was worth a fortune, and if it were hers, why would she endure subservience to Zhao Yu? Her latter years would be devoid of worries, indulging in silks and satin, as well as an abundance of gourmet delicacies. The old matriarch also took note of the pearl, bending down to retrieve it and placing it in her jewelry box before Tuanhua's very eyes. Having lived for decades, she had only this meager wealth left. Yet someone sought her life over such trivial possessions. A single utterance from the matriarch startled Tuanhua momentarily, but she quickly donned a smile, her mind consumed by the sight of the magnificent bead. With the matriarch having ingested poison and Jianghe under her influence, Tuanhua felt emboldened to act without restraint within the Jiang household. She recklessly revealed her foolish deeds. Well, I shall no longer pretend. I added corrupted heart powder to your almond tea. If you do not consume the antidote, you shall not see tomorrow. The old matriarch had intended to grant her a chance for redemption, but she had not anticipated such audacity from Tuanhua. A woman seasoned in the business world like the matriarch was not easily manipulated. Tuanhua, alone, lacked the courage and cunning to act thus. I have treated you well in the past. Why would you choose this path? In discussing the merits of your actions, I must express that as long as you are willing to reform, I shall continue to cherish you. Today's events may as well be regarded as though they never transpired. Jin Mingrui observed the infatuated Tuanhua, her desires unfulfilled, and could not fathom how easily she fell under Zhao Yu's spell. Even if you shower me with affection, I shall forever remain a mere servant in your eyes. Yet, young master Zhao has assured me that should I assist him, he will elevate me to the status of a legitimate concubine. As Tuanhua spoke, she approached the old matriarch's vanity and retrieved a string of golden pearls. However, I have reconsidered. If wealth were to grace me, I would no longer settle for being a concubine. The matriarch scoffed. Do you not fear the authorities for possessing such items? Tuanhua spoke with conviction, producing a blood-stained handkerchief. Even if you disregard your own life, consider your grandson. He is currently afflicted with a deadly poison. Should you fail to take a stand, it is likely that your family's sole heir, Jianghe, will meet the same fate as his brother. Jiang Hairui, as the eldest grandson of the Jiang family, was astute and industrious from a young age. Had he not met an untimely demise, he would surely have achieved great things. The matriarch had long harbored resentment over Jiang Hairui's death, and she suddenly turned her gaze upon Tuanhua. Could it be that his death is somehow linked to you? Witnessing the matriarch's wrath, Tuanhua feigned innocence. What connection do I have to his demise? He was your grandson, and it was Zhao Yu who orchestrated this tragedy. Who would have imagined that you have cherished a man who has poisoned your own grandson for so many years? The elderly lady clutched her chest in anger, while Tuanhua, believing the corrupted heart powder had taken effect, smugly tucked the golden pearl into her bosom, leaving behind a small pouch of antidote. This potion could alleviate her pain. Her grandson's life rested in her hands. Whether to report this to the authorities or to conceal, it was a decision for her to make. Jin Mingrui awaited the moment when Tuanhua would reveal everything before the old lady, for otherwise, the matron would undoubtedly succumb to the instigations of Zhao Yu and Tuanhua. Continuing to allow their reckless behavior, Jin Mingrui understood that Zhao Yu was cunning and would undoubtedly don a facade of benevolence, intending to place Jianghe in a perilous position while pretending to be virtuous as he openly claimed the Jiang family as estate. Tuanhua, albeit sharp, was far less astute than Zhao Yu and thus more easily swayed. This was why Jin Mingrui had utilized the golden pearl to incite Tuanhua against her grandmother. Presently, the elderly lady was thoroughly disheartened by Zhao Yu and his associates. Jin Mingrui leapt down from the beam and struck Tuanhua, rendering her unconscious and concealing her beneath the bed. The old lady observed Jin Mingrui with a hint of a smile, surprised to discover her martial prowess. Jin Mingrui dusted off her hands and, reflecting on the day's magical endeavors, casually remarked, "I am merely a minor exorcist, possessing a modest understanding of both martial arts and sorcery." Chapter 16. The Net Titans, Part 1. It was now time to ensnare the prey. But there was one more task to undertake. Jin Mingrui transformed herself to resemble Tuanhua. She waved her hands dismissively, stating it was merely a small trick and not of great significance. Yet she requested the old lady keep this matter confidential and not speak of it to outsiders. The elderly lady nodded in agreement, affirming her promise. "There is one more matter I must attend to, and I must trouble grandmother to keep an eye on Tuanhua." Jin Mingrui handed the old lady a sensing pearl, stating that should any danger arise, she need only crush the pearl, and I shall come immediately. The elderly lady accepted the sensing pearl, while Jin Mingrui carried the bowl of almond tea out. Not far ahead, she spotted Zhao Yu waiting beside Tuanhua. How did the matter proceed? Tuanhua nodded subtly. Jin Mingrui conveyed that this strategy was devised by Jiang Hairui. Years ago, Jiang He was not regarded with much esteem. One day, he witnessed a maidservant being assaulted by a steward, and Jiang He intervened. However, soon after, the maidservant claimed to be with child and came to grandmother, asserting that Jiang He had violated her. No one inquired into the veracity of her claims. Mother showed little concern for the incident, and grandmother suppressed the matter. Consequently, Jiang Laoi beat Jiang He nearly to death and confined him to the attic, forbidding him from descending for the rest of his days, until Jiang Hairui passed away. It was only then, after the Jiang family had no male heirs, that Jiang father, persuaded by grandmother, finally allowed him to descend. By that time, Jiang He had been imprisoned in the pitch-black attic for a full 5 years, and he had just turned 18. Zhao Yu appeared to believe this account, simply instructing Tuanhua to keep watch over the old lady before turning to leave. Jin Mingrui followed closely, for according to Jiang Hairui's conjecture, Zhao Yu would surely orchestrate Jiang He's demise, subsequently taking the maid as his legitimate wife to secure the last remnants of the Jiang family's bloodline. With grandmother as assistance, he would position himself as a scion of the Jiang family. Once grandmother passed away and Jiang father grew old, the wealth of the Jiang family would be his for the taking. Naturally, once all matters are settled, the devoted aspiring concubine of Zhao Yu, known as Tuanhua, will undoubtedly seek an opportunity to silence any potential threats. Jin Mingrui discreetly trailed Zhao Yu, and predictably, he immediately began to inquire about the illegitimate child of Jiang He. Before long, Zhao Yu learned from an elderly woman that the maid had received a substantial sum of money, which her parents had taken to purchase land. Unfortunately, the maid, having given birth, resided alone in a village at the outskirts of the city, barely surviving by washing clothes and begging for food. Upon receiving this information, Zhao Yu promptly arranged for personnel to fetch the maid from the outskirts. As anticipated, once Zhao Yu brought her back, he accommodated her and her child in his own residence, providing them with luxurious attire and sumptuous meals. Having endured years of hardship, the maid was profoundly grateful for such treatment from the young master of the Zhao family. Zhao Yu reassured the mother and child, expressing his astonishment at the actions of the second young master of Jiang, stating that he had only just learned of their suffering over the years and offering his apologies on behalf of Jiang. Feeling a sense of guilt, the maid revealed that the child she bore was not, in fact, Jiang He's. Zhao Yu feigned shock initially, then extolled the maid's virtues before instructing his servants to take the child away. He lamented the plight of young Master Jiang, who had recently married only to lose his wife tragically, now gravely ill and childless. If she truly felt remorse, he suggested, she might consider sending her son to the Jiang family, ensuring a future descendant for them and providing some solace to young Master Jiang. The maid seemed resolute, refusing to relent. Having already harmed young Master Jiang once, I could not allow another's child to impersonate the scion of the Jiang family. Nor could I allow further slander to be cast upon young Master Jiang. Observing the maid's unreasonable demeanor, Zhao Yu shifted his tone, expressing deep admiration for the lady's profound sense of righteousness. As he spoke, he seized the maid by the throat. She struggled, gasping for breath, and soon succumbed. With an impassive expression, Zhao Yu released his grip and summoned a servant bound by a death contract to dispose of the body. Disobedience led to such an end. Those present seemed accustomed to such occurrences, expertly wrapping the maid in a burlap sack before hastily departing. Jin Mingrui noted that the maid still clung to life, and the child would likely remain unharmed for the moment. Suddenly, a servant rushed in, announcing, "My lord, someone from the Jiang residence has come." requesting your assistance in handling the affairs of the young mistress's funeral. Understood. I shall attend to it at once, Zhao Yu replied, wiping his hands as if nothing had transpired. Before leaving the estate, Jin Mingrui followed the servant to the chaotic burial ground, littered with bones, where several infant corpses lay abandoned, left for wild dogs to scavenge. The individuals cast the lifeless maid among the remains before turning away. Jin Mingrui unfastened the sack and, employing her magic, revived the maid. Before she could secure the maid's safety, the matriarch shattered a sensing pearl, prompting Jin Mingrui to hastily offer some silver to the maid before departing. Upon returning to the residence, the matriarch had just dismissed Zhao Yu when she noticed the arrival of Jin Mingrui. She opened a concealed room within, revealing an abundance of gold, silver, and jewels, with the maiden Tuanhua bound and placed amidst them. At that moment, Tuanhua had awakened, struggling to free herself from her confines. Upon seeing that Jin Mingrui was alive, Tuanhua's eyes widened in disbelief. My dear sister Tuanhua, you must endure a little longer, Jin Mingrui remarked, loosening the ropes that bound Tuanhua and establishing a protective barrier around them. You are a monster, Tuanhua exclaimed, collapsing onto the floor in terror. Jin Mingrui produced a talisman of a demon-hunting master, a token she had acquired to facilitate her endeavors in the mortal realm. I am a demon hunter, dedicated to vanquishing malevolent beings. Jin Mingrui then procured paper and ink, composing a letter of extortion, deliberately allowing Tuanhua to glimpse it. Do you suppose young Master Zhao will come to your rescue? Observing Tuanhua's frightened expression, Jin Mingrui's lips curled into a smile as a sudden whim overtook her. She leaned closer to Tuanhua's ear and whispered, within this chamber lies a 1,000-year-old serpent demon. You must be cautious. Jin Mingrui's intention was merely to frighten Tuanhua. Yet the latter became pale with fear, desperately pleading for her release. Jin Mingrui closed the door and cast a spell upon it, enabling Tuanhua to witness the events transpiring outside. In the afternoon, Zhao Yu was busy arranging Jin Mingrui's funeral when a servant reported that Tuanhua had been abducted by villains while out procuring fabric for the matriarch. With her fate now uncertain, Zhao Yu secretly rejoiced, realizing that before he could act, fate had intervened to resolve his predicament. The servant presented the ransom note to Zhao Yu, stating that if 500 taels of silver were not delivered to the designated location after the hour of Shin this afternoon, the life of Tuanhua would be forfeited. Zhao Yu delayed for half a day, and as the hour of Shin approached, he finally reported to the matriarch. Grandmother, Tuanhua has vanished this afternoon. Little did I know she had been captured by villains, who demand 2,000 taels of silver for her release. As Zhao Yu spoke, tears streamed down his face. I have gathered our family fortune, but I only possess 1,000 taels in cash at present, and I am currently retrieving more from the cabinet, vowing to make up the difference later. In the hidden chamber, upon hearing Zhao Yu's words, Tuanhua was consumed by rage, wishing to burst forth and tear apart his faade. Had she not seen the contents of the ransom note earlier, she might have been moved to anguish by his words. However, at this moment, she suddenly comprehended that all of Zhao Yu's previous declarations were nothing but sweet but deceitful words meant to ensnare her. The matriarch produced a banknote for 1,000 taels and handed it to Zhao Yu, instructing him to resolve the matter. Tuanhua, lost and despondent, shook her head in despair, uttering, I do not know, I know nothing at all. With the matriarch's 1,000 taels in hand, Zhao Yu reported the incident to the authorities, wishing for her demise. The words of Jin Mingrui plunged Tuanhua's heart into an abyss. If the previous words had cast her into despair, the subsequent revelations sent her heart plummeting into a chasm. Just moments ago, I had followed Zhao Yu into his estate, witnessing him usher a woman and child inside, witnessing him commit fratricide. Now, the remains of that woman lay discarded in a mass grave. Tuanhua's mind was now a void, enveloped by an icy chill that left her trembling uncontrollably. The elderly lady believed that Jin Mingrui had deliberately mentioned the scare to frighten her. Thus she refrained from inquiring further into the matter. Outside the Jiang residence, at the entrance of the magistrate's office, the lifeless maid, her frail body dragged along, approached the drum of lamentation and struck it weakly with her slender arms. Chapter 17, The Net Titans, Part 2. Zhao Yu stood before Jin Mingrui's funeral hall, making arrangements for the mourners. Gazing at the white drapery adorning the ceiling, he felt as though he were ensnared in a dream over the past days. Now, he awaited the elderly lady's decision to adopt him into the Jiang family, thereby securing his inheritance, as the Jiang estate would naturally fall into his hands upon the passing of Old Master Jiang. As for how the Old Master would meet his end, that was left to fate. Moreover, even if the Jiang family were reluctant to see their fortune fall into the hands of an outsider, he had firmly grasped the illegitimate son of Jiang He, using him as a means to gradually deplete the Jiang family's resources. A flicker of joy passed through Zhao Yu's eyes at this thought. Cough. Young master, please be careful. Jiang He, clad in white mourning attire and dragging his weakened body, was assisted by servants to a side room to rest after offering incense. Old Master Jiang gazed sorrowfully at Jin Mingrui's coffin, his brow furrowed with distress. Just days prior, he had joyfully welcomed a daughter-in-law, and in the blink of an eye, she was gone. Had the Jiang family truly attracted some malevolent force, destined to bring about their extinction? With a heavy sigh, Old Master Jiang approached Zhao Yu and said, "My good nephew, over these years I have been so preoccupied with matters of the court that I have neglected family affairs. I am deeply grateful for your diligent management and support. To speak candidly, I truly wish you were my son. How fortunate it would be if you were my own flesh and blood." As Zhao Yu was contemplating how to flatter a few words, a hearty laughter echoed from the entrance. In the solemn hall, who would dare to laugh aloud? Everyone turned in unison, only to behold a young gentleman, adorned in a jade-like crown, clad in black, dragging a disheveled man behind him. I have arrived late and missed such a captivating spectacle. Yen Ru released the man he had been holding and introduced himself to the assembly, saying, "You may not recognize me. I am Yen Ru, the second brother of the young mistress." The man bore a striking resemblance to Jin Mingrui, possessing handsome features and an elegant attire. However, the sight of him standing over the trembling figure beneath his feet would undoubtedly captivate countless young maidens, if not for this grim circumstance. My elder brother came here last time and witnessed this man insulting my sister's reputation. Yen Ru smiled as he cast a glance at Zhao Yu, his eyes betraying a menacing intent as if he were poised to strike. He claims that it was Zhao Yu, the esteemed gentleman of the estate, who paid him to go to the Jiang family and tarnish the honor of my sister. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Zhao Yu, known for his commendable character, had actually instigated an outsider to defile the purity of the young mistress of the Jiang family. And this was occurring in the very hall where Lady Jin Mingrui's spirit lay. A few astute shopkeepers discerned the underlying tension and discreetly observed the unfolding drama. Zhao Yu lowered his gaze, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes, yet in the next moment, he regained his composure and respectfully clasped his hands towards Yen Ru, stating, "Young Master Yen, is it not inappropriate to impose personal punishment on a commoner and coerce a confession?" Yen Ru was not one to fall for such tricks. He had a peculiar habit. The more he contemplated murder, the more radiant his smile became. With his eyes narrowed in mirth, he questioned, "What is amiss? Is it truly prudent to conceal the unspeakable deeds you have committed?" No sooner had Yen Ru spoken than a contingent of officials burst in, demanding to know who Zhao Yu was. 2 full squads of troops had arrived at the yamen. "This is the young master you seek," Yen Ru stated, casually gesturing towards Zhao Yu, who was apprehended by the officials with great zeal. Lord Jiang stood in the way of the soldiers, demanding clarity on the charges against the young master. Without a proper explanation, they could not take him away. The officials scoffed and pushed past Lord Jiang, accusing Zhao Yu of murder and abduction. Fortunately, the heavens had intervened, and a young woman had fortuitously survived, managing to report the crime at the yamen. "Zhao Yu, have you truly committed such an act?" Lord Jiang, still in the dark, rose from the ground and tugged at Zhao Yu's sleeve. "The truth will be revealed in the court. Come along." The officials seized Zhao Yu, dragging him from the hall of mourning. Yen Ru instructed the soldiers to remove the man lying on the ground. He then approached the coffin of Jin Mingrui, extending a finger to gently tap the figure inside. In that moment, Jin Mingrui transformed into a paper effigy. "What have you done with the young mistress?" Shui Huan cried, her tears flowing freely. "Sorcery. He actually possesses sorcery." Yen Ru smiled lightly at the false Taoist priest, remarking, "It is merely the most ordinary of illusions. Do you not perceive it, esteemed priest?" He then turned his gaze to the onlookers, challenging, "Why is it that his abilities are deemed natural, while mine are labeled as sorcery? If I truly possessed the art of sorcery, would I simply stand by and watch you bully my sister?" Yen Ru observed the astonished expressions of those around him, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. "What are you all afraid of? Are there not Taoist priests here to vanquish demons and evil spirits? With so many priests present, could I possibly wield my sorcery unchecked?" Upon Yen Ru's prompting, the onlookers gazed at the Taoist priest as if he were a lifeline. Regrettably, the priest feigned authority, brandishing a peachwood sword and casting a burning talisman to divert attention, seizing the opportunity to flee outdoors. In a flash, Yenru intercepted the impostors, declaring that escape would not come easily. With an unexpected flourish, he procured a willow branch and struck the faux priests, leaving their flesh bruised and battered. "Spare us, celestial being." Several of these charlatans, mere ruffians masquerading as priests, proved no match for Yenru. Young Master Zhao offered us a handsome sum of silver to conjure illusions and drug the young lady, claiming she was possessed by a malevolent spirit, in an effort to separate her from young Master Jiang. "Spare us, celestial being." The pretenders fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. A faint smile danced on Yenru's lips as he replied, "I may consider sparing you, but you must first confess your misdeeds at the magistrate's office. I will grant you your lives." Though the impostors contemplated flight, the moment they witnessed the smile on Yenru's face as he effortlessly broke his own hand, only to see it mend in an instant, they were instantly paralyzed with fear and obedience. In the magistrate's court, Zhao Yu knelt on the ground, still stubbornly refusing to admit his guilt. Yet his transgressions were already set in stone, for just moments ago. The constables had invaded Zhao Yu's residence and discovered the child he had concealed within his estate, using the innocent as leverage. The maid, nearly choked to death by Zhao Yu, wept bitterly while cradling the child. Wang Huzi had nearly met his end at Zhao Yu's hands, and now he was fervently revealing Zhao Yu's misdeeds. In the old lady's chamber, Tuan Hua was heartbroken, though she remained in the shadows. She meticulously documented Zhao Yu's crimes and presented the evidence to the authorities. With multiple offenses, even 10 heads would not suffice for Zhao Yu's execution. In the dead of night, ensnared within his cell, Zhao Yu gazed longingly at the small window, his heart heavy with resentment. Why did some individuals bask in opulence and adoration while he, having exhausted his very essence and cunning, found himself facing the guillotine? When did he first take a life? It seemed like 5 years ago, when he was at the mercy of others, constantly subjected to disdain. At a gathering, he had painstakingly assembled a respectable attire. Yet it paled in comparison to Jiang Hairue's tattered garments, during which Jiang had mocked him mercilessly. In that youthful, impetuous phase, he could hardly tolerate being belittled. In a fit of rage, seeking to vent his frustrations, he had marred Jiang's face with a blade under the cover of night. It was only when thunder roared that he realized he had scarred Jiang He. Fortunately, the Jiang family had long since cast aside this child, allowing the tumult to pass without consequence. Yet, Jiang Hairue could not let himself off the hook. He resolved to report this matter to the authorities. For a mere child of 12 or 13, such an act was monumental. To prevent this from transpiring, he invited the boy to a tavern for drinks, secretly administering poison in his beverage. Consequently, he met his demise. With Jiang Hairue dead, Jiang He had never commanded much regard. Why should the wealth of the Jiang family not belong to him? Indeed, why should it not? After the murder of Jiang Hairue, he felt no further trepidation, for everything would rightfully belong to him. "Young Master Zhao, someone has come to see you," announced the jailer as he unlocked the door. Zhao Yu turned to find Jin Mingrui entering with a food box in hand. "Why are you here? I thought you were dead?" Zhao Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Jin Mingrui set down the food box, produced a cup of wine, and poured it for Zhao Yu. "Please, young Master Zhao." Observing Zhao Yu's apprehension, she placed the cup down. "Why the haste, young Master Zhao?" With a hint of pity in her gaze, she added, "I might as well inform you that a few days ago, I stealthily glimpsed the book of life and death. Had you not engaged in such foolishness in 3 years, you would soar to great heights, becoming a prosperous merchant." "Who are you truly?" Zhao Yu inquired. Jin Mingrui smiled gently and took a sip of her wine. "Like you, I am a person of considerable infamy." Just as Zhao Yu contemplated taking Jin Mingrui hostage, he unexpectedly passed right through her. "You are not human." Chapter 18. Turbulence resurfaces, having anticipated that this turmoil would subside, granting me some idyllic days with Jiang He. I was taken aback when, merely 2 days later, whispers began to circulate around me. They branded me a witch, asserting that I had ensnared Zhao Yu with sorcery, transforming him into a murderous fiend. Listening to others' provocations, old Master Jiang was persuaded to urge Jiang He to divorce me. Fortunately, my grandmother intervened, preventing the divorce papers from reaching my hands. The vitriolic slurs hurled at me were excruciatingly harsh. Were I another woman, I might have succumbed to despair and sought to throw myself into the lake to prove my innocence. Yet, I, Jin Mingrui, remained unperturbed, relishing in the gossip as though it were not directed at me. Jiang Hairue observed Jin Mingrui's demeanor, almost convinced that she had lost her sanity. "Are you angry? They are all so foolish. Why should I allow their ignorance to anger me?" Jin Mingrui reclined in her rocking chair, casually popping 2 fruits into her mouth. Are you not afraid they will send someone to take you away? Jin Mingrui swayed in her chair, spitting out the fruit pits. If they truly could find someone to take me, then I would accept my misfortune. Are you not concerned about your very soul being shattered? Finding the fruit quite delectable. Jin Mingrui grabbed 2 more, speaking with her mouth full. If they could indeed cause my soul to shatter, they wouldn't have gone to such lengths to suppress me in purgatory for so many years. Truly unafraid? Enough. Jin Mingrui expelled another pit from her mouth and tossed one to Jiang Hairui. I have long been a harbinger of mischief. Even if my soul were to disperse, it would be of little consequence. Do try this. Chui Huan brought a cup of lychee and bayberry drink, glancing around to ensure no one was nearby, and softly remarked, Madam, you need not heed their idle chatter. They simply envy your remarkable abilities, which is why they engage in such gossip. You, however, possess a sense of integrity. Jiang Huiran surveyed the surrounding courtyard, noticing the absence of Jiang He. Where could he have gone? Jin Mingrui used her spiritual awareness to probe Jiang He's condition. He had seemed unwell since morning, merely nibbling on some food before lying down to rest. Now, with the sun well past its zenith, he had yet to rise. Dismissing Chui Huan, Jin Mingrui entered the room, finding Jiang He still in slumber. His skin bore a crimson hue akin to a ripened fruit. Approaching him, she checked his pulse and was nearly scorched by the intense heat radiating from him. This was peculiar. He had undergone tribulations in the mortal realm, resulting in an elevation of his cultivation, yet his celestial body was damaged, causing the celestial energy to stagnate within his veins. This could cost Jiang He his life. Without hesitation, Jin Mingrui infused half of her spiritual energy into Jiang He, guiding the immense celestial force to circulate properly within him. Jiang Huiran, eager to assist Jiang He in a similar manner, reached out to touch him, only to find his hand seared as if placed upon a hot iron plate. Realizing too late that the celestial energy had burned a hole through his palm, he turned to Jin Mingrui, recognizing their shared plight. She resembled a paper figure engulfed in flames, with burns marring her arms, neck, and cheeks. Stop this at once, you will perish, he exclaimed. At worst, my soul shall disperse, Jin Mingrui replied, her tone almost jesting. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, as Jin Mingrui lost consciousness and collapsed heavily onto Jiang He. The vibrant celestial energy emanating from Jiang He seared through Jin Mingrui's being. Just as her spirit appeared on the verge of dispersal, Jiang Hairui, at the cost of his own existence, managed to pull her back, albeit only momentarily, as he watched his own form gradually dissolve. Glancing at Jiang He, he noticed his brother's return to normalcy. Not only that, but the scars on his face were also fading, replaced by skin as smooth and flawless as new. Seeing his brother's appearance restored, a wave of relief washed over Jiang Hairui. Had it not been for his earlier torment of Xiaoyu, he would never have scarred his brother's face with a blade, nor subjected him to 5 long years of confinement in a dark, dreary attic. Fortunately, his brother's visage had now been redeemed. With his wish fulfilled, Jiang Hairui vanished without a trace. Jiang He opened his eyes, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort enveloping him. As he prepared to rise from the bed, he noticed Jin Mingrui lying on the floor, her body riddled with wounds. Ruier, Jiang He exclaimed, rushing to her side and lifting her onto the bed. At that moment, her form was becoming increasingly transparent. What has happened to you? Jin Mingrui, now a spirit, found that while the celestial energy could enhance her cultivation, Jiang He's usual aura was akin to gentle moonlight, whereas the energy he had just unleashed was like a blazing sun. Had it not been for Jin Mingrui's profound cultivation, she would have surely dissipated by now. Enduring the pain, Jin Mingrui gently pushed Jiang He away. Close the window and fetch me a basin of well water. After sending Jiang He away, she descended from the bed and approached the wardrobe that had accompanied her, opening its doors and stepping inside. The chill of the underworld enveloped Jin Mingrui as she summoned the last vestiges of her strength to close the cabinet door. Regulating her breath, she channeled her spiritual energy to mend the wounds adorning her body. The blue tattoo etched upon her skin began to pulsate in harmony with her aura, revealing its true form as delicate, light blue flowers that sprouted along the myriad injuries that marred her flesh. After the passage of half an hour, the majority of her scars had healed. Exhausted, she leaned against the cabinet and succumbed to slumber. Although spirits do not require sleep, those gravely injured enter a state akin to hibernation. During this phase, 90% of spirits will remain in eternal slumber, while the remaining 10% risk their souls dissipating into nothingness. Unless a miracle occurs, these spirits shall never awaken. In her dream state, Jin Mingrui found herself in a dimly lit room, shrouded in darkness. Where was this place? Not far off, an amber oil lamp flickered, casting its glow upon the cherubic face of a small boy, no more than 3 or 4 years old. The second young master has gone 4 days without food. Could you perhaps show him some compassion and allow him a morsel to eat? His mother has abandoned him. Why should you care? The boy, his face pale and drawn from hunger, pressed his face against the door crack, gazing longingly outside. A snake, its tail severed, dragged a filthy bun to the boy's feet. Forgetting his fear, the boy picked up the bun and devoured it eagerly. The tailless serpent coiled beside him for a moment's respite before slithering away. Jin Mingrui approached the boy, feeling an inexplicable familiarity, as if she had encountered him before. What is your name? The young boy had succumbed to slumber against the window. His hunger having once kept him awake, but now, having eaten, he fell into a deep sleep. Jin Mingrui approached, gently caressing the boy's cheek. As the boy smiled in his dreams, a name suddenly surfaced in her mind. Jianghe. Jianghe. Jin Mingrui whispered the name, halting her actions. You must awaken swiftly. The tailless serpent spoke with human words. Jin Mingrui gazed at the serpent, her mind flashing with images from the mortal realm. Jin Mingrui, awaken quickly. The tailless serpent leaped onto her face, prompting her to raise her hand defensively, only to feel the ground beneath her vanish, causing her to plummet momentarily. Upon reopening her eyes, she discovered herself nestled within a cabinet, cradling a serpent. Did you save me? The serpent flicked its tongue and turned to exit the cabinet. Jianghe opened the cabinet, his heart aching at the sight of the frail Jin Mingrui. Ruer, how did you end up here? Chapter 19. Lord Jiang's nightmare. Jin Mingrui sat beside Jianghe, who, though still in slumber, exhibited a steady breath. Jianghe, having been scorched by the celestial aura emanating from Jianghe, refrained from approaching, yet upon hearing Lord Jiang summon him, he bravely stood by Jianghe's side, assuring, I will guard you here. Rest assured, I will not allow any harm to befall you. Jin Mingrui's demeanor was quite peculiar. Jianghe assumed she wished to avoid further torment, and thus advised, your abilities are extraordinary, even if you do not confront him directly. You may find solace in subtle retribution. Well said. Jin Mingrui revealed a chilling smile. Ghosts are particularly adept at harboring grudges. Since this individual has wronged her husband, it is only fitting that he suffers immensely, if not perish altogether. Jin Mingrui arrived at the courtyard of Lord Jiang, where he had assembled a few practitioners of some skill to set up a formation. Upon seeing Jin Mingrui approach, Lord Jiang instructed her to stand still in the courtyard, claiming she should bask in the sunlight to dispel her malevolent aura. The sweltering summer heat drove all present to seek refuge under the eaves, entertained by the unfolding spectacle. Previously, out of respect for Jianghe, Jin Mingrui might have endured the situation, but now, having realized that he treated Jianghe worse than a dog, she yearned to devour him whole, unwilling to tolerate his insults any longer. Lord Jiang, do you truly believe that a mere ray of sunlight can dispel my malevolence? Jin Mingrui retorted. As she spoke, the sky darkened ominously, and a tempest brewed. With the Taoist priest from Yuanqing Temple here, you shall not act recklessly. Lord Jiang proclaimed with a facade of righteousness, yet he cowered behind the practitioners. Jin Mingrui let out a light laugh and advanced forward. What is this? Merely wind and rain. And you are so easily frightened? Enchantress, take this. A Taoist priest, brandishing a peachwood sword, aimed to strike Jin Mingrui. But before he could raise it, the sword shattered into 2 pieces. Stepping onto the remnants of the Taoist's weapon, Jin Mingrui remarked, Little priest, your sword is far too antiquated. It is time for a replacement. With a wave of her hand, she conjured a sword engulfed in flames, effortlessly cleaving the altar upon which the priest had been performing rituals. Observing the terror etched on the faces of those around her, Jin Mingrui scoffed, with such meager abilities. Do you dare to attempt to subdue demons? The sword, forged from the essence of flames, vanished from Jin Mingrui's grasp as she reigned in her aura, no longer suppressing the serpent monster within the manor. A thunderclap resonated through the air, heralding a torrential downpour. Jin Mingrui turned to face the enraged serpent, producing a spiritual elixir and tossing it to the creature. Upon swallowing the elixir, the serpent's wounds, previously inflicted by Jin Mingrui, healed at a remarkable pace, and it grew in stature, transforming into a colossal python that seemed capable of devouring the heavens. Seeing the serpent, Lord Jiang fainted in terror. While the Taoist priests scattered in fright, their composure shattered. Not a single maid or servant dared to step forward. Observing Lord Jiang's pitiful state, Jin Mingrui approached him and splashed water on his face to awaken him. As he regained consciousness, he recoiled in horror at the sight of Jin Mingrui and the serpent. You vile enchantress, what do you intend to do? He stammered. Jin Mingrui feigned innocence, a smirk playing on her lips. What are you talking about? Lord Jiang? How could a mere woman like me possibly be a match for these esteemed Taoists? As she spoke, the serpent descended from the rooftop, its massive head looming ominously above Jin Mingrui, as if poised to consume her in the next instant. She glanced up at the serpent and raised her hand to halt its impending strike. Your cultivation is arduous. Let us not take this too far. Understanding her intent, the serpent expelled a cloud of dark mist towards Lord Jiang. The malevolent vapor enveloped the surroundings, prompting Jin Mingrui to conjure a barrier, weaving an illusion to obscure the scene. At the moment the barrier was raised, the surrounding sounds gradually faded away. Jin Mingrui gazed at old Master Jiang, who had been pulled into the illusion, her fists clenched tightly. With a powerful strike, she landed a punch on his face, causing it to bloom with bruises. The serpent creature, not to be outdone, transformed into a small snake and relentlessly bit at old Master Jiang's abdomen. Within the illusion, his cries of anguish echoed incessantly. You dare to bully my husband? You should consider who I am, Jin Mingrui exclaimed as she unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon him, leaving old Master Jiang pleading for mercy. As for the others, Jin Mingrui had long since frozen their memories when the ominous clouds gathered, meaning that they would forget everything that had just transpired. What is happening to me? Jiang He rushed to the mirror, noticing his skin was peeling away. Beneath the shedding layers, fresh and smooth skin glimmered as new. Jiang He rubbed the scarred area, astonished to find that the once horrific wound had healed completely. In disbelief, he hurried to wash his face and looked into the mirror once more, where he beheld a strikingly beautiful visage, delicate and fair, akin to that of a lovely woman. Brother, you've recovered. Jiang He turned to see Jiang Hirui. Brother, I am a normal person now. Overwhelmed with excitement, Jiang He embraced Jiang Hirui, marveling at the fact that he could actually touch him. Jin Mingrui pushed open the door and found the two of them closely entwined. I stepped out for just a moment, and how have your relationships changed so dramatically? Jiang He, feeling a bit bashful, released his brother and presented his flawless face to Jin Mingrui. Rui, my face has returned to its former glory. Jin Mingrui gazed at the excited Jiang He, sharing in his joy. She gently caressed Jiang He's cheek and remarked, your restored beauty is indeed a cause for celebration. Why don't we head to Huaihua Tower to commemorate this occasion? Huaihua Tower was a favored locale for the city's young gentlemen and ladies to indulge in flirtation. Upon hearing its name, a flush crept onto Jiang He's face. Jiang Hirui, intrigued, expressed a desire to witness the allure of his younger brother's visage. Let us go. I wish to bask in your radiance as well. This may not be appropriate. Jiang He hesitated. Yet Jin Mingrui insisted, pulling him along to change his attire. I do not mind. Why should you? As she held Jiang He's garments, she suddenly turned to him and said, Husband, I do not wish to reside in the Jiang manor. How about we seize this opportunity to leave? A gleam of anticipation sparkled in Jiang He's eyes. But soon he pondered their lack of resources for sustaining a household. Observing Jiang He's unease, Jiang Hirui retrieved a dusty box from a corner and handed it to him. Upon opening it, Jiang He discovered it brimming with silver notes, along with several pieces of gold and silver. This is my savings from years past. It is all yours. A relieved smile spread across Jiang He's face as he handed the box to Jin Mingrui. Rui, please keep this. Jin Mingrui surveyed her ample collection of dowry, raised an eyebrow, and glanced at Jiang He. Then I shall accept it. Unbeknownst to Jiang He, Jin Mingrui had employed some unseen magic, and the box vanished from his grasp in an instant. Jiang Hirui glanced outside at the waning light and urged, let us depart. If we linger, there will be no space left at Huaihua Tower. Very well, Jiang He replied. Chapter 20. The Flower Delight Pavilion clad in masculine attire. Jin Mingrui rode a spirited steed alongside Jiang He, observing the restoration of Jiang He's countenance. Jin Mingrui's smile radiated like that of one savoring a sweet confection. Their striking appearances were rare in the mortal realm, drawing the attention of passers-by, who whispered in awe, whose son is this, so remarkably handsome? Such allure is seldom found in our humble locale. He must surely hail from afar. Hearing the flattery from those nearby, Jiang Hirui promptly nudged Jiang He, exclaiming, Brother, did you hear that? They are praising you. Jiang He's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. He had always preferred to shy away from the public eye. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself being coaxed onto a magnificent horse, parading boldly down the street. Upon arriving at the Flower Delight Pavilion, the ethereal voice of a songstress wafted through the air even before they entered. Esteemed guests, shall you indulge in wine or seek accommodations? A young attendant hurried over to assist with the horses. Jin Mingrui gracefully dismounted, while Jiang He, inexperienced in riding, required Jin Mingrui's support to descend from the saddle. Please reserve us a private room of the finest quality, along with a guest room, Jin Mingrui instructed as he guided Jiang He inside. The attendant, observing the close bond between the two handsome youths, cast a knowing glance at Jin Mingrui, silently acknowledging their rapport. Right this way, esteemed guests, he beckoned, leading them into the Flower Delight Pavilion and calling out to the front desk, one exquisite private room and one guest room. This way, please. The waiter led Jin Mingrui and Jiang He to a private room on the second floor, where tranquility and elegance enveloped them. The two ordered their dishes, and as long as they refrained from calling for assistance, the staff would assuredly not intrude. Jin Mingrui discerned the implication behind his words and smiled gently, requesting him to bring forth the food and wine. In the room, a pot of blooming azaleas adorned the table, their crimson petals vivid as blood. The pair, accompanied by an ethereal presence, relished the delectable feast while listening to the enchanting voice of the singer on stage. In a moment of inspiration, Jin Mingrui set down her wine glass and declared, I learned a few dances in my previous life. Allow me to perform for you. The private room, situated on the second floor, was enclosed on three sides, with one side open to the viewing platform. Jin Mingrui's delicate form gracefully unfolded within the confined space, her enchanting movements captivating both her companions and drawing the attention of onlookers below. Jiang Hairui, however, was the least appreciative of such artistry. His greatest passion lay in indulging in wine, finding little worth in the twisting and turning of a dance, preferring the immediate gratification of his drink. Jiang He, amused yet silent, merely raised his cup to stifle his brother's comments. As the evening progressed and the wine flowed, the revelry continued unabated. Suddenly, Jin Mingrui noticed a gust of wind lifting the curtain of the opposite booth, causing it to billow ominously, as if something were attempting to emerge from within. A sense of unease washed over her. Setting down her glass, she exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Hairui, signaling him to look across. He understood her unspoken words. Brother, on my way here, I spotted an establishment offering exquisite daughter's red wine. Will you accompany me for a bowl? Jin Mingrui inquired, her concern evident. Are you all right here by yourself? Jiang He felt somewhat uneasy seeing Jin Mingrui alone in this place. You have witnessed her capabilities. Let us depart before that exquisite wine sells out. As Jiang Hairui spoke, he pulled Jiang He towards the exit. Descending from the private room, Jiang He collided with a man and a woman who hurriedly left the Huawei building without uttering an apology, their demeanor frantic. Once Jiang He exited the establishment, Jiang Hairui informed him to hasten, as the surroundings were tainted, filled with restless spirits. Grasping Jiang He's arm, he remarked, You lack her prowess in times of peril. Do you believe she would prioritize her safety over yours? Casting a glance at the bustling Huawei building, he suggested, If you are truly concerned, let us wait for her here. Jiang He nodded, and the pair, one living, one ghostly, sought refuge in a nearby tea house, which appeared peculiar, as such a grand establishment seemed to have materialized from thin air, unnoticed until now. Inside the Huawei building, every seat was occupied. Downstairs, the veiled dancers glided gracefully, eliciting collective admiration from the crowd. A knock echoed from the private room, yet the server had stated that once the dishes were served, they would refrain from intruding unless summoned. Jin Mingrui fixated on the door, listening to the sound of approaching footsteps. The server entered, carrying a pot of wine, followed closely by Jiang He. Rui, it is getting late. Let us finish our wine and retire for the evening. Jiang He's demeanor was peculiar. He tapped his feet on the ground, his gaze cast downward, speaking to himself with an impassive expression. What has become of this fellow? After a brief outing, he seemed to have lost his spirit, even having his corporeal form seized by a ghost. Who are you? Jin Mingrui sat upon a chair, utilizing her ethereal power to slam shut the door of the compartment, simultaneously forcefully separating the malevolent entity from Jiang He. The creature, rendered motionless under Jin Mingrui's control, found itself at her mercy as she embraced Jiang He's corporeal form, casting a cold glance at the fiend. It had deemed you a wretched spirit, compelling me to come forth to subdue you, even lending me this mortal vessel. At that moment, the demon transformed into a rather ordinary young man. His words dripped with deceit. Just as Jin Mingrui prepared to take action against the man, The door was abruptly flung open, and a female specter rushed in, wailing for mercy. "Heroine, spare us. We sought to covet your beautiful visage, employing this despicable sorcery. We beseech your forgiveness." Jin Mingrui regarded the two with an impassive expression. They were both earthbound spirits, having perished in this very location, who impersonated others to orchestrate their demise, thereby donning borrowed flesh to traverse the mortal realm. "Where's my husband?" Jin Mingrui inquired coldly. The two exchanged glances, then exited towards the adjacent ghostly tower. Jin Mingrui's face remained devoid of emotion as she observed them. The ghostly tower was a realm accessible only to the dead. Should a living soul enter and linger for more than 12 hours, it would inevitably transform into a spirit, rendering it as ethereal and elusive as Jiang Hirui. "Heroine, may we take our leave?" The two earthbound spirits trembled, kneeling upon the ground. Jin Mingrui gazed at the motionless Jiang He in her arms, allowing a chilling smile to emerge. "Let us depart." Just as the two spirits were about to retreat, numerous inky hands emerged from beneath them, dragging them deeper into the earth. Jin Mingrui lifted her gaze to the potted plant in the private room, approached it, and yanked it out with a sudden motion. The roots of the azalea were entwined with a shattered skull. Jin Mingrui summoned the attendant to settle the bill, instructing him to refund her room. "Esteemed guest, at this hour, it would be quite troublesome to seek accommodation elsewhere," the attendant replied. "Can you guess why I wish to vacate the room?" Jin Mingrui inquired. The attendant shook his head, aware that rooms at Huaihua Tower were notoriously difficult to secure, especially at such a late hour. Jin Mingrui handed the potted flower to the attendant and, cradling Jiang He, descended to settle the bill and check out. The attendant, perplexed, noticed the loose soil in the pot. As he dug deeper to investigate, he was startled, causing the pot to slip from his grasp and shatter upon the floor, revealing the skull that rolled to his feet. Chapter 21. The Tale of the Haunted Building, Part 1. Jiang He and Jiang Hirui arrived at the tea house, where a long corridor was adorned with a crimson carpet. The dim moonlight filtered through the windows, casting a series of white squares upon the carpet. At the end of the corridor stood an androgynous attendant, his hair adorned with a large red satin ribbon and a necklace of colorless beads draped across his chest. His pallid visage obscured any distinct features, save for his lips, which were painted a vivid red. "How fortuitous that you two esteemed guests have arrived. Please, come in." He beckoned with a voice that was sharp and thin, as if squeezed from his throat. He carried a lantern, swaying as he moved down the corridor, suggesting that he tread upon a bridge rather than a carpet. Just as Jiang He hesitated at the threshold, the attendant waved them forward, prompting Jiang Hirui to stride ahead without a second thought. "Brother," Jiang He called out, hastening to catch up with Jiang Hirui. The lights in the tea house suddenly illuminated one by one, transforming the dim corridor into a brilliantly lit passage. The attendant ambled forward, lantern in hand, while Jiang Hirui followed despondently behind, as if his soul had departed. Jiang He, feeling the peculiarity of the surroundings, hastily caught up and stood behind Jiang Hirui. As they passed through the grand hall, Jiang He nearly gasped in horror. In the center of the hall lay a coffin. Flanking the coffin were 2 rows of candles, seemingly just lit, with wax yet to drip down, resembling crimson fingers encircling the casket. Even more chilling was the coffin's orientation, its head facing the wall. This arrangement, with the head and tail of the coffin swapped, and the candles set in rows, clearly obstructed the escape route of the vengeful spirits. It suggested a deliberate intent to prevent the souls within from escaping, condemning them to eternal entrapment. This particular feng shui arrangement is referred to as Yin Candle Soul Sealing in literature. Startled, Jiang He stepped back, the surrounding white curtains fluttering in the breeze, revealing an empty painting hanging behind them. The canvas bore an indistinct line of text, while the blank areas seemed to signify something left unfulfilled. Thuds emanated from within the coffin, as if something sought to break free. Fearing that a ghastly figure with a green face and sharp fangs might suddenly emerge, he tried to urge Jiang Hirui to leave, only to witness the attendant opening a private room and beckoning Jiang Hirui inside. "Young master, come in for a cup of tea." With Jiang Hirui already stepping into the room, Jiang He gritted his teeth and followed suit. "Brother, this place feels ominous. There's even a coffin displayed in the hall. We must leave at once." Jiang He shook Jiang Hirui, only to find him collapsing rigidly to the ground. At that moment, Jiang He suddenly recalled the words of the servant who had just spoken, remarking on the serendipity of their arrival. This implied that the servant could perceive spirits, sending a shiver down Jiang He's spine. "Brother, wake up," he urged, shaking Jiang Hirui. but his elder sibling showed no sign of response. Jiang He rose and quietly creaked open the door slightly, only to witness a swirling mass of white apparitions outside. Before long, the tea house was filled with a cacophony of voices, all belonging to bizarre and grotesque beings. It was the first time Jiang He felt his hair stand on end, each strand distinct. He attempted to call out to Jiang Hirui, but overwhelming terror rendered him mute. Behind him, the door creaked open, revealing a kindly old woman who approached with a bowl of soup, her face alight with a smile. "Gentlemen, you have traveled far. Please, sit and enjoy a cup of tea." Jiang He's legs trembled uncontrollably, and he leaned against the wall for support. "And no, I'm not thirsty," he stammered. The old woman squinted her eyes and advanced step by step. "Young master, the journey ahead is still long. Stay and have a cup of tea." Jiang He shook his head vigorously, suddenly feeling the room distort as if he were being pushed forward by the walls. Just as he was about to collide with the old woman, the door swung wide open, revealing a figure who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Before Jiang He could utter the words, "Who are you?" he observed the old woman twist her neck unnaturally to gaze at the newcomer, an act that would surely break a normal person's neck. Yet, the old woman remained unharmed, cackling softly, "He is my person." As the man finished speaking, the floor began to shift. Originally, Jiang He could have easily stepped over to the man's side, but now it seemed as if an insurmountable distance of 1,000 fathoms lay between them. At that moment, Jiang Hirui awoke, gazing in terror at the bizarre surroundings. And in that instant, he unleashed nearly every curse he had ever known. "Brother!" Jiang He trembled as he shuffled closer to Jiang Hirui. "We must flee." Jiang Hirui grasped Jiang He's arm, propelling him towards the exit. Fortunately, an elderly woman was engaged in combat with a figure strikingly similar to Jiang He, leaving them with no time to spare. Seizing the opportunity, the two brothers dashed towards the doorway. Upon reaching the outside, they were confronted by monstrous, pale mounds of flesh looming to their right. Jiang He looked up to behold a grotesque creature with the head of a pig and the body of a man. With each step it took, the floor quivered beneath them. Overcome by fear, Jiang He faltered, causing both him and Jiang Hirui to tumble down the staircase. Jiang Hirui rose, dragging Jiang He along. The once ominous hall had transformed into a resplendent spectacle, where dozens of ethereal maidens in sheer garments danced enticingly upon the stage at the center. Yet, beneath their skirts, enormous foxtails flickered in and out of view. "They are all spirits," Jiang Hirui exclaimed, pulling Jiang He in search of an escape. He recognized this place as the Ghostly Tower, a spectral structure that shifted its location with the movements of the stars. To their dismay, it had suddenly materialized in the town today. Any soul that entered the Ghostly Tower would become a slave if they failed to escape before dawn, doomed to be eternally trapped within its confines. When Jiang Hirui had just passed away, he inadvertently wandered into the ghost tower. The proprietor of the tower possessed a soul-harboring lantern, which drew the spirits towards it, compelling them to follow the soul guide into the tower. Once they drank the Mengpa soup, they would forget their past lives and remain there, utterly devoted. The surroundings transformed incessantly. The longer one lingered in the ghost tower, the more one would become disoriented, unable to locate the entrance. Jiang Hirui clung to Jiang He, fleeing in all directions, yet they found themselves in the same spot repeatedly. Suddenly, a sharp sword flew from an unknown source and pierced the wall, filling the hall with the acrid scent of burning. Jiang Hirui glimpsed the moonlight streaming in and felt he had discovered the gateway to the outside world, yet it remained firmly shut. Just then, a hand gently nudged the door, and it swung open, revealing a corridor leading to the outside. Jiang Hirui turned to follow the hand's owner, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Jiang He. In a moment of urgency, in pursuit of the two, Jin Mingrui had possessed Jiang He's body to sense his whereabouts. However, upon confirming their location, she witnessed the ghostly matron preparing to strike at them. As the ghostly figure closed in, Jin Mingrui pushed Jiang He to restore his spirit's place. Aware of the ghost matron's formidable power, Jiang Hirui seized Jiang He and dashed towards the exit. Jin Mingrui closed the door behind them, her spirit energy coalescing into a blade, which she wielded to strike at the ghost matron, forcing her back 3 paces. The ghost matron howled at the assembly of spirits, and eerie screams echoed throughout the chambers. Jin Mingrui stood resolutely at the door, her hands forming intricate gestures as she chanted incantations. On the other side, after Jiang He returned to his senses, he felt as though he bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. With each step he took, his feet grew heavier. As he passed by the coffin, he noticed 2 rows of candles had already burned down to their midpoints. The growls emanating from within the coffin intensified as whatever lay inside grew increasingly restless, desperately banging against the coffin's walls, as if it were on the verge of breaking free. "Hurry," urged Jin Mingrui, pulling Jiang He along. The corridor ahead seemed interminable, stretching endlessly before them. Just as they were about to escape, Jiang He suddenly heard a soft voice calling his name from behind. Here, it was his mother's voice. "Brother, did you hear that?" The gentle tone seemed to drift down from the heavens. His mother had never called him so tenderly before. Amidst a sea of flowers, his mother stood among the blossoms, and his brother Jiang Mingrui was still alive, standing by her side. His little sister, Jiang Yinqing, had not departed either, and was waving at him. "Mother." As Jiang He approached, he realized he had shrunk to the size of a mere 3- or 4-year-old, which struck him as peculiar. "Come here." His mother's smile radiated warmth. Jiang He rushed into her embrace, and not far away, his father approached with a gentle smile. "Good boy, come. Let Daddy take you horseback riding." "I want to go too. Daddy always favors second brother." Jiang Yinqing clung to their father's leg, pouting. Their father lifted one child in each arm, gazing fondly at the three of them. "What can I say? Your second brother is both intelligent and sensible." Upon exiting the haunted building, they found themselves in an unfamiliar village. The location of the haunted house shifted with each passing moment, and Jin Mingrui would surely not be able to find a way out anytime soon. Chapter 22, Tales of the Haunted Building, Part 2. The white curtain hanging on the porch fluttered without a breeze, cascading down as if something were venting its pin-up fury by tearing it down. Behind the curtain, a bronze mirror dangled ominously. The aura of malice here was overwhelming, and the vengeful spirits trapped within the haunted building had long since merged with the mirror. At this moment, the bronze mirrors suspended from the beams came crashing down, filling the air with a cacophony of jarring metallic clatters. Jin Mingrui, wielding a sharp blade, stood amidst the throngs of apparitions, resembling a fierce beast ensnared in an army of ants, desperately roaring and struggling, yet still being gnawed and bitten, leaving her battered and bruised. Jiang He and the others must have departed by now. The chambers within the haunted building resembled coffins occupied by restless dead, each quivering incessantly, as if the entities within were poised to break free at any moment. Before her, an old ghostly woman twisted her body, the sound of cracking bones echoing through the air. The decrepit hands of the ghostly figure beat against her own legs, while her disheveled hair seemed to grow outward in all directions, declaring, "You cannot escape. Stay and keep me company." Jin Mingrui recited the golden light incantation, layers of protective formations coiling around her feet. 3 youthful figures, seated in meditation around the ghostly woman, clutched their talismans, murmuring incantations. Suddenly, one of the girls in red collapsed onto the ground, her shoulders heaving, her emaciated feet grotesquely contorted beside her neck. In an instant, the once ample form of the girl shriveled, as if her very life force had been siphoned away. "It is the sacrificial art of the ghost clan." Jin Mingrui was taken aback, as the ghostly matron before her was drawing upon the spiritual energy of the surrounding apparitions. Witnessing the sudden surge of power from the matron, Jin Mingrui, whose own energy was sealed at 90%, was filled with dread. It seemed evident that the adversary had received guidance from someone within the ghost clan, for it was impossible to master such nefarious arts without assistance. Countless spirits surged from all directions, and the matron, gathering strength, lunged fiercely at Jin Mingrui. With her sharp fingers, she tore through the protective formations, and as the barriers crumbled, an uncountable number of phantoms descended upon Jin Mingrui, overwhelming her beneath their vengeful presence. The spirits multiplied, enveloping the entire hall in an inescapable aura of resentment. Jin Mingrui's garments were shredded to tatters by the grasping hands of the ghosts, and though she fought valiantly, dispatching a few, an endless tide of apparitions continued to emerge, as if they could never be vanquished. "To exert such effort in capturing you, you must consider yourself fortunate," the matron proclaimed with a triumphant laugh, standing in the center of the hall. "Is this all your strength?" Suddenly, flames erupted around Jin Mingrui, and the spirits pressing upon her were seared by the blaze, igniting one after another like kindling. They scattered in terror, as the flames illuminated the hall with a brightness akin to daylight. The matron struggled momentarily before succumbing entirely. Jin Mingrui drew forth the blazing knife, and the matron's form dwindled, transforming into a palm-sized skull that tumbled to the ground. As the matron's spirit dispersed, the once resplendent banquet hall morphed into a chilling mortuary. The 2 rows of candles beside the coffin extinguished abruptly, and the coffin, which had previously trembled, now lay in eerie stillness. The surrounding drapes transformed into soul-calling banners, swaying without a breeze. Such a fierce temper you possess, esteemed guest. The sharpness of the voice was quite nauseating. Jin Mingrui gazed at the attendant holding the guiding lantern, gripping the blazing knife tightly, convinced that he was the true master of this haunted building. The attendant smiled, his obsidian eyes fixed upon Jin Mingrui. Indeed, flames ignited, consuming a blank painting, and to her astonishment, the attendant's garments began to burn as well, yet he seemed indifferent, allowing the fire to engulf him. "Do you have a cup of tea, my lady?" The attendant waved the guiding lantern in his hand, and in an instant, the previously chaotic haunted house transformed into a pristine state. Moreover, the surrounding floors, walls, and furniture shifted and rearranged, and in the blink of an eye, the place morphed into a tea room. Chapter 23, Tales of the Haunted House, Part 3. "What are you up to, my lady?" The male specter squinted at Jin Mingrui, his expression devoid of the earlier pitiable demeanor. Jin Mingrui thrust the blazing knife towards the apparition, but the man dissipated into a wisp of black smoke, and laughter echoed from the coffin. The space within the coffin was surprisingly vast. Jin Mingrui attempted to sit up, feeling around the interior for an exit. "Stay here. Become my wife," the man uttered in an authoritative tone. As Jin Mingrui traced her fingers over a line of small characters, resembling a string of runes, she contemplated. "It is truly remarkable that you have cultivated to such an extent. Why not remain here, and we shall be a pair of celestial lovers? What is your relationship with that soul guide?" Jin Mingrui inquired, all the while lingering over the inscriptions on the coffin, buying time. She surmised that the man was one of the trapped spirits, for the ghostly clan would not conceal themselves in their own abode. He must be deceiving himself by promising to stay. If he agrees, a connection with the haunted building will be established, making escape exceedingly difficult. Outside, an inexplicable silence has descended. As Jin Mingrui deciphered the inscription on the coffin, time is irreversible, years are unfathomable. Only the gentle breeze and bright moon can transform the earthly realm into a paradise. What does this mean? Jin Mingrui discovered a mechanism within the coffin, and the atmosphere outside grew restless once more. "Master, she is inside." Indeed, this male specter is a soul under the command of the soul guide. "Well done, master. Could you?" "Ah!" A chilling scream echoed from outside. "Open the coffin." Sensing their imminent approach, Jin Mingrui activated the mechanism, and a golden fragment fell from within the coffin. With a narrow opening now visible, she concealed the fragment, utilizing a technique to suppress her presence and obscure her figure. "Where is she?" The little ghost inspecting the coffin found it empty and hastily knelt, pleading for mercy while insisting there was no one inside. Jin Mingrui emerged from the coffin, witnessing the male specter being devoured by darkness, collapsing to the ground, on the verge of vanishing. The soul guide, having been burned, now had patches of skin peeling away, revealing the ominous energy within. "Useless wretches, search for her immediately." The soul guide crushed the little ghost's skull underfoot, causing the surrounding spirits to tremble in fear as they frantically sought Jin Mingrui's whereabouts. Perhaps sensing the aura of the soul lantern, the soul guide advanced toward Jin Mingrui. Jin Mingrui cast a cautious glance at the coffin, delicately placing the guiding soul lantern within. The soul guide indeed sought the light and slipped into the coffin. As it half entered, Jin Mingrui forcefully kicked it inside, yanked a hanging painting from the wall, ignited it, and tossed it into the coffin as well. She swiftly pulled down the coffin lid, igniting the candles on either side with the blazing sword in her hand. The entire sequence of actions flowed seamlessly. Jin Mingrui tore away a few scant pieces of fabric from her attire, crafting a demon-subduing talisman that she pressed upon the coffin. Inside, the soul guide thrashed desperately, threatening her with death. "Otherwise, I shall ensure your demise alongside mine." The surrounding spirits stirred restlessly, and Jin Mingrui, gripping her flame sword, remained vigilant. At that moment, the crowing of a rooster echoed from outside, a sliver of dawn light piercing through the window. Morning had arrived. None of you shall escape. The soul guide emitted a chilling laugh from within the coffin. As the spirits encountered the sunlight, they each fled into the copper mirror. The once crowded hall fell into an eerie silence. Jin Mingrui attempted to approach the exit, only to find it transformed into an impenetrable wall. Why has this occurred? The soul guide's laughter faded within the coffin. Upon opening it, Jin Mingrui discovered that it had been reduced to ashes, while the guiding lantern remained unscathed. Am I truly unable to escape? Just as she contemplated retrieving the lantern, she discerned, amidst the ashes of the burned painting, the faint depiction of the ascension of souls. One side illustrated the guiding bodhisattva, accompanied by a youthful woman. Next to the woman, a single character was inscribed, Moon. As the sun gradually ascended, the haunted edifice lay in eerie silence. Jin Mingrui retrieved the golden fragments that had fallen from the coffin, and distant memories began to flow into her mind through the shards in her hands. Gazing through the fragments, she beheld a woman, drenched in blood, dancing beneath the moonlight, surrounded by a heap of corpses, with restless souls lingering everywhere. The woman moved gracefully, akin to the blooming lotus at the feet of the Buddha amidst this desolate wilderness. Was this not the dance she had learned in her lifetime? The very dance imparted to her by her mother. The woman unfurled her long, raven hair, twirling with a silken ribbon, while the gentle breeze caressed her face. As she gazed at the luminous moon, a faint smile graced her lips, and a solitary tear fell, a sign that the ghostly kin would weep upon their demise. In an instant, her figure transformed into a crimson azalea, melding into the gentle breeze and bright moonlight. These fragments contained but these memories. Jin Mingrui clutched the shards, pondering deeply. It seemed that the ghost had begun to appear since she had performed that dance. Since escape was not imminent, she decided to dance once more to see what might transpire. Lifting her tattered skirt, she emulated the woman's steps and began to dance. After a while, she noticed that others had joined in, playing music in harmony with her movements. Soon, thunderous applause erupted around her, yet no specter was visible. Upon concluding her dance, Jin Mingrui halted and observed a colossal formation materializing beneath her feet. Only the gentle breeze and bright moon transformed the realm into an ethereal paradise. Reciting the words inscribed on the coffin, Jin Mingrui took out the shards and infused them with her spiritual energy. The fragments emitted a blinding radiance, reminiscent of the moon, while the wind swept through the haunted building, causing crimson azaleas to fall within. The blinding radiance rendered one unable to open their eyes. As the brilliance receded, Jin Mingrui beheld a path adorned with red flowers before her. Could this be the road leading to the outside world? As she stepped onto the path, the figure of her mother materialized at its end, as beautiful as she had been in life. Her mother had long since passed away, and this ghostly edifice seemed to be intruding upon her memories. Jin Mingrui took a step back, her blazing knife trembling in her grasp, and lowered her gaze to see the knife pressing against the life talisman at her waist. How could she have forgotten this object? The life talisman could guide her through the three realms. Grasping the talisman, Jin Mingrui suddenly perceived clarity before her. When she looked down at the shard in her hand, she realized it was a fragment of a bronze mirror. Turning her gaze back to the coffin, she saw a corpse that had been dead for countless years lying within. The thought of having just been inside sent waves of nausea through her stomach. Finding an exit was imperative. As Jin Mingrui searched for a way out, she discovered that the exit lay beneath the corpse. Gazing at the body, she recalled the legends of the ghostly clan's resurrection, yet this corpse appeared undeniably lifeless. Fortunately, the method of escape was documented in her readings. Jin Mingrui retrieved the bronze mirror from the ghost's hand and used it to alter the array controlling the ghostly edifice. The illusions within the ghost tower dissipated, and as she departed, Jin Mingrui took the guiding lantern with her, recognizing its perilous nature if left in the mortal realm. Upon exiting the ghost tower, she was taken aback to find herself in an expanse of desolate snowfields. This location was over 2,000 kilometers from Sleep City. Even with non-stop flight, it would require 3 days and nights to reach. With a sigh, Jin Mingrui produced a flying talisman and, braving the frigid winds, soared swiftly into the sky. Next time I encounter that haunted building, I shall ensure it is reduced to naught but rubble. Chapter 24. A decade of illusions since parting ways with the haunted edifice. 2 days have elapsed, and these days have been fraught with trepidation for Jiang Hairui. On that fateful day, Jiang Hairui departed the haunted building with Jiang He, who had succumbed to a deep slumber within a realm of illusion. Jiang Hairui originally intended to find a secluded haven for him to await Jin Mingrui's arrival, but upon reaching a dilapidated temple with Jiang He's unconscious form, he encountered an unscrupulous madam intent on trafficking souls. The madam, recognizing Jiang He's exceptional beauty and finding him alone and unconscious in the wilderness, harbored sinister intentions to abduct him and deliver him to a brothel. Jiang Hairui was filled with fury and desperation, yet what could a mere ghost do besides instill fear? He could only watch helplessly as Jiang He was taken into the flower house by the madam. In Jiang He's dream, he had been indulged throughout his life. In this home, if he desired anything, even the moon from the heavens, his parents would procure a ladder to retrieve it for him. The sole dissatisfaction lay in the fact that he had reached the age of marriage, yet he found the maidens lacking in beauty. His elder brother approached him today. bearing a jug of wine for a heartfelt conversation. Jiang He languidly sat on the swing, plucking flowers from beside him and cradling them in his arms. Shaking his head lightly, he declined the wine offered by his brother, stating, "I cannot articulate it. It simply feels amiss." His brother, brow furrowed, raised his cup and drained it in one gulp before turning to Jiang He with a suggestion, "Perhaps you should consider marrying someone to keep at home. Otherwise, I truly cannot withstand our mother's expectations any longer." Jiang He halted his delicate task of flower picking, gathering the blossoms cradled in his arms, and casting a sidelong glance at his brother. "I do not wish to marry. Why must you compel me to take a wife? Can I not thrive alone?" His brother, resigned, lowered his head, preparing to depart when a gust of wind scattered the flowers he held. "Brother, I have an inexplicable feeling that there is a girl waiting for me. That girl is out there, as long as you utter her name. I would exhaust my fortune to find her for you." Jiang He gazed at the flowers illuminated by the sun, a silhouette emerging in his mind. She leaned close and whispered, "Jiang He, I adore you." "Who is she?" The old matriarch had sent someone with several plates of pastries. A maid, holding chopsticks, brought them to her lips, savoring the sweet, candied fruits, a wave of inexplicable sorrow washing over him. "Second young master, what troubles you?" someone inquired. "Bring me a glass of water." The maid set aside the sweets and presented some tea instead. It felt as though a void had opened within him. An unsettling sense that this life of luxury and abundance was but an illusion. Had he perhaps been bewitched? In his days, Jiang He glimpsed that vivid figure beside him once more. At times, she smiled at him. At others, she danced or playfully lingered beneath the bed. If only she were my wife, how splendid that would be. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his palm. Looking down, he noticed an inexplicable force had scratched him, leaving a stinging mark that vaguely resembled the character for Rui. "Rui," Jiang He murmured, and the figure from his dreams grew increasingly clear. Her breathtaking visage materialized before him, her radiant smile causing his heart to nearly cease. "Jiang He, I adore you." Jiang He suddenly opened his eyes, and everything around him was in a state of constant flux. The surrounding villas, the ground beneath his feet, the flowers at his side, even the garments he wore were transforming. He felt a sinking sensation, as if he had been transported to another realm. Within the flower tower, Jiang Hairui was in a state of frantic concern. While the madam noticed that Jiang He was immobile, she summoned someone to change his clothing and laid him upon the bed, informing the guests outside that he was of a fiery temperament and unwilling to serve, having been given a narcotic. For a sufficient fee, they could enjoy his first night. Jiang He opened his eyes and raised his hand, examining his palm. "You have finally awakened," Jiang Hairui exclaimed, seizing him to depart. "Brother, where are we?" Jiang He rubbed his eyes, reality intertwining with dreams, his head throbbing painfully. "We must leave quickly, or you will be in peril." Jiang He felt bewildered, his astonishment deepening as he beheld Jiang Hairui's semi-transparent form. "Brother," as he reached out, his fingers passed through Jiang Hairui's body, and a torrent of suppressed memories surged forth, overwhelming him. Jiang He clutched his head, collapsing to the ground in agony. The commotion within the room attracted the madam's attention. Upon entering, she noticed Jiang He had awakened, his eyes shimmering with golden light. "Young master, you are awake," she remarked. "What do you intend to do?" Before Jiang He could rise, he was pinned to the ground by several thugs. The madam approached him, lifting his chin with her hand, scrutinizing the beautiful youth before her. "Very well. If you heed my words, I assure you, you will live here as comfortably as a wealthy young master. However, should you defy me," the madam, upon reaching this point, let out a cold snort and signaled to the thug beside her. The thug, wielding a whip, approached Jiang He. "I have dealt with many fiery beauties like you. Should you choose to disobey, I assure you, your existence will be worse than death." At this moment, Jiang He still bore the demeanor of a wealthy young master from a dream, yet his years of observing and surviving had rendered him unusually composed. Jiang Hairui surveyed the surroundings. They were surrounded by numerous henchmen, and with only himself and Jiang He, a man and a ghost, they stood no chance of escape. "Brother, Jin Mingrui will surely come looking for you. For now, agree to her demands, and we shall devise a plan." Seeing Jiang Hairui's silence, the madam mistakenly assumed he was mute and stepped forward to probe Jiang He's physique, checking if he was whole. Suddenly, Jiang He spoke. "I am afflicted with a deadly poison and shall not live long. I had intended to die outside, yet I find myself facing humiliation in my final moments. If it is money you seek, name your price, and I shall provide it." Jiang He's calm demeanor convinced those around him that he was indeed gravely ill. The thug, fearing the contagion of such an ailment, released his grip and wiped his hands on his sleeves. Jiang He rose from the ground, dusting himself off, and discovered that his silver was missing, likely taken while he was unconscious. The madam extended a finger, inquiring, "Can you muster this amount?" Jiang He reclined on the bed, casually crossing his legs. Before he could respond, the madam impatiently declared, "I am speaking of 1,000 taels of silver. In affluent households, acquiring a beautiful concubine typically costs no more than 200 taels of silver. Even the esteemed courtesans of the flower houses can be redeemed for merely 500 taels. The price for a minor official is even more modest, with a dying young master worth merely 1,000 taels. Surely, no one would engage in such a losing venture." A disdainful smile played upon Jiang He's lips as he mused, "Is this truly my worth?" The madam, observing Jiang He's commanding presence, speculated that he was indeed a pampered young master, potentially capable of yielding a handsome profit. "Young master, may I inquire as to your own worth?" Jiang He cast a glance at Jiang Hairui and nonchalantly replied, 100,000 taels. "Pardon?" The madam suspected she had misheard. With unhurried composure, Jiang He reiterated, 100,000 taels, in gold. Chapter 25. A near disgrace in the brothel. 100,000 taels of gold. Such a sum in a remote Jiangnan town, where the collective wealth of all the prosperous merchants scarcely amounted to that figure, or even a tenth of it. How could a dying man possibly be valued at such an exorbitant price? Jiang He regarded the assembly with increasing impatience. The total worth of the maidens in your establishment throughout the year could hardly reach that amount. Yet, I assure you, a simple letter to my wife will summon 100,000 taels of gold. Which family do you represent, young master? I am the second young master of the Jiang family, Jiang He declared, propping himself against a pillow. My abode is replete with treasures beyond measure. The madam scrutinized Jiang He before her, recalling the rumors that the second young master of the Jiang family had been disfigured. How could this delicate young gentleman possibly be the second young master? Furthermore, how could the Jiang family ever produce 100,000 taels of gold? Jiang He gazed at the brothel keeper whose hand was poised to strike his face, lowering his eyes in contemplation for a moment. He then raised his gaze with a gentle smile directed at her. Since you are aware of the Jiang family, you must also know that my wife hails from immense wealth. The Nanyang golden pearl she casually gifted to my grandmother is worth a fortune. Shouldn't I, as her husband, be deemed worthy of gifts that surpass even those she gives away so easily? Noticing the brothel keeper's hesitation, Jiang He continued, If I were truly as despicable as the rumors suggest, how could I have captured my wife's heart? Of course, if you doubt my words, feel free to offer me to your guests. I am already gravely ill, with little time left to live. Dying here would be inconsequential. However, I do wonder what expression my wife would wear upon learning of my demise in your establishment. At this point, Jiang He feigned a severe cough, leaning against the bed. The brothel keeper hesitated, reluctant to act impulsively. Considering your frail condition, you wouldn't fetch much. But should you indeed manage to secure 100,000 taels of gold for me, I shall ensure that no one lays a finger on you. Conversely, if you speak falsely, I am not one to be trifled with. With that, she inquired how he planned to procure the 100,000 taels of gold. Jiang He glanced at the paper and ink nearby, bracing himself as he moved to the writing desk. He inscribed a character for yen, followed by a note indicating his dire situation and the urgent need for 100,000 taels of gold. Why are you writing to someone named Yen when your surname is not Jiang? Jiang He tucked away the letter and picked up a fire starter, igniting the note in his hand. I made an error, he thought, hastily rewriting it. Do not attempt any tricks. As he silently invoked the name of the King of Hell, he watched the envelope burn to ashes, a gust of wind swirling within the room, scattering the remnants. Yama once advised himself that should he encounter any difficulties, he could burn a letter to him. If he could assist, he would promptly take action. Jiang Hairui sensed a peculiar disturbance around him. Brother, since when have you mastered any sorcery? Jiang He glanced at Jiang Hairui with a subtle smile. What sorcery is this? The madam observed Jiang He conversing with the air, and the eerie ashes in the room made her heart skip a beat. Who are you speaking to? My brother. Jiang He replied with an air of nonchalance. The madam, gazing at the empty surroundings, pondered whether this individual had lost his sanity. Jiang Hairui floated within the room, shivering involuntarily as he passed through the body of a henchman. Jiang He began composing a letter, requesting a ransom of 100,000 taels of gold for a person's release. Just as Jiang He was nearing the completion of the letter, a maid rushed in from downstairs. informing him that it was inconvenient to retrieve the sum of 100,000 taels and that someone from the household needed to collect it in person. Before the letter could even be dispatched, the ransom was hastily delivered, leaving Jiang He an enigmatic figure. "What sorcery have you employed?" the madam inquired, retreating while questioning Jiang He. The commotion from downstairs escalated, and with determination, the madam instructed her subordinates to conceal Jiang He. Her thoughts fixated on the 100,000 taels of gold. She boldly ventured to meet Yama. Jiang He's captors led him to a small, dimly lit room. Jiang Hirue shook his head at the madam's audacity. Daring to demand Yama's gold was truly reckless. After all, 100,000 taels of gold was a tempting sight for anyone. Jiang He blew the dust off the chair and sat down. The small black room offered little in the way of sound insulation. Jiang He overheard a voice from outside, declaring, 100,000 taels of gold weighs 1,000 pounds. It cannot be transported in haste. If you do not send someone to retrieve it, I shall hire individuals for the task. I fear that the commotion may alert the bandits and lead to unnecessary troubles. Such an eloquent tone could only belong to Yinru. My lord. We also accept banknotes here. Banknotes. Aren't you concerned that, when the time comes to spend them, I might send someone to lie in wait at the bank? As long as my husband is well, matters concerning money can be discussed. At the sound of Jin Mingrui's voice, Jiang He sprang to his feet, filled with excitement. Yet, in the surrounding darkness, he could only hear her voice without catching sight of her. Ru'er, it is you. You have escaped. The absurdity of a man being captured for sale seemed almost laughable, akin to a malevolent spirit marrying a mortal. Yet, it had indeed transpired. They demanded a ransom of 100,000 taels of gold. How ludicrous. Fortunately, he had changed into a different set of clothes along the way. Otherwise, the tattered garments he had worn would hardly suggest a wealth of that magnitude. Bring forth whatever amount you have at present. Hasten to produce the money, or I cannot guarantee his safety. The old matron remained blissfully unaware of the imminent peril she faced, brazenly demanding payment. Given your attire, surely you can manage to present at least 10,000 taels of silver. Yinru cast a glance at Jin Mingrui, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What do you suppose my little sister could fetch? Yinru could not resist making a jest. The madam scrutinized Jin Mingrui's appearance, calculating in her mind that she was a rare beauty. Even if taken to the capital, she would surely gain notoriety there, and money would not be a concern. Jin Mingrui tossed a certain amount of gold to the madam and stated, I shall take a glance at my husband. If he is unharmed, I guarantee the remaining gold will follow. The madam, holding the gold and biting it to confirm its authenticity, smiled broadly, her face wrinkled with delight. Very well, you may have a look. The madam instructed her henchman to escort Jin Mingrui away, while she asked Yinru to wait. She thought to herself that a mere girl could not cause any trouble. Yinru wore an expression of amusement as he observed Jin Mingrui. Jin Mingrui was led into a dimly lit small room, where Jiang He, upon seeing her, momentarily struggled to recognize her. Although they had only been apart for 2 days in reality, in the realm of dreams, it had felt like a decade, rendering their reunion as awkward as their first encounter. Jiang He gazed at Jin Mingrui, somewhat entranced. Jin Mingrui uttered his name, relief washing over her as she saw he was unharmed. It is good that you are well. Be careful, Jiang Hirue cautioned. Jin Mingrui brandished a knife to fend off the madam's henchman, swiftly twisting his wrist until it snapped. 100,000 taels of gold is not enough. Must they also covet my life? The madam was taken aback by Jin Mingrui's prowess. How can a girl possess such martial skills? How else could I defend myself? Jin Mingrui retorted. Jin Mingrui, with a swift kick, struck the brothel keeper beneath the chin, sending her sprawling to the ground. The remaining thugs, startled, recoiled in fear. Yet escape was futile. Jin Mingrui deftly positioned herself to block their retreat, dispatching each of them with a single kick. As Jin Mingrui grasped Jiang He's hand, his heart raced wildly within his chest. Let us find an inn to rest, she suggested. Are we sharing a room? Jiang He gazed at Jin Mingrui's enchanting form, marveling at the fortune of marrying such a stunning beauty, causing the ground beneath him to feel unsteady. Jin Mingrui, distracted by Jiang He's presence, stumbled upon a bench and fell into his embrace. As Jiang He's fingertips brushed against softness, a rush of warmth surged through him. Let us go. Chapter 26. The malicious king of hell. Never could he have anticipated that the king of hell would escort him to a flower house for revelry. With a lavish spread of food and drink before them, the king regarded Jin Mingrui's tattered garments, instructing the attendants to assist her in redoing her hair and makeup. What on earth is this all about? Jin Mingrui inquired, suppressing her frustration as she confronted the king. The flower house buzzed with excitement. News of a newly arrived beauty had patrons clamoring for an evening of indulgence, while the brothel keeper, pocketing silver coins, grinned broadly. The king cast a knowing glance at Jin Mingrui, teasingly asking, "Would you care to indulge in the experience? I shall cover the expenses." Jin Mingrui surveyed the establishment, noticing not only the youthful women who could entice with their charm, but also a bevy of delicate figures, their eyes brimming with allure. "No, let us simply dine." The king of the underworld expressed a hint of regret as he poured a drink for Jin Mingrui, suggesting it might suit her taste. Sensing the underlying meaning in his words, Jin Mingrui extended her spiritual awareness and discovered that Jiang He was indeed bound to a bed, awaiting others' enjoyment. Her beautiful eyes flared with anger. "You know my current predicament, yet you still engage in such antics. I brought you here, did I not?" The king of the underworld wrapped his arm around the waist of the lovely woman beside him, observing Jin Mingrui with a playful countenance. "If you dare to act this way again, our brotherhood shall be in jeopardy." Jin Mingrui slammed down her cup and stormed toward the room where Jiang He was imprisoned. The madam, initially taken aback by the stunning beauty before her, quickly donned a smile to block Jin Mingrui's path. "My dear, why the haste? To see the fair maiden requires 5 taels of silver. Step aside." Jin Mingrui drew her knife, pressing it against the madam's neck before forcefully kicking the door open, revealing Jiang He tightly bound within. "What do you think you're doing? Beware, or you shall regret it." The madam threatened, but Jin Mingrui scoffed, poised to take action. The king of the underworld followed closely behind, his voice low and ominous. "Are you truly intending to commit murder in my presence?" Jin Mingrui quelled her fury, replacing it with a gentle smile. "I was merely jesting with the madam. I hope you won't take offense." With that, she produced a gold ingot and handed it to the madam, adding, "I hope you might grant me a favor." Upon seeing the gold, the madam's eyes sparkled with greed. She glanced at the tightly bound Jiang He, grinning widely. "Why the rush, my dear? Once the bidding begins downstairs, whoever wins shall naturally claim the maiden." Jin Mingrui lowered her gaze, concealing the murderous intent within, and spoke to the brothel keeper, "You may as well state your price. I shall redeem this young master." The brothel keeper, observing Jiang He and recalling his claim of being worth 100,000 taels of gold, noted the urgency in the young lady's demeanor towards him. She speculated that the girl might be Jiang He's wife. "Seeing how deeply you care for him, let us say 100,000 taels of gold. Can you procure such an amount?" The surrounding crowd gasped at this exorbitant sum, wondering if the brothel keeper had truly lost her sanity by demanding such a fortune. Jin Mingrui turned to Yin Wang. "Brother, did you not promise to assist me with the funds?" Yin Wang chuckled lightly, realizing that his casual remark had ignited unforeseen consequences. 100,000? Is this matron truly insisting on such a sum? The brothel keeper, sensing the possibility of securing the full amount, firmly affirmed, "Indeed. It is 100,000 taels of gold. If the young master can produce it, I shall release him." Yin Wang's expression tinged with displeasure. Human greed knows no bounds. However, since she had made her demand, he was confident in his ability to meet it, provided the brothel keeper remained alive to receive it. "Very well, wait a moment. I shall send someone to deliver the money to you." The brothel keeper, astonished by her sudden fortune, beamed with delight and promptly instructed the young lady to entertain Yin Wang. "May we release him now?" Jin Mingrui reminded the brothel keeper. The matron, considering the girl's apparent fragility, doubted her ability to pose any threat and commanded her men to untie Jiang He, allowing him to stand beside Jin Mingrui. Jiang He gazed at Jin Mingrui, reflecting on the fleeting 2 days in the mortal realm and the 10 years in the dreamscape. Their reunion felt like an eternity. "Are you well?" Jin Mingrui gently massaged his painfully bound shoulders. Jiang He, observing Jin Mingrui's kindness towards him, couldn't help but smile. Despite the circumstances, how could one not find joy in the presence of such a beautiful soul? "As long as you're safe," he remarked. During their conversation, the king of hell had already instructed his minions to disguise themselves as humans, transporting box after box of gold into the brothel. The madam, trembling with excitement, touched the gold with trembling hands, her face beaming with delight. "It's all mine." The king of hell stood with his hands behind his back, squinting his eyes. "Look, mother, 100,000 taels of gold are here. May I take the people now?" "Very well, the people are yours." The madam instructed her subordinates to carry the gold boxes down. Amidst the crowd, someone remarked, "Daring to accept the king of hell's money? Truly reckless." Inside the room, Jin Mingrui waved her hand, shedding their garments. "Ahi, Let us depart. All right. A voice chimed in. Who dares to claim that a man of stature should be rescued by a woman? Jiang Hirui floated in through the window, sunlight streaming through his translucent figure. Casting a disapproving gaze at Jiang He. Jiang He blushed at the remark. I admit my fault. To recognize and amend one's mistakes is a virtue of the highest order. Jiang Hirui recited. Jin Mingrui sensed a commotion outside and opened the window to see a group of officials approaching. Jiang Hirui explained. The Jiang family discovered your absence and has been searching high and low. I wrote a letter to the authorities claiming you were here, and to my surprise, they indeed sent someone to investigate. As the constables approached, Jiang Hirui glanced at Jiang He and Jin Mingrui, his sister-in-law. If this matter were to spread, it would likely become a source of ridicule. It would be wise for you to leave and avoid the storm, he advised. Jiang Hirui's reasoning held merit, and Jin Mingrui took Jiang He away. After handing over the gold to the brothel keeper, the king of hell turned and departed. The brothel keeper, filled with delight, entered her quarters, caressing the gleaming gold. Suddenly, a plume of black smoke erupted from the gold. She picked up a piece in her hand, only to find that the once heavy silver had turned weightless. Startled, she widened her eyes, biting into the gold, only to find her mouth filled with paper ash. My gold, my gold. That afternoon, a strange tale circulated through the streets. The constables uncovered the brothel keeper's years of human trafficking, only to discover her lifeless body in her own storeroom. In her final moments, she clutched a bar of paper gold, a smile lingering on her lips. Chapter 27. Did not remember these matters after bidding farewell to Jiang City, they journeyed south for several miles. As night fell, the treacherous mountain paths became increasingly difficult to traverse. Fortunately, they stumbled upon a dilapidated temple of the Moon Elder nestled on the mountainside. Although in disrepair, it offered some shelter from the impending rain. The two humans and one ghost decided to rest there for the time being. The cold mountain night sent shivers through their bones. Jin Mingrui gathered some firewood and built a small fire, leaning against Jiang He, who soon drifted into slumber. Jiang Hirui, weary from the past few days, transformed into a wisp of smoke and rested upon a beam. The rain outside created a cacophony, prompting Jiang He to add more wood to the fire as he gazed out at the downpour. A gust of wind swept in, causing the flames to flicker. Jiang He used his sleeve to shield Jin Mingrui from the biting wind. Behind, the worn statue of the deity of marriage emitted a faint glow as a man, resembling a peach blossom, emerged from within. The moment the deity descended, petals of peach blossoms began to fall around them. Jiang He gazed down at Jin Mingrui, his heart likely surmising the deity's intent. You brought him to my side, did you not? The deity stood behind Jiang He, wearing an enigmatic smile. Indeed. It was regrettable that this child did not exhibit the rumored ferocity. Leaning down with a hint of sorrow, the deity observed Jin Mingrui's slumbering profile, contemplating. If I were to reveal that it was you who caused Li Yu's death, and that his demise was also your doing, do you think he would still regard you so kindly? Jiang He looked at the deity, a surge of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Jin Mingrui was awakened by their conversation, her drowsy eyes fixating on Jiang He. Ahi, as she prepared to drape her outer garment over him. She noticed the deity leaning in to scrutinize her, instantly dispelling her sleepiness. With a beaming smile, she addressed the deity, forgive my rudeness. I pay my respects to the esteemed moon god. With that, she knelt on the ground in reverence. The deity maintained his enigmatic smile, raising a hand to assist Jin Mingrui. There is no need for such formalities between us. That cannot be, for without your guidance to seek out Jiang He, I would not have found such a splendid companion. Jin Mingrui replied, her laughter sweet and melodious. Leaning closer to the deity, she whispered, my cultivation has significantly improved due to the infusion of his celestial energy. Jiang He's expression darkened. The deity, observing Jin Mingrui's eyes filled with admiration and gratitude, lowered his gaze to conceal his own feelings of shame. Jin Mingrui retrieved a fruit from her bosom and offered it to the Moon Elder, saying, I picked this from a tree on my way here, to give it a taste. As Jin Mingrui procured another fruit for Jiang He, she bit into the green one she held. The Moon Elder, clutching the fruit, looked up at Jin Mingrui and inquired, do you still remember the events of your past life? Indeed. What would you like to know, Lord of the Moon? Jin Mingrui swallowed the tart fruit, suppressing the turmoil within her, and endeavored to maintain a serene expression as she gazed at the Moon Elder. It is said that those who die with grievances become spirits. What, then, is the reason that after many years of passing, your resentment remains unresolved, transforming you instead into a vengeful spirit? Under the Moon Elder's intense scrutiny, Jin Mingrui's eyes momentarily turned crimson, and a chilling aura enveloped her as the droplets of water cascading from the eaves froze, plummeting to the ground despite her efforts to contain herself. Jin Mingrui regarded the Moon Elder, and after a few breaths, her eyes reverted to their original dark hue, though the emptiness within them was heart-wrenching. These are merely trivial matters. It is my own inability to comprehend them that has led to my obsession, and in death, it has morphed into resentment, ensnaring myself. She continued to observe the moon deity, aware that such deities harbor no benevolent intentions. It was merely that, during my demise, the person who sought to restrain me called upon a woman for assistance. I acknowledge that in my previous life, I was cruel and tyrannical, and countless souls perished by my blade. My execution was indeed a consequence of my actions, yet I cannot shake the disquiet within me. The moon deity fixed his gaze upon Jin Mingrui, recognizing that she was cursed by the heavenly realm. Should she defy their will, her spirit would be shattered. Was it solely because of that woman? Indeed. Jin Mingrui furrowed her brow slightly, perhaps recalling that person, though her memory had faded. It was I who killed you. She gazed at Jiang He, attempting to recollect, and finally uttered a soft "oh." Observing her indifferent demeanor, Jiang He grasped her shoulders and reiterated, "It was I who killed you." "Oh, it seems to be you," Jin Mingrui affirmed with a nod, as if recounting events belonging to another. "As though it were you who severed my fiery blade. Had you pressed your sword just 2 inches closer, severing my spiritual veins and thrusting it through my throat, I would surely have perished on the spot. What a pity." As she spoke of these matters, the crimson hue in her eyes faded, and the temperature of the air around them returned to normal, indicating her true acceptance of her own demise. Upon realizing that Jin Mingrui bore no animosity toward him, Jiang He should have felt a sense of relief. Yet, witnessing her disheartened expression, a shard of ice lodged itself within his heart, chilling him to the core. "Why do you harbor hatred for that woman?" The moon god interjected, relishing in the unfolding drama. "Is it perhaps because she is your lover?" The wind outside the dilapidated temple whipped Jin Mingrui's hair into a wild dance. Jiang He, filled with concern, positioned himself before her and said, "Ru, you are my wife. There is no need for you to endure such indignity." The moon god observed Jin Mingrui as petals swirled around them. Suddenly, she broke into a smile, casually remarking, "She is my mother." A rumble of thunder echoed outside, followed by the patter of rain. Jin Mingrui's hollow gaze remained fixed on the sky beyond the crumbling temple. "My lord moon god, do you have any further inquiries?" Upon hearing these words, Jiang He tenderly embraced her. No wonder. On that day when he was ordered to slay him, he found himself unable to proceed as soon as she appeared. The moon goddess shook her head. As the wind blew, her figure vanished, leaving a faint floral fragrance lingering in the air. "I am sorry." Jiang He whispered this phrase repeatedly into Jin Mingrui's ear. "It is not your fault." Jin Mingrui's crimson eyes seemed to bleed. From her fingertips blossomed a blue soulflower. "Promise me, do not speak of these matters again, all right?" Jiang He held Jin Mingrui close, wishing to shield her from any further harm. "Very well." The blue flower at Jin Mingrui's fingertips quietly unfurled, and Jiang He, feeling his strength ebb, collapsed into her embrace. Gently laying him upon the ground, Jin Mingrui transferred the blue lotus from her fingers to the space between Jiang He's brows. The soul flower could momentarily seal away Jiang He's memories of his past life. Jin Mingrui gazed at him. "I merely wish to hold your hand and share the fleeting beauty of this world with you." She rested her head against Jiang He's chest, watching his softly closed eyes. It is not him. Fearing Jiang He might recall his previous life, Jin Mingrui cast another seal upon him. Chapter 28. The secret realm of the cave. As the sound of rain diminished, Jin Mingrui observed a small snake, no thicker than a finger, darting before her and flying towards her. "How did you get here, little one?" Jin Mingrui crouched down, and the tiny serpent climbed up her fingertip to her wrist. The icy touch evoked in Jin Mingrui a sense of encountering a kindred spirit. Jin Mingrui turned her gaze towards the shattered clay statue of the Moon Elder behind her, her expression a tapestry of complexity as she regarded the effigy of the moon god. Upon discovering that the divine consciousness of the moon god still lingered upon the statue, she curled her lips into a smirk and bent slightly. In the celestial realm, within the Hall of Fates, the moon god sensed the reverence etched upon Jin Mingrui's countenance. Yet an unsettling chill coursed through him. Just moments ago, the king of the underworld had visited the Hall of Fates, discussing the matters concerning Jin Mingrui. Now, cold sweat beaded upon the moon goddess' brow. Jin Mingrui, or perhaps he should be referred to as Huan, had once been a young boy struggling for survival under the grasp of a flower maiden a millennium ago, only to mature into a dominant sovereign of the demon domain. His rise was not solely attributed to his breathtaking beauty, as legends might suggest, but rather to his formidable prowess that defied the heavens. The king of the underworld had also revealed that 90% of Huan's magical power was sealed by himself. In other words, had he desired it, he could have unbound the seal yesterday and extinguished the moon god with but a mere flick of his finger. Moreover, even without utilizing his spiritual energy, Huan's mastery of formations was unparalleled. The four-directional formation he had presided over a millennium ago continued to function flawlessly, safeguarding the realms of demons. And even the celestial sovereign lacked complete confidence in breaching it. As the moon god perused Huan's dossier, he felt a profound regret for his actions the previous day. Convinced that he had irrevocably offended him, perhaps it was the centuries of docility following his demise that had rendered Huan too compliant, too easily manipulated, even exhibiting a trace of naive impulsiveness, causing others to overlook his true strength. The moon god sighed, reflecting on how he had transformed Huan into a woman and placed her in the vicinity of her adversaries. That Huan had not reacted in anger was a blessing, and he should not have pushed his luck by reopening old wounds. Before departing, the king of the underworld had cautioned the moon god that spirits bear grudges, particularly formidable ones like Huan. Do not be deceived by his current demeanor, gentle as a lamb. Grant him but a chance, and the consequences would be dire. In this world, the only ones capable of contending with Huan, apart from myself, are the esteemed Wuling Xianjun, who is presently undergoing trials in the mortal realm. Yet you have inexplicably paired them together. As the king of hell departed, his head shook like a rattle. Inside the Hall of Destiny, the petals of the peach blossom tree cascaded softly, while the moon god, with a stern visage and tightly sealed lips, sat in restless agitation. In a dilapidated mountain temple, Jin Mingrui extinguished the fire, at which point the life talisman at her waist suddenly resonated. Jiang He awoke, feeling as though he had emerged from an extended dream. Within it, he witnessed himself committing the unthinkable act of slaying his own wife. Fortunately, it had all been but a dream, and his Ru'er remained by his side. Ru'er. Jiang He rose, gazing at the open neckline of Jin Mingrui's attire, fastening a shawl around her to shield her from the cold. Do you have any other garments in your storage pouch? If not, feel free to wear mine. Jin Mingrui lowered her gaze to the soft white expanse at her chest, and then met Jiang He's eyes. Is my attire not to your liking? It is indeed pleasing. But I am merely concerned for your comfort. Observing the expression on Jiang He's face, Jin Mingrui could not help but chuckle. I have more suitable attire. I will change now. As she retrieved a new outfit and prepared to don it, Jiang He gently restrained her hand, glancing warily towards Jiang Hairui's direction. I shall shield you. At that moment, Jiang Hairui lay upon the beam, still in deep slumber. Jin Mingrui changed into a fitted outfit. Yet the life talisman at her waist chimed once more. Utilizing her spiritual awareness, she scanned the surroundings and discerned the fluctuations of an array nearby. After changing into suitable attire, Jin Mingrui retrieved the Ming Shu. Ahi, my escape from the ghost tower was largely due to this object. It is vibrating once more, and I feel compelled to investigate. Although Jiang He harbored disdain for the Taoist's artifacts, he begrudgingly accepted it since it had saved his wife once. Where you wish to go, we shall go. Very well. The two exchanged a knowing smile and promptly prepared to embark. At that moment, Jiang Hairui was still engrossed in a game of chess with Lord Zhou, aware of his husband's recent worries for Jiang He. Jin Mingrui chose not to disturb his slumber. Instead, she carefully placed him in a bag, allowing Jiang He to carry him at his waist. Following the guidance of the Ming Shu, they arrived at a secluded cave. The cavern was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of Jiang Hairui's snoring and the echo of their footsteps. As they ventured deeper, the Ming Shu quivered more intensely. Jiang He tightened his grip on Jin Mingrui's hand, suddenly feeling something cold to the touch, sending a chill down his spine. Fear not, I am here. Jiang He's heart steadied at the sight of his wife, only to be startled by the sight of a snake coiling around her neck, prompting him to scream in alarm. What is it? What is it? Jiang Hairui, still in a daze, peered into the darkness, confused by the commotion in the pre-dawn hours. Perhaps too fatigued, he soon fell back into slumber. Are you afraid of it? Jin Mingrui couldn't help but chuckle as the snake slid down her arm to the ground. In this world, the human heart can be far more terrifying than any serpent. Indeed. With that, Jin Mingrui led Jiang He further into the cave, where the sudden roar of a formation being activated echoed around them. A sudden gust of wind swept through the cavern, causing the garments of the two individuals to rustle vigorously. A flickering light caught their attention below, and as they cast their gaze downward, They discovered the cave floor was intricately inscribed with a myriad of runes, with their feet positioned at the heart of a massive formation. Jiang He run. Jin Mingrui sensed the impending danger and hurled a serpent-like creature towards Jiang He. The creature, comprehending Jin Mingrui's intent, darted through the gaps of the formation like a bolt of lightning, swiftly coiling around Jiang He and dragging him aside. Suddenly, the formation erupted in a brilliant golden light, engulfing Jin Mingrui within its radiance. At that moment, a clear chime of a bronze bell resonated through the cavern, plunging it back into darkness. Ru'er, are you there? Jiang He groped along the wall, his hand transitioning from the cold stone to warm wooden planks. Gradually, the surrounding light intensified, and he found himself unexpectedly within a quaint wooden cottage. Could this place, akin to the ghostly tower, be an illusion? To his astonishment, it led to a hidden realm. Hearing voices, Jiang He followed the sound and beheld a man with elevated brows and an air of haughtiness, alongside his brother Jiang Hirui. The proud figure twisted his body with the grace of a serpent. Who are you? Jiang He inquired. You, wretched spirit, are unworthy of knowing my name. The serpent creature retorted disdainfully. Had I known this would occur, I would have chosen not to flee. At least I could have clung to Lord Huan's leg. Lord Huan. Jiang Hirui glanced at the serpent creature. Why do all you monsters refer to my sister-in-law as Lord Huan? Humph, what concern is it of yours, you useless ghost? The serpent-like creature twisted its body, arrogantly pushing open the door of the wooden cabin. Upon gazing at the vast precipice outside, it raised an eyebrow and called out, Hey, spirit, do you have any knowledge of how to descend? Chapter 29. Encountering a chatty spirit, a melodious chime of bronze bells resonated in the air as a brisk, cool breeze swept towards him, accompanied by the subtle fragrance of early spring blossoms dancing on the wind. The surrounding mountains were shrouded in thick mist, with the distant emerald peaks flickering in and out of visibility amidst the haze. Jin Mingrui, gripping the blazing flame blade, vigilantly surveyed the area. Suddenly, he realized that the formation here had dispelled the transformation spell cast upon him by the moon goddess, and he had reverted to his true form. Huan appeared as an alluring man. Although he possessed a feminine visage, he exuded a captivating charm as a male and radiated vibrant beauty as a female. Huan glanced down at his own chest, noticing that his originally graceful figure had transformed into a form reminiscent of a pine tree. At his waist, the talisman fell to the ground, enveloped by a soft glow, morphing into the shape of a young Taoist priest. Observing the figure of the small priest, Huan felt a deep sense of confusion. Hadn't he perished in the attempt to rescue Zhao Haiyan? How was there still a wisp of lingering spirit? The small priest's soul was largely transparent, with half of his body nearly invisible. I am Zhang Yuxing, he declared, and I owe my continued existence to the vital energy cultivated by you, my lord, over these past few days. Huan gazed at the youthful Taoist priest before him. Despite both being spirits, he could not help but feel a surge of envy and admiration for the boy's ability to unravel the intricate formations and mystical arts within the ghostly tower at such a tender age. After years of cultivation, he found himself outmatched by a mere mortal in his 20s. It was disheartening to witness such brilliance squandered on an ordinary woman, leading to a tragic end that evoked a profound sense of injustice within him. It is indeed I, Zhang Yuxing declared, a smile revealing two dimples upon his countenance. Strikingly reminiscent of Jiang He, Huan scrutinized Zhang Yuxing, noting the striking resemblance in their auras. You and Jiang He bear an uncanny resemblance, almost like father and son. Huan was aware that they were not related, for, according to fate, Zhang Yuxing had perished several years before Jiang He's conception. Listening to these words, Zhang Yuxing's expression oscillated between joy and sorrow, and with a soft sigh, he lamented, such a twist of fate has caused him years of suffering. It is all my fault. Huan, a being who had weathered millennia, merely shook his head at the trivialities of mortal concerns. The surrounding mist gradually dissipated under the caress of the wind, revealing the flourishing apricot blossoms in the valley, which were perfectly timed to showcase a breathtaking panorama of vibrant hues shrouded in ethereal clouds. This is a secret realm I stumbled upon, a place where the divine left behind rare treasures, Zhang Yuxing began. But before he could finish, a ferocious roar of a beast echoed through the mountains. Concern etched on his face, Zhang Yuxing turned towards the valley, aware that ancient divine beasts also lingered here. A frigid breeze surged forth, as an ice dragon leapt from the valley, splashing a cascade of crystalline frost several zhang high before plunging into the water, where a thick layer of ice swiftly formed upon the surface. Huan, feeling the dragon's chilling aura, sensed that its cultivation had reached the level of transformation. Closing his eyes, He attuned himself to the fluctuations of the surrounding energies. Within the mountains, lakes, and seas nearby, there were dozens of wild beasts roaming the wilderness. This place was treacherous and arduous to traverse. I advise you to fully release your cultivation, lest you find yourself unable to move an inch. Although Zhang Yuxing's tone conveyed concern, it was perplexing that he, knowing the dangers of this locale, would still lead him forth and activate the formation to transport them here. His true intentions remained shrouded in mystery. Observing the isolation of this realm, akin to a self-contained microcosm, Huan resolved to relinquish the suppression on his cultivation. Instantly, the surrounding spiritual energy surged, yet in a fleeting moment, the excess energy was drawn back into his being. Just as Zhang Yuxing managed to smile, several strands of spiritual silk erupted from Huan, sensing the energy emanating from Zhang Yuxing. What are you doing? The silk, akin to the threads spun by a silkworm, coiled around Zhang Yuxing. Huan's eyes transformed to a brilliant blue as he extended his slender hands to grasp the strands. Who informed you that I had suppressed my cultivation? The silk penetrated Zhang Yuxing's body, proliferating densely. Realizing he had inadvertently revealed too much, Zhang Yuxing understood that a fully unleashed Huan could extinguish his life with the ease of crushing an ant, and promptly clarified, I am well versed in the art of celestial mechanics. When you visited my residence, I calculated several times, thus uncovering some of the secrets that reside within you. The art of celestial mechanics? Gazing into Huan's distrustful eyes, as well as the ethereal threads that were nearly encircling his neck, Zhang Yuxing hastily declared, Indeed, I discovered a tome of secret arts here, which grants me the ability to glimpse the mysteries of the heavens. However, to casually reveal such knowledge would result in a depletion of one's lifespan. Having previously divulged these celestial secrets and recklessly altered fate, I faced an untimely demise. I had anticipated complete annihilation of my soul, yet the remnants of my spirit have begun to coalesce, drawn by the aura that emanates from you. Upon reaching this point, Zhang Yuxing cast a somewhat abashed glance at Huan. This time, I seek to borrow your abilities to venture once more into the secret realm, in hopes of uncovering a method to restore my soul and corporeal form. Huan, sensing through the ethereal threads that Zhang Yuxing spoke the truth, hesitated to release him. Zhang Yuxing was a rare talent, potentially invaluable in the future. Thus, Huan decided to bide his time and observe his reactions. I have conveyed all I wish to express, Zhang Yuxing stated, noticing Huan's reluctance to grant him freedom. After a moment's hesitation, he added, If you release me, I shall divulge a secret. Yet Huan remained unmoved. Zhang Yuxing continued, This secret is unknown even to those celestial beings above. I have expended days and nights to glean a fragment of it, and I foresee that this revelation could alter your fate. Oh, is that so? Huan replied, loosening his grip on Zhang Yuxing as a barrier began to materialize around them. Zhang Yuxing was acutely aware that in his current state, devoid of the ethereal vitality that nourished him, he would soon dissipate into nothingness. After all, he was already a ghost, and thus, the fear of death held no sway over him. Sitting cross-legged beside Huan, he scribbled on the ground, contemplating the divinatory symbols before him. He remarked, I have juxtaposed your experiences with the tribulations currently faced by Jianghe. The mortals undergo trials. They either perform virtuous deeds to enhance their cultivation or repay karmic debts. The calamities Jianghe endures appear to be a means of settling the karmic ties with you. Yet, you must understand that the manifestation of karma varies from person to person. Zhang Yuxing's gaze fell upon Huan's lower half. In your previous life, you were tormented to the point of losing your ability to bear children. However, I have reason to believe that Jianghe once had an opportunity to leave behind a descendant. Thus, I deduce that you may have had a child in your former existence. Listening to Zhang Yuxing's elaborate explanations, Huan, who initially regarded him with a measure of respect, was now filled with disdain, dismissing his words as mere nonsense. Zhang Yuxing, unwavering in his conviction, met Huan's incredulous gaze. Do not doubt me. I have calculated based on this hypothesis and discovered celestial phenomena in the southwestern seas that resonate with you. This star shines brightly and is pure, and I suspect it belongs to a girl of exceptional talent, though her mind seems somewhat impaired, rendering her a bit daft. Huan, bemused by Zhang Yuxing's disjointed reasoning, chose to regard him as delusional. Yet, Zhang Yuxing was resolute, yearning to expound upon the celestial scriptures to Huan, determined to convince him of the validity of his assertions. Huan, initially disinterested, found himself confronted by Zhang Yuxing's fervent madness as he insisted on validating his claims at all costs. Indeed, I understand. The southwestern sea region. Once I depart from here, I shall certainly pay a visit, shall I not? Zhang Yuxing exhaled in relief, insisting that I must go. Agreed. Huan, masking his impatience, observed Zhang Yuxing's youthful visage, which bore a semblance of innocence, curiosity, self-assuredness, audacity, and kindness, appearing merely in his early teens. Huan sliced open his palm with a blade. What are you doing? The soul flower blossomed along Huan's wound, and he plucked the freshly bloomed flower from his palm. Placing it against Zhang Yuxing's heart, the soul flower transformed into a radiant light, nourishing Zhang Yuxing's spirit. This is the soul flower. It possesses the power to revive the dead and restore flesh and bone. A newly blossomed soul flower can aid in solidifying your spirit. As Huan observed Zhang Yuxing's recovering essence, he licked the wound on his hand. Consider this a favor owed to me. Under the nurturing influence of the soul flower, Zhang Yuxing regained a measure of clarity, his gaze brightening. At that moment, he even began to retort against Huan. Who owes you a favor? If it weren't for me in the ghost tower, how could you have emerged? Besides, a prodigy like myself is a rarity, a treasure to be sought. It would be exceedingly difficult to find another like me, whether in heaven or on earth. Assisting me would surely bolster your ranks with a valiant warrior in the future. Zhang Yuxing chattered incessantly, revealing himself to be quite the loquacious individual. Huan, accustomed to tranquility, supported his forehead in disbelief, astounded that Zhang Yuxing could simultaneously argue back while harnessing the soul flower's spiritual energy. Rescue me, and you shall undoubtedly reap benefits. I am a disciple of the venerable Han Yuan and have inherited the celestial teachings. Moreover, the mysteries of this realm are countless. With me by your side, you can not only seek treasures with peace of mind, but also leisurely stroll through the mountains and enjoy the scenery. This fellow is excessively talkative, while I, Huan, employ my spiritual sense to search for the tranquilizer within my storage pouch. Even if you dominate a territory, accepting me will bring you nothing but advantages. My innate talent is extraordinary, and my progress in cultivation is rapid. Had I not perished prematurely in my previous life, I would have undoubtedly become a renowned Taoist in these years. Traversing the secret realms with me would yield only benefits. Are you thirsty? Huan interrupted Zhang Yuxing's monologue, inquiring if he desired a drink. Do you think I talk too much? Zhang Yuxing realized his own verbosity, and after a brief pause, he could not restrain himself from continuing. I apologize. I simply enjoy conversing. My master used to say this about me, but remaining silent is indeed too uncomfortable. Chapter 30. The giant dragon of the cold pool Jiang. He pushed open the door of the wooden cabin, gazing upon the sheer cliffs outside. The mountain winds swept into the room, nearly dismantling the doors and windows. The serpent demon squinted at the precipice, tilting its head haughtily, and demanded, "Hey, foolish human, could you close the door?" Jiang Hairui couldn't help but chuckle at the serpent demon's proud yet dim-witted demeanor. Jiang he climbed to the roof through the windows. From this vantage point, the quaint cabin sat on a gentle slope overlooking the abyss. Aside from being backed by the cliff, the other three sides were sheer rock faces. But fortunately, a few sturdy vines thrived beside the wooden cabin. Jiang he grasped the vine, testing its resilience. The perilous cliffs loomed high. A careless misstep could result in a catastrophic fall. It seemed prudent to intertwine 5 vines for safety. Jiang Hairui surveyed the surrounding vines, deeming them sufficient. Meanwhile, the serpent creature, noticing the absence of the two in the room, slithered up from the rooftop, inquiring what they were doing and why it had been left alone. Jiang Hairui, clutching the severed vine, floated over and, upon witnessing the serpent's frustrated yet pitiful expression, tossed the vine to it, inviting, "You've come up. Let us weave together." The vine landed haphazardly upon the serpent, which, with a haughty huff, delicately arranged the vine with its slender fingers. "Incompetent humans, allow me to demonstrate my craftsmanship." The serpent transformed its tail into hands, moving with such agility that it left only a blur in its wake. The previously chaotic vines were transformed into a neatly woven rope under its deft manipulation. Jiang he displayed a look of astonishment, exclaiming, "Impressive." "Naturally," replied the proud serpent youth, relishing the praise. As the mountain mist gradually dissipated on the other side, one was exasperated by Zhang Yuxing's incessant chatter, lamenting the incessant noise. Jin Mingrui, Huan is Jin Mingrui, tossed a box of dough treats to Zhang Yuxing, saying, "After all this time, you must be hungry. Have something to tide you over." Zhang Yuxing, upon tasting the sticky dough treat filled with a sugary paste meant for the kitchen god, found his mouth glued shut and fell into a profound silence. Jin Mingrui's ears were momentarily clear as she continued forward, when suddenly, Zhang Yuxing obstructed her path, stammering incomprehensibly. The water pool on the cliff rippled gently, while an icy chill permeated the ground beneath her feet. Jin Mingrui looked up to behold a pair of golden eyes emerging from the depths of the pool, prompting her to step back 2 paces. Zhang Yuxing gestured towards the waterfall behind the colossal dragon. Did he expect her to take refuge behind the cascade? Did he think this was the water curtain cave of Sun Wukong, where one might leap into another realm? The frigid air billowing from the dragon's nostrils enveloped the surroundings, swiftly coating the ground in frost. Steeling herself, Jin Mingrui summoned her spiritual energy and gripped the blazing flame blade, ready for battle at any moment. The Xianshuang giant dragon slowly lifted itself from the water, its imposing form towering over 30 meters high, as thick as 5 men. When it suspended its body and fixed its icy gaze upon Jin Mingrui, it resembled an insurmountable mountain suddenly manifesting before her. With a gaze that seemed to transcend life and death, Jin Mingrui met the dragon's stare, declaring, "We merely passed through this place, unwittingly causing disturbance. Should we have offended you, I trust you will show mercy." The Xianshuang giant dragon exhaled a breath of frost, coating Jin Mingrui's hair in a delicate layer of frost. Zhang Yuxing gulped down the candy in his mouth, pointing towards the waterfall, "Run upwards." His voice captured the attention of the Xianshuang giant dragon, which flicked its tail, sending a surge of water crashing towards Zhang Yuxing. In an instant, the cascading water froze into solid ice, encapsulating Zhang Yuxing in a frigid sculpture of his soul. "Are you truly intent on engaging me in combat?" Jin Mingrui furrowed her brows, exuding an overwhelming aura that sent nearby birds and beasts scattering in terror. The formidable Xianshuang dragon before her found itself unable to lift its head under the weight of her pressure. With fury gleaming in its eyes, the dragon gathered its spiritual energy, transforming it into a mass of frost that it hurled towards Jin Mingrui. The icy blast struck the ground, creating a deep pit several meters wide, yet Jin Mingrui's figure was nowhere to be seen. As the Xianshuang dragon leaned in to investigate, a sudden surge of murderous intent emanated from behind. Startled, it turned to find a sharp blade closing in. The dragon, caught off guard, lost a scale to the swift strike. Meanwhile, Jin Mingrui's movements were elusive, her form shifting with remarkable agility, while the dragon struggled to focus its accumulated energy, unable to grasp her silhouette. With a powerful motion, the dragon summoned towering ice flowers, which erupted into countless icy blades that shot out in all directions. The surrounding flora was severed cleanly, and Zhang Yuxing found himself frozen, unable to move as the ice blades detonated behind him, sending him tumbling into a pond. Revealing her presence, Jin Mingrui launched the blazing blade from her hand, aiming directly at the dragon's head. Just as the fiery weapon was poised to pierce the dragon's skull, the creature's golden eyes widened in shock, while the surrounding frost crackled ominously, accumulating into a thick layer. The dragon, desperately struggling, attempted to plunge into the water. Yet the blazing blade hovered ominously at its brow. "Spare me, young hero." In a moment of sheer desperation, the Xianshuang dragon spoke, its plea echoing with humanity. As the blade lingered perilously close to its skin, with a flick of her wrist, Jin Mingrui retracted the fiery weapon. "Young hero," the dragon now appeared subdued, coiling its massive body with utmost caution as it regarded Jin Mingrui. "I am grateful for your mercy." Jin Mingrui gazed at Zhang Yuxing, who had fallen into the water, now frozen like an ice sculpture, adrift upon the surface. The Xianfrost dragon flicked its tail, casting Zhang Yuxing back onto the shore. With a graceful flick of her sleeve, Jin Mingrui conjured a flame that danced towards Zhang Yuxing, melting the ice that encased him. "I am frozen to the core," Zhang Yuxing exclaimed, astonished that even in death, he could feel such a chill. "Your cultivation is indeed impressive. It seems you are on the verge of ascension." Jin Mingrui conversed with the dragon as casually as one might with a friend. The Xianfrost dragon, at that moment, appeared as obedient as a child. "I am grateful for your kind words, esteemed hero. I have been cultivating here for a millennium and shall soon ascend. However, today's contest has opened my eyes to the existence of those beyond my ken. I shall diligently practice henceforth to keep pace with your remarkable skills." Jin Mingrui observed the faint aura of immortality surrounding the dragon and felt a twinge of envy. Despite his profound cultivation, he was burdened by sins and trapped in a ghostly form, struggling for survival in the depths of hell. "I am but a humble being. Your future, however, is boundless." The Xianfrost dragon, flattered by Jin Mingrui's praise, wore a proud yet bashful expression. Zhang Yuxing remained silent during this exchange. "If you ascend to divinity in the future, Might I trouble you to journey to the various realms of the demon clans and inspect the protective array? Jin Mingrui had long been preoccupied with the protective formation of the demon realms. When he had departed years ago, the array had been left unfinished, bearing remnants of its flaws, a lingering knot in his heart. The Xian Frost Dragon looked puzzled. Why not go see for yourself, esteemed hero? I find it inconvenient. Jin Mingrui concealed her embarrassment and retrieved a sensing orb and a fine piece of ice crystal from her sleeve, presenting them to the colossal dragon. This is the sensing orb. It serves as my eyes. Once activated, I can observe the array of the four realms. This ice crystal can shield you from a bolt of heavenly lightning during your ascension. The young hero, feeling modest, remarked, "This is merely a trifling matter. I shall handle it for you. Furthermore, the ice crystal is far too precious. You should keep it for yourself." Yet, Jin Mingrui insisted on gifting the ice crystal to the Xian Shuang giant dragon, who accepted both items. "I shall rely on you for this matter," Jin Mingrui stated before preparing to take her leave. The Xian Shuang giant dragon, gazing at the ice crystal, hesitated and called out to Jin Mingrui. "It is said that this place was once the dwelling of the god of the star domain, and she left behind a legacy here." Jin Mingrui paused, turning to the dragon as it continued. According to legend, she concealed her legacy within a black stone coffin. "For millennia, I have sought it in vain. Yet I can sense that it is nearby." The black stone coffin? Jin Mingrui seemed to recall something and took out a box of nourishing elixirs to present to the Xian Shuang giant dragon. This time, the dragon did not refuse. After watching the two depart, it sampled one of the elixirs. At the moment the elixir melted in its mouth, a gentle surge of spiritual energy spread throughout its body. The wounds inflicted upon it instantly healed to perfection, and even the old scars began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. Chapter 31. A glimpse of divine secrets not far away. Jin Mingrui curled her lips, revealing a mischievous smile on her handsome face. "Surely, you have noticed that the cold pool, where the Xian Shuang dragon resides, possesses an unusual aura." Zhang Yuxing nodded. His earlier silence stemmed from his observation that the cold pool's surroundings exhibited remarkable phenomena, particularly the rocks upon the waterfall, which bore resemblance to the Big Dipper, extending from Tianshu to Tianxian. They ought to point northward, yet instead, they directed toward the east, directly aligned with the cold pool of the Xian Shuang dragon. Based on the celestial indications, I surmise there must be some treasures hidden at the bottom of the cold pool. Although Zhang Yuxing articulated this thought, he had noticed that the Xian Shuang dragon had not exerted its full strength during its contest with Jin Mingrui. It was likely conserving its power for ascension. If the dragon were truly to engage in a fierce battle for the unknown treasures at the pool's depths, one could only wonder if such a confrontation would be worth the effort. Jin Mingrui closed her eyes, channeling her spiritual energy to probe the surroundings. The spiritual aura beneath her feet coalesced into a gust of wind that rippled outward. Within the cold pool, the sensing orbs on the Xian Shuang dragon conveyed a crystal-clear image of the pool's depths into Jin Mingrui's mind. Upon opening her eyes, she narrowed them slightly and remarked, "I have infused the elixir I prepared for the Xian Shuang dragon with sleep flowers, which can induce a temporary slumber." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuxing laughed like a rogue, exclaiming, "What are we waiting for? Let us hasten forth." Initially, Zhang Yuxing harbored some concerns, but upon learning that Jin Mingrui had incapacitated the dragon, his spirit soared, and he was nearly overwhelmed with the desire to rush to the cold pool in search of treasure. The duo arrived at the periphery of the cold pool, which appeared unfathomably deep. At this moment, the Xian Shuang dragon should be nestled within, soundly asleep. Jin Mingrui and Zhang Yuxing, both ethereal spirits, found themselves unburdened by the necessity of reciting incantations to ward off the water's chill. Jin Mingrui enveloped Zhang Yuxing in her spiritual energy, safeguarding him from the penetrating cold of the pond. Beneath the frigid waters lay an abyssal depth, and after a prolonged descent, they finally beheld a shroud of ethereal mist. In that moment, the formidable Xian Shuang dragon lay coiled in slumber, entranced by the effects of a potent herb. Zhang Yuxing attentively observed the fluctuations of spiritual energy as he drifted closer to the Xian Shuang dragon, with Jin Mingrui following suit. To their astonishment, nestled beneath the dragon was a complete dragon god skull. The remains of divine beings are of immeasurable value to cultivators. Even a fragment holds a priceless worth, let alone this entire, unblemished skull of substantial size. Intrigued, Jin Mingrui approached to meticulously examine the runes affixed to the dragon bone. Upon reaching the stage of divine transformation, Certain secret techniques manifest as unique runes upon the bones of the practitioner, allowing, through fortunate encounters, glimpses into the arcane arts of the divine race. Furthermore, the elemental properties embedded within the divine remains serve as exquisite materials for forging magical artifacts. Even a fragment the size of a fingernail could endow an item with corresponding attributes. It was evident that the dragon's remarkable cultivation was likely a result of possessing this dragon god skull. As Jin Mingrui marveled at this revelation, Zhang Yuxing tugged at her arm, gesturing towards the southeast, which corresponded to the position of the Big Dipper above the waterfall, indicating the presence of hidden treasures. They approached to investigate, discovering a scattering of black stones upon the ground. Zhang Yuxing regarded the stones with skepticism, muttering to himself, "Could it be that my calculations were flawed?" Jin Mingrui picked up a black stone from the ground, a smile spreading across her face. Moments ago, the Xian Frost Dragon had mentioned that the god of the star domain left behind a legacy contained within a black stone coffin. I surmised that this revelation was gleaned from the remnants of memory within the dragon's skull. Could this be the black stone coffin? Zhang Yuxing regarded these seemingly ordinary stones with indifference. Jin Mingrui released a surge of spiritual energy from her palm, and the unremarkable black stones suddenly shimmered with divine runes. In the next moment, the stones transformed into a liquid substance, coalescing into a black orb that hovered in her palm. The orb emitted a low hum, as if beckoning Jin Mingrui to delve deeper. It is rumored that the divine race crafts a spatial artifact known as the ink essence. It seems this object is indeed that very essence. Jin Mingrui continuously infused the ink essence with her spiritual energy, causing the black mass to swirl. She glanced at Zhang Yuxing, who nodded in affirmation. Closing her eyes, the ink essence in her hand abruptly halted, and golden runes danced upon the stone. In an instant, their figures vanished. Upon entering the realm of ink essence, Jin Mingrui beheld a shattered world, fragments of space strewn about chaotically. The small world was composed of numerous fragmented islands, each suspended in the void, varying in size. Jin Mingrui sensed that the formation sustaining this miniature world resided within a bamboo house, and she led Zhang Yuxing toward it. Zhang Yuxing, not daring to relax for a moment, diligently calculated the cosmic secrets, his demeanor transformed as if he were an entirely different person. Jin Mingrui entered the bamboo house, a modest space brimming with books. Although it was evident that this place had been untouched for quite some time, the presence of a protective array ensured its cleanliness. Zhang Yuxing surveyed the surroundings and noted the presence of an illusion. Thus, it was imperative for them to depart before the illusion activated, leaving them with a mere 2 hours. 2 hours. Jin Mingrui perused the nearby tomes, each one a rare treasure of divine secrets. Regrettably, the protective array rendered them impossible to transport. With time slipping away, the two hurriedly began to select books for study. Zhang Yuxing chose the soul condensation technique, a method capable of helping the soul solidify and cultivate until it ascends to immortality. Jin Mingrui selected the grand array of the star domain, a formation renowned for its myriad transformations, adept in both offense and defense. Their reading pace was exceptionally swift. They memorized one book before swiftly moving to the next. Yet, the fleeting nature of time within the ink-like space proved overwhelming, and before they knew it, the 2 hours had vanished in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yuxing managed to read only up to the 5th volume of the soul condensation technique, while Jin Mingrui barely completed an entire set of the grand array of the star domain. As the array outside began to operate, conjuring illusions, Jin Mingrui seized Zhang Yuxing and utilized her spiritual energy to escape the ink-like space. Upon returning to the pond, the Xianshuang giant dragon remained in slumber. Jin Mingrui felt a wave of relief wash over her. Had she not reacted swiftly, both might have been trapped within the ink-like realm. At that moment, the black stone runes illuminated once more, and in the next instant, the stone disintegrated into fine powder, vanishing into the spiritual mist. What a pity! I was so close to finishing the soul condensation technique. Zhang Yuxing gazed sorrowfully at the black stone that had turned to dust, feeling an overwhelming sense of loss. He recalled the numerous exquisite secret techniques. Merely possessing a single tome would have been a marvel in the realm of cultivation. Yet now they were all gone in an instant. Take it easy. It is already a rare fortune that we could glimpse even a fraction of it. Why burden ourselves with further entanglements? Jin Mingrui consoled Zhang Yuxing. Suddenly, she felt a weight on her ear, as though something had been attached. Yet upon reaching to touch it, she found nothing. Was it merely an illusion? After the inky space dissipated, the surrounding spiritual energy began to stir. Having recently mastered the Star Domain Great Formation, Jin Mingrui discerned that the secret realm was a vast magical array, with this location serving as its focal point. The earlier shattering of the black stone had disrupted the array's operation, prompting her to retrieve a piece of bone stone from the spatial void to recalibrate the formation. She then transmitted this stone 1,000 meters below, and upon witnessing the array's normal functioning, she felt assured enough to depart from the cold pool. Perhaps due to the spiritual energy contaminating the bottom of the cold pool, Jin Mingrui sensed that her perceptions had become acutely refined. Zhang Yuxing surveyed the surrounding environment. The feng shui had shifted due to the black stone's destruction, observing the gusts of wind swirling around. He furrowed his brow with concern. Were Jiang He and the others in danger? What? They have entered as well? Chapter 32. My wife is surprisingly male. Jin Mingrui realized that Jiang He and the others had followed her in, but now having reverted to her male form. She feared that Jiang He might find it hard to accept, thus refraining from an immediate reunion. Meanwhile, on the cliff, a swarm of crows relentlessly pecked at Jiang He, who clung to a vine with all his might, his clothes torn by jagged rocks, and blood seeping from his hands as they gripped the vine tightly. Jiang Hirui was unable to touch any living being. No matter how fervently he tried to drive them away, he could only watch as the raven passed through his form. As the raven was about to peck the vine, Jiang Hirui glanced down at the precipice below, which was at least 200 to 300 meters away. A fall from such a height would undoubtedly result in a shattering demise. The serpent-like youth transformed back into his true form, devouring a raven in one swift motion. Yet, with each raven consumed, his body grew heavier, and the vine was on the verge of snapping under the weight of the serpent youth. The vine could barely hold on any longer. They needed to descend quickly. Jiang Hirui noticed some rubble nearby, seized a stone, and hurled it at the raven to divert its attention. At that moment, the vine snapped, and both bodies plummeted downward. Fortunately, the serpent youth managed to whip his body around and grasped the severed vine in his mouth, using his form to connect both ends. What should I do now? Am I destined to perish? The serpent youth, clutching the vine, could only speak through his throat, tears streaming down his face in sorrow. While the tempest continued to rage around them, the rain and wind, inadvertently summoned by the serpent, felt like an additional burden to the lone man, serpent, and specter on the cliff. The water rendered the vine even more slippery, while the wind caused it to sway dangerously. They not only had to endure the raven's relentless assaults, but also prevent themselves from plummeting off the vine. The serpent youth began to sob uncontrollably, and suddenly, having consumed too many ravens, he let out a belch. His mouth slackened, and the vine slipped from his grasp, leaving him to watch helplessly as he fell towards the abyss. Help! I am going to die. Hold on. Jiang Hirui clung desperately to the vine, straining to keep both the serpent and himself suspended in midair. From a distance, a half-suspended vine swayed precariously in the air, with a snake and a man dangling beneath it, as if they would plummet at any moment. Despite Jiang Hirui's struggle to hold on, the combined weight of the duo was undeniably substantial, causing his eyes to bulge from exertion. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh pierced the air, and a flash of white light erupted before him as a broken blade soared past, embedding itself into the sheer cliffside along with the vine. Jiang Hirui focused intently, and to his astonishment, he beheld Jin Mingrui riding the wind. Never before had he perceived her as so endearing and captivating. Her figure seemed to radiate light as she approached. Brother, your wife has arrived. Upon hearing Jiang Hirui's remark, Jiang He turned to look, and at that moment, Jin Mingrui had already reached them, her ascending spiritual energy lifting her form. Lord Huan, exclaimed the snake-like youth, who, having consumed an excessive amount of crow, inadvertently released a feather from his mouth as he spoke. I have arrived late. Jin Mingrui gently lowered the two of them, and upon noticing Jiang He's bloodied hand, her face was filled with concern. Rui, I feared I would never see you again. Jiang He suddenly embraced Jin Mingrui. But as he realized the absence of any barrier between them, a sense of unease crept over him. Just as Jin Mingrui's hand was about to rest upon him, Jiang He released her, regarding her with a perplexed gaze. The Jin Mingrui before him, while still bearing her familiar visage, now exhibited sharper features and broader shoulders, and Jiang He reached out to touch his wife's body, only to find that what should have been soft was now unexpectedly flat. Rather than conceal the truth, it was better to confront it openly now. Jin Mingrui remained utterly still, allowing him to cautiously explore inch by inch. In my current state, I wonder if you can accept me? Mo Lin and Zhang Yuxing finally caught up, and at first glance, he recognized the serpent-like youth, instinctively calling out his name. The serpent youth noticed Zhang Yushin, his face initially lighting up with a radiant smile, only to darken a moment later, displaying signs of irritation. Humph! Ungrateful wretch. Zhang Yushin approached Mo Lin, his smile beaming. I never expected to see you again. Your cultivation has improved, and it seems your soul power has strengthened as well. Humph! What does that have to do with you? Didn't you ignore me in pursuit of Zhao Haiyan? Mo Lin retorted, rolling his eyes at Zhang Yushin. As Mo Lin twisted his waist, preparing to depart, Zhang Hairui communicated telepathically to Zhang Yushin. Why are you standing there like a statue? Hurry up and comfort him. Zhang Yushin and Mo Lin walked further apart, realizing that it would take considerable effort to placate the proud serpent youth. Meanwhile, Zhang He wore a somewhat awkward smile, pondering what merit or virtue he possessed that warranted such companionship. In terms of appearance, upon their first meeting, Zhang He was utterly disheveled, while Jin Mingrui was breathtakingly beautiful. In terms of wealth and status, he brought only envy of the riches of the Jiang family, which he could not claim as his own. After much contemplation, the only aspect where he felt slightly superior was that he was human, and the other was a ghost. Yet, how significant was that? Although he was a ghost, he traversed the mortal realm with the same ease as any human, especially given his extraordinary abilities that even the king of the underworld was willing to assist him. There were countless reasons. It was merely that during their first encounter, it was the moon goddess who had introduced them. After becoming acquainted, their bond deepened over several days. As Jin Mingrui uttered the words affection, his voice softened, and he regarded Jiang He with a contemplative gaze. He pondered whether Jiang He could accept his true nature. If he were to reveal everything upon their meeting, after such a long time, it was likely that even a stone would warm up. Regrettably, he had never placed much significance on this matter. Initially, he had only disclosed to Jiang He that he was a ghost, omitting the fact that he was also a man. Surely, he would not assume that Jin Mingrui was deliberately deceiving him. Nevertheless, it was imperative to grant him some time for reflection. Jin Mingrui lifted his eyes to Zhang Hairui, gazing at him earnestly, conveying his thoughts telepathically. Brother, my happiness relies on you. You must lend me your support. Zhang Hairui appeared troubled. Jin Mingrui looked deeply into Jiang He's eyes, contemplating the risk of appearing too brazen. Fearing that he might flee, he decided to take a chance and embraced Jiang He, leaning close to whisper in his ear, I cannot bear to leave you. Yet I understand that the mortal realm differs from the underworld. No matter what you ultimately choose, I will abide by your decision. As Jin Mingrui held Jiang He's waist, he felt Jiang He's hand rest upon his shoulder. He glanced at Zhang Hairui, continuing to communicate telepathically. Considering how many times I have saved Jiang He, please assist me. Had I not witnessed your interactions just now, I would certainly not have allowed Jiang He to discover my true form. Jin Mingrui released Jiang He, who averted his gaze, lowering his head, contemplating a retreat. Very well, take care, Jin Mingrui remarked, handing Jiang He a vial of healing ointment along with a well-preserved cake. Here, take these. You must have exerted considerable energy earlier. Eat something and rest. I shall find you more provisions. Jiang He neither declined nor readily accepted, allowing Jin Mingrui to place the items in his hands. His mind was a tempest. On one hand, he found it exceedingly difficult to accept that his wife had transformed into his husband, yet the familiar scent and appearance remained unchanged, save for the gender. He found himself questioning whether acceptance was indeed possible. Chapter 33. A brief separation. Jiang He's heart was in turmoil as he watched Jin Mingrui set down a set of clothes and depart, leaving him with an inexplicable emptiness. Zhang Hairui did not immediately attempt to console Jiang He. He merely remarked that the pastries were purchased when he left Jiang City. Wondering what kind of magic had preserved them until now, Jiang He gazed at the character Yu on the delicacy, surmising it must be from Huaihua Tower. Are you thirsty? Allow me to fetch you a cup of water, Zhang Hairui suggested, directing Jiang He to remain seated, advising him not to wander off. As Zhang Hairui went to collect water, Jiang He found himself alone. He took a bite of the pastry, still retaining a hint of warmth, as if it had just been taken from a steamer. Had it not been for Jin Mingrui's selfless act during their visit to Huaihua Tower, he would have surely lost his corporeal form to the spirits, trapped in the haunted building for eternity. Moreover, when Jin Mingrui first entered the household, his room had been overrun with venomous snakes, and it was Jin Mingrui who had vigilantly guarded him through the night, saving his life. His bleak existence in the Jiang household had only begun to see a glimmer of hope upon Jin Mingrui's arrival. In the distance, Zhang Hairui approached with a scoop of clear spring water nestled in a lotus leaf. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air. Help! Jiang He and Jiang Hairui exchanged a glance, recognizing the voice of the serpent-like youth. Following the sound, they beheld the ground nearby collapsing, and before they could react, a formidable force propelled them backward. Jiang He focused his gaze and saw Jin Mingrui, who, along with the serpent youth, had plunged into the yawning chasm below. Quickly, Jiang Hairui urged, tugging at Jiang He's clothing to pull him away. As he watched his beloved disappear from sight, Jiang He was on the verge of leaping in after him. Jiang Hairui grasped the hem of Jiang He's garment, positioning himself protectively in front of him. Rest assured, they cannot perish. They are all ghosts. We must leave at once. Ghost. Jiang He repeated the word, then lifted his gaze to his brother, Jiang Hairui. Indeed, he too was a ghost. They had both tasted death once. Jiang Hairui surveyed the gaping hole beneath them, urgency creeping into his voice. Jiang He, do you intend for us to rescue you for all eternity? We must go. Upon hearing his brother's words, Jiang He gradually began to retreat. The ground continued to crumble beneath them, the rumbling echoing in his ears as he anxiously eyed the cavern below. Brother, I must find him. At that moment, Jiang He was consumed by a singular thought, to locate Jin Mingrui. Though he understood that Jin was a ghost, the mere notion of losing him forever shattered Jiang He's heart. Wait a moment. Jiang Hairui tore a strip of cloth to bind Jiang He's injured hands. Let us go. I will accompany you. In such trying times, having someone by his side felt like a blessing. A faint smile graced Jiang He's lips as he recalled those unbearable nights. Realizing that his brother's spirit had always been by his side, illuminating his heart like a beam of light piercing through the decay of a dilapidated house. At that moment, Jiang He suddenly comprehended what he truly desired, the companionship of these individuals. Although he found it difficult to accept the reality that Rer was a man, he could not bear the thought of being without him. What significance would life hold without his presence? It would be better to become a ghost and remain entangled together. Brother, let us depart. Within the cavern, Jin Mingrui utilized his spiritual energy to assist the group in descending into the depths. Mo Lin gazed at the pitch-black abyss with a look of distress. Observing Mo Lin's expression, Jin Mingrui cautioned, "You mustn't weep. Should you shed tears and cause the cavern to flood, I will surely offer you as a sacrifice to the heavens." Lord Huan, Mo Lin's tears shimmered in his eyes. Zhang Yuxing stood protectively in front of Mo Lin, asserting, "Do not bully him. He merely stumbled upon the cave's edge, inadvertently triggering a collapse. Such occurrences were not intentional. There is no need to frighten him." Jin Mingrui, intrigued by the close bond between the two, let his curiosity ignite. "What is the nature of your relationship? Why do you defend him?" Zhang Yuxing appeared troubled, while Mo Lin clung to his arm, his gaze filled with resentment. "You were quite eloquent before. Why the silence now?" Jin Mingrui observed them with a playful smile. Zhang Yuxing glanced at Mo Lin before explaining, "Mo Lin and I belong to the same sect. He is my junior apprentice. I had previously explored this secret realm and acquired a mystical technique for divining the heavens, which revealed that the city of sleep is soon to witness the reincarnation of an immortal. However, before we could encounter the immortal, we were first confronted by a deluge. While seeking refuge from the flood, we fortuitously saved Miss Zhao Haiyun, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, who is also the mother of Jiang He." At the mention of Zhao Haiyun, Mo Lin's expression soured. Zhang Yuxin, hesitant and with his head bowed, dared not meet the gazes of Mo Lin and Jin Mingrui, stammering, "I have suffered a reduction in lifespan due to my probing into celestial secrets, and subsequently endured divine retribution for thwarting the flood. After my demise, my soul took refuge in this bronze bell, and my younger disciple was ensnared in my plight, losing his corporeal form in the process of attempting to save me." Jin Mingrui merely smiled, refraining from speech. She recalled Zhang Yuxing's profound affection for Zhao Haiyun, which had compelled him to expend his entire life's cultivation and even his soul to craft a fateful gift for her before his death. The celestial secrets Zhang Yuxing referred to must pertain to the trials of Wuling Xianjun, who needed to borrow Zhao Haiyun's womb for rebirth. The mutual affection between Zhang Yuxing and Zhao Haiyun had tragically led to Zhang Yuxing's divine punishment, resulting in a shortened lifespan and the inevitable demise of their love. Given that Mo Lin had resided in the Jiang household for many years, he could not possibly be unaware of Zhang Yuxin's feelings for Zhao Haiyun. Had he spent a bit more time on Earth and experienced more, perhaps he could have let go and ceased to cling to such sorrow. "You may say whatever you wish. Your belief is sufficient," he murmured. The sarcasm in Jin Mingrui's words was palpable. "You ought to treat him better from now on." "This is a debt I owe him," Zhang Yuxin remarked, casting a glance at Mo Lin. Observing the awkward atmosphere, Jin Mingrui swiftly changed the subject. "It's rather chilly here. Allow me to escort you upstairs." Jin Mingrui spoke as she conjured several glowing orbs, illuminating the cavern. The landscape was a labyrinth of ravines, with the water eroding the mountainside into hollows. A substantial area above had collapsed, allowing vast beams of light to flood in, causing the crystalline formations within the cave to shimmer under the sun's rays. Just as they were about to exit, Zhang Yuxing suddenly turned to gaze back into the cave, his expression one of puzzlement. "What's wrong?" he inquired, taking a few steps forward, his gaze fixed intently on the cavern before him. "Do you see that? There is something there." A chill breeze swept through the cave, revealing an endless expanse of darkness. Jin Mingrui directed the glowing orbs deeper into the cave, and as they passed, the group beheld a frail snake, barely slithering across the ground. The creature appeared nearly lifeless, which caused Jin Mingrui to overlook it. "Come, let us take a closer look," she urged, moving forward. Suddenly, Mo Lin experienced a wave of dizziness, momentarily disoriented. Zhang Yuxing guided him forward, and upon advancing, they discovered that the snake was of colossal size. If not for the absence of horns upon its head, it would have been indistinguishable from a dragon, albeit emaciated to the point of being little more than bone. As Jin Mingrui approached, she realized that the enormous serpent was channeling its entire life force to sustain a corporeal form. Leaning in for a closer inspection, she was astonished to find that the body bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhang Yuxing. It truly is him. He hasn't consumed anything for over a decade. Observing the feeble Mo Lin, Jin Mingrui retrieved a solidifying essence pill and placed it in his mouth. Once his spirit was restored, Mo Lin remained too weak to even lift his head. Zhang Yuxing looked at Mo Lin with profound sorrow. "Why are you so foolish? You are not unworthy." Mo Lin succumbed to slumber. "What on earth did you do back then, during the catastrophic flood in Mian City, where torrents ravaged the land?" Mo Lin aspired to transform into a dragon. However, should he attempt to pass through, it would inevitably lead to a surge in water levels, turning this place into a purgatory on earth. Consequently, I resorted to administering the soul-severing powder to him, causing his spirit to leave his body. This action stemmed from my own selfish motives. Years ago, I wished to protect Haiyun from such calamity. Eventually, I realized my time was limited. Yet I feared that Mo Lin would harbor resentment and bring harm to Haiyun. Thus, I crafted a life token for her. Indeed, after his spirit departed, the lingering bitterness he carried tormented Zhao Haiyun for many years. Yet, I never anticipated that Mo Lin, in his final moments, would relinquish his lifelong cultivation to safeguard my corporeal form. Jin Mingrui gently tapped Zhang Yuxing's dantian, bestowing upon him the internal elixir to sustain his breath. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuxing was filled with shame. He felt unworthy of such sacrifice. Regardless of worthiness, he had acted selflessly, and if you truly felt gratitude, you ought to assist him, for his body could not endure for long. Jin Mingrui looked at Mo Lin with concern. His life force flickered like a wisp of smoke, and any slight misfortune could extinguish it. Observing Zhang Yuxing's soul merging, Jin Mingrui drew the fiery blade and severed the red thread entwined around him. This matchmaker, in his attempts to orchestrate tribulations for Jiang He, had ensnared so many others in the process. Once the entangled red thread was cut, it immediately wrapped itself around Mo Lin. When Zhang Yuxing next opened his eyes, Jin Mingrui had already departed, leaving behind a vast gathering array surrounding Mo Lin, along with a treasury pouch, a gown, and hairpins. How did he discern that was a girl? Zhang Yuxing examined the magical seal on its body, which remained perfectly intact. This seal was specifically requested from her master to facilitate her movement in the mortal realm. The master had once stated that whoever could see through's true form would be her fated one, and that individual would face a life and death tribulation. This tribulation, if successfully traversed, would lead to enlightenment as a Buddha or an immortal. If failed, it would result in the shattering of the soul. Zhang Yuxing gazed at, contemplating her soul's rightful return, deducing that she had already endured the three tribulations of heaven, earth, and humanity. It would not be long before she would undergo the trial to transform into a dragon. With the assistance of Lord Huan, success was surely within her grasp. Chapter 34. As long as it is you, nothing else matters. The torch in his hand gradually burned down, and darkness began to envelop the cavern around him. Leaning against the cold rock walls, Jiang He, exhausted and weakened, slowly sank to the ground. Blood seeped through the bandages on his palm, dripping from his fingers onto the earth. Suddenly, He sensed a salty taste in his mouth and realized he was crying. Where on earth are you? Jiang He pinched his wound, the pain in his palm bringing him a measure of clarity. Steeling himself, he rose to his feet and groped his way forward. The wind at the cave's entrance blew in gusts, and listening to the sound of the wind, Jiang He continued to feel his way ahead. Stop! Ahead lay the abyss. The familiar tone, the familiar scent. Jiang He felt the arm encircling his waist, yearning to see that person. At this moment, the darkness within the cave seemed to devour the sun and the moon like a monstrous beast. In Jin Mingrui's palm, a luminous orb was cast forth, illuminating the cavern, revealing an abyss that plunged deep into the earth. At the edge of this chasm stood Jiang He, his foot precariously poised. Instinctively, he recoiled a step, colliding into the embrace of another. Has he accepted me? Jin Mingrui glanced at the precipice, then lifted Jiang He, guiding him away from the brink. You are no longer angry with me? Jin Mingrui inquired tentatively. Jiang He, cradled in his arms, shook his head in response. Gazing upon Jin Mingrui's exquisitely striking visage, Jiang He leaned in for a fleeting kiss, a mere brush of lips that unexpectedly evolved into something more profound. As two young men, Jiang He sensed the shift in Jin Mingrui's demeanor, his face instantly aflame with embarrassment. He extricated himself from Jin Mingrui's embrace. Yet the words he wished to articulate remained lodged in his throat. Jin Mingrui grasped Jiang He's hand, guiding it beneath his garments. The familiar sensation invoked a longing that made escape seem futile. I shall wait until you fully embrace me, Jin Mingrui remarked, his gentle smile unwavering. He closed his eyes, permitting Jiang He to explore his form, refraining from further actions. Though he struggled to suppress his desires, the moment slipped away. Jiang He, confronted with the unguarded Jin Mingrui, hesitated for a moment, then summoned his courage. You must not open your eyes. Very well, Jin Mingrui acquiesced, even unfastening his belt to blindfold himself. Now free from the constraints of his belt, his collar gaped open, revealing a physique as pristine as jade. Intrigued by this alluring body, Jiang He observed Jin Mingrui's expressions, cautiously undoing the ties of his shirt. Her pale skin, akin to delicately carved jade, complemented by her long and somewhat slender legs, would undoubtedly captivate countless youthful hearts if she were to step out into the world. Yet, ironically, she has fallen into her own hands. Have I changed significantly from before? Upon hearing his inquiry, Jiang He could not help but chuckle softly. After all, it is merely a case of the wife becoming the husband. It is only in this place that I transform in such a manner. Upon his words, Jiang He felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet he failed to notice a fleeting expression of melancholy that crossed his face. If I were to remain this way, would you accept me? As long as it is you, the rest matters little. Jiang He replied, gazing intently at Jin Mingrui's waist, quietly comparing himself to her. Perhaps it is best not to compare, for without comparison, there is no pain. Would you ever be tempted by others? Never. What if someone else were to pursue you? Jin Mingrui was amused by his response. Having not been led astray before, she felt even less inclined to be so now. What kind of answer is that? Just as Jiang He was about to sink into his own melancholy, Jin Mingrui removed the strap from her glasses, looked at Jiang He, and tugged at the hem of his shirt. Do you trust me? Jiang He hesitated, and as Jin Mingrui's intense gaze bore down upon him, he suddenly leaned closer. Jiang He, nervous, shut his eyes. We have already forged a marital bond. What is there to be anxious about? I feel shy. Observing Jiang He's demeanor, Jin Mingrui playfully blew at the stray locks of hair on his forehead, intentionally teasing him, feeling the gentle breath against his forehead. Jiang He grew tense and dared not move. Amused by his reaction, Jin Mingrui couldn't help but chuckle softly, reaching out to tidy the hair by his ears. After a moment of apprehension, Jiang He realized that he had not made any advances towards him and, upon opening his eyes, discovered that Jin Mingrui had already dressed himself. A sudden pang of disappointment struck him, leaving him puzzled by his own thoughts. Could it be that he harbored expectations for Jin Mingrui's actions? Come here, Jin Mingrui instructed. Retrieving water and medicinal powder, Jiang He obediently approached as Jin Mingrui untied the cloth binding Jiang He's hands, washing his wounds with clean water. Jiang He winced, instinctively wanting to pull his hand away. Endure it. It will be over soon, Jin Mingrui assured him. His movements were remarkably deft, and in no time, he had applied the medicinal powder and wrapped the wounds in gauze. Why hasn't Jiang Hirui accompanied you? Jin Mingrui inquired, noticing Jiang He's furrowed brow. I don't know. He cannot enter this cave and is waiting for me outside, Jiang He replied. Jin Mingrui appeared contemplative as he crouched down, feeling the ground beneath him to sense the operation of the formation. Suddenly, his eyes widened in alarm. No wonder you became lost here. What's wrong? Jiang He asked, noticing Jin Mingrui's sudden change in demeanor as he gazed towards the cave's depths. Jiang He stepped forward, prompting Jin Mingrui to follow closely behind. They soon beheld a faint green glow emanating from below the cave. That is ghost fire, Jin Mingrui confirmed, using his spiritual sense to examine the depths, where he spotted the remains of a dragon that had failed its ascension. Having cultivated for a millennium, it had turned to dust upon its ascent, its resentment lingering at the valley's bottom. Let us proceed. Rui, how are the two of them faring? Let us ascend and converse further. Jin Mingrui, wary of potential vengeful spirits eavesdropping, hesitated to disclose their location. Very well. Jiang He felt his body lifted by a surge of spiritual energy, and in an instant, his feet were suspended in midair. Jin Mingrui extended his arm to grasp him tightly. The ghostly flames, seemingly sentient, detected their presence and began to converge towards them. Jin Mingrui extinguished the luminous orb and, with a swift motion, clasped Jiang He around the waist, propelling them forward. Jiang He pressed against his chest, the sound of shattering stones echoing behind them. After a while, the surrounding light intensified, and they evaded the ghostly flames emerging from the cavern. Jiang He had been waiting outside for quite some time. Upon seeing them exit, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Jin Mingrui cradled Jiang He as they departed the cave, and with the rising sun illuminating the dawn, Jiang He realized he had been tirelessly searching within the cavern for 2 days and nights. We cannot linger here. Follow me. Jin Mingrui continued to soar along the intricate pathways of the secret realm's formation, with Jiang He trailing closely behind. As for the others, Imo Lin and Zhang Yushin are living souls. Moments ago, we unexpectedly discovered their physical forms within the cave. Their spirits have just returned, leaving them in a state of great weakness, necessitating rest. I have provided them with ample resources to recuperate before they can emerge. Truly, a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. After flying for nearly half an hour, Jin Mingrui found a picturesque location and came to a halt, noticing that Jiang He had succumbed to slumber against him. Chapter 35. Departure from the secret realm. On this day, Jiang He experienced a deep and restful slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Jin Mingrui by his side, and in that moment, he felt that his life was complete. The flickering firelight illuminated Jin Mingrui's visage, and when he raised his gaze to meet Jiang He's, the tenderness in his eyes rippled like a serene spring in Jiang He's heart. Jin Mingrui offered him some roasted rabbit meat, saying, "You must be hungry. Have something to eat." Jiang He, feeling ravenous, did not hesitate and took large bites of the meat. "Would you care for some wine?" Jin Mingrui produced a pale golden gourd filled with liquor. "I've never seen you drink at the estate," Jiang He remarked as he took a sip from the gourd, savoring the sweet, fruity wine that perfectly matched his disposition. Jin Mingrui, gazing into the fire, extracted a roasted sweet potato. "I have a low tolerance for alcohol." The wine contained sleeping flowers. He split the sweet potato, carefully offering half wrapped in a leaf to Jiang He, cautioning, "Be careful, it's hot." As Jiang He accepted the sweet potato, he noticed that the bandages on his hands had been changed, a testament to the thoughtful care he had received. A smile graced his lips. "Who are you speaking to?" Jiang He inquired, observing Jin Mingrui conversing with the air beside the fire. Jin Mingrui glanced at Jiang He and then at the slumbering Jiang He, signaling him to remain silent. Earlier, Jin Mingrui had discovered that Jiang He possessed 2 souls. It was said that souls subjected to extreme suffering could split into 2. However, typically, these souls would dissipate if separated, much like conjoined twins. Yet, the Jiang He before him not only remained intact, but was also visible solely to Jin Mingrui. Before her, Jiang He took a few sips of wine and nibbled on a couple of sweet potatoes, feeling slightly dazed as he leaned against Jin Mingrui's shoulder. "Huan, I truly adore you," he confessed. Jin Mingrui noticed a long scar along Jiang He's forearm. Observing his hand, she remarked, "This is the demon clan's severing technique. You are not the Wuling immortal lord." "I am not he," Jiang He replied, casting a bitter smile as he regarded the scar. "I am his brother, Jiang He. Alas, I was born under an ill-fated destiny. They foretold I would consort with demons, and thus, they concocted an excuse to transfer my cultivation and lifespan to my brother. One must always be cautious of him," he continued. "Will you stand by me?" Jiang He grasped Jin Mingrui's hand. She gazed at him intently, uncertain of what the future held, yet assured him, "In this life, I can accompany you." Gradually, Jiang He's form became transparent, indicating that the energy he had absorbed from the soul flower was nearing depletion. Huan, as long as we unite our strengths, we can live forever in the sunlight. Jin Mingrui remained silent as Jiang He leaned closer, gently kissing her before vanishing. Jin Mingrui watched Jiang He. At that moment, he opened his eyes, gazing at her with an expression indistinguishable from that of the spirit moments prior. Who, then, was controlling Jiang He's body? A look of joy sparkled in Jiang He's eyes as he nestled beside Jin Mingrui, embracing her with a beaming smile. Jin Mingrui, unperturbed, felt no conflict regarding her identity, although she preferred her true form. Yet, the thought of invoking the terrifying heavenly punishment for violating celestial laws made her feel that this state was quite satisfactory. Ruer, your scent is truly delightful, he remarked. Brother, I am still here. Jiang Hirui gently reminded Jiang He. Jiang He turned to face Jiang Hirui, offering an apologetic smile. Yet her presence exuded an enchanting fragrance. Jin Mingrui lowered her head with a soft chuckle, only to raise it again and notice the surrounding formation shifting. Jiang Hirui observed this as well. We should take our leave, Jiang He said, her gaze lingering wistfully on the mysterious realm before her. In her hand, Jin Mingrui held a sensing orb, transmitting the earlier scene. In the underworld, the King of Hell gazed at the images sent by Jin Mingrui, his brow furrowing slightly. The footage depicted Jiang He revealing her identity as the younger sister of Wuling Xianjun. Little master, the person has already been delivered to your side. Why the haste? The King of Hell remarked before erasing the information sent by Jin Mingrui. Chapter 36, An Unexpected Encounter with My Younger Sister. Who heals others? It has been over half a month since leaving the secret realm, yet there has been no word from the King of Hell. Logically, upon discovering the foreign soul within Wuling Xianjun, the celestial realm should have dispatched someone for a thorough investigation. How could so much time pass without a whisper of news? A sense of foreboding crept into her heart. Could it be that the King of Hell and that soul were in collusion? If that were the case, then the King of Hell might have intentionally released her, and the moon god was the one who guided her to Jiang He's side. The soul flower attached to her was the finest material for restoring divine souls. As this thought crossed her mind, Jin Mingrui felt an unexpected chill envelop her. Ruer, what are you pondering? Jiang He's hand rested gently on Jin Mingrui's shoulder. As their eyes met, Jin Mingrui donned a tender expression. He. Having you by my side these days, sharing this journey of understanding and companionship, is truly delightful. Upon hearing these words, Jiang He couldn't help but smile knowingly, extending the freshly washed fruit in her hand to Jin Mingrui. I feel the same way. It seems like a dream. Jin Mingrui accepted the fruit and took a couple of bites. Outside, there was a bustling crowd, and the commotion suggested that a doctor specializing in smallpox vaccination had arrived, and parents were bringing their children for inoculation. The courtyard where Jin Mingrui resided was conveniently close to the market, located at the foot of Tsuaping Mountain, a favored resting place for traveling merchants. Having left the secret realm a fortnight ago, Jin Mingrui recognized that Jiang He's health required some care, prompting her to rent a courtyard for temporary residence. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached Jin Mingrui's ears. After drying or roasting the fritillaria, ephedra, Morris alba bark, and lepidium seeds, place them all into the grinding mortar and grind them into a fine powder for later use. Each time, measure the appropriate amount and mix it with warm honey water. Furthermore, do not consume too much of the fritillaria, it is toxic. So be sure to keep it out of reach of the children. All right, thank you, young lady, came the voice of Jiang Yuqing. Jiang He recognized it too and exchanged a glance with Jin Mingrui. It's my younger sister. It had been several days since they last met, and she was now treating patients. Jin Mingrui spoke as she rose to step outside. Upon opening the door, she found Jiang Yuqing seated beside an elderly man with graying hair, administering treatment to passing villagers under the elder's guidance. Jiang He gestured for Jin Mingrui to refrain from interrupting her younger sister, and the two quietly approached her from behind, clad in coarse cloth garments. Jiang Yuqing's once fair complexion had darkened under the sun, yet her eyes shone with remarkable brightness. Fortunately, there were not many patients seeking treatment. Most were parents bringing their children for vaccination. The elderly doctor, with his hair as white as snow, ground the dried pox scabs into a fine powder and gently blew it into the child's nostrils to prevent smallpox. Jiang He observed her sweating profusely and purchased a bowl of fragrant tea, approaching her. Little sister, she called out. Once outside the Jiang residence, the young girl's voice became considerably brighter. Sister-in-law, you are here as well. Jiang Yuqing watched as Jin Mingrui affectionately grasped her hand, then turned to the elderly doctor. "Master, look, this is my sister-in-law and my second brother." The elderly doctor, preoccupied with his duties, smiled and nodded, continuing his diagnosis of the next patient. "You must be thirsty. Have some tea." Jiang He offered the fragrant tea to her younger sister, who accepted it and turned to hand it to the doctor. "Master, I've placed it here for you. I bought a double portion." Jiang He then handed another bowl to her sister, who drank eagerly. Before long, more villagers arrived for consultation. Jiang Yunqing wiped her mouth and said, "Second brother, sister-in-law, please take a seat. I will be with you shortly." She settled beside the elderly doctor, attentively observing his practice. The doctor instructed her to use a particular prescription, and Jiang Yunqing opened her medical book. If her traveling medicine chest contained the necessary herbs, she would prepare the medicine on-site and instruct on its usage. Otherwise, she would hand the prescription to the villagers for them to procure the ingredients in town. After a busy morning, Jin Mingrui invited the two to her home for a meal. The elderly doctor, having aged considerably, consumed a bowl of noodles and soon fell asleep in his rocking chair. Noticing her master dozing, Jiang Yuqing, concerned about waking him, pulled Jin Mingrui and her brother outside to converse. "Little sister, you actually wish to become a physician?" Jiang Hairui leaned against the doorframe, raising an eyebrow as he observed Jiang Yuqing. Jiang He, too, was intrigued by the sight of the esteemed young lady of the Jiang family, who had been raised in luxury, toiling alongside an elderly doctor to tend to the ailments of others. "Sister, how could grandfather permit you to accompany him on such arduous journeys?" he inquired of Jiang Yuqing. Jin Mingrui glanced at the two siblings and proceeded to set tea and fruits on a small table outside. Jiang Yunqing poured herself a cup of water, feeling parched after consuming 2 large pots of tea since her arrival. As she recounted her experiences, her face was etched with guilt and concern. The woman she had tended to lamented her chronic back pain and the chill that enveloped her abdomen, attributing it to excessive coldness. "I initially assumed it was merely a common ailment," she explained, recounting the hardships of her youth, how her impoverished family had forced her to carry her child bundled in her trousers due to a lack of cloth. Enduring the harsh winters with inadequate clothing, when the child soiled herself, she had no choice but to warm her with her own body, day after day, ultimately succumbing to illness. Dr. Zhao lamented that her condition had persisted for too long, rendering it untreatable. As Jiang Yunqing sighed, she recalled another child from the village, a girl afflicted with serpentine sores on her back, which were a vivid red. Her family, fearful of the expenses involved in seeking treatment, had refused to help her. It was only through Jiang Yunqing's insistence that she brought the girl to Dr. Zhao, who prescribed her 3 doses of medicine, after which the sores healed. Jiang Hairui's expression shifted subtly, while Jiang He wore a look of shared empathy. Jin Mingrui presented a fan to Jiang Yunqing, who waved it gently, fanning her rosy cheeks. "So, you have resolved to study medicine under Dr. Zhao and traverse the world?" Jiang Yunqing blinked, replying, "This is merely a fragment of my aspirations. I intend not only to master the art of healing, but also to delve into commerce and water management." "Water management? I understand that," Jiang Hairui remarked, gazing at his sister with evident pride. "Upon leaving the Jiang residence, I realized that the vastness of the world allows for the ambition of a swan to soar, as well as the construction of a humble abode for sparrows." Jiang Yuqing turned to Jin Mingrui, saying, "Sister-in-law, if you do not mind, I would like to take you as my mentor and learn the art of martial prowess." Upon receiving Jin Mingrui's affirmation, Jiang Yunqing beamed, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth. "It is settled then. Once I finish my tasks, I shall seek your guidance in martial arts." Jiang Hairui clicked his tongue, thinking it absurd for such a young girl to pursue martial arts. Jiang He shot a glance at Jiang Hairui, choosing to remain silent. Jin Mingrui patted Jiang Yuqing on the shoulder, asking, "Can you guess the greatest benefit of learning martial skills?" "To strengthen the body," Jiang Yuqing replied. Jin Mingrui glanced at Jiang Hairui, her lips curving into a smile. "It also allows one to engage in calm discourse with critical individuals." Jiang Yuqing chuckled at this remark. Jiang Hairui shot a glare at Jin Mingrui before drifting to the beams above for a rest. Jiang He, aware of the underlying jest aimed at their elder brother, stifled a laugh. "I shall heed my mentor's teachings," Jiang Yunqing said with a smile, performing a respectful salute to Jin Mingrui. Chapter 37. The Cunning Healer. Dr. Zhao. Jiang Yuqing sighed, expressing a heartfelt wish that her elder brother were still alive. Recently, Lord Fong had been dispatched by the authorities to address the water calamities in the area. By chance, he stumbled upon the flood control plan left behind by her brother, and was thoroughly impressed, exclaiming his admiration. Regrettably, the plan contained only a few scant details. Had her brother still been alive, he would have undoubtedly made remarkable contributions. Upon hearing his younger sister praise him, Jiang Harue emerged from the wall, revealing half of his figure, delighting in her words. He glanced at Jiang Harue before directing his gaze back to his sister. The city of Mian had long suffered from floods. Had their brother been present, he might have brought prosperity to the land. Indeed, Jiang Yinqing nodded. The calamity of floods. Jin Mingrui observed Jiang Harue and Jiang Yinqing. The principles of the heavens emphasize the balance of yin and yang. Solitary yin cannot produce life, and solitary yang cannot thrive. Jiang He, having descended to endure trials, was destined to face calamities, and according to the heavenly principles, he would inevitably encounter individuals that both complemented and countered him. Currently, Jiang He bore a parasitic spirit, foretelling a storm of chaos in the mortal realm. Jiang Harue, gifted and unparalleled, had his soul remain intact even after death, while Jiang Yinqing, at such a tender age, had already begun to shine. Were they not the very individuals destined to either aid or oppose Jiang He? If so, Jin Mingrui pondered, what could these two mortals, one deceased and the other merely a child, do against an immortal who had lived for millennia and wielded immense power? The mysteries of fate are unfathomable. Assisting them at this moment would not prove difficult. Jiang Yinqing sat beside Jin Mingrui, turning to Jiang He, second brother. Could you do me a favor? Speak, he replied. Jiang Yinqing produced a pouch of silver needles, and Jiang He, gazing at the gleaming needle tips, felt a shiver run down his spine. Sister, what do you intend to do? Rest assured, it does not hurt. Jiang Yinqing produced a silver needle, grasping Jiang He's hand. She deftly pierced the Higu acupoint located at the base of his thumb. Oh, dear brother, assist me in honing my skills, she uttered. Even as the needle penetrated his skin. How does it feel? Jin Mingrui observed Jiang Yinqing with admiration, exclaiming, I believe it is quite effective. Let us proceed in this manner. Encouraged by her words, Jiang Yinqing's spirit soared. Thank you, sister-in-law, for your kind encouragement. I shall give it another attempt. Noticing the earnestness in Jiang Yinqing's demeanor, Jin Mingrui hesitated to inform her of the misplaced needle, reasoning that even an incorrect puncture would only cause temporary discomfort. Jiang He shielded his eyes with his hand, unable to bear the sight of Jiang Yinqing inflicting pain upon him. Jin Mingrui observed the numerous needle marks adorning the girl's hands and arms, realizing she was quite relentless in her practice. Oh, it seems I may have made an error, Jiang Yinqing remarked with an awkward smile, withdrawing the needle to seek a more appropriate position, and with precision and vigor. She plunged the needle into him once more, the technique both accurate and forceful, eliciting a visceral response from onlookers. Jin Mingrui noticed the medical tome Jiang Yinqing carried. Picking it up to examine it closely. The cover had long been lost, wrapped in a piece of cloth. However, the formulas within, though aged, remained intact. As she perused the pages, her eyes widened in astonishment. The formulas had been modified, with one particular recipe for consolidating vital energy requiring over 30 different medicinal ingredients and a multitude of preparation methods. Although no renowned physicians were known to have flourished in this locale, it was worth recalling that a century ago, this area had weathered an epidemic unscathed, presumably by relying on the remedies documented within that very text. Upon reading the final lines of the will, two phrases caught my attention. May no one in this world suffer from illness. Rather, let the medicine gather dust upon the shelf. From where did you acquire this book? Inquired Jin Mingrui of Jiang Yinqing. Momentarily distracted, Jiang Yinqing mistakenly pricked the needle in the wrong spot. Jiang Harue gasped, for though the needle had clearly pierced Jiang he exclaimed nonetheless. I apologize, second brother. Jiang Yinqing withdrew the needle, leaving Jiang He looking as if he had been pricked like a hedgehog. It is of no consequence. I shall soon be departing this world, Jiang He remarked. Jiang Yinqing turned to Jin Mingrui, explaining, this book belongs to Dr. Zhao. He mentioned that it was given to him by an elderly gentleman, who claimed that the family was engaged in the ceramics and timber trade. With no one to study this subject, the old gentleman, unable to bear the sight of the book in such disrepair, took it upon himself to present it to Dr. Zhao. Inside the room, Dr. Zhao had already regained consciousness, emerging with a faint tremor. He misapplied the needle yet again, as that spot was unsuitable for such a procedure. Dr. Zhao was a man of few words. He approached Jiang He, removed the needle from his body, studied him for a moment longer, and then extended his hand. Jiang He hesitated, his hand poised in midair. Dr. Zhao felt Jiang He's pulse and remarked, "Your constitution requires adjustment. Otherwise, future progeny may encounter difficulties." Jiang He was taken aback. The town's finest physician, Dr. Zhang, had declared him untreatable. Yet this humble country doctor possessed a remedy. Dr. Zhao produced a sheet of paper and wrote a prescription, instructing, "Take this to procure the necessary medicine." Just before departing, Dr. Zhao cast a glance at Jin Mingrui, pausing to scrutinize her, particularly fixating on her neck. "Have you consumed anything you ought not to have?" he inquired. Jin Mingrui gazed at Dr. Zhao, who instructed her to extend her hand for him to feel her pulse. Dr. Zhao furrowed his brows, expressing his discontent. No. Extend your other hand." He then grasped the pulse of her other hand, muttering that something was amiss. What exactly was wrong? Jiang Yinqing had never witnessed such a perplexed demeanor from Dr. Zhao before. Tilting his head, he pondered for a long while, finally murmuring to himself, "Am I becoming muddled in my old age?" Naturally, Jin Mingrui's pulse was a mere illusion. As a ghost, how could she possess a real pulse? Despite her years of cultivation allowing her to appear indistinguishable from a mortal, she was still, after all, a ghost, no matter how well she disguised herself. Something essential was always lacking. "You are not human, are you?" Dr. Zhao's words shocked everyone present. "Master, are you mistaken? How could my sister-in-law possibly not be human?" Jiang Hirui floated beside Dr. Zhao. Jin Mingrui regarded Jiang He. In that fleeting moment, his gaze was laced with a murderous intent. "I observe that your facial features and pulse do not align." Jin Mingrui sighed in relief. "Today, I applied rouge and powder to conceal it." Dr. Zhao responded with an "oh," his expression transforming into one of sudden enlightenment. Jiang Yinqing shot a disapproving glance at his master and leaned closer to Jin Mingrui, whispering, "My master possesses unparalleled medical skills, yet he seems somewhat oblivious to the intricacies of human nature in other matters. That alone is quite a rarity." Just as Jin Mingrui was admiring Dr. Zhao, someone rushed in from outside, exclaiming, "Dr. Zhao, my son has developed a festering sore on his leg. Please take a look." The anxious individual hurriedly carried his son into the courtyard. Jin Mingrui summoned a bed, and the individual placed his son upon it, seeking the doctor's assistance. As the doctor approached, he lifted the lad's trousers, revealing a considerable abscess. The man, flustered and anxious, lamented that just yesterday everything was well, and now it had swollen dramatically. "Wait a moment, apply pressure," he instructed. The young man, still bewildered, remained unresponsive as the doctor produced a small blade to incise the abscess and cleanse the wound. The lad's cries of agony did not perturb Dr. Zhao to him. The youth was merely a patient. Sickness required treatment, and treatment necessitated surgery. Such was the simplicity of the matter. The onlookers were caught off guard as the boy writhed in pain. Jiang Yinqing approached to steady him, prompting the crowd to finally react and offer assistance. "He is going mad. He is going mad." The young man screamed in distress. Dr. Zhao, fixated solely on the ailment, dismissed the notion of madness. Insanity was a separate affliction, and if one were to be mad, they would bear two ailments. Madness, however, was not beyond remedy. One could employ Penelia to dispel phlegm and awaken the spirit, or utilize bovine gallstones, combined with aromatic substances to clear the senses. "Impressive," Jiang Hirui exclaimed, his expression one of amusement as he observed the spectacle. Once Dr. Zhao had concluded his procedure and was about to prescribe medication, the young man's father presented two prescriptions, stating that he had already procured the necessary herbs. "Do you think these will suffice?" Dr. Zhao examined the prescriptions, shaking his head in disapproval. The man, now agitated, insisted. "The town's doctor said they would work, and I just collected the herbs yesterday." Seeing the man's anxious demeanor, Dr. Zhao allowed a mocking smile to surface. "Then perhaps you should give it a try. I, too, am curious to see if it proves effective." Fearing that her master might soon attract hostility, Jiang Yinqing quickly diverted the conversation. "Uncle, until his wound heals, he must avoid water. Here are the bandages and medicine. Change them twice daily. Dr. Zhao, please take a look at my child." Before the man could express his anger, a woman rushed in, cradling her young one, interrupting Dr. Zhao's conversation. Dr. Zhao immersed himself in the crowd. Although he was not particularly eloquent, his compassionate heart drove him to traverse great distances to heal the ailing. He was the only physician who did not disdain Jiang Yuqing for being a girl, wholeheartedly imparting his medical knowledge to her. Chapter 38. Yunqing's confrontation with the bandits. Jin Mingrui examined the prescription. Years spent in a hellish existence had been filled with relentless suffering. Though the spirits do not require sustenance, the struggle had drained her spiritual energy, leaving her with an unbearable hunger each day. In a desperate bid for survival, she had gnawed upon the roots of the soul tree, resulting in her being parasitized by the soul flower. Few within the three realms were aware of the soul flower's properties, and as for the moonlight grass, she had existed for over a millennium. Traversing the realms of the demon race, it had only heard of it through a mere legend. It was indeed peculiar that a mere mortal not only recognized her parasitism by the soul flower, but also understood that the moonlight grass could dispel it. Before Dr. Zhao could depart, Jin Mingrui tucked away the prescription, eager to inquire further. As she stepped outside, she glanced at Jiang He, who was engrossed in discussion with Jiang Hairui, holding the prescription from Dr. Zhao and sharing clandestine laughter. "You're going out?" Jiang He approached Jin Mingrui with the prescription in hand. "I was just about to step out as well. I just reviewed this prescription with my brother. It might very well cure me. Ruier, would you be willing to bear children for me?" Jin Mingrui lowered her gaze with a faint smile, uttering a disingenuous remark. Clearly a thought conceived in her mind, though uncertain of its feasibility. Jiang He tucked away the prescription, his smile radiant. Jiang Hairui, with a mischievous grin, looked at Jin Mingrui and mused that perhaps heaven would align with their wishes, allowing her to bear a child. "Thank you for your kind words," Jin Mingrui replied, her lips curving into a stiff smile. Before they could exit, Jiang Yinxing burst through the door, anxiety etched across her face as she addressed Jiang He and Jin Mingrui. "Brother, sister-in-law, there has been an incident. What has transpired?" Jiang He asked, striding forward to support Jiang Yinxing. "Bandits?" Jin Mingrui inquired, scrutinizing Jiang Yinxing while extending her spiritual sense to survey the surroundings. Indeed, she detected a band of marauders approaching on horseback from the mountainside. Jiang He glanced at Jin Mingrui. "Should we seek refuge?" Jin Mingrui surveyed the area. "If we hide, what will become of the villagers? It would be better for us to confront them." Jiang Hairui looked at Jiang He, pondering who truly faced peril, considering that this woman possessed the ability to summon the king of the underworld. Jin Mingrui opened the door, revealing chaos outside. The news of the bandit assault had spread, and villagers were frantically fleeing in all directions. "Everyone, listen to me. I possess a method to repel the bandits," Jin Mingrui proclaimed, no longer concealing her potent aura, which quelled the fears of most villagers. However, many appeared skeptical, particularly those who noticed her beauty. "Just you?" One individual made a disdainful expression. But before any further words could be exchanged, Jin Mingrui's porcelain bowl shattered into fine powder from her spiritual energy. "Indeed, it is I, sister-in-law. What is your plan?" Jin Mingrui gazed at the steep incline leading up the mountain, a path paved with stones, where defense was easy but offense was arduous. "I kindly ask you to gather beans and oil from every household. Additionally, please dismantle the millstone at the village entrance and place it in the adjacent building. The elderly, the weak, and the women of the village should hastily seek refuge in the mountains, leaving behind a few brave souls to confront the bandits with me." Upon hearing Jin Mingrui's arrangements, Jiang Yinxing suddenly comprehended her strategy. What a clever sister-in-law to devise such a scheme. "A cunning trick indeed," Jiang Hairui commented, receiving an irked glance from Jiang He. He added, "Yet, it is cunningly executed." Jiang He also busied himself with preparations. As the bandits approached from the valley below, Jin Mingrui scattered a handful of beans across the slope. The rain-soaked hillside was already slick and treacherous, and the bouncing beans scattered across the incline. The villagers, following her instructions, concealed themselves. The treacherous path proved difficult for the thieves as they brandished their knives and charged upward. After only a few steps, they found their footing compromised by the rolling beans, resulting in a chaotic tumble. "Boss, it's beans," exclaimed one of the bandits, as Haishintu glared furiously at the yellow legumes strewn across the ground. "Charge forward," he commanded. The bandits scrambled up the slope, but at Jin Mingrui's signal, barrels of oil were simultaneously poured downwards. The already slippery ground, now coated in oil, rendered the bandits unable to maintain their grip, leading to a chaotic descent. Haishintu, caught off guard, fell spectacularly, cursing, "That scoundrel! How could they devise such a devious trick?" Jin Mingrui, overhearing every word from above, prepared for the next move. At the village's edge, a massive stone mill was hoisted by several individuals. As the colossal mill tumbled down, the bandits below were startled by the earth-shaking commotion. They looked up to find the heavy stone barreling towards them. Some were unable to evade, suffering broken legs or crushed hands, while others met their demise on the spot. The notorious Black Mountain Bandits had reigned in this area for years, yet they were unprepared for such an assault. The steep slope posed a significant challenge, and the villagers seized the opportunity to hurl boulders from above. Jin Mingrui observed the bandits below, grasping a handful of stones, hesitating on whether to take lethal action. It was fortunate for them that the young woman had devised such a clever plan. Otherwise, their village would have faced dire consequences. "What have they been doing in this vicinity?" Jiang He inquired. An elderly man with graying hair, gnawing on the remnants of his few yellowed teeth, replied, "In this area, they have committed unspeakable atrocities, burning, pillaging, and slaughtering. Last month, during a wedding at Wang Guzi's home, they attacked, leaving many dead or injured, and the bride was abducted. These scoundrels deserve to rot in hell." The mention of hell caused a brief flicker of fear in Jin Mingrui's heart, but she quickly masked her expression. They are about to launch an attack. The bandits at the foot of the slope scrambled, using their hands and feet to wedge their knives into the crevices of the bluestone slabs, inching their way upward. Villagers gathered stones and hurled them down the mountain. Jiang Hirue noticed Jin Mingrui's confusion and asked, "Are you unable to kill?" She nodded slightly in response. "We shall use fire." Jiang Yiqing ignited a torch with a fire starter and hurled it towards the oil-soaked slope, where the oil ignited instantly. The mountain bandit had just climbed for half a day, his body thoroughly soaked in oil. When the fire ignited, it was met with a chorus of anguished screams. The bandit was engulfed in flames, writhing in unbearable agony. Jiang Yiqing, witnessing this hellish scene before her, was suddenly filled with dread. Jin Mingrui, observing the terror etched on Jiang Yiqing's face, covered her eyes, yet even without sight, the cries of the thieves below echoed painfully in their ears. Initially, she had presumed that someone else would set the fire, never anticipating it would be Jiang Yiqing. Trembling, Jiang Yiqing whispered, "Sister-in-law, I have killed a man." Chapter 39. Is he Jiang He or the Wooling Immortal? Upon learning of the incident, their grandfather dispatched someone to retrieve the three of them. Jiang He and Jin Mingrui stated they would gather their belongings and set off the following day. Concerned for his younger sister, Jiang Hirue chose to accompany them. The room was left with only the two of them. "Roar," Jiang He inquired, "have I done something wrong?" Jin Mingrui shook her head. "How could you think that?" Jiang He gently wiped away the tears from her downcast face with his sleeve, gazing at her with tenderness. "As long as you are happy, I would do anything, even if it means." He hesitated, parting ways with you. Suddenly, Jiang He felt a moment of disorientation, nearly collapsing into Jin Mingrui's embrace. She regarded him and remarked, "Perhaps our fates are about to reach their conclusion." Upon hearing these words, tears streamed down Jiang He's face. Jin Mingrui placed a gentle kiss on his forehead, her lips curving into a soft smile as she extracted a blue soul flower from his brow. With the suppression of the soul flower lifted, Jiang He's memories of his past life began to resurface. In an instant, his gentle gaze transformed into that of a fierce warrior, ready to charge into battle. Moreover, Jiang He's demeanor and aura were undergoing a profound transformation. Jin Mingrui realized that Jiang He was no longer the same Jiang He. A wave of sorrow surged within her heart. The fleeting days of tender entanglement were indeed precious, and there was no need to impose further demands. In just a few breaths, Jin Mingrui lifted her gaze to meet Jiang He's, then bowed deeply in reverence to the Wooling Immortal. "Rui, what are you doing?" Jiang He extended his hand to assist Jin Mingrui. She looked up at him, her expression filled with astonishment. In that fleeting moment, he had completely forgotten his past and had transformed entirely into Jiang He. "Rui, what is this?" Jiang He inquired, gazing at the unfamiliar object in his hand, a look of bewilderment adorning his face. He found a letter and a token for communication with the heavenly court. "Why are you crying?" Jiang He gently wiped away the tears from Jin Mingrui's face with his sleeve. Jin Mingrui tucked away the two items, raised her hand to dry her tears, and said, "Ahi, I have regained my freedom, and I shall no longer have to live in hiding." Jiang He, somewhat perplexed, asked, "Why would one need to hide?" A radiant smile blossomed on Jin Mingrui's face, her eyes sparkling like the morning sun. "Because I am different from others. You are the most beautiful, the most gentle, the most considerate, and the most understanding person in the world," Jiang He whispered into Jin Mingrui's ear. "The one I cherish the most." Jin Mingrui closed the door and waved her hand, causing dozens of wine jars to materialize on the table. "I wish to celebrate. Ahi, would you accompany me for a drink?" "Do you still drink?" Jin Mingrui raised her wine glass and nodded. "Previously, I refrained from drinking, fearing that my true nature would be revealed and discovered by the heavenly court. Well, As long as you are happy, I am content with anything. Jiang He, perplexed by Jin Mingrui's laughter, found himself unable to resist joining in her mirth. Jin Mingrui, usually so dignified and graceful, was now indulging in the wine with abandon. As if transformed into a different person. Rui, this wine is delightful. Where did you acquire it? Jin Mingrui waved her hand dismissively, a hint of inebriation evident in her demeanor. I have a name, it is Huan. For the first time, Jiang He witnessed this side of her. Perhaps she had been suppressing her emotions for too long. Recalling how the spirits referred to her as Lord Huan, he adjusted his address. Huan, Lord Huan. Jin Mingrui covered her face and chuckled softly. This was a gift from my wife. It has been so long that only a little remains. Jiang He's heart sank at this revelation. Unsure how to console her, he downed the contents of his glass, refilled it for both of them, and in a moment of impulsiveness, inquired, how did she die? The moment the words escaped his lips, he observed Jin Mingrui's expression shift to one of melancholy, realizing he had unwittingly poured salt into her wounds. In that instant, he wished he could sever his own tongue. Jin Mingrui poured herself another glass and gazed up at the sky. I cannot recall, she murmured. Perhaps it is for the best that I do not remember. Let us drink. Jiang He felt relieved to find an excuse to shift the focus. She only cherished my physical form, unable to accept my identity, and left with another before my very eyes. Later, I heard she had perished, but the details of her death are a haze to me after all this time. Jin Mingrui stretched her body slightly. Under the influence of the wine, her aura transformed into something enchanting yet perilous. Particularly striking were her crimson eyes, which seemed capable of ensnaring one's very soul with a mere glance. Jiang He set his glass down, intending to take her hand, but in his intoxication, he inadvertently tugged at her sleeve, revealing a glimpse of her lightly flushed skin. Jin Mingrui regarded Jiang He with a dazed expression, a smile playing upon her lips, radiating a beguiling charm. Ahi, do you fancy this body? She seemed to tease. No. Jiang He stammered. Noticing her slight displeasure at his denial, panic surged within him. In a flustered gesture, he grasped her hand and placed it against his fevered skin, seeking to convey his feelings. In the next moment, her red eyes drew near, her alluring lips, tinged with the scent of alcohol, brushed against his. The sound of a glass shattering echoed as the room filled with a cacophony reminiscent of rain falling through clouds. Chapter 40. Liu, that slender figure appeared as if it might dissipate with the slightest breeze, the air imbued with the distant fragrance of pear blossoms. Jin Mingrui observed the figure, momentarily taken aback, before noticing the soul blossoms adorning her form, leading her to surmise the visitor's intent. She turned and closed the door, watching as Liu followed her inside. Neither spoke a word, moving in tandem, one following the other. Under the moonlight, Liu's breathtakingly exquisite face became even more captivating, akin to the bright moon descending into a serene pool, floating gracefully upon the surface. Liu's skin was nearly translucent, her flaxen hair gently curled and loosely tied with a ribbon, cascading casually down her back. The entrance to the barrier stood wide open, and the surrounding scenery began to transform. The once dilapidated mountain village morphed into a magnificent mansion adorned with red walls and green tiles, its intricate beams and painted pillars standing testament to its former glory. Yet, this place had long been uninhabited, presenting a scene of decay. Particularly striking were the red lanterns that hung from the eaves, most having fallen to the ground, with only a few remaining as mere skeletal remnants. To her surprise, you still lingered here. Jin Mingrui recognized this place. It was her former residence in life, the very location where she had wed her first wife, Liu. Liu paused, gazing up at the weathered plaque above. I had thought you would seek me out after your death, so I waited here. After speaking, Liu turned her attention to the overgrown courtyard and continued onward. After Jin Mingrui's death, her spirit was immediately dragged into the depths of hell, leaving her no chance to return to the mortal realm. Observing Liu before her, Jin Mingrui refrained from offering any defense and followed her silently. Liu stopped beside a small courtyard adjacent to the mansion, where a long dead pear tree stood. Beneath its branches, a stream meandered gently by, and Liu halted beneath the tree. Will you stay here with me? She implored. No sooner had her words escaped her lips than a metallic buzzing filled the air. Instinctively, Jin Mingrui gripped her blazing knife and retreated, only to see black mist rising outside the courtyard, as malevolent spirits wielding soul-drawing lanterns staggered toward her through the darkness. Jin Mingrui stepped back from the courtyard, witnessing 2 rows of red-clad specters. As a wave of black mist enveloped her, her vision darkened, and she felt a sudden impact. Swinging her flaming blade to disperse the mist, she was startled to find herself clad in a resplendent red wedding gown, seated within a lavish red bridal palanquin. Jin Mingrui dispelled the moon goddess's illusionary spell, and the air resonated with lively melodies. He lifted the curtain of the bridal sedan, revealing a cascade of white ghost coins raining down. The little spirits flanking him grinned with their bony, pale skulls amidst the chilling winds. The entirety of the flower palanquin was inscribed with seals that bound him. Clutching the blazing flame, Jin Mingrui raised his hand to slice through the bridal sedan. The surrounding ghostly mist receded slightly, yet he found himself still ensconced within the confines of the estate. As he stepped onto the ground, a creaking sound echoed from beneath his feet, reminiscent of shattered pottery or the crunch of human bones pulverized underfoot. At his feet lay a scattered skeleton, its skull missing half of its cranium, revealing a hollow cavity from which the roots of a pear tree meandered. A scarlet centipede emerged from its nasal cavity, writhing as it attempted to escape, only to be ensnared by the roots, slowly succumbing to their grip. The metallic hum resounded once more as dense black fog surged forth, obstructing spiritual energy and consciousness, forcing Jin Mingrui to navigate through the haze by touch. Liu stood by the pear tree's basin, gracefully shedding her garments to reveal her exquisite form, taking measured steps into the water. Her gently curling hair floated upon the surface. Her sculpted physique, perfectly rounded hips, and nearly flawless waist, submerging gradually. As the water rippled, her long hair was swept aside, exposing her smooth, radiant complexion. Jin Mingrui took 2 steps back, contemplating why he wore such a look of surprise, having seen her before. Liu parted the water's surface and elegantly perched herself on a rock within the pool, revealing half of her body. Jin Mingrui turned his head, and suddenly felt a weight around his waist as several branches entangled him, tearing away the garments that clung to his body and dragging him into the pool. Liu gazed at Jin Mingrui's face, momentarily entranced, as her damp fingers brushed against his forehead. Water droplets cascaded down his elegantly arched brows, settling upon his curled eyelashes. Jin Mingrui lifted his gaze, and the droplets fell into the depths of the pool, his crimson eyes fixating upon her, drawing him into an abyss of allure. The roots stripped away the fabric from his form, revealing a slender figure imbued with irresistible temptation, unchanged as ever. Liu extended her arms, encircling his neck, and beneath the crystalline surface of the water lay a multitude of stark white skeletons. Each skull gaped open, their jawbones and upper mandibles contorted at angles that defied the limits of the human form, twisted in grotesque postures that betrayed the agony they endured in their final moments. These bones were ensnared by the roots of the pear tree, the souls beyond surely the product of her own handiwork. Suddenly, the water around them began to bubble, rising in swirls of steam. Jin Mingrui's gaze fell upon the array hidden beneath the roots, a gift he had once bestowed upon her in life. A talisman governing the formation of the entire estate. To escape this place, he must retrieve the array. "Stay," Liu implored, her arms tightening around Jin Mingrui's neck. "Do you love me?" The temperature of the water surged abruptly, scalding springs invading their surroundings. Jin Mingrui inadvertently crushed several skeletons beneath his feet, while patches of Liu's skin began to slough away, her bloodied form pressing against his outstretched hand. Murky liquid streamed from her eyes, her pupils shrinking to the size of peanuts. "Huan, stay with me." The dark crimson blood stained the entirety of the pool, her visage reduced to mere remnants of flesh clinging to bone. This harrowing tableau awakened suppressed memories buried deep within her soul. A millennium ago, the celestial realm sought to annihilate all specters. Jin Mingrui was the offspring born of the union between the ghostly and the just after her own wedding. The celestial army descended, slaughtering her entire household. Huan wished to rescue Liu, yet tragically, her true essence was that of a pear tree. Still not having reached the realm of spiritual manifestation, she could only linger beneath the pear tree, unable to depart. However, Huan remained oblivious to the peril he faced in seeking Liu, as dark clouds loomed over the city, heralding the impending arrival of the army. Liu deceived Huan, claiming allegiance to the celestial beings, belittling his status. Just as Huan turned to leave, a charred scent filled the air, followed by the piercing of his flesh by a blade. Huan collapsed, blood saturating the ground. Flames erupted in the nearby courtyard, and the pear tree within came crashing down. Liu was engulfed in fire, crying out, "Huan, I cannot bear to lose you. Come with me." Jin Mingrui gazed at her, slowly raising his arm to embrace her, saying, "Very well, I shall remain with you." Li Yue was momentarily taken aback as Jin Mingrui cradled her body, now on the brink of skeletal transformation, as if cherishing a priceless treasure. In the future, should anything arise, remember to confide in me. Do not act foolishly. Li Yue's strands of hair, drifting through the water, entwined around Jin Mingrui's form. With a gaze filled with both resentment and fervor, she implored, if you love me, become a part of me. Shall we never be apart again? Jin Mingrui was drawn into the depths of the water by Li Yue's roots, the crimson liquid obscuring his vision. Reminiscent of 1,000 years ago. You're my wife. He merely uttered this phrase, as the bloodied skeleton reached out with its fingers, which were connected by only a few tendons, to caress his forehead. Bubbles surged from the depths of the water, rising with the scalding pool. The crimson liquid gradually receded, and Li Yu's hand, which had penetrated his chest, came to a halt. Just as she was about to vanish, she smiled and said, I'm sorry. With those words, Li Yu's form transformed into a swirl of cool fragrance, dissipating into the air. The sword that had pierced her body fell into his embrace, and the surrounding blood water faded away. Jin Mingrui rose from the water, catching sight of Baizhua, clad in white under the moonlight. The heavenly court has dispatched me to thoroughly investigate parasitic spirits, and I did not expect to witness your demise, she remarked. Jin Mingrui, seemingly oblivious, took a sip from a jar of wine. What does it matter to me? Baizhua, observing Jin Mingrui's demeanor, chose not to speak further, placed a storage ring beside him, and departed. Chapter 41. Bao Bao, are you my father? I am Bao Bao, full as insatiated. Crumbs of osmanthus cake lingered at the corners of Bao Bao's mouth, her bright crimson eyes pure and luminous. Huan emerged from the water, donning her garments as she lifted the arrayed disc from the basin. Bao Bao gazed at herself with curious eyes. Hands. Bao Bao tilted her chubby little face upwards, extending her tiny, bun-like hand towards Huan. Assuming this was yet another trick orchestrated by Baizhua to manipulate her, Huan picked up the storage ring from the ground, preparing to leave. To her surprise, the little cherub opened her grimy hand, revealing a piece of candy, nearly melted by her grasp. For you. Huan returned the candy to Bao Bao, the surface smeared with perspiration and saliva. You can have it, he said. Bao Bao, grinning foolishly, accepted it and placed it in her mouth, turning to Huan with a cheerful, thank you, Daddy. Hearing the term Daddy, Huan was reminded of a conversation he had in the secret realm with Zhang Yuxing, who mentioned he might have had a daughter in his lifetime. Exceptionally gifted, yet not particularly bright. If he were to have a daughter, after a millennium, she could not possibly be this small. Perhaps she was just a little fairy who had stealthily followed him out. As Bao Bao savored the candy, she instinctively leaned against the person beside her, enveloped in a sweet, milky fragrance. What could that be? Bao Bao pointed at the arrayed disc in Huan's hand, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Huan crouched down to show her the disc, and she climbed onto his knee, her fingers exploring its intricate patterns. Unbeknownst to her, as she touched a certain spot, the water pool and the nearby pear tree vanished in an instant, transforming the surrounding scenery. Startled, Bao Bao nestled into Huan's embrace. The figure of Baizhua reappeared, observing the little girl in Huan's arms with an awkward expression. I apologize. This is my family's divine beast, just recently born, and her mind is not yet awakened. When I activated the teleportation array earlier, I inadvertently brought her along. Upon seeing Baizhua, Bao Bao gleefully pointed at Huan and exclaimed, Brother, this is Daddy. Baizhua smiled sheepishly. Suddenly, Bao Bao fixated on Huan's ears, reaching out to tug at them. Little bean, black little bean. Baizhua reached out to embrace Bao Bao, who let out a soft hum and turned away, playfully avoiding Baizhua's hand, nestling instead against Huan, declaring her desire to be with her handsome daddy. Come here quickly. Upon hearing her refer to Huan as handsome daddy, Baizhua felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, as if he could dig a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. He certainly did not wish for anyone to discover that his family had long revered a lofty divine beast, embodied by a woman entangled in romantic liaisons with countless men. What did she mean by the most handsome daddy? Baizhua's heart raced with anxiety, fearing that Bao Bao might inadvertently reveal more. I am not your daddy, Huan gently told Bao Bao. Suddenly, Bao Bao burst into tears, as if deeply wronged, her tears and snot streaming down her face, crying out that her daddy no longer wanted her. As she sobbed, she buried her head in Huan's neck, seeking comfort. Her hot tears slid down Huan's long neck, accompanied by her runny nose. The two of them, with Bao Bao in tow, left the residence and strolled onto the street. It took the promise of a candied hawthorn skewer, 2 small windmills, and the tale of 3 little rabbits eating carrots to soothe her. With tears still glistening in her eyes, Bao Bao clutched a 4-colored windmill, nestled in Huan's embrace, insisting, "Daddy, you eat first," she whimpered, urging Huan to indulge in the candied hawthorn, her tears and snot threatening to spill into her mouth. Bai Zhuo, with a handkerchief in hand, diligently wiped her clean, exclaiming, "My little ancestor, at last, you have stopped crying. Daddy, eat," Bao Bao insisted, persistently urging Huan to taste the candied hawthorn. When Huan took a bite, Bao Bao, who had been a teary mess, instantly transformed into a picture of joy, laughter erupting from her lips. Bai Zhuo gazed at Huan with a hint of embarrassment. "I apologize for the spectacle. This is a sacred beast that has been worshipped by my family for generations, yet it remains unaware of its surroundings. I hope you can be forgiving." "Not at all. The heavenly court has tasked me with many burdens, and this is but a trifling matter," Huan replied, cradling Bao Bao in one arm while feeding her a candied hawthorn skewer with the other. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhuo's expression darkened. Bao Bao, fixated on Huan's ears, suddenly exclaimed, "Daddy, there's a little house on your ear." Throughout their journey, she had been preoccupied with her own ears, occasionally reaching up to touch them. Huan turned his head to meet Bao Bao's gaze. She was so close that through the reflection in her pupils, he noticed an earring adorning his own ear, a tiny black bead that, upon closer inspection, contained a miniature bamboo house, the very one that concealed countless divine texts within the secret realm. A surge of joy welled up in Huan's heart. He had thought the ink-like space had vanished during their time in the secret realm, only to discover it now residing upon him. After making her proclamation, Bao Bao blinked sleepily, leaning her head against Huan's neck. "Daddy, is Mommy gone?" Huan handed the candied hawthorn to Bai Zhuo and gently patted Bao Bao's back. Bai Zhuo was taken aback that the little girl had recognized 2 spirits as her parents. Did it mean that everyone beautiful in the world was her parent? Yes. She has vanished completely from this world. Bao Bao, half understanding, nestled against Huan's shoulder, her pinwheel spinning in the breeze. Had she transformed into the wind? Perhaps so. Bao Bao presented the windmill in her hand to Huan, saying, "Daddy, hold this. That way, when she arrives, you will know." Huan accepted the windmill, which spun rapidly in his grasp, and for the first time, a knowing smile graced his face. "How does Bao Bao know I am your father?" he pondered. Bai Zhuo felt a flutter of anxiety, fearing that her child might inadvertently tarnish the family's esteemed reputation. Subsequently, Bao Bao nodded earnestly and declared with conviction, "I've seen many men come to her room, but you are the most handsome. You must be my father." She emphasized her point with gestures. "Why do you think I'm handsome?" Huan inquired. Bao Bao leaned closer to Huan's ear and whispered softly, "I don't know." After speaking, she yawned and nestled into Huan's embrace, soon drifting into slumber. Bai Zhuo carefully took Bao Bao from Huan's arms. In her slumber, Bao Bao inadvertently touched Huan's array plate, causing her to awaken slightly with drowsy eyes. Bai Zhuo panicked, fearing this little ancestor might create a commotion. "Let her hold it," Huan said, passing the windmill and the array plate to her. Bai Zhuo exhaled in relief, cradling Bao Bao as she whispered, "I am deeply grateful. I shall take my leave now. If you do not wish to pursue the matter of capturing the parasitic spirit, I shall seek another. You need only to live well in this life." Chapter 42. The parasitic spirit. The king of hell knelt on the ground, daring not to lift his head, as a dissipating soul floated above the high platform. "Did you not say it was foolproof?" The king of hell lifted his gaze to observe the translucent form of the parasitic spirit. He exchanged a knowing glance with the nearby ghostly envoy, who led forth several dazed souls, their expressions vacant. These souls had been administered the Mengpa soup, oblivious to their fate, yielding to the ghostly envoy's pull. "Do not be upset. I shall find a way to bring him to your side," the king of hell asserted, signaling to a female specter beside him. Clad in a crimson attire, her beauty striking, she immediately swayed towards the parasitic spirit upon receiving the king's command. A soul, stripped of its eyes, clutched its face in agony, wailing. The parasitic spirit devoured the eyeballs, savoring the moment as it licked its lips, then turned its attention to the female specter, seizing her neck and consuming her alive. The female specter cast a desperate glance at the king of hell, pleading, "Your Majesty, save me." However, the king remained unmoved, even concerned that her struggles might disrupt the parasitic spirit's feast. He inquired, "My lord, shall I give her the Mengpa soup?" The parasitic spirit paid no heed to the king's words and devoured the female specter whole. Her once translucent form became more corporeal after consuming a soul. Regrettably, their flavor paled in comparison to that of the ghostly clan. The parasitic spirit caressed its face, identical to that of Jiang He, licking its lips as it reminisced about the days of indulgently feasting on the ghostly clan. It let out a derisive laugh. Is that all you have? Humph. Do not act rashly. It is rare for anyone to uncover your ties to me. Yes, my lord, came the obedient reply. The parasitic spirit gazed upon its own form, a flicker of discontent flashing in its eyes. It turned to the ghost beside it, licking its lips, stretching its body as dark green scales sprouted all over, a dorsal fin emerging from its back, and a slender tail unfurling from its vertebrae. The air filled with anguished cries as the parasitic spirit clawed at the ghost's body, devouring it piece by piece. One by one, the souls within the room were consumed, leaving nothing behind. The parasitic spirit, still unsated, cast a lingering glance at the ghostly enforcer, reaching out to remove its mask in search of a sumptuous feast. The enforcer, taken aback, stood frozen in fear, while the king of hell hastily intervened. My lord, next month the Celestial Court has designated him to oversee the students of the Tianjing Academy. Should any incident occur now, it is likely that higher-ups will inquire. Dissatisfied and frowning, the parasitic spirit displayed its displeasure. The king of hell quickly reassured, Please, my lord, wait a moment. I shall promptly present your next meal. He dared not depart, gesturing to the trembling ghostly enforcer. The enforcer, quaking with trepidation, hastily exited the inner sanctum, not daring to linger, immediately setting out to gather souls for the parasitic spirit's consumption. In the mortal realm, within the borders of Mian City, Jin Mingrui sat atop a peak, sensing the presence of the inky space. As his consciousness delved into this realm, he found the vast expanse devoid of anything save for a bamboo dwelling. Upon entering the bamboo house, it appeared unchanged from his previous visit, filled with books. However, this time devoid of any illusions, he could peruse at his leisure. Jin Mingrui opened the grand celestial array he had examined before, pondering intently, as if a revelation were dawning upon him. The current topography of Mian City seemed to align perfectly with this array. Perhaps it was worth a try. Within the bamboo house lay all the necessary components and artifacts for crafting the formation. The celestial domain array not only possesses the ability to manipulate geomantic forces, but also serves to suppress malevolent entities, rendering it particularly suitable for this location. Under the skilled hand of Jin Mingrui, runes danced and various constellations were inscribed upon the array disk, harnessing the power of formation to regulate the array. The intricate patterns, meticulously calculated, were etched with precision onto the disk, enhanced by a sprinkle of dragon bone powder to bestow upon it the capacity to regulate water, alongside a hint of sword energy to subdue the wicked. As long as the array functioned properly, these powers would be amplified manifold. With the array completed, Jin Mingrui cradled the disk above the city of Mian, infusing it with a trace of spiritual energy. The disk began to absorb the surrounding spiritual essence to sustain itself. After 5 breaths, the power of the stars commenced nourishing the disk, which swiftly expanded to envelop the skies above Mian. The moment the array activated, every movement within the boundaries of Mian was revealed within her consciousness. In a village nestled among the mountains, Jiang He had prepared a sumptuous feast, setting out 2 pairs of chopsticks, gazing dreamily at the doorway. Jin Mingrui's emotions were a tumultuous blend, leaving her uncertain on how to confront him. Chapter 43. Celestial Spirit Stone. In truth, that Li Yu is hardly deserving of your affections. Baizhua suddenly appeared beside Jin Mingrui. Like her, Baizhua was a master of formations, his expertise in teleportation unparalleled, allowing him to traverse vast distances with uncanny ease. What brings you here? Jin Mingrui inquired, noting the troubled expression on his face. He had initially intended to avoid troubling her, yet there was a matter that could not be resolved without her. Jin Mingrui raised an eyebrow, pondering what pressing business the Bai family could possibly have that required her assistance. Baizhua presented a box of spirit stones before Jin Mingrui, lamenting that her divine beast offspring had hoarded several precious celestial spirit crystals, refusing to part with even a single piece despite her coaxing. These celestial spirit crystals were imbued with unparalleled spiritual energy. Merely biting into a small fragment would transform it into spiritual liquid, which, once ingested, could significantly enhance one's cultivation. Was it truly necessary for her to come to me for such matters? Jin Mingrui felt a sense of inexplicable irritation, especially since she was now free and possessed an abundance of spirit stones, rendering any compromise unnecessary. Baizhua was taken aback by Jin Mingrui's rejection. Her face flushed with urgency. Lord Huan, I beseech you, if you assist me in this matter, I shall owe you a favor. Jin Mingrui recognized Baizhua's sincerity. She was in search of someone to help her locate the moonlight grass, and perhaps it would be prudent to enlist Baizhua's aid in gathering information. Very well. If you can procure news of the moonlight grass, I shall take care of your divine beast offspring. The moonlight grass, Baizhua mused, suddenly animated. I believe I have heard my family mention it. Please wait a moment while I consult my books. Jin Mingrui nodded, aware that the soul flower on her person was on the verge of spreading to her spiritual source. If left unattended, it could lead to her very essence being scattered. Baizhua copied the relevant text from the pages of her book and handed it to Jin Mingrui. Lord Huan, do you think you can assist me now? Let us proceed. Jin Mingrui had scarcely finished her sentence when the air around them shimmered, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the hanging pavilion on Changlu Mountain. This pavilion, perched precariously between two peaks and suspended over a sheer cliff, was aptly named the Hanging Pavilion. Within the pavilion, Bao Bao cradled an abundance of spirit crystals in her arms, while nibbling on one, its golden surface glistening with her saliva. Daddy, she exclaimed joyfully, leaping into Jin Mingrui's embrace. Why do you look different? Lowering her gaze, she reached out to touch Jin Mingrui's chest. Jin Mingrui chuckled softly as she lifted Bao Bao and settled into a chair. Isn't this look appealing? Different, Bao Bao murmured, nestled in Jin Mingrui's arms. Her chubby fingers clutching the spirit stone, her brow furrowed in confusion as she gazed up at Jin Mingrui. Transforming her appearance, Jin Mingrui inquired, Is this acceptable? Bao Bao beamed and nodded. Yes, it's fine. Baizhua, standing nearby, exchanged glances with Jin Mingrui. Would you like to go out and play? Jin Mingrui asked. Still holding Bao Bao. I want to go out and play, Bao Bao insisted. Going out requires money, Jin Mingrui reminded her. How much? I have money, Bao Bao declared, proudly tapping the spirit stones nestled in her arms. Then, in front of Jin Mingrui, she began to produce them one by one. There were as many as 12 pieces, each crystal pure and suffused with such rich spiritual energy that they appeared nearly liquefied. Each stone was roughly the size of a child's arm. Even a fragment the size of a fingernail would be worth a fortune. Now, they lay gleaming together, captivating all who beheld them. Shall we go out, Bao Bao? Do you want to eat candied hawthorn? Yes. Bao Bao eagerly nodded, leaning over the table. Jin Mingrui set aside one spirit stone, saying, This is for buying candied hawthorn for you. Okay, Bao Bao replied solemnly, nodding in agreement. Baizhua was utterly astonished, having never before heard of the celestial spirit stone being used to purchase candied hawthorn. Such a sizable piece could easily buy a multitude of treats. How could one stoop to deceiving a child with such a preposterous tale? To his dismay, his own little one had fallen for the ruse. Would you like to buy a skewer for your brother Baizhua? Yes. Jin Mingrui produced another piece of celestial spirit stone and set it aside, proclaiming it was for Baizhua's skewer. Baizhua stifled a laugh. Even if the candied hawthorn were crafted from gold, it would hold little value. All right, let us buy a skewer for brother Baizhua. Bao Bao is so good. Jin Mingrui planted a kiss on Bao Bao's forehead, eliciting a cascade of melodious laughter from her. Let's get one for daddy too. Bao Bao, ever eager, retrieved a piece of celestial spirit stone and placed it aside. With just a few exchanged words, 3 pieces of celestial spirit stone had already been coaxed from the little girl's hands. There are delicious glutinous rice cakes outside. Jin Mingrui continued her enticement. Bao Bao's eyes sparkled with excitement, yearning for the delicacy. Though her words were still forming, she called out enthusiastically for the glutinous rice cakes. Here, all for you. I want to eat glutinous rice cakes, and flaky flour cakes, almond tofu, and steamed sweet cheese, all for Bao Bao to enjoy, all right? Bao Bao danced with joy, and Baizhua covered his face in amusement as Jin Mingrui continued to tease her. Today, they would indulge in many delights. What a blissful day it was. Bao Bao's eyes sparkled with happiness. Jin Mingrui smiled, lifted Bao Bao into her arms, and said, Come, let us embrace this joyful day together. Chapter 44. Puppetry. Jiang He sat on the steps at the entrance, the clouds hanging low in the sky, and the air around him stiflingly warm. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would sweep through, causing the leaves to rustle softly. Suddenly, with a creak, the door swung open, and Jiang Yunk, her gaze vacant, stepped over the threshold, passing by Jiang He. With her back to him, Jiang Yunk tilted her head, her legs seemingly unable to bend. Moving forward in a swaying manner, reminiscent of a marionette being pulled by strings. "Jiang Yunk." "Jiang," he called out loudly, attempting to rouse her from her stupor. She turned her head, her hollow eyes locking onto his, and a strange smile blossomed upon her face. In the next moment, an unseen force yanked her outward. "Jiang," he chased after her, witnessing Jiang Yunk muttering incantations, summoning a dreadful wind. Wherever this wind swept through, vegetation was torn asunder, and villagers who encountered this unnatural gale found their bodies mercilessly cleaved in two, blood spilling onto the ground. This malevolent wind was thick with resentment, as Jiang Yunk directed it to carve a path for herself, causing the surrounding villagers to flee in terror. Alas, their speed could not match that of the wind, and several slower villagers met a gruesome fate, severed at the waist by the relentless gusts. Jiang He beheld the horrific scene before him, forcing himself to transcend the limits of his physical form to channel his spiritual power. With his will, a mist coalesced around Jiang Yunk, encasing her in ice. The monstrous wind raged around her, while Jiang He's hair was severed by the gale, and the skin on his face began to crack under the strain of his exerted energy. The ice encasing Jiang Yunqing began to shatter, and Jiang He summoned his magical prowess to erect a barrier of ice as a means of obstruction. "Who are you? And why do you seek to control my younger sister?" Inside the icy confines, strands of spider silk constricted around her, drawing forth crimson lines upon her skin. Her complexion grew pale, and it seemed she was on the brink of death. Jiang He conjured ice blades to sever the threads binding Jiang Yunqing. And just as she was about to break free, an ominous gust swept through the air, ensnaring Jiang Yunqing and dragging her deeper into the mountains. Blood seeped from the corner of Jiang He's mouth, yet he could not afford to dwell on his own wounds. He tore a piece from his garments, dipped his fingertips in his own blood, and inscribed a tracking talisman, infusing it with spiritual energy before casting it towards Jiang Yunqing. Amidst the air, several strands of spider silk floated, suddenly ignited by a burst of flame, accompanied by a chilling aura of pressure. Jiang Yunqing's spell was interrupted by the fire, and the oppressive force nearly claimed her life, eliciting a piercing scream as wisps of smoke billowed from her sleeves. In an instant, flames erupted around her, a fiery barrier halting the murderous winds. Jin Mingrui wielded a blazing sword, suspended mid-air, surrounded by runes that transformed into multiple luminous rings, expanding like ripples upon water, disintegrating the sinister winds upon contact. However, her movements appeared peculiar. She wielded the sword with one hand, commanding the runes as if they were her subordinates. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that under the sleeve of her other hand, she cradled a girl of about 4 or 5 years. The source of the oppressive aura emanated from this child, whose bloodline granted her a natural dominance over malevolent spirits. Jin Mingrui gently set the girl down, still clutching a candied hawthorn skewer, her face smeared with malt sugar. Bao Bao stood amidst a pool of blood, her face devoid of any fear. She stamped her foot, dispersing the surrounding malice, which forced Jiang Yunqing to retreat. As the mist threatened to whisk Jiang Yunqing away, Jin Mingrui instructed her precious child, "Bao Bao, this is your domain now. I must go rescue that young lady." "All right, Daddy, please be careful. Bao Bao will await your return." Hearing the little girl call Jin Mingrui Daddy, Jiang He felt a momentary jolt in his heart. Did he have a child? However, now was not the time for such reflections. Jin Mingrui gestured for Jiang He to follow her. The ghostly mist swirled with alarming speed, and its illusions rendered reality indistinguishable. Jin Mingrui unleashed her spiritual awareness to survey the surroundings and detected white dust floating in the air. She pinched a small amount and crushed it between her fingertips, her expression turning to one of shock. This was dire. The parasitic spirit had opened the corrupt sea's eerie realm. What is the corrupt sea's eerie realm? Jiang He had scarcely uttered the question when he observed the spot where the white dust had fallen. Trees began to rot, and birds and beasts fell lifeless to the ground. Jin Mingrui produced a veil and placed it over Jiang He's face, fortifying the barrier she had established in Sleep City to isolate this location. She then summoned the fire from the earth's core to incinerate the white dust. The corrupt sea serves as a junction between hell and the mortal realm, where everything is tainted by the grievances of spirits, rendering its contents fatal to the living. Jin Mingrui turned to Jiang He, asking, "Where is Jiang Hairui? Where is she? We must urgently locate them. If we remain in the corrupt sea for more than 72 hours, we will never escape." The barrier of the corrupt sea loomed ominously. A city gate separates the treacherous realm of the corrupted sea from the human world. Jiang Yuqing clutched her throat and coughed a few times, awakening on the ground. As she opened her eyes, she beheld a chessboard, with a delicately featured girl clad in black seated across from her. Where am I? Who are you? Jiang Yuqing rose to her feet, only to realize she stood within the arch of a city gate. Its walls adorned with white fungal filaments that interwove to form a surreal, white-hued world. Beyond the gate lay a narrow path, at the end of which she could faintly discern a flickering shadow. The girl in the black robe picked up a black piece and placed it on the chessboard. Her gaze meeting Jiang Yuqing's. It is your turn. Jiang Yuqing yearned to escape, yet a transparent barrier obstructed her path. If you win, I shall grant you your freedom. The black-robed girl's tone was playful, complemented by her innocent, large eyes, reminiscent of a charming neighbor girl. What if I lose? The girl tilted her head upward, and Jiang Yuqing followed her gaze, only to see white spider silk enveloping a humanoid figure. The surrounding wind stirred, causing one of the cocoons to drop to the ground, shattering to reveal a creature that was half human, half insect. Startled, Jiang Yuqing gasped and instinctively recoiled. But behind her lay only a cold wall. The girl in the black robe revealed her spider-like legs from beneath her garment, approached Jiang Yuqing, tugging at her sleeve, and playfully declared, "Now, it is your turn." Jiang Yuqing trembled in fear, forcing herself to sit before the girl in the black cloak. Bowing her head, she gazed at the blood-stained chessboard before her. Her trembling fingers reached into the chess box to retrieve a piece, and due to her overwhelming terror, it nearly slipped from her grasp. Steadying her right hand with her left, Jiang Yuqing gingerly placed the piece on the board. Chapter 45. This is the realm of spirits. Are you certain this is the place? Jiang He asked, observing the bustling market before him, with cooks preparing large pots of food and diners awaiting their meals. It was hard to believe that this was the entrance to the corrupted sea's eerie domain. Look closely. See what they truly are. Jin Mingrui grasped Jiang He's hand, a gentle surge of spiritual energy flowing through her palm and enveloping him. The vibrant market, aglow with lights, was filled with spirits. To Jiang He's right, a ghost missing its eyes stirred a pot of human heads. The heads sizzled in a bubbling pot of oil, their yellowed fat churning. The cook poured in a dark liquid that resembled soy sauce. The formerly pallid heads were being cooked, their skin splitting and releasing a savory aroma, while the seated, ghostly patrons gnawed on the flesh, the juices from their eye sockets trickling down their faces. Suddenly, one of the heads opened its eyes and spat out several worms. Jiang He felt a wave of nausea rising within him, but he didn't want to appear contemptuous in front of Jin Mingrui, who maintained her composure. Jin Mingrui abruptly slowed her pace and leaned closer to Jiang He, whispering in his ear, "No matter what you see next, you must not utter a sound." As she drew near, Jiang He felt his face flush with warmth. Could it be that he had begun to accept her? "Did you remember?" Jin Mingrui gazed at Jiang He with a hint of concern. Continuing forward, they traversed a section adorned with soul-calling banners, where a sudden burst of blossoms flourished along the path, revealing a multitude of individuals, both young and old, moving about in a state of undress. Jiang He observed Jin Mingrui, noticing that his own garments had vanished, unveiling skin as pristine as ice sculptures. Anxiously, he glanced aside, only to behold a maiden, as exquisite as a peach blossom, perched in a tree, holding a branch of peach blossoms. As Jiang He approached her, he found her gazing at him with a tender smile. Passing by, he inadvertently brushed against her alabaster calf, which felt like the softest silk, igniting a yearning within him that nearly overwhelmed his senses. With a playful giggle, the peach blossom maiden leaped from the tree, trailing closely behind Jiang He, her presence growing ever nearer until she was almost pressed against him. Jiang He could even feel the gentle contact of her delicate form against him. Jin Mingrui, noticing the deepening cadence of Jiang He's breath, cast a sidelong glance at him, her expression tinged with amusement. The haunted street was a manifestation of desires unfulfilled in life. As Confucius stated, food and sex are fundamental aspects of human nature. One could only wonder if he could resist such primal urges. "Do you desire me?" The peach blossom maiden boldly pressed her body against Jiang He, startling him into a momentary gasp. Her flowing hair cascaded onto his shoulder, filling the air with a sweet fragrance that danced tantalizingly around his senses, while her delicate fingers glided across his chest. Jiang He instinctively extended his other hand to gently push the maiden away, then lowered his head to draw closer to Jin Mingrui. Sensing his subtle movement, a smile played at the corners of Jin Mingrui's lips. "My lord." The delicate and melodious voice evoked a sensation akin to a kitten's gentle pawing at one's heart. The Peach Blossom Maiden was momentarily entranced by Jin Mingrui's exquisite beauty. Just as Jiang He was about to utter half a word, Jin Mingrui, with a face so breathtaking it stirred both admiration and envy, leaned in close and silenced him with her lips. When the person beneath finally grasped the situation, realizing that conversation was no longer permissible, Jin Mingrui released her embrace and lifted her gaze to the Peach Blossom Maiden. "My dear, let us proceed," she urged, taking Jiang He by the hand and leading him forward. The Peach Blossom Maiden, her face contorted with indignation, positioned herself before Jin Mingrui, eager to voice her thoughts. Yet, despite her own remarkable beauty, she felt utterly diminished in comparison to Jin Mingrui. From the surrounding pavilions and flower-laden thickets emerged a host of stunning young men and women, each a blossom in their own right, showering compliments upon the pair. Some bore exquisite garments, jewels, and delectable delicacies, enticing passers-by. Jiang He, with his eyes closed, allowed Jin Mingrui to guide him onward. The further they ventured, the more desolate the path became. What was once a scene of joyous songbirds had transformed into a lament of sorrowful cries. Upon opening his eyes, Jiang He realized that, although they traversed the same street, what lay ahead was a vibrant display of blossoms, while here stood only dilapidated structures. Many of the houses were occupied by hollow-eyed, stooped elders, with occasional young people and children scattered among them. Suddenly, an elder collapsed not far away, his body disintegrating into dust, along with the ruins of the once-standing house behind him. "You may speak now," he said, as the surrounding spirits gazed at Jiang He and Jin Mingrui, gradually rising to approach them. Just as Jiang He was about to recite the spell to ward them off, Jin Mingrui retrieved a handful of paper money from her storage ring and scattered it into the air, where the bills fluttered down, prompting the spirits to hasten in search of the fallen currency. They are the forgotten souls, trapped here by their lingering regrets, unwilling to be reborn, destined to dissipate once their vitality wanes. Jin Mingrui spoke as she produced a handful of joss paper, scattering it around. The white ceremonial currency fluttered down like snow upon the dark, ghostly streets. "Hurry," she urged, as she led Jiang He swiftly through the throng of specters. Further ahead, there lay but a solitary path, surrounded by remnants of buildings reduced to dust. As the structures vanished, they left behind an expanse of emptiness. As if this realm were merely a painted canvas, its contents erased to reveal the stark, white backdrop beneath. Progressing onward, they approached the enigmatic Sea of Decay. Jin Mingrui pointed towards a distant world of pallor, and Jiang He gazed intently. There, mycelium spread like a blanket, suffocating the surroundings in a sea of silken white threads. Even from such a distance, a pungent scent of rot wafted through the air. "Are you afraid?" "A little," Jiang He admitted, having grown accustomed to the opulence of the heavenly court. Observing the bizarre phenomena of the ghost realm instilled a tinge of trepidation within him, albeit just a smidgen. Jin Mingrui retrieved a blood-stained spider silk from the ground. "One day, I shall invite you to my abode to fortify your courage." Chapter 46. The enigmatic Sea of Decay. Jiang He could scarcely fathom the tormenting visage of the purgatory where Jin Mingrui had once dwelled. If he were to descend into such a hell for countless years, would he maintain his composure as she did? With each step forward, the pathway narrowed, and Jiang He followed closely behind Jin Mingrui, advancing cautiously. This was a realm ravaged by decay, where the air was thick with gossamer threads of spider silk and white dust, and the ground was a tangled web of spider strands interwoven with mushroom mycelium. A bizarre skeleton lay exposed before them, its skull and ribcage resembling those of a typical human, yet its arms were unnaturally flattened, adorned with a row of menacing spikes. The lower half of its body was missing, but the traces it left behind hinted at a once rounded form devoid of legs. Bloodstains marked the skeleton, suggesting it had recently met its demise in this very spot. As they advanced, the number of these grotesque skeletons increased. Some bore multiple heads, while others exhibited legs sprouting spikes, resembling humanoid insects. "How does your body feel now?" Jin Mingrui inquired as she walked alongside Jiang He. Naturally, in the presence of someone she cherished, Jiang He was reluctant to reveal any vulnerabilities. "All is well, no issues," he replied. "Are we to battle?" Jiang He asked, perplexed at the notion of a confrontation. With her hands forming intricate seals, Jin Mingrui recited an incantation. Suddenly, the once desolate plain was transformed by the emergence of an imposing city wall, winding for miles and connecting two mountain ranges. Most unsettling were the countless cocoons suspended from the wall, each large enough to accommodate an adult, all writhing as if alive within. Jin Mingrui, wielding the flame blade, stood at the entrance of the open gate. There, a girl clad in a black robe, her features exquisitely delicate, held a teacup and smiled warmly at the pair. "Welcome to the Sea of Decay. Let us perish together here," she said. As the Spider-Woman uttered these words, she trembled with excitement, and the surrounding cocoons began to thrash violently, one after another breaking free from their silken threads and plummeting to the ground. "Hee hee," the Spider-Woman exclaimed joyfully. "I shall prepare the finest cocoons for you, transforming you into the most repulsive humanoid insects the world has ever seen." As the Spider-Woman spoke with increasing delight, the surrounding cocoons began to rupture one after another, revealing grotesque, half-human, half-insect creatures. It became evident that those skeletal remains were the result of your actions. Jiang He gazed at the monstrosities before him. Their skin was nearly translucent, allowing a clear view of their innards. Most of their arms and legs had transformed into insect-like appendages, while others had entirely melted into grotesque masses of flesh with only mouths, frantically writhing towards the two. However, the unwieldy bodies of these abominable creatures were swiftly dealt with by nearby humanoid insects, which savagely gnawed at them. Dark green ichor erupted from the mutilated forms, releasing a pungent stench that filled the air. The insects, drawn by the foul odor, exhibited voracious expressions as they began to feast. Jiang He had never witnessed such a repulsive scene and momentarily forgot to cast a spell. Fortunately, Jin Mingrui conjured a wall of fire, warding off the humanoid insect's assault. "Are you all right?" Jin Mingrui inquired, casting a glance at Jiang He, while a magical array rose beneath her feet, temporarily repelling the encroaching humanoid insects. Jiang He nodded, observing Jin Mingrui's composed demeanor, feeling a twinge of disdain at his own disarray. Resolutely, he summoned ice blades, levitating above the ground. And with a surge of spiritual energy, countless ice blades pierced through the bodies of the surrounding humanoid insects. "Now you're acting like yourself," Jin Mingrui remarked, invoking the fire of the Earth's core. The stench emanating from the insect corpses attracted swarms of insects eager to consume them. The Earth's core fire, capable of purifying malevolent energy, ignited the humanoid insects, which were largely products of such energy's condensation. Thus, with the appearance of the Earth's core fire, the humanoid insects ignited like oil-filled gourds. Jiang He raised an ice wall to shield himself from the searing heat of the flames. "Quickly, do not let them ensnare you." Jin Mingrui dashed towards the city gates, closely followed by Jiang He. The Spider-Woman observed the two, and scathed, with evident displeasure. How dare you survive?" Jin Mingrui, gazing at the diminutive yet sinister figure of the Spider-Woman, raised her blazing sword, poised to strike at her throat. "Wait, my sister is in her grasp," came Jiang Hirui's voice. Upon hearing this, Jin Mingrui redirected her blade, but in the process, one of her arms was severed. The Spider-Woman emitted a wretched scream as countless strands of spider silk surged through the air, ensnaring the two. Jiang He unleashed a protective soft armor, enveloping both himself and Jin Mingrui within its embrace. Jin Mingrui attempted to ignite the spider silk with her flames, only to discover that it was impervious to both water and fire. The Spider-Woman, clutching her injured arm, sobbed with indignation. "How could you treat me this way? I was mercifully allowing you to perish, and yet you seek to slay me." Jin Mingrui arched an eyebrow and let out a cold snort, directing her blazing sword towards the Spider-Woman's core, piercing it slightly. "Why do you not appreciate my kindness? I am merely looking out for your best interests. In the end, we are all destined to die, are we not?" From within the Spider-Woman, dark vapors began to emanate, and more cocoons around them ruptured, releasing blackened corpses, each adorned with razor-sharp, scythe-like wings. As the Spider-Woman spoke, she expelled a torrent of spider silk towards the two. Jiang He swiftly tugged Jin Mingrui aside, while her blood-red eyes remained fixed on the Spider-Woman, a crimson mist enveloping her. The blackened corpses, under the Spider-Woman's command, lunged towards them, yet upon contact with the mist, they came to an abrupt halt. At that moment, the Spider-Woman was gripped by fear, realizing that he was a specter. Jin Mingrui, enveloped in crimson smoke, appeared even more enchanting. He cast a gentle smile at the Spider-Woman, commanding the red mist to encircle her menacingly. "Indeed, I am a ghost. Do you not long for death? Allow me to escort you on your journey." With that, Jin Mingrui drew the flame blade, pressing it against the Spider-Woman's chin. The searing heat of the blade caused her to tremble uncontrollably. "So you fear death as well." As the flame blade grazed her skin, the acrid scent of roasting flesh filled the air, prompting the Spider-Woman to involuntarily expel a strand of silk. I beg you, spare me. She gazed at Jin Mingrui, attempting to ensnare him with an illusion, but in the next instant, he morphed into the visage of her long-deceased mother. And she realized she was utterly under his control, becoming much more compliant. Tell me, where is Jiang Yanqing? I may spare your life. If I tell you, will you not kill me immediately? Do you think that by withholding information, you will survive? Jin Mingrui chuckled, seemingly relishing the torment of her more than the search for Jiang Yanqing. Very well, I will speak. The spider woman, terror-stricken, divulged in the 1,000 Buddha caves. Within the 7-tiered pagoda, she is beneath. Her face paled as she collapsed to the ground. Jin Mingrui caressed her hair lightly before approaching Jiang He, leading him into the city gates. The spider woman, with her remaining arm, touched the spot where Jin Mingrui had just caressed, contemplating that despite his nature, he was undeniably handsome. To perish alongside him here was not entirely a loss. Within the city gates lay yet another desolate wilderness, and the path they had taken vanished into thin air. Jiang He just discovered Jiang Yanqing's sachet within the confines of the city, while Jiang Hairui, already injured, found himself in a state of further weakness amidst the decaying surroundings. The words of demons and spirits are not to be trusted. Jin Mingrui, while guiding the way, remained vigilant of her surroundings. Jiang He glanced at Jin Mingrui, pondering, You too are a spirit. Can your words be trusted? Have you never deceived me? Upon realizing this, Jiang He's mood lifted slightly. Well then, perhaps you should remain more alert to the vicinity. Jin Mingrui cautioned, gesturing towards a writhing figure not far off, warning him to be wary of losing his vitality to them again. As Jiang He pondered this, Jin Mingrui crouched down and lifted the hem of his trousers, revealing an ankle that had been seized by a withered ghost, marked by a dark handprint. Jin Mingrui summoned a faint blue spiritual energy in her palm, enveloping Jiang He's ankle. This may sting a bit. Bear with it. Her hand was neither as soft as a woman's nor as calloused as that of a seasoned warrior. Rather, it possessed a gentle strength that inspired trust and camaraderie. The blue luminescence encircled Jiang He's ankle, expelling a wisp of black smoke from within. Releasing her grip, she restored his ankle to its former state. Thank you, he expressed. Jin Mingrui chuckled lightly as she rose. No need for that. You will have ample opportunities to express your gratitude in the future. Let's save it for later. As Jiang He reflected on his trials in the mortal realm, he acknowledged how much he had relied on her assistance and resolved to find a fitting occasion to properly thank her. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from their surroundings, prompting Jiang He to conjure an icy blade in his palm, scanning the area with alertness. Emerging from the depths were several grotesque figures, their flesh a gruesome tableau, resembling elongated and emaciated human grasshoppers, their undeveloped limbs dangling from their waists. How could there be insects here? Those who lived with profound sins and showed no remorse in death would be consumed by their own resentments, transforming into wretched specters. Jin Mingrui wielded her blazing knife to vanquish the ghostly insects before her, tempering the blade with fire. The spider woman exploited this very trait, amplifying their resentments until they morphed into monstrous playthings. As Jiang He observed the fallen specters, he suddenly noticed the gnawing marks upon their bodies. Not far off lay a dismembered corpse of another ghostly insect, reduced to half its former self. Ruier, look. Jin Mingrui approached as Jiang He pointed to the wounds on the specters. The ghostly insects they had encountered previously had devoured each other entirely. Yet these bore only a few bites, all from the same spot. This is the source of their existence, Jin Mingrui remarked, her brow furrowed. The thought of the parasitic spirit Xian, which had opened the abyss of decay, struck her with dread. No, that parasitic spirit is consuming the ghostly insects to enhance its spiritual power. Chapter 47. The Enigma of the Abyss. Jiang He reminisced and sighed. You know well that the lifespan of the divine is lengthy, and it is not uncommon for couples to part ways amicably when their affections wane. My mother pursued the path of enlightenment, meeting her demise in the process, while my father, tasked with overseeing the celestial general's manor, struggled to care for me. It was during this tumultuous time that he fortuitously encountered the enchanting Chuguang fairy. Not only was she a vision of grace, but she also managed the affairs of the general's manor with remarkable efficiency, leading to their eventual union. However, during her youthful indiscretion, she became pregnant with a child, who is none other than Xian. When Xian was born, he was frail and sickly, and the renowned physician declared that he would not survive. In an effort to save him, his father and the celestial being Qiao Guang scoured the realms, eventually discovering a secret remedy from an unknown source. They never allowed me to witness this process, Even when administering medicine to my brother, they would carefully shield me from view. I only observed that my once obedient and endearing brother, although growing stronger by the day, began to exhibit increasingly peculiar behaviors. Later, I secretly ventured to see what they were giving my brother, only to find them boiling a piece of black stone. The liquid that emerged from the black stone was a murky green, and they used this concoction to quench my brother's thirst. I still vividly recall the moment he drank that liquid, as his entire body transformed into a dark green hue, covered in scales. It took quite some time before the herbal brew restored him to his former self. That scene is etched in my memory forever. As time passed, he delved into malevolent arts, becoming a being neither human nor ghost, reliant on consuming souls to maintain his human guise. Jin Mingrui rested her chin thoughtfully in her hand, pondering, "Strange, you are of divine lineage, inherently imbued with divinity. Even in death, it should be impossible to consume souls. Could it be that the one who led Xiao Guang to her folly is not of the divine race?" Jiang He furrowed his brow in concern, for their father had always forbidden discussions regarding Xiao Guang within the household. Yet, I distinctly remember that when Xiaxian was born, he was suffused with celestial energy, and divine light surrounded him. If what you say holds true, then we are faced with a grave predicament. Jin Mingrui's expression darkened considerably. Jiang He, puzzled, inquired, "Why do you say that?" Jin Mingrui turned to gaze at Jiang He, pondering the potential to alter divine essence. The only entity capable of such transformation was the remains of a fallen deity. What? A fallen deity? Jiang He could hardly believe that his parents had excavated the bones of a fallen god to concoct a medicinal broth for his younger brother. Ages ago, amidst the celestial realms, countless stars plummeted, and in a valiant effort to safeguard the three realms, the divine clan fought selflessly, nearly facing extinction due to natural calamities. After the demise of the divine beings, most vanished into the starry expanse, while a few descended into the three realms. The fallen deities, upon their descent, carried the power of cosmic aberration, capable of influencing the inhabitants of the three realms, to preserve peace and grant repose to the valiant spirits of the divine clan. The heavenly gods toiled for years to locate all the fallen deity remains, interring them within the tomb of fallen deities. The barrier surrounding this tomb is still monitored by the divine beings, now transformed and barely suppressing their malevolent inclinations. They had painstakingly attained this semblance of tranquility, yet, in their desperation to heal their son, his parents had resorted to disturbing their sacred resting place. Should the remains of the fallen deities be scattered across the three realms, the latent cosmic aberration within them would surely herald a calamity. Jin Mingrui recalled the formidable array she had established to protect the demon clan, uncertain if it would suffice to shield them from impending threats. Jiang He, overwhelmed with fury, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Jin Mingrui offered him a handkerchief, observing his disheveled state with a slight furrow of her brow and a smirk at the corner of her lips. "Oh dear, how unfortunate that you've begun to bleed. Do conserve your strength. There will be plenty more occasions for that." Jiang He, witnessing Jin Mingrui's gleeful demeanor, felt his face flush with indignation. Sensing a disturbance in the air from afar, Jin Mingrui peered through the intertwining webs and dust, spotting a row of structures in the distance. The 1,000 Buddha caves, as mentioned by the spider spirit, had indeed materialized. Jiang He followed Jin Mingrui's gaze, observing that apart from the spider webs entangled in the wilderness, the ground was littered with the remnants of fragmented, ghostly insects. "Let us proceed," Jin Mingrui urged, leading the way while Jiang He trailed behind. As they advanced, they abruptly collided with a towering, ghostly insect, several dozen meters high, in search of sustenance. Fortunately, Jin Mingrui swiftly employed an invisibility spell, diverting the creature's attention with several dismembered remains of its kind, narrowly escaping disaster. Jin Mingrui communicated telepathically with Jiang He. "This insect has lived for at least 2 millennia, steeped in resentment. We should evade it whenever possible." One of its claws loomed above them. From below, they could discern dozens of skulls rolling within its massive form, while its skin bore the marks of restless souls attempting to escape its grasp. It shifted its bulk, its eyes long since hollowed out, with a tongue measuring several meters dangling to the ground, deftly scavenging the ghostly corpses below to consume. Due to its immense and cumbersome physique, the earth beneath it continually sank, necessitating frequent adjustments of its position. Thankfully, it lingered only briefly before moving on. Observing its grotesque form, Jin Mingrui's mind was beset with doubt. The souls that had fallen here had transformed into ghostly insects. Logically, once shattered, they should have dissipated entirely. Why then? Did remnants of bones still exist, and what accounted for such distressing traces upon it? Yet, there was no time to pursue these inquiries. Jin Mingrui hurried Jiang He towards the 1,000 Buddha caves. Here lie thousands of Buddhist caves, both grand and humble, constructed upon the slopes of a desolate wilderness. The relentless winds and sands have ravaged these sanctuaries, rendering them in a state of disrepair, while outside, the world is shrouded in a blanket of swirling dust. Yet within, the statues of the Buddha stand pristine, as if washed clean by some divine hand. Each bodhisattva within these caves assumes a unique posture, and suddenly, Jiang He encounters one whose eyes shimmer with an otherworldly brilliance. Could it be alive? As he leans closer, he discovers that the bodhisattva's eyes are adorned with 2 pieces of black glass, casting a luminous glow that imbues them with a semblance of life. Surveying his surroundings, Jiang He recalls the tracking spell he cast upon Jiang Yiqing when she was abducted. Here, he can distinctly feel the direction of the spell. Yet all he sees are these statues and murals, with no trace of her presence. Ru'er, do you see the 7-tiered tower mentioned by the Spider-Woman? Jin Mingrui examines the weathered murals around them, depicting small black figures consuming souls. Another mural catches her eye, showcasing a dancer performing a ghostly ritual. Characterized by fluid movements and ethereal grace, her feet barely touching the ground as she spins and twirls. The musicians accompanying her wield instruments unique to the ghostly clan. What perplexes them further is the sight of a ghostly totem, a sacred flower, painted upon the neck of a nearby statue. Wasn't the ghost clan annihilated? How could remnants of their existence linger within the corrupted sea? Jiang He gazes at the murals when, suddenly, one of the black figures vanishes, only to be replaced by a pool of blood. Chapter 48. The city of Milan. Just as Jiang He intends to call Jin Mingrui over to observe, he turns to find her inexplicably dancing before the wall, and in the next moment, her figure has vanished from sight. As I traversed through the walls, I found no overwhelming webs of spider silk or mycelium. What lay before me was a row of modest dwellings, though they bore semblance to an ordinary town. It was peculiar that these houses were predominantly constructed from earth and clay, with doors fashioned from solid slabs of bluestone. The entrance stood half above ground and half below, accompanied by a flight of steps that descended into the earth. At first glance, one might mistake it for an abandoned tomb. What manner of place is this? Jin Mingrui was stooping to examine a stone tablet at the entrance of the barrier, inscribed with the words Milan City. Milan City, the capital of the ghost clan. Unexpectedly situated here, suddenly, a bell tolled, and the previously dim world darkened further, as lights flickered to life in the homes around. The heavy gates creaked open, revealing a trembling old man who emerged from within. Jin Mingrui exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang He, and together they discreetly retreated to a crumbled house in the corner. As the second bell tolled, an increasing number of figures spilled onto the streets, though they conversed and laughed like ordinary folk. The crimson hue of their eyes and the pallor of their bloodless faces betrayed their inhuman nature. Jiang He recognized the ghost clan instinctively. They were creatures that feasted upon human souls. Once, the ghost clan roamed freely across the 3 realms, wreaking havoc and claiming countless lives. The celestial sovereign had decreed their extermination, and he was among those tasked with their annihilation, having dispatched innumerable ghosts, believing the ghost clan to be extinct from the world. He was astonished to discover their presence here. Jin Mingrui observed the ebb and flow of the ghostly clan, turning her gaze towards Jiang He. Surely, he would not annihilate the remnants of the ghost tribe, would he? Ru'er, have you seen the 7-tiered tower? Jiang He inquired softly. Noting that Jiang He was solely concerned about Jiang Yiqing, Jin Mingrui felt a wave of relief wash over her as she extended her spiritual awareness to survey the surroundings. Jiang He recited a tracking incantation, but the arcane techniques employed by the ghost tribe muddled the information relayed by the spell, allowing only the certainty that his younger sister, Jiang Yiqing, was indeed present. Jin Mingrui produced 2 sets of ghostly attire and handed them to Jiang He. These are my former garments. Please do not disdain them. Jiang He regarded the clothing in silence, yet he pondered that a moment of hesitation could increase his sister's peril, prompting him to don the garments without further ado. Jin Mingrui similarly clad herself in the ghostly attire, which boasted an opening at both shoulders, adorned with intricate fastenings, and secured loosely at her waist with a belt. Subsequently, she retrieved another belt, presenting it to Jiang He. Use this one. The belt in Jin Mingrui's hand was elegantly designed, featuring a singular ghostly totem, the soul flower. In contrast, The one she held was woven from coarse rope, yet its patterns were vibrant and striking, particularly the resplendent red peonies encircling it in a display of vivid splendor. Jin Mingrui snatched the simple belt back, discarding the plain one to Jiang He. Fearing that her appearance might draw unwanted attention, she produced a mask to shield her face. Just as Jin Mingrui was about to advance, Jiang He secured the modest belt around his waist and followed closely behind her. The surroundings grew increasingly lively, as some merchants from the Ghost Clan displayed recently captured souls in the marketplace, where the most expensive item was a complete ghost. The common folk could only afford the remnants, such as a few eyeballs, several fingers, or a half-arm. Esteemed guests, a nearby merchant observed the imposing presence of Jin Mingrui and Jiang He and stealthily approached them, whispering into Jiang He's ear, "I possess some high-quality goods. Would you care to take a look?" "What high-quality goods?" Jiang He replied, puzzled. The merchant, upon noticing Jiang He's pitch-black eyes and the aura of vitality surrounding him, instinctively took a cautious step back. Jin Mingrui positioned herself in front of the merchant, using her own spiritual energy to obscure the scent emanating from Jiang He. What high-quality goods could possibly exist in this wretched place? Even if you seek to deceive, you ought to have a better pretext. The merchant scrutinized Jin Mingrui, detecting the unmistakable aura of the Ghost Clan about her. The patrons nearby also carried the same essence, leading him to question whether he had misjudged the situation. Seeing the longing for souls in their eyes, he felt certain he had simply erred in his initial assessment and continued to peddle his wares to them. Unbeknownst to him, the barrier of the corrupted sea had been opened today, allowing a few daring seekers to capture several living souls. Living souls. Jin Mingrui's lips curled into a sly smile, her eyes brimming with desire for the living essence. Jiang He, witnessing her current demeanor, felt a twinge of fear. Living souls command a high price. If you truly possess them, what price do you intend to ask? The merchant, grinning broadly, beckoned the pair to follow him into his dwelling. No need to rush. Why not step inside and take a look? The merchant led the two individuals inside, navigating through 5 doors until they reached a dimly lit room filled with a gathering of spirits. In the center, a modest platform was occupied by a young spirit, who was auctioning a soul consolidation pearl. As Jin Mingrui and her companion entered, the merchant turned to leave, continuing his pursuit of customers. Was it not said that there would be living souls? Why have they yet to appear? The crowd began to stir restlessly. The young spirit addressed them, saying, "Esteemed guests, please take your seats. My business is one that thrives on peril. For the sake of a modest meal, my brothers have risked their lives. Oh, will you sell or not?" A female patron, growing impatient, urged the merchant to commence the auction. "Indeed, we have been waiting for ages." Beside the youth sat a burly middle-aged man, who reassured the crowd, "Everyone, remain calm. Once this soul consolidation pearl is sold, we shall present the living souls. Hurry." Several attendees could no longer contain their anticipation. None remained seated, all standing anxiously awaiting the merchant to unveil the living souls. Jiang He noticed that the belt worn by the youth was adorned with resplendent peonies, identical to the one Jin Mingrui had initially given him. The portly middle-aged man smiled amiably at the crowd, stating, "If you possess any magical artifacts or treasures, we can arrange a trade." In a corner, a hand was raised. Clutching a small wooden box, the young spirit approached that individual, exchanging a piece of 5 spirit crystal for the soul consolidation stone, proclaiming, "Congratulations to this esteemed guest on acquiring the soul consolidation pearl." The individual, having traded the 5 spirit crystal for the pearl, carefully cradled it as they exited the room. As the young member of the Ghost Clan passed by Jin Mingrui, holding a 5-element crystal, she recognized this object as the very material she had once used to construct the 4-method formation. Perhaps the ancestors of this individual had also been involved in the creation of the 4-method formation. A large iron cage was pushed onto the stage, draped with a layer of black cloth. "Apologies for keeping everyone waiting," a greasy middle-aged man announced as he stepped onto the platform and lifted the black covering. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, behold." The ghostly spectators erupted in fervor, eager to rush forward. Jiang He clenched his fists, his veins bulging, while Jin Mingrui restrained his hand, urging him to wait a moment longer. As the cloth was removed, the iron cage revealed several terrified human figures, glancing around in panic. Jiang Yunxing lay on the ground, lethargic from the poison of the spider woman. The previously dim space suddenly illuminated, revealing individuals with bloodshot eyes and pallid skin that exhibited expressions of ravenous hunger. "Behold, These are living souls, not yet departed from their bodies. In order to acquire these individuals, we have spared no effort. Each living soul costs 5,000 soul coins. As the merchant concluded his statement, the crowd began to fervently place their bids, the price of the living souls skyrocketing. Inside the cage, witnessing the frenzied bidding of the ghost clan members, the villagers trembled, their teeth chattering uncontrollably, with some even releasing pools of filth. Chapter 49. The auction. Jiang He gazed at the dying Jiang Yinxing within the cage, his heart wrenched with anguish. He yearned to engage in battle with the surrounding crowd to rescue Jiang Yinxing. Meanwhile, Jin Mingrui spoke calmly, her hands subtly manipulating the formation. Jiang He looked at Jin Mingrui, momentarily uncertain of the truth behind her words. However, in the current circumstances, the only one to trust is him. Despite maintaining her exquisite appearance by consuming souls daily, she is only willing to share such a meager portion with us. Beside her, a ghostly woman adorned with a belt embellished with a myriad of flowers caresses her decaying cheek while gazing at the stage, elegantly raising her hand. I bid 6,000 soul coins. The greasy middle-aged ghost clan member beams with delight. Very well, 6,000 soul coins. Once. 7,000. I bid 7,000. The ghostly woman furrows her brow and raises her hand again. 1,000 soul coins. A soft, enchanting voice resonates, and a momentary silence envelopes the surroundings. Within the cage, there are only 6 living souls, excluding the half-dead. Only a robust young man remains, delectable in flavor, while the others are either aged or feeble, with one on the brink of death. Yet, 1,000 soul coins is no trifling sum. It could sustain several families for 3 to 5 years with frugality. May I inquire which one you choose, Miss Fongyan? A young ghost stands by the iron cage, holding a glass vial. Jiang Yi furrows his brow. Could they be extracting souls on the spot? Fongyan eagerly steps onto the stage, pointing at a robust middle-aged man within the cage. After devouring the living soul, Fongyan caresses the wounds on her decaying face, and under the gaze of the crowd, the wounds visibly heal at an astonishing rate, her beauty becoming even more radiant than before. Jiang He observes Fongyan's transformation, recalling that Jin Mingrui had also been in a state of decay. Could it be? He remembers the words of an ancient sage who once enlightened him. The ghost clan is not merely called so for their ghastly appearance, but rather because they feast upon human souls. Those who do not consume human souls will weaken, rot away, and may even devolve into mindless monsters. The more exquisite the demon clan appears, the more terrifying they become. For the denizens of this clan, the consumption of human souls enhances their semblance to humanity and amplifies their beguiling charm. Why do you gaze at me in such a manner? Jin Mingrui detected Jiang He's unusual demeanor. Do you not feel anguish witnessing his demise before your very eyes? Jin Mingrui was taken aback by Jiang He's inquiry and retorted, when my sister was slain, she was but a year old. Did you feel sorrow when you inflicted harm? You consume humans. Your sins are justified. A light laugh escaped Jin Mingrui's lips, her eyes brimming with resignation. Indeed, your words resonate profoundly. It is no wonder I have been cast into this purgatory, destined for eternal damnation. Her tone was laden with desolation. She merely sought to survive. Were one to be born a deity like him, who would willingly endure existence in such a wretched realm? Yet fret not, for I am already in the throes of a grave illness. In a century or two, I shall surely dissipate into oblivion. The air was thick with a sense of sorrow, and for a moment, Jiang He found his voice stifled, unable to utter a single word, staring blankly at Jin Mingrui. A thought flickered in his mind. What if he were not of the demon clan? Before him lay a soul auction, cries of despair echoing throughout the venue. Unable to remain seated any longer, Jiang He, recognizing their shared humanity, broke free from Jin Mingrui's grasp, no longer concealing his aura. He raised his hand, conjuring icy blades that struck the flesh of the man-eating demons. The chill emanating from Jiang He spread from beneath his feet, frost coalescing around him, as countless ice blades shot forth, wounding several of the demons, despite their agility surpassing that of humans. Countless specters of the ghost tribe surged forth from the small door in a frenzied rush. The frost beneath Jiang He's feet spread ominously towards the greasy middle-aged man, releasing the captive within. The greasy man, gazing at the ghostly youth, harbored a profound hatred towards Jiang He, incredulous that he had pursued him to this very place. Bah! The frost nearly enveloped the man entirely, and as he coughed up blood, it seemed he was about to self-destruct his spiritual essence. Suddenly, the blazing sword of Jin Mingrui thrust into the ground, severing Jiang He's spell. The middle-aged man recognized the sword and turned to Jin Mingrui, exclaiming, "Lord Huan." Jin Mingrui removed his mask and regarded the man, who, upon seeing Jin Mingrui's visage, was overcome with emotion and knelt before him. The ghostly youth beside them looked on in confusion at his father's actions, asking, "Father, why do you kneel to him?" "Kuan, after so many years. Had it not been for your son wearing your clothing, I might not have recognized you at all." Jin Mingrui assisted Kuan to his feet. A millennium had passed, and the once handsome youth now bore an unrecognizable visage. Kuan sighed. In this vicinity of 100 miles, the only sustenance available is ghostly insects. Their heavy resentment has claimed the lives of many of our comrades. I have survived only by sheer luck. Yet you, it appears, remain unchanged. As Kuan's hand rested in Jin Mingrui's palm, his expression shifted abruptly. "You are dead." Jin Mingrui offered a resigned smile. "Indeed. Perhaps the flowers blooming atop my grave are sufficient for you to woo women as you once did." Kuan chuckled at his words. Jiang He, observing the light-hearted exchange between the two, interjected, "Hurry, unlock the cage." Jin Mingrui drew the knife from the ground, gazing at Jiang He, and retrieved 5 treasured pills from her storage pouch. These pills, encased in a layer of wax to prevent spoilage, were handed to Kuan. "This is the complete pill. Take it as payment for these individuals." Kuan glanced at Jiang He and then at Jin Mingrui, silently reciting an incantation to release the captives. "They are here. If you lack the ability to lead them out, they are doomed." Jiang He coughed up a mouthful of blood, having expended his spiritual energy several times, pushing his physical form to the brink of tearing apart. "Benefactor, please save me," pleaded the frail old man, trembling as he knelt and bowed before Jiang He. Jiang Yinqing watched in horror as Jiang He spat blood, struggling to maintain his composure while looking at Jin Mingrui. Disbelief etched across his face. Just days ago, they had practiced martial arts and swordplay together, laughing and joking. How had he found himself among the spirits of the damned? "Brother, you must not concern yourself with me. Flee quickly, this place is too perilous." In a corner of the auction house, several reluctant, ghostly figures lingered, willing to risk their lives for a mere taste of human souls. The doors swung open, and a group of armored soldiers surged inside. The soldiers, upon seeing the souls on the stage, erupted into laughter. "Kuan, had it not been for the commotion here, I would remain oblivious to the treasures you have hidden away." Jin Mingrui donned a mask as the soldiers swarmed toward her. The concealed ghostly figures could no longer contain themselves and boldly charged forward, tearing at the souls. Just as Jin Mingrui was about to activate the formation, Kuan abruptly embraced her, his arms constricting tightly. "Let me go?" she exclaimed. "My apologies." Kuan wielded a silver needle, piercing Jin Mingrui's body, causing her vision to blur. "You dare to use methods meant for spirits against me?" As Jiang He condensed his spiritual energy into a sword, he engaged in a fierce battle with the surrounding ghostly tribes, while those he protected clung to the iron cage, besieged by the advancing specters. Suddenly, Jin Mingrui's spiritual energy surged, and the steel needle embedded within her was expelled. A barrier arose around her, but due to Jiang He's earlier interruption, the formation remained incomplete. Leaving a breach, Jiang He shattered several soldiers before him, pushing his body to its limits, his garments soaked in blood. The scent of blood incited the surrounding ghostly tribes into a frenzy, surging towards the opening. Jin Mingrui continued to refine the formation as a dozen ghostly entities rushed through the breach, ravenously devouring human souls. Jiang He collapsed to the ground, and Jiang Hairui, who had remained silent throughout, suddenly emerged from the brocade pouch, transforming into a beam of light that pierced into Jiang Yunqing's body. With her eyes closed, a brilliant golden light began to radiate, scorching the approaching ghostly tribes. Jin Mingrui was burned by the golden light, and Kuan, swift and agile, led her into the underground. Chapter 50. The source formation. The auction house was chilled to the bone. Soldiers nearing Jiang He were encrusted with frost, freezing into solid blocks that subsequently shattered. Jiang He cradled Jiang Yunqing, stepping forward into the frigid air, while several trembling figures followed closely behind him. Kuan harnessed his spiritual energy to fend off the cold. As the ghostly youth Guyu, though touched by the chill, dissipated it as if it were met by a flame. "If you do not act soon, he shall perish." Guyu spoke while gazing at Jin Mingrui, who remained unmoved, silently standing there, too apprehensive to utter a word. Kuan regarded Jiang He with disdain. His eyes filled with contempt. Wuling Xianjun, This is not a place for your reckless behavior. You annihilated my entire clan in the past. Today, I have shown you ample courtesy. If you value your own safety, it would be wise to withdraw now, and I shall facilitate your departure. The Ghost Clan, lurking in the shadows, had yet to disperse, stealthily inching forward along the ground. Jiang Yunk, with her head tilted against Jiang He's neck, weakly implored, "Brother, do not concern yourself with me. Take them outside. Their wives and children are counting on them." The few surviving soldiers, terrified, retreated step by step, while a few courageous souls charged forward. Jiang He, wielding an icy blade, plunged it into the abdomen of a ghostly woman. She was gravely injured, blood spilling profusely, her hands clutching Jiang He desperately. With the last vestiges of strength before her demise, she tore away a portion of Jiang He's sleeve. A ghostly woman, half alive, staggered forward, brazenly grasping the neck of the wounded woman. The latter looked towards Jin Mingrui, her voice a broken whisper as she pleaded, "Save me." Jin Mingrui stood there, expressionless and motionless. The woman succumbed to her injuries, blood pooling around her. The remaining soldiers and the hidden ghosts, witnessing this grim scene, were seized by terror and attempted to escape. Alas, the door was encased in frost, and as they clamored to break free, a flurry of icy blades descended upon them, leaving them all sprawled on the ground. Jin Mingrui lowered her gaze to the ice shard embedded in her chest, surveying the carnage of ghostly bodies strewn about. "Are you satisfied now?" Jiang He turned his head to gaze at Jin Mingrui, his form gradually fading away. Watching him vanish before his eyes, Jiang He, who was barely holding himself together, collapsed heavily to the ground, as if all strength had abandoned him. Those who had relied on Jiang He moments before scattered in panic upon witnessing his fall, none sparing a thought for his life or death. Jiang He expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, suddenly uncertain whether annihilating the demon clan was right or wrong. Kuan merely released a droplet of water, which flew into Jiang He's body, causing him to lose consciousness entirely. "What do you intend to do?" Jiang Yinqing struggled to rise, positioning her frail form protectively in front of Jiang He. "I want to allow you to harm my brother. Second brother, please wake up." Jiang Yinqing shook Jiang He's body, but he lay motionless on the ground. Gui Yu, witnessing Jiang He sprawled on the earth, playfully dashed into Kuan's embrace. "How about you keep this little girl for me?" Kuan reached out to encircle Gui Yu's waist, his hand roaming freely. "Even if I were to give her to you, you likely wouldn't be able to handle her." Beneath their feet, the runes shimmered, and Jin Mingrui's figure reappeared, this time unscathed. Following closely, the soldiers and demons who had just perished emerged within the formation. While the auction house was still in session, Jin Mingrui had already set up the Guiyuan formation here. Once one steps into the array, everything that transpires within can be reverted to its state upon entry. "Can you not alter your flirtatious nature?" Jin Mingrui cast a disdainful glance at the Kuan, who had dared to reach into the flower maiden's garment right before her eyes. In the Ghost Clan, individuals engaged in the trade of fireworks, regardless of gender, are referred to as flower maidens. What distinguishes a flower maiden is the ornamental belt adorned with vibrant floral patterns that encircles her waist. The ghostly youth before her was merely a flower maiden, purchased by Kuan for amusement. A few soldiers bowed to Kuan, their faces betraying a hint of panic. "My apologies, Kuan boss. It seems we failed to recognize your stature and disrupted your business." Kuan wore a broad smile, dismissing their concerns. "It's not a major issue. By the way, the few who fled outside have already been paid for by this esteemed gentleman. If you do not mind, consider it a small token of my appreciation." "Thank you, Kuan boss," the soldiers replied, their mouths watering at the prospect. Without further ado, they rushed out, eager to indulge. Jin Mingrui let a fine, pale yellow powder slip from her fingertips, causing Jiang Yunk to succumb to slumber. "Lord Huan, what are your plans moving forward?" Jin Mingrui sighed softly. "Having resided here for many years, have you ever heard of a parasitic spirit known as Xiaxian?" Upon hearing the name Xiaxian, Kuan abruptly pushed aside the flower maiden in his embrace and stepped closer to Jin Mingrui. "You speak of Xiaxian. He nearly obliterated the city of Milan in his time." Jin Mingrui regarded Jiang He, revealing, "I learned from Jiang He that Xiaxian is his brother, who was previously fed the bones of fallen gods by their parents. Our arrival here was made possible because he breached the barrier of the corrupted sea." Kuan, visibly agitated, grasped Jin Mingrui's arm tightly. "Are you suggesting he has the ability to control the barrier of the corrupted sea?" "Indeed. Moreover, he is currently near the city of Milan." Jin Mingrui, crouched down, and unfastened the fragrance pouch from Jiang He. Jiang Hairui emerged from the pouch, his complexion pale, nearly transparent, blending almost seamlessly with the air. I knew you could not bring yourself to harm him. Why do you not protect the human race like those two? Jiang Hairui furrowed his brow, stating, although your ghost clan feeds on human souls, the majority of those consumed are merely the ghostly insects from outside, beings who were hardly human in life and became scourges in death. If it were not for the barrier being opened, capturing a few individuals should not justify the slaughter of an entire city. Jin Mingrui administered a pill to Jiang Hairui, who swallowed it, regaining some color. If you cannot hold on, you may very well perish here. Jiang Hairui scrutinized Jin Mingrui and asked with curiosity, did you hear the sound of flowing water upon your arrival? Kuan mocked, our wilderness stretches for miles, filled with ghostly insects and spiders. The inhabitants of the city rely on magical artifacts to transport water from the outside. How could there possibly be the sound of flowing water? I cannot be mistaken. It was indeed the sound of water. Jiang Hairui wished to argue, yet his frail body prevented him from standing, observing the surrounding terrain. I noted the mountains on either side and the distinct traces of multiple riverbanks in between, all indicative of flowing water. You seem to be in decent spirits. Jin Mingrui lifted Jiang Yuqing and addressed the two before her. I shall first take her to seek the antidote from the Spider Queen. I kindly ask you both to watch over Jiang He. He must not perish before we discover the parasitic spirit. Jiang Yuqing was in a dire state, necessitating her swift transport. Any further delay might result in the disappearance of her spiritual consciousness. Jin Mingrui departed with Jiang Yuqing. Kuan was about to escort Jiang He to the underground palace for recuperation when Jiang Hairui interjected, emphasizing that the most pressing matter at hand was to eliminate the parasitic spirit. With Jin Mingrui absent, there was concern that the spirit might launch an attack. And one could only wonder if this individual might be swayed by its seductive manipulations to turn against them. Kuan, lost in thought, offered a respectful gesture to Jiang Hairui and led Jiang He through a small door. Chapter 51. Saiji and Mai, as Jin Mingrui took her leave with Jiang Yuqing. A young child was spotted outside the city of Melanching, accompanied by a 4 or 5-year-old who was searching for the remains of ghostly insects. Their small basket was empty, and the younger child was gnawing on bones found on the ground. You must be new here. The older child called out to Jin Mingrui, his voice bright and clear. At night, the area near the barrier is swarming with spiders. It's best to wait until dawn to leave. Jin Mingrui utilized her spiritual sense to scan the vicinity, discovering several black spiders lurking beneath their webs, poised to strike. It was truly pitiful to see such young ones scavenging for food. Not far away, she noticed a ghostly corpse that had not yet fully metamorphosed into a worm. She swiftly dispatched it with her flame blade and tossed it to the two children. Is this for us? Saiji gazed at the intact ghostly insect, saliva pooling at her lips, having gone several days without food. The younger child had already begun to gnaw at it. The spirit's resentment was not deeply rooted, and after being seared by the flame blade, most of the lingering malevolence had been purged. In recent days, my mother departed, expressing her inability to endure the stench of the ghostly insects, insisting that she must consume another bite of a human soul. However, Kai Ji and Miya had never encountered a human soul. The prospect of having a complete ghostly insect was already a significant boon. All they desired was to stave off hunger, for it had been over 2 days since they had tasted anything. Miya, somewhat bewildered, nodded as she observed her sister's basket, savoring the morsel of meat in her mouth. Jiang He staggered as she leaned against the lotus pedestal of the Buddha statue, gazing down at the ceiling array inscribed upon her chest. Just moments ago, the shopkeeper had attempted to ensnare her with this talisman, yet fortunately, she had woken up in time and escaped while he was distracted. You are injured, Miya remarked, hesitating before extending the piece of meat she held towards Jiang He. If you eat well, you will feel better. Miya stretched out her frail little hand, her eyes filled with reluctance as she looked at the meat. Jiang He coughed twice, her vision blurring as a shadow loomed nearby. The shadow swiftly approached, revealing itself to be a colossal black spider, lunging towards the child who was offering her meat. In that moment, Jiang He, perhaps acting on instinct, summoned her scant spiritual energy to form an icy blade that pierced the spider's body, shielding the two ghostly girls. As the black spider neared its demise, it released a tuft of spider silk from its forelegs. Sensing the peril, Kaiji instinctively embraced Miya, shielding her protectively beneath her. Enduring the pain coursing through her body, Kaiji released Miya, ensuring she was unharmed, and breathed a sigh of relief. Sister, are you all right? Does it hurt? What shall we do, big brother? Mia looked at Jiang He with concern. He lay unconscious on the ground, his body still bearing the toxic hairs of the spider. As they passed through the mural and entered the city of Milan, it was fortunate that Kaiji's home was built adjacent to the city wall, allowing them to reach it with relative ease. Kaiji placed Jiang He on the only bed in the room, carefully stashing away their food. At that moment, her vision blurred from the spider's venom, and she glanced at Mia. The little girl was so small. What would become of her if she were to perish? A sense of fear crept over Kaiji, yet seeking medical help would require considerable expense. Even trading food for treatment would deplete their already scarce supplies. Furthermore, in this place where medical resources were limited, even if a diagnosis were made, there might not be any medicine available to aid her. Kaiji approached the water barrel, gulping down water, and then leaned against the wall, collapsing onto the pile of straw within the room. Mia, she murmured. Sister. Mia looked at Kaiji, thinking she was merely tired. Sister, if you're weary, you should rest. I'll guard the house and keep the bad people out. What a good girl you are, Mia, Kaiji replied weakly. Mia rushed to the door, locking it securely, and obediently took the only small stool in the house to sit by the entrance, fearful that someone might come to steal their food. Sister will sleep for a while. If you feel hungry, just help yourself to something to eat. Mia will listen to sister. What a good girl Mia is. Kaiji gazed at Mia's silhouette, wishing she could watch her a little longer. Alas, the spider's poison coursed through her body, and her breaths grew ever more labored. In her dreams, Kaiji found herself in a white forest, where soft white tufts filled the landscape. She picked one up cautiously and tasted it, discovering to her delight that it was sweet. The taste of the ghost insect is both fishy and foul, 100 times less palatable than this delicacy. Saiji picked a good number of white dumplings and savored them heartily, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction as she indulged. If only my sister were here. Could this be what people refer to as paradise? Suddenly, Saiji caught a whiff of an indescribable fragrance, delightful in its essence. Following the scent, she spotted a flower. Never before had a blossom graced the realm of Milan City. She had only encountered embroidered flowers on others' garments. Was this truly a real flower before her? The delightful aroma emanated from it. Could this be the legendary floral fragrance? Saiji leaned in to inhale its scent, utterly enchanted. She longed to bring this flower to Mia, to show her the beauty of a genuine bloom. That little girl had lived in Milan City since birth, never having witnessed a real flower. As Saiji pondered, the flower drifted gently into her palm, radiating a brilliant glow, prompting her to close her eyes. When she opened them again, a white flower had appeared in her hand. Sister, you're awake, Mia exclaimed, rushing into Saiji's embrace. You slept for so long. I called you, but you wouldn't wake, and the big brother too. Saiji gazed at the dilapidated little house, grateful to be alive, and relieved that her wounds no longer throbbed. Rising, she looked at Jiang He, still in a deep slumber, and considered the white flower in her grasp. Perhaps it held the key to healing. Mia, please fetch me a bowl of water. All right, Mia replied, clutching the worn porcelain bowl from their home as she went to draw water. Saiji gently placed the delicate petals of the white flower, one by one, into Jiang He's mouth. Observing their efficacy, she decided to place the entire blossom into his mouth and subsequently offered him a bowl of water. Sister, what was that beautiful thing you were holding just now? Mia inquired. Upon hearing Mia's question, Saiji recalled her earlier preoccupation with saving her benefactor, and regretted not allowing Mia a closer look at the precious flower. Mia, that is a flower. I possess but a single one, she explained. The flower is truly exquisite. Mia adores flowers. Chapter 52. The hard-earned sustenance outside. A cacophony of voices erupted as a crowd seemed to be searching for something. Through the din, whispers suggested that a living person had arrived in Milan City, prompting its inhabitants to frantically seek out the hidden survivor. Saiji pondered if Jiang He was indeed that living soul. The seekers of the living had formed a line, scouring each household for signs of life. Saiji crawled beneath the bed and lifted a section of the floorboards, revealing a cramped space no larger than a coffin, which they used to conceal the ghostly insects. The commotion outside grew increasingly intense. Saiji beckoned her younger sister to assist, instructing her to keep an eye on the activity outside. She then dragged Jiang He and concealed him beneath the bed, alongside the ghostly insects. Jiang He felt himself being pulled by small hands, and opened his eyes to see a slender figure exerting all her strength to place him on the ground. What was she attempting to do? Once Jiang He was securely hidden, Saiji severed a piece of the ghostly insect's flesh and smeared its blood throughout the room, hoping to mask Jiang He's scent with the pungent odor of the insects. Sister, they are coming. Pressed her face against the crack of the door, observing a tumultuous crowd converging outside, which made her retreat in fear into Kaiji's embrace. The throng pounded relentlessly on the heavy door, crafted from sturdy bluestone, which appeared on the verge of shattering. Kaiji, holding Miya tightly, stepped forward to unfasten the door, only to be knocked to the ground by the surging mass. Sister, I am frightened, Miya murmured, hiding behind Kaiji. The frenzied individuals scoured the dilapidated abode, but alas, it contained nothing but a barrel of water. A rickety bed, a pile of straw, a few scattered bowls, and stools fashioned from the bones of ghostly insects. Kaiji, have you seen a person with black eyes? One of them inquired. Miya remained silent, for Kaiji was aware they sought Jiang He, her savior. Summoning her courage, she declared, I saw a handsome older brother take someone outside. I warned him about the spiders, yet he proceeded onward. Evidently, he has ventured beyond, came the response. Let us go outside to search for him. The souls of the living, long confined within the city of Milan, were a rare treasure. Yet when pitted against the instinct for survival, many valued their lives above all else. However, the outside world teemed with spider demons, and encountering them could spell doom. Wolves traverse 1,000 miles for flesh, while dogs scavenge for scraps. Who among us would remain like a dog, having not had their fill of ghostly insects? Those with courage, follow me. They spoke of leaving the city at midnight, and as the ghostly clan split into two factions, one of the members seized the half-piece of ghostly insect meat from Kaiji's hand as they departed. Kaiji, accustomed to their bullying of the weak, silently watched them fade into the night. As Kaiji was about to close the stone door, the neighbor, Granny Wong, stealthily approached with a basket in hand. My dear, have you eaten? She inquired. Today, I saw your mother leave with some people, claiming they were going to capture the souls of the deceased. Please, do not act foolishly. While speaking, Granny Wong extracted a half-rotten arm of a ghostly insect from her basket and offered it to the two sisters, its foul stench overwhelming. Nevertheless, the sisters expressed their gratitude repeatedly. I found this today. Take it and guard it well, lest it be taken from you. Thank you, Granny. Kaiji understood that Granny Wong's life was equally arduous, and it was no small feat for her to spare such a find. Yet, with Jiang He hidden in the place where they stored the ghostly insects, Kaiji hesitated to retrieve it directly. Granny Wong's face and the arm bore large patches of decay. These impoverished members of the ghostly race, unable to move freely, could only scavenge what others discarded morsels of ghostly insect flesh scattered about. The resentment embedded in these scraps was substantial, and prolonged consumption would erode one's health. Yet, for those in such dire straits, having something to eat was a rare blessing, rendering the malevolence of the meat a secondary concern. I must take my leave. My old man awaits my care at home. With that, Granny Wong departed, her husband having lost a leg to a ghostly insect in his youth, and his hand, too, had been gnawed upon, rendering him less capable. The couple had no offspring and relied solely on Granny Wong to scavenge the remains of ghostly insects to fashion various goods for bartering food. When business was poor, she would personally venture out to search for the remnants of these creatures. Being frail and elderly, she often found herself outpaced by the younger scavengers, making it all too common for her to go days without sustenance. Kaiji secured the large door, instructing Miya to stand guard outside. Before dragging Jiang He from beneath the stone slab, Jiang He observed the two of them. They were young, their demeanor and movements indistinguishable from those of ordinary little girls. Miya gazed at the ghostly insect arm delivered by the old woman and began to gnaw on it in hunger. Is this all you consume? Kaiji frowned at Miya's actions, prompting Miya to set the food down. We've already eaten today. Miya, feeling aggrieved, relinquished the morsel, licked her fingertips, and obediently ran over to embrace her sister's leg. Kaiji retrieved a piece of meat from the ghostly insect beneath the bed, washed it clean, and presented it to Jiang He. Thank you for saving me and my sister. We have little to offer in return, save for this. Miya washed her sister's hand, her eyes wide with longing as she licked her fingers in anticipation. Jiang He, battered and bruised, required sustenance to replenish her energy after overexerting her spiritual power in this frail form. Yet, despite her hunger, she felt no desire to partake in the meat offered by the sisters. Kaiji assumed Jiang He was merely being polite, so she placed the meat in a bowl. Still encouraging Jiang He to eat, insisting that one must be nourished to possess strength. Do you not have any other food? Kaiji was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the distinguished young man before her, whose extraordinary aura suggested he had indeed consumed the human souls her mother spoke of. Are you referring to human souls? I do not partake in humans. Jiang He, understanding that the two were aware of her true nature, decided to be forthright. Do you consume winter melons, potatoes, or osmanthus sugar? The two exchanged puzzled glances, shaking their heads in response. Jiang He recalled that she still had half a bag of osmanthus cake intended for Jiang Yunqing. She took it out and offered it to them, inquiring, "Can you eat this?" Upon hearing that it was food, Mia happily accepted the bag, opened it, and discovered several delicate, pale pieces within, exuding a delightful fragrance. Overjoyed, Mia eagerly picked one up and placed it in her mouth. However, before she could even swallow, she began to foam at the mouth and subsequently vomited, even expelling the undigested morsels from breakfast. Jiang He was taken aback, realizing that the ghost clan's reaction to human food could be so severe. She channeled her spiritual energy to assist Mia in regulating her bloodline and aiding her recovery. After a prolonged bout of retching, Mia's already pallid complexion grew even more ashen. Are you feeling any better? I apologize for being so reckless. I had no idea you couldn't consume these. Jiang He observed the diminutive Mia, and despite her being of the ghost clan, she felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy, perhaps due to the striking resemblance to the little girl from next door. After a considerable time, Mia began to express her hunger. Jiang He offered her the ghostly meat she had collected earlier, and the little girl, famished, clutched the meat and devoured it ravenously. Observing her voracious appetite, Jiang He mistakenly assumed that the meat was merely unpleasant in odor but perhaps palatable, so she took a small morsel and placed it in her mouth. To her astonishment, even that insignificant amount was transformed from the essence of a ghost. It clung to her like a malignant affliction, as if attempting to penetrate her very soul. The intense malice emanating from it, coupled with a foul stench, overwhelmed her senses, and she could not help but expel it from her mouth. As the night drew to a close, people began to make their way home along the bustling streets. Kuan, drenched in sweat and accompanied by several others, exclaimed, "Given his injuries, just where could he possibly run off to?" Guiyu held a towel, wiping the sweat from Kuan's brow. "Do not fret, my lord. He cannot have run far. We shall undoubtedly find him." Suddenly, a group of villagers rushed towards Kuan, bearing a gravely injured member of the ghost clan. These individuals were Kuan's hired hands. He had supplied them with weaponry, and they specialized in capturing prey from the corrupted sea. Today, they had ensnared a living soul, only for him to transform into a fearsome monster, inflicting injuries upon several of their brethren. Look, he cannot even move now. Lord Kuan, what is happening? Chapter 53. The divine mandate of tribulation. As Jin Mingrui arrived at the entrance of the corrupted sea's enigmatic realm with Jiang Yuqing, they found the spider woman in a state of disarray, her form shattered. Her eyes were vacant, as if she had succumbed to death itself. Blood oozing from the wound where her leg had been severed. The cocoons hanging from the city walls had been torn apart one by one. He has come, the spider woman murmured to herself. Upon noticing Jin Mingrui beside her, she clutched her remaining arm to her right eye and held it in her palm. "I am nearing death. Will you guard the corrupted sea for me?" Before Jin Mingrui could respond, the spider woman could no longer endure and stood still, resembling a statue, before disintegrating into a cloud of dust carried away by the wind. Her eye transformed into a small golden orb, rolling to rest at Jin Mingrui's feet. She had intended to ask her to assist Jiang Yunqing with the antidote, but unexpectedly, she had been slain by the parasitic spirit. Jiang Yunqing now stands but a step away from death. Jin Mingrui picks up the golden orb and places Jiang Yunqing on the ground, piercing her body. From the wound, soul flowers bloom abundantly, their tendrils inching ever closer to the spiritual source. With a sigh, Jin Mingrui extracts a soul flower and immerses it within Jiang Yunqing's being. Gazing at the golden orb entrusted to her by the spider woman, Jin Mingrui notices that the orb seems to have realized its liberation from the spider woman's grasp, suddenly soaring into the air and darting away with remarkable speed. This object is indeed alive. Jin Mingrui casts a protective invisibility spell around Jiang Yuqing before pursuing the orb. In midair, the orb quivers and transforms into a creature the size of a thumb, adorned with radiant golden scales. Its limbs resemble those of a child, with disproportionately large eyes, and it trails behind a plump, robust tail, reminiscent of a golden chubby gecko. The small creature darts forward, diving headlong into a raised mound, prompting Jin Mingrui to follow suit. To her astonishment, she discovers a nest teeming with spiders below. Thousands of spiders, a dark tide of blackness, are drawn towards this golden guardian, their slender legs shifting as they turn to observe it with their multiple large eyes. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Jin Mingrui prepares to retreat, only to witness this audacious creature boldly charging into the mass of spiders. Such audacity. Does it truly possess some hidden prowess? The golden gecko collides headfirst with a spider the size of a fist, exerting all its might, yet the spider remains unyielding, raising its pincers to devour it. How is it that such a feeble creature has survived in the abyss of decay? As the swarm of spiders around began to stir, Jin Mingrui swiftly hurled a silver needle, striking one of the arachnids dead on the spot. The golden gecko turned to gaze at Jin Mingrui, tilting its head in a seemingly foolish manner while blinking its eyes, as if inviting him to follow. Clearly, this creature possessed a low intelligence. Was it seeking death while dragging along a stroke of bad luck? The golden gecko latched onto Jin Mingrui's finger with its tail, pulling him forward without regard for the surging mass of spiders ahead. As Jin Mingrui clutched the golden gecko and prepared to advance, he distinctly heard the sound of flowing water emanating from the direction the gecko was leading him. How peculiar! How could there be water in the corrupted sea? Drawing forth the blazing flame blade, he unleashed a wave of heat that caused the surrounding spiders to retreat in distress. With the arachnids dispersed, Jin Mingrui followed the golden gecko as it navigated deeper into the cavern, where spider nests abounded in a convoluted maze. The presence of toxic spider silk obscured their path, and soon enough, he found himself unable to discern the direction. The golden gecko guided Jin Mingrui through several spider tunnels, descending ever further, with each step downward. The sound of water grew clearer, and the surrounding webs and dust diminished, allowing glimpses of the soil, which was unnaturally dark, as if stained. A droplet of water fell to the ground, prompting the golden gecko to halt before a wall, straining to pry it open with its claws, as though something lay hidden within. The fragile wall was as thin as paper, and after only a few tentative scrapes from the diminutive gecko, it collapsed with a resounding crash. The golden lizard was pinned beneath the debris of the wall, unable to move. Jin Mingrui brandished the flame blade to pry away the stones. The golden lizard turned its head to glance at Jin Mingrui, confirming his presence, and then continued onward, its feet treading upon the damp earth, where tiny streams converged and gradually flowed deeper into the cave. The space here was quite confined, no larger than a single room. The golden lizard crawled behind a pile of stones and came to a halt. Jin Mingrui followed, discovering a corpse long since forgotten, the years having eroded its clothing to tatters while the flesh remained remarkably intact. Strangely, the golden lizard seemed oblivious to the fact that the being before it was deceased. Nudging against the corpse in an attempt to rouse it, "Little creature, you have brought him to me." Suddenly, a white figure materialized in the void. Reaching out to caress the golden lizard, Jin Mingrui regarded the figure before him, finding it somewhat familiar, yet unable to recall its name. The golden lizard sensed its master, turning around to gaze vacantly at the apparition. "Do you recognize me?" "Of course I recognize you. You are Lord Huan, the one who established the Four Directions Array for the demon realm, and it was you who sealed the news of the underwater city for the safety of the merfolk." The figure, Wuchi, looked down at his own body. "I am the guardian of the corrupted sea, yet alas, I perished here before the arrival of my successor." Wuchi retrieved a token from his lifeless form. "This token will command the creatures within the corrupted sea to yield to you. This guiding beast can lead you to the heart of the corrupted sea. My time is fleeting. I implore you to aid me in continuing to protect this land. In this place, even ghosts would scorn. What is there to cherish?" Wuchi placed these two items in Jin Mingrui's hands. "I am merely a fragment of his consciousness left behind. As long as someone takes possession of the token and the guiding beast, my mission will be accomplished, and I shall concern myself no further." Jin Mingrui gazed at the token, an object imbued with the essence of the divine lineage. A superior magical artifact capable of commanding 100 beasts merely through its aura. Was it truly so casually bestowed upon her? Wuchi wore a relaxed expression, finally liberated after relinquishing this object. "Hey!" Just as Jin Mingrui was about to inquire about the origins of the token, this fellow hastily dissipated, his physical form swiftly turning to a desiccated corpse at the moment his consciousness faded. The little gecko observed the unfolding events with confusion before turning to Jin Mingrui and spoke. "You are the next master of Aki. You can actually talk?" Aki nodded. "When the master holds the token, I am able to communicate." Jin Mingrui scrutinized the token in her hand, inscribed with the words Transcendence Decree for Divine Ascension. The opposite side, originally carved with the likeness of a tree, suddenly shimmered with golden light, revealing the name Juan. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained the qualification for the Transcendence Decree for Divine Ascension. Aki joyfully leaped to Jin Mingrui's side, eagerly anticipating her next move. Aki will lead you to the Wuwang Sea to participate in the assessment. Jin Mingrui noticed a white rune appearing on her wrist, adhering to her skin like a delicate white bracelet. Chapter 54. A Missed Opportunity. Jin Mingrui had never heard of such a decree for divine ascension. As Arch lay upon his shoulder, a melodious flute melody suddenly resonated in his ears, causing the surrounding air to feel as though it had solidified. Even the drifting spider silk beside him and the gentle trickle of water beneath his feet seemed to have been paused in time. Arch, how many have you guided to endure the tribulations of divine ascension? Following Jin Mingrui's arm with his claws, Arch indicated the token above. He had brought others along, yet they had ceased their progress before reaching this point. Only those recognized by this token could pass. Arch had been waiting here for quite some time. Those unacknowledged by the token could not traverse the sea of misfortune. Their remains lay scattered here, destined to transform into insects over time. Arch gently nibbled on Jin Mingrui's fingers, tugging her forward. Given his impending fate, he thought it wiser to take a risk and seek out potential fortune. Contemplating this, Jin Mingrui resolved to explore further, yet she feared that if she were to meet her demise here, Jiang Yinqing would be left alone at the entrance of the corrupted sea, a path leading to certain death. Arch, could you do me a favor? Master, please speak. I'm concerned about the girl I brought earlier. I'm worried she might encounter trouble. Could you watch over her for me? Arch tilted his head and blinked, assuring her. She will be fine. You need not worry. Why do you say that? Because she is a magical artifact born of the world's natural order, the reflective mirror. Her intrinsic duty is to safeguard this land and its waters, so you need not fret for her. Arch placed his claws upon Jin Mingrui's wrist, urging, Master, let us proceed swiftly. Jin Mingrui followed Aki deeper into the underground, where the air grew increasingly frigid and the sound of flowing water intensified beneath her feet. The gentle streams that had once caressed her soles now converged into a dark river, its waters an ominous black. Moving further into the depths, she encountered a vast expanse of this inky ocean, where clusters of fragmented souls drifted along the currents, shimmering like stars in the night sky. Occasionally, a ghostly insect or spider would plummet into the abyss, only to be consumed by the water in an instant, their vengeful essence dissipating into wisps of smoke as they sank to the bottom, gradually disintegrating. The Black Sea stretched endlessly, with all the soul fragments gravitating toward a diminutive island crowned by a luminous tree. Approaching the tree, Jin Mingrui discovered it to be a soul tree, ancient and venerable. Having thrived for millennia, perched within its branches sat a girl of about 10 years, clad in simple white garments, her long black hair cascading over her fair skin. Brushing the ground. Congratulations, you are the first to traverse the sea of misfortune and scathe and arrive here, she spoke, her voice accompanied by the ethereal melodies of countless fairies dancing in the air. Jin Mingrui pondered the surroundings, questioning what existed here beyond the water. The girl descended from the tree with a soft laugh, gazing at the colossal creature as one might regard an endearing puppy. A mere flicker of impure thought will draw it out, she warned. No wonder Aki had been so subdued earlier. He must have known of the beast lurking within these waters. The colossal beast, with eyes as large as lanterns, gazed intently at Jin Mingrui, seemingly indignant at her recent quiet passage by its side. It flapped its fins, beckoning her to engage in combat. Jin Mingrui, observing the beast's round, gleaming eyes, could not help but think that if Bao Bao were present, it would surely relish the opportunity to play with the creature. Master, are you not afraid of it? Aki trembled, curling up within the collar of Jin Mingrui's garment, its tiny paws covering its eyes, yet peeking through its fingers out of curiosity. Jin Mingrui chuckled softly as she watched the magnificent beast frolicking in the water. Until now, she had believed the thought of the Wunyan beast to be merely an ancient myth. Never did she imagine she would be fortunate enough to witness it firsthand. Truly, she felt a sense of fulfillment in her existence. The beast feasted upon the 7 emotions and 6 desires of humanity. In her hands, the girl conjured several orbs of vibrant light, resonating with the laughter of children and the whispers of lovers. These luminous spheres ascended into the air, only to be devoured in one gulp by the giant creature. Before reincarnation, human souls are stripped of all past memories. These washed-away recollections served as sustenance for the beast. The soul tree lowered countless tendrils, guiding fragments of souls into its trunk. The girl caressed her flowing hair, waving her hand to release a multitude of white soul threads that descended. They flowed through Jin Mingrui's being, extracting orbs of light. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed. "Your memories weigh too heavily upon you. If you wish to ascend to divinity, you must relinquish all that you once were and begin anew." The young girl's long black hair shimmered with an icy blue radiance. "Once you have forgotten all that lies in your past, I shall usher you into the divine realm, granting you membership among the gods. At that moment, you shall attain immortality, liberated from the agonies of this mortal world, free from the incessant dread of your soul being scattered or being dragged back into a purgatory of perpetual torment." As the memories were stripped away, Jin Mingrui distinctly felt a surge of spiritual energy gradually infusing her being. The external demon clan was threatened by parasitic spirits, and the disturbances in the surrounding formations remained unexplained. If she were to forget everything, what would become of these individuals? Jin Mingrui wielded her blazing sword to sever the spiritual threads that pierced through her body. The reckless severance of these threads led to a backlash of divine power, shattering her soul body, causing countless blue soul blossoms to bloom instantly at the sight of her wound. As her injury began to heal, the soul vine, which was parasitically entwined within her, was merely 4 fingers away from the source of her spirit. The young girl, having lost a portion of her hair, wore an expression of displeasure and coldly inquired, "What are you doing?" Jin Mingrui rose, bowing respectfully, and expressed her regret for the young lady's good intentions, stating that she had matters to attend to and could not erase her memories. With a flicker of indignation in her eyes, the girl retorted, "Do you not realize that you have but this one chance? Should you miss it, you shall never have another." Jin Mingrui remained silent for a moment, her gaze gradually solidifying with resolve. "I apologize, but I cannot accept your kind offer." The girl, growing anxious, pointed to the soul vine that had already spread to Jin Mingrui's cheek. "You have now been tainted by the celestial tribulation. Should you forfeit this opportunity and suffer another severe injury, your life will be forfeit." The white soul tree began to lower its ethereal tendrils once more. "Listen to me. Forget the past and follow me. With your capabilities, why must you remain shackled in the mortal realm?" Jin Mingrui handed a token to the girl. "Just let me go. And if I survive this journey, I shall surely return to seek you out." Achi gazed at Jin Mingrui, then at the token. After a moment's hesitation, he followed the token and climbed into the girl's hand. The girl looked at Jin Mingrui with regret as the gigantic soul tree behind her started to fade away. The divine beings could no longer descend to the mortal plane unless one could locate the path built in the void. The thoughtless beast once again stirred up colossal waves, and as a flurry of starlight cascaded down, it unexpectedly dragged Jin Mingrui into the depths of the sea of misfortune. Black waters surged from all directions. From above, they appeared dark as night, yet from below, they were astonishingly clear. Jin Mingrui distinctly saw the girl standing at the edge of the pool, pouring the essence of the soul tree into the water. A wave of excruciating pain coursed through Jin Mingrui as the soul tree, which clung to her being, began to forcibly detach itself. The intense agony threatened to tear her apart. "You must endure a little longer. I shall await you in the divine realm," the girl uttered before vanishing. The forced separation of the parasitic soul tree was a perilous endeavor, fraught with near-certain death. Jin Mingrui felt her consciousness slipping away, overwhelmed by the torment, even sensing her very soul being torn asunder. Before losing awareness, she could only recall wielding the blazing sword to repel the thoughtless beast. Chapter 55. Confrontation. As Jin Mingrui lost consciousness, suspended in the water, the soul flowers clinging to her body detached one by one, blooming in icy blue amidst the sea of misfortune. The Wunyan beast lingered near Jin Mingrui as countless fragments of souls intertwined with a delicate vine, merging into her being. Time flowed unmeasured until Jin Mingrui opened her eyes once more, revealing an expanse of ice-blue blossoms adorning both above and below the water's surface. The Wunyan beast fluttered its fins and spoke in beastly tones. "How deeply have you been wounded, to bloom so many soul flowers? The unfathomable sea is nearly suffocated by them." Above and below, the ice-blue soul flowers floated like tiny lanterns, scattered everywhere, yet, bereft of their host, they would surely wither away soon. Jin Mingrui gazed at her own form, realizing that the girl must be a spirit tree's offspring. A mere drop of her essence not only eradicated most of the parasitic soul flowers within her, but also mended the meridians long ravaged by them. The Wunyan beast cradled Jin Mingrui, lifting her to the water's surface, and cautioned, My little master has instructed me to inform you that the soul flowers residing within you have not been entirely eradicated. For the next year, you must avoid injury at all costs. Should you sustain wounds, your soul will shatter, and even the mightiest deities will be unable to save you. Your assistance leaves me at a loss for words in gratitude. Allow me to share a secret. The Wunyan beast glanced at the towering millennia-old soul tree. Confirming the girl was not present, it drew closer to Jin Mingrui, encircling her with its fins, and whispered softly, in truth, this is not a realm for cultivators to undergo tribulations and attain divinity. Just as Jin Mingrui opened her mouth to inquire further, the Wunyan beast gently shushed her with a tendril, stating quietly, this is the divine path for fallen deities to reclaim their places. As the Wunyan beast concluded its words, before Jin Mingrui could pose another question, it plunged into the water, vanishing without a trace. The notion of being a fallen deity? Such a thought seemed utterly implausible. She was the progeny of both the demon and ghost clans. There was no conceivable link to the divine lineage. Yet, if this were the case, why would the Wunyan beast make such a claim? Did it imply a connection between the ghost and divine clans? Contemplating this, Jin Mingrui meticulously pondered the spells of both clans, recognizing certain similarities between the two. Could it be that the ghost clan is a descendant of the divine? The fall of the divine clan not only alters their temperament, but also leads them to consume souls. Suddenly, Jin Mingrui recalled the time she was parasitized by the soul tree. At that moment, she ceased to consume souls entirely. Initially, she believed it was due to the suppression of her demon lineage over the ghost clan's soul-devouring nature. However, it now appeared that the soul flowers bestowed upon the three realms by the divine were intended to aid fallen deities in ridding themselves of their malevolent tendencies. Yet, all of this remained mere conjecture. Should this hypothesis hold true, then the ghost clan could potentially abandon their need to feast upon souls. Gazing at the ethereal soul flowers floating before her, Jin Mingrui retrieved her storage pouch, carefully gathering the multitude of blue soul flowers that gracefully ascended from the waters. Filling her pouch, the passage of time within the storage pouch remained suspended, thus preserving the medicinal properties of the soul flowers. However, she pondered whether the soul flowers, now tainted by the waters of Wuwang, would yield the desired outcomes. Jin Mingrui also collected some seawater from Wuwang before departing. Upon emerging from the depths, she caught sight of the colossal ghost insect, several meters tall, struggling in the distance. Utilizing her divine sense, she discovered that the creature was being gnawed upon by parasitic spirits. The parasitic spirit has truly lost its mind, daring to fantasize about devouring such a colossal creature. This is akin to an ant attempting to swallow an elephant. Surely, it must be deranged. As expected, the gigantic ghost insect opened its cavernous maw, ravenously consuming everything in its vicinity. Beneath its feet, several ghostly beings that sought to capture the insect were reduced to a bloody pulp, and in their terror, they emitted cries that attracted the monstrous creature, which devoured them along with the earth beneath them in a single greedy gulp. Jin Mingrui cast a glance towards Jiang Yunqing's direction, probing with her consciousness, only to discover that the protective formation surrounding Jiang Yunqing had been shattered, and she was nowhere to be found. The anguished screams of the ghostly kin echoed all around as Jin Mingrui took flight. The parasitic spirit had seized control of a human, voraciously gnawing at the body of the gigantic ghost insect. As the massive creature opened its jaws wide, it regurgitated a mass of shredded flesh, from which a chilling wail arose, thick with resentment. This malevolent energy radiated outward, causing everything it touched to corrode, vanish, and decay, sinking into the earth below. Even the ghost insects and spiders lurking underground were not spared, succumbing to the corrosive energy and transforming into a pool of blackened ichor. The parasitic spirit fell into a frenzied state, and before Jin Mingrui could arrive, it absurdly attempted to possess the colossal ghost insect. The giant insect continued to expel blackened remnants, as the surrounding resentment billowed like smoke, and the winds that swept by carried a putrid stench, fierce enough to tear the ground beneath it asunder. The parasitic spirit bore several enormous, gaping wounds, corroded by the malevolence. Jin Mingrui wielded her blazing sword. Striking towards the spirit, sensing the impending danger, it tore a chunk of flesh from the ghost insect and leapt onto its back, glaring viciously at Jin Mingrui. He was oblivious to the countless malevolent spirits he had consumed, his visage marred by blood, with remnants of flesh clinging to the corners of his mouth and the tip of his nose. Upon recognizing the individual before him as Jin Mingrui, his blood-red eyes glistened with insatiable desire, yearning to devour her immediately. The flames of the earth, ignited by vengeful spirits, surged forth in a brilliant yellow blaze, transforming the surroundings into a sea of fire. The colossal malevolent insect writhed incessantly, its form elongating further. As countless vengeful souls emerged from its skin yet remained tethered to its body, parasitically bound to it. Some of these souls revealed their faces, while others extended half an arm, desperately flailing in an attempt to grasp sustenance from the outside world. At that moment, the focus of the parasitic spirit was solely on Jin Mingrui. Despite the flames engulfing its host, it seemed impervious to pain, relentlessly pursuing her. She thought to herself that this creature must not be allowed to approach the secret city of Milan, leading the parasitic spirit towards the direction of the Wuwang Sea. Jin Mingrui deftly maneuvered. Suddenly, the parasitic entity detached itself from its host and leaped in front of her, spewing forth a stream of green viscous fluid. Fortunately, a layer of golden light surrounded Jin Mingrui, repelling the noxious substance. However, in the next instant, the giant insect caught a whiff of the fluid and charged towards her with frenzied abandon, sinking its jaws into her flesh, its massive form constricting around her like a serpent. To her dismay, he had indeed summoned the insect as a weapon against her. The myriad severed limbs of the grotesque creature clawed frantically at the protective barrier formed by the golden incantation. With its sharp claws and bloodied remnants of bone, it became evident that the golden spell would not endure for long before shattering. The blazing blade soared into the sky, transformed by an incantation into thousands of fiery daggers that hovered aloft, forming a deadly array. They spiraled in a relentless encirclement, and with a flash of golden light, the multitude of blades plunged toward the colossal demonic insect. In an instant, carnage ensued, flesh and blood scattering, painting the heavens and the earth in a crimson hue. Yet, as the monstrous insect's carcass plummeted to the ground, its severed limbs inexplicably intertwined, threatening to morph into a new monstrosity. Jin Mingrui, wielding the blazing blade, ascended into the air, surrounded by a multitude of fire-infused daggers, which numbered in the thousands, as the parasitic spirit feasted upon the colossal insect's essence. Unbeknownst to him, the flames upon the thousands of blades suddenly extinguished, and the once blazing sky became veiled in a gentle, persistent drizzle. As the rain touched the struggling insect, it fell silent, beginning to dissolve. The parasitic spirit, witnessing the smoke rising from its own form, hastily sought refuge. Jin Mingrui, clutching a vessel brimming with the waters of the unfathomable sea, directed the multitude of blades toward the parasitic spirit, transforming the realm before him into a veritable mountain of blades amidst a sea of flames. Halt! The thunderous roar from the billowing smoke caught the attention of the parasitic spirit. Alarmed, Jin Mingrui attempted to intervene, only to witness the spirit detach from its battered host, coalescing into a wisp of white smoke that swiftly infiltrated the body of a nearby man. City Lord. The gaunt figure trembled, arching his body to an inconceivable degree. In a mere moment, the man known as the City Lord of Milan revealed an eerie smile, biting down savagely on the neck of his nearby guard. With a sickening crack of splintering bone, the guard trembled violently, his eyes wide with fury before collapsing to the ground. Chapter 56. Jiang Hua. Beside the untouched ghostly insects, which had not yet been tainted by the waters of the Wuwang Sea, one of them raised its nose to sniff the air, gradually moving in this direction. The parasitic spirit had devoured the spirit source of the observing ghost insect, and now relished the taste of the ghostly souls, contentedly licking the corners of its mouth. Ru'er, today is truly a splendid day. Not only do I have you by my side, but a host of ghostly beings have also come to me. Are you planning to massacre the city again? Jin Mingrui clutched her storage pouch, secretly retrieving a soul flower contaminated by the waters of the Wuwang Sea, along with some usable talismans. The parasitic spirit looked at Jin Mingrui with a smug expression, swaggering towards the area where the waters of the Wuwang Sea flowed, allowing the droplets to cascade upon itself. Dense black smoke began to rise from the parasitic spirit, surrounding it with an overwhelming stench. Your little tricks are of no use to me. Why not obediently become my queen? I shall treat you with utmost care. Jin Mingrui concealed the soul flower tainted by the Wuwang Sea within her sleeve, a faint smile gracing her lips. Treat me well? Are you not planning to consume me as a delicacy? The parasitic spirit, like a wisp of smoke, darted before Jin Mingrui, its eyes filled with desire as it gazed upon her face. How could I ever bear to devour you? The parasitic spirit greedily inhaled the scent emanating from Jin Mingrui, when suddenly, a burning sensation surged from its spirit source, causing it to erupt in fury and push Jin Mingrui back several paces. Moments ago, Jin Mingrui had stealthily embedded the soul flower within the parasitic spirit's body. Little did she know that upon contact, it would violently repel her. Jin Mingrui steadied herself, producing a talisman which she folded into a long strip. As she infused it with spiritual energy, the talisman transformed into an iron chain that grew and extended as though imbued with life, reaching towards the parasitic spirit. The spirit, audacious in its approach, followed the chain to launch an attack at Jin Mingrui's face. Its movements were exceedingly elusive, although its position was seemingly fixed. In the blink of an eye, the spirit vanished from that spot, appearing in another. Jin Mingrui enhanced the chain with a thunder talisman, unleashing a resounding clap of thunder, causing the parasitic spirit to manifest a phantom. Yet, in its current parasitic state, how could it be a mere illusion? Jin Mingrui recited a heavenly eye incantation, only to discover that the parasitic spirit had already detached from its host and was fleeing toward the direction of Milan City. Caught in its trap, Jin Mingrui prepared to pursue, only to find that the city lord of Milan City still clung to life. She first utilized a technique of distant communication to inform Kuin of the impending arrival of the parasitic spirit at Milan City, then assisted the city lord to his feet. "Can you still hold on?" she inquired. The city lord shook his head, grasping Jin Mingrui's hand. He controlled the water source of Milan City. Should he perish, the city would ultimately wither away. Jin Mingrui was at a loss for words at his statement. Most of the incantations for water manipulation were of her own creation. Yet he sought assistance from a malevolent spirit that devoured his kin. Must her identity as a flower maiden still be regarded with disdain by her own people? "My lord, if your heart truly lies with our kin, I have been guided by a sage and discovered a method that could liberate our people from this malevolence. It merely requires someone to take the first step. Would you be willing?" The city lord, gasping for breath, replied, "Very well, let it be me, a dying man." With a sense of conscience, Jin Mingrui submerged the soul flower, tainted by the waters of the Wuwang Sea, into the core of the city. The soul flower's restorative capabilities revitalized the city lord, while the baptism of the Wuwang Sea expelled the inherent resentment within him. Jin Mingrui presented a small piece of human sustenance to the city lord, urging him to taste it. The city lord accepted the food and tentatively took a bite, surprisingly able to swallow it. Elated by the changes in his body, he excitedly inquired of Jin Mingrui, "Thank the heavens, is there hope for the ghost clan? Who is the esteemed individual you mentioned? I must pay my respects soon." Though distant, the answer was near at hand. Jin Mingrui pointed to herself and declared, "It is I." The city lord scrutinized Jin Mingrui, disbelief etched on his face as he exclaimed, "Impossible. How could a mere flower maiden possibly resolve the ghost clan's fundamental issues?" Faced with such obstinacy, and recognizing that his time was limited, Jin Mingrui chose not to argue. For the foremost priority was to reach Milan City and thwart the parasitic spirit. Upon their arrival at Milan City, they were met with the cacophony of anguished cries. As Jin Mingrui traversed the barrier, the once tranquil streets were now filled with panicked ghosts. Kuin, witnessing Jin Mingrui rush towards him with a bloodied arm, exclaimed, "I heard your message advising everyone to seek refuge underground, but somehow he has learned sorcery that entices people to emerge from their hiding places." Jin Mingrui swiftly tore a strip of fabric from the hem of her garment to bind Kuin's arm, staunching the flow of blood while simultaneously embedding the soul flower within his being. "I have discovered a place known as the Sea of Delusion. Where lies the means to restrain him, it is imperative to guide him there." Kuin nodded in agreement when suddenly, not far down the street, the lifeless body of Guiyu was unceremoniously discarded upon the ground. Gazing at Guiyu's blood-soaked corpse, Kuin gritted his teeth and vowed that this creature must meet a fate from which there is no return. The specter of the parasitic spirit flitted past, and Kuin prepared to pursue it, but Jin Mingrui grasped his arm, cautioning him that it was merely an illusion. "Follow me." She activated her celestial vision, unleashing her spiritual awareness. Due to her years of practice in illusion craft, Jin Mingrui's perceptive abilities far surpassed those of the average person. She sensed the movements of the parasitic spirit and led Kuin to a dilapidated house, where they held their breath and concealed themselves within its crumbling walls. As Jin Mingrui stepped inside, a familiar aura enveloped her. It was Jiang He, who stood protectively over two little girls of the ghost clan, clutching a concealment talisman drawn with Spider-S blood. The four exchanged glances, a wordless understanding passing among them as they silently guarded the entrance. Outside, the sound of a door being pushed open echoed as the parasitic spirit prepared to summon the old crone. Jin Mingrui boldly opened the door, and the two of them surrounded the spirit. At that moment, the parasitic entity, having feasted upon the ghost clan, was brimming with power and regarded them with a smug smile, even intending to consume the soul of the old crone before their very eyes. Kuan manipulated the long spear lying on the ground to engage the parasitic spirit in battle. Jin Mingrui turned to Jiang He, whose mastery of water-based magic far exceeded her own capabilities. In an instant, she tossed him the last vial of seawater from the Sea of Delusion, utilized this water to confront him. The parasitic spirit detected Jiang He and shattered Wang Posi's spiritual source from a distance, launching an assault towards Jiang He. No, Kaiji, perceiving the imminent danger to Jiang He, selflessly shielded him. The green palm of the parasitic spirit pierced through Kaiji's chest. Kaiji cast a glance at Miya, who stood frozen in terror, and uttered, "Miya, protect your brother." As Kaiji collapsed before Jiang He in her final moments, she chose to allow her sister to repay the debt of gratitude by safeguarding him. Jiang He gazed at Xian before him, closed his eyes, and an icy frost enveloped him, though this frost ultimately served to encase himself. The parasitic spirit observed Jiang He's actions and let out a mocking snort, unable to win. "So you resort to self-destruction. Truly, you are my dear brother." Jin Mingrui wielded her blade against the parasitic spirit, astonished that Jiang He would choose this moment to transcend. "Kuan, we must buy him some time." The spear in Kuan's hand danced like a dragon, while Jin Mingrui invoked a golden light spell to protect Jiang He. The parasitic spirit sensed the shift and, disregarding the loss of an arm, endeavored to close in on Jiang He. Miya wept, clinging to her bloodied sister's arm. "Sister, please wake up. Don't leave me." Miya is frightened. The surrounding chill intensified as Jiang He's physical form shattered into ice fragments, radiating a blinding light within the abode. The parasitic spirit spat venom at Jiang He, only for the poison to freeze into ice, crashing to the ground. Wuling Xianjun glanced at Kaiji's fallen form and crushed the vessel containing the boundless sea water, unleashing countless black orbs suspended in midair. "Xian, today marks your demise." Under the influence of the Wuling Immortal Lord, the waters of the Wuwang Sea began to surge uncontrollably. The parasitic spirit gazed at the dark waters with an expression of sheer terror. Jin Mingrui, wielding a talisman that transformed into iron chains, swiftly ensnared the parasitic spirit. Binding it tightly, the black waters continued to swell, encircling the spirit completely. The Wuling Immortal Lord exerted overwhelming control over the spirit's magic, enveloping it in the sea. Rendering any attempts at escape futile, it could only writhe helplessly within, gradually dissipating. Jin Mingrui entrusted a storage pouch containing soul flowers to Kuan. These flowers were tainted by the waters of the Wuwang Sea, and once ingested, would render one indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Chapter 57. United hearts of a couple. The Wuling Immortal Lord trembled violently as the distant sound of a tsunami echoed ominously. Sensing the impending danger, Jin Mingrui hurriedly urged Miya and Kuan to leave the small dwelling. "Shall we not lend a hand?" Kuan cast a worried glance back at the interior. A sea tribulation? Still bewildered by the term, Kuan felt a chilling breeze and the patter of rain, an unprecedented occurrence in the corrupted sea that had remained dry for millennia. Many were oblivious to the unfolding calamity. In a matter of moments, the area was poised to transform into an expansive ocean. Jin Mingrui vividly recalled the moment of her utmost despair when the Wuling Immortal Lord stood before her, as the vast sea tore her flesh apart. The narrow stone abode shattered instantaneously, and the dark waters surged and boiled, reclaiming the long-parched earth. In mere breaths, the waters had risen to knee height, and the surrounding residents had never witnessed such a sight. Jin Mingrui shattered the barrier of Milan City, exclaiming, "Hurry, do not linger here." Beneath the feet of the Wuling Immortal Monarch, colossal waves surged forth, while behind him, several ice dragons began to materialize. He, in his wrath, resorted to the nine-dragon spear to contend with a mere parasitic spirit. Jin Mingrui could not comprehend why Jiang He was so incensed. Yet now was hardly the moment to offer counsel. It was imperative to hasten the evacuation of her kin. Xian, pressed by the Wuling Immortal Monarch, found his entire being adorned with emerald scales. He writhed in an attempt to free himself from the monarch's grip, but regardless of his struggles, he was met only with boundless oceanic waters. "Brother, it was our parents who compelled me into this grotesque existence. Must you also wish for my demise?" Xian pondered in despair. The man who once regarded the ghostly clan as aberrations, vowing to annihilate them. How could he now wield such severity against one of their own? Moreover, even if his actions were misguided, he had only slain members of the ghost clan. Observing that the Wuling immortal monarch showed no signs of relenting, Zai Xen shouted in defiance, "Brother, I am merely aiding you. If the Heavenly Court learns that you have failed to eradicate the Ghost Clan completely, they shall surely punish you." The roar of dragons pierced the heavens as the Wuling immortal monarch, wielding the 9-dragon spear, summoned 9 torrents of seawater to assail Zai Xen from all directions. The 9 dragons transformed into 9 ethereal ice dragons, leaving a trail of frost in their wake. The residents scattered in terror as the ice dragons surged towards Zai Xen. In an instant, the earth trembled, and fragments of ice burst forth. Zai Xen was sent soaring into the air, only to crash heavily back to the ground, which was violently shattered, creating a gaping crater. Dazed and disoriented, Zai Xen felt the world around him darken, with dark green blood trickling from the corner of his eye. He yearned to cough out the blood lodged in his throat, but before he could, another crushing blow from the ice dragon struck him, driving him deep into the earth, creating an unfathomable chasm. Desperate to rise, Zai Xen found himself yanked from the ground by Wu Ling Xianjun, who forcefully slammed his head aside. Amid the horrifying sounds of collapse, the stone slabs disintegrated into dust, and the surrounding structures splintered, revealing a myriad of cracks, all converging at the center, which was Zai Xen's skull. Wu Ling Xianjun's grip tightened around Zai Xen's neck, his long, powerful fingers sinking into Zai Xen's flesh, the chilling sensation seemingly freezing his very blood. Zai Xen closed his eyes, recalling a time in the heavenly realm of the 9 heavens, where soft white clouds floated gently over blooming flowers. His brother's slender fingers caressed his forehead like the delicate wings of a fluttering butterfly. Such was the life he once knew until his parents presented him with a mysterious bowl of medicinal concoction. Why was it he who had to drink it? Why must he endure such agony even in death? His body felt shattered, surrounded by an endless void of darkness. For a moment, he could not discern whether his soul had already departed or if his spirit still lingered. The waters of the Wuwang Sea eroded the body, and Zai Xen suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest as his brother's 9-dragon spear pierced through. The seawater seeped into the wound, mingling with flesh and blood, the excruciating agony rendering Zai Xen unable to resist. Just before his soul departed, he beheld countless azure orbs rising in the sky, resembling fireworks igniting and blossoming before his eyes, an exquisite spectacle in which he found himself immersed. As Zai Xen teetered on the brink of oblivion, an unknown multitude of ghostly flames surged forth, forcing the Wuling immortal lord to retreat repeatedly. A shroud of black smoke enveloped Zai Xen's body, cradling him protectively. "My lord of the underworld." The Wuling immortal lord discerned the identity of the newcomer, astonished by the audacity of the underworld king to snatch a soul from under his command. The underworld king revealed his true form, concealing Zai Xen within his robes, repelling the encroaching seawater, and smiled as he gestured respectfully to the Wuling immortal lord. "It has been a long time. Congratulations on your ascension to your rightful place. Are you openly defying the Celestial Court?" "Not at all, not at all." The underworld king produced a decree from the Celestial Court, explaining that the issue of the fallen gods had troubled the 3 realms for long enough. The Celestial Court sought to discover a method to purify the essence of the fallen gods and selected individuals for experimentation, including Zai Xen and Huan, both chosen by the Celestial Court. "I am merely adhering to the secret orders of the Celestial Court. I implore the Wuling immortal lord to show mercy." "So you intentionally administered the bones of the fallen god to my brother, causing his aberration?" The Wuling immortal lord glared at the underworld king, the surrounding chill seeping into the underworld king's garments. Yet he faced it with composure, showing no regard for the Wuling immortal lord. "These are secrets of the celestial realm. Our actions are also for the greater good of the 3 realms." The king of the underworld surveyed the surrounding black waters, extending his hand to grasp some of its essence. "This substance you wield is intriguing. Do enlighten me about its origins, so I may duly report to the Celestial Court." Just as the Wuling immortal lord was about to resist, he found himself ensnared in the air by the king of the underworld's soul-binding technique. "Huan, come forth swiftly." A broken blade lunged fiercely toward the king, aiming directly for his spiritual core, determined to claim the king's life in one decisive strike. "A mere parlor trick," the king of the underworld remarked, sidestepping the attack, only to realize that the flame blade was not aimed at him, but instead sliced through the spell binding the Wuling immortal lord. Jin Mingrui had just seen the last of her kin safely depart when she beheld the Wuling immortal lord suspended in the air, restrained by none other than the king of the underworld. She soared upward, seizing the flame blade, hovering beside the Wuling immortal lord. Your Majesty, she addressed the king respectfully. To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit to this wretched place? The king chuckled coldly, casting a glance at Jin Mingrui. Huan, should you wish for a more favorable outcome when you descend, I advise against wading into these murky waters. After a moment's hesitation, Jin Mingrui responded. My intentions lie in preserving the bloodline of my clan. If your Majesty would show mercy and spare my people, I assure you, I shall not interfere. The king of the underworld raised an eyebrow, surveying the frail and ailing members of the ghostly tribe. Very well, I accept your terms. Jin Mingrui sheathed the flame blade, casting an apologetic glance at the Wuling Immortal Lord. Forgive me. The Wuling Immortal Lord could scarcely comprehend Huan's sudden betrayal as Jin Mingrui approached the king of the underworld. Standing by his side, outnumbered, the Wuling Immortal Lord stood no chance. The king of hell reached out to caress Jin Mingrui's cheek, as if to commend his performance. A smile graced the corners of Jin Mingrui's lips as he gazed up at the king of hell. It is rare for your excellency to visit the mortal realm. I owe you a favor from our last encounter, and I wonder if you might indulge me today, he suggested. Wuling Skinjin watched in fury as Jin Mingrui flirted openly with his adversary, wishing he could tear him apart on the spot. The king of hell wrapped his arm around Jin Mingrui's waist, casting a lascivious glance at Wuling Xianjun. Come along, Wuling. With a single hand, the king conjured a tempest. The glaciers beneath him shattered, and the tidal waves surged back, threatening to engulf Wuling Xianjun himself. Manipulating the oceanic calamity had drained a significant portion of Wuling Xianjun's spiritual energy, leaving him in a less than optimal state. Yet, despite this, he wielded the 9-dragon spear, summoning 9 ice dragons to strike at the king of hell. Though the king possessed formidable power, he did not dare to underestimate Wuling Xianjun's desperate assault. At that critical moment, Jin Mingrui, pressed against the king of hell, thrust a soul flower into his ropes. As a wisp of azure smoke ascended, the king found his heart and soul utterly scattered. Realizing he had fallen prey to Jin Mingrui's trickery, the king of hell struck him fiercely in the chest. Although Jin Mingrui summoned blazing flames to shield himself, their proximity resulted in cracks forming upon his breast. Fortunately for him, Wuling Xianjun's 9 ice dragons landed solidly against the king of hell, pummeling him into the ground. The relentless barrage sent both the king and the surrounding waters of the inexplicable sea plummeting downward until they descended into the underworld. Jin Mingrui struggled to rise from the ground, feeling a dizzying disorientation. Suddenly, a sharp pain emanated from his spiritual source, snapping him back to awareness. He gazed at the soul flower blooming at his wound and let out a resigned sigh. Adopting a relaxed smile, he mused. It's rather surprising that the exalted Wuling Xianjun would be willing to fight for the Ghost Clan. Please, just call me Jianghe. It feels rather awkward when you refer to me as Xianjun. Chapter 58. Clouds of Suspicion. Jianghe regarded Jin Mingrui, reflecting on the words of the King of Hell. He stated, The King of Hell just informed me that the Heavenly Realm has conducted experiments on certain individuals to address the issue of the fallen gods, including Zai Xian and yourself. Jianghe lowered his gaze to the receding Black Sea, recalling how Jin Mingrui had inquired about its origin, claiming he intended to report it to the Heavenly Court. Did he truly say that? Jin Mingrui grasped Jianghe's arm, his beautiful brows furrowing in concern. What is the matter? Do you not believe me? After a moment's contemplation, Jin Mingrui set up a barrier to isolate them from the outside world. Do you not find it peculiar? Given the King of Hell's formidable strength, even in defeat, he should possess the capability to contend with us. Yet, he revealed so many flaws earlier and even disclosed such crucial information to you. How could we possibly be incapable of overcoming him together? Jianghe found it hard to fathom that the typically cautious King of Hell could truly be his adversary. Observing Jianghe's confident demeanor, Jin Mingrui could not help but remind him. Have you not noticed that the King of Hell has not unleashed any of his trump cards? What tricks does he possess? Upon hearing Jianghe's words, Jin Mingrui could not help but retort, It is surprising that you, as a celestial lord, possess such little understanding of a regional overlord. Jianghe, having grown up in the 9 heavens, was, even during his earthly trials, shielded by various deities. Thus, he would only endure some mortal hardships, never encountering demons that could harm one's very soul. The King of Hell excels in controlling souls. He can summon an army of 100,000 ghostly soldiers, and even the undead that have slumbered for eons underground must heed his command. Furthermore, this place is teeming with ghostly insects. Should he choose to command them to assail us, it would indeed be quite the ordeal. Yet, not a single ghostly insect was under his control just moments ago. Moreover, His magical artifacts seemed ineffective, clearly indicating that he was deliberately holding back against us. As Jiang He noticed the absence of the soul flowers that had once adorned Jin Mingrui, he recalled the dark water he had received earlier, deepening his perplexity. However, at that moment, as he gazed upon Jin Mingrui's waist, he felt a pang of discomfort at the thought of his beloved being embraced by another right before his eyes. Drawing closer, he encircled Jin Mingrui's waist. Observing Jiang He's jealous expression, Jin Mingrui couldn't suppress a chuckle. This fellow was truly adorably naive. Jin Mingrui then gazed at the residual waters of the Wulong Sea, his intrigue growing. The divine clan had evidently discovered a method to transform fallen gods, and this water had originated from that very source. At this point, Jin Mingrui looked at Jiang He. If the divine clan had indeed found a solution, they would certainly approach the heavenly court. If the king of hell was not lying, then why would the heavenly court still use us as subjects for experimentation? What exactly is their intent? Jin Mingrui recalled the girl from the Wulong Sea, who had said to him, "The divine clan no longer possesses the capability to descend to the mortal realm unless you can discover the divine path constructed in the void." As the divine race departed, their guardianship over the star domain left them little time to attend to the affairs of the three realms. The power of the gods, ancient and formidable, had long been coveted by the heavenly court, dating back millions of years. Could it be that the malevolent spirits condemned to purgatory were mere products of the heavenly court's experiments? The thought sent a chill through Jin Mingrui. Nevertheless, she nodded, refraining from divulging her suspicions entirely to Jiang He. If fate allowed her to survive until that moment, she would undoubtedly fight alongside him. However, for now, it was prudent not to arouse the suspicions of the celestial realm. By the way, where's Jiang Hairui? It was then that Jiang He realized he could no longer sense Jiang Hairui's presence, nor could he detect Jiang Yuqing's essence. In the vastness of the corruption sea, where could they, one person and one ghost, have gone? Jin Mingrui descended to the ground and closed her eyes. Within Jiang Yuqing's body resided the soul flower she had nurtured, and with careful focus, she could discern her whereabouts. One must see the living and the dead. Just as Jin Mingrui prepared to investigate, she unexpectedly spotted Jiang Yuqing not far away, digging a grave, while Jiang Hairui assisted her. They were in the process of lifting someone else's coffin. "Your little sister is quite bold." Jiang He feigned calmness to mask his inner embarrassment. Perhaps they had uncovered some clue. Jiang Yuqing struggled to pry open the coffin lid, while Jiang Hairui busied himself pushing it aside. "Are you tired?" "A little." Suddenly, Jiang Hairui felt the coffin lid lighten significantly, initially attributing it to Jiang Yuqing's efforts, until he looked up to see Jiang He. "Brother, how did you find us?" Jiang Yuqing regarded Jiang He with no trace of joy, continuing to push open the coffin lid. The heavy coffin lid fell to the ground as Jiang Yuqing, with an expressionless face, retrieved a set of garments from within, handing it to Jin Mingrui. "This is the soft armor I discovered in the Sea of Decay. A token of gratitude for saving my life." Jin Mingrui accepted the soft armor, a rare treasure crafted from silkworm silk and adorned with dragon scales, enhanced by several magical arrays. "How did you know there was treasure here?" Jiang He inquired with curiosity. Jiang Yuqing, reluctant to elaborate, suddenly weakened and fainted. Jiang He embraced her, checking her pulse, relieved to find she was not gravely harmed. Jiang Hairui looked at Jiang Yuqing with concern. "That's a relief. You nearly frightened me to death. I was originally hiding in Boss Kuen's shop when this girl unexpectedly appeared and led me here. Along the way, those ghostly insects avoided her. I thought she had been possessed. That's unlikely. It's probably because she has lingered too long in the Sea of Decay, subject to the influence of others' memories." Jin Mingrui fabricated an explanation for them. The guiding beast had revealed to her that Jiang Yuqing's true form was the Mirror of Life, a magical artifact capable of altering life and death, often resulting in its manifestations behaving in perplexing ways, for their perception of the world differs vastly from that of ordinary individuals. Jiang He expressed his worries. "Indeed, that is a possibility. We must hasten to get my sister to safety." Jiang Hairui nodded in agreement. Jin Mingrui, somewhat astonished, pondered the depths of Jiang He's ignorance. Believing such fabrications, "Let us depart quickly. I fear we might perish in this cursed place." Jiang Hairui urged the group to leave. Jin Mingrui observed that Jiang Hairui's spirit seemed even more corporeal than when he first arrived. Logically, one would expect his spirit to be eroded by the atmosphere of the corrupt sea, gradually devolving into a ghostly insect form. Yet, it appeared to grow increasingly tangible. Before departing, Jin Mingrui noticed the name Lin Huan engraved on the coffin. How could it bear her own name? Her true name was indeed Lin Huan. But her mother had always disdained her for being a mixed blood, tarnishing the family's honor by passing on her surname. Consequently, she had ceased to use it, and people referred to her simply as Huan. As Jin Mingrui donned her soft armor, it fit her as if tailored specifically for her. Strangely, the cuffs of the garment bore the words Liu inscribed in the language of the Ghost Clan. Jianghe urged her to hasten, and Jin Mingrui quickly restored the coffin to its original state before rushing to catch up. Just as they were about to pass through the barrier of the corrupt sea, Jin Mingrui folded a paper crane to send her cherished water adjustment pearl to Kuan. Chapter 59. Before parting beneath Suaping Mountain. The once vibrant village now flickered with only a few sporadic lights. Kuan sent a message indicating that their kin, utilizing soul flowers, had enabled most to consume human food, and some were now preparing to leave Milan City in search of new livelihoods. The old city lord had unexpectedly acquired a water adjustment pearl and planned to cultivate some crops to improve the living conditions of the clan. Jin Mingrui sat in a rocking chair, contemplating Kuan's letter. After tucking it away, she glanced at the pot of stew beside her, realizing the meal required another half-hour to cook. After adding a few pieces of charcoal, she reclined wearily in the rocking chair. Ever since the soul tree was severed from within, a profound sense of helplessness has enveloped me, particularly during my confrontation with the Lord of the Underworld. Following my injuries, my body has deteriorated significantly. Am I truly nearing the end of my days? Jin Mingrui gazed at the rising flames, an unsettling feeling that a pair of eyes was fixated upon her. Yet, after surveying her surroundings, she found nothing suspicious. Closing her eyes, she reclined on a chair and soon drifted into slumber, oblivious to the fact that Jiang Yinqing was staring at her intently in the courtyard. Uncle Ling, is Father's meal ready? Baizhua, concerned that the cooling mountain might once again be plagued by malevolent spirits, had entrusted Bao Bao with the task of warding off such threats. This little one, appearing soft and plump, had an admirable prowess in dealing with monstrous beasts. You stay here for a while. I will check inside, Jiang He said, offering a bag of freshly purchased hawthorn candy to Bao Bao. Bao Bao, without lifting his head, licked the sugary coating off the hawthorn, as though savoring the most exquisite delicacy in the world. As Jiang He entered the house, the aroma of Buddha jumps over the wall wafted through the air. Meanwhile, Jin Mingrui, unable to maintain even the most basic illusion, revealed her true form as a ghostly being. Just as Jiang He intended to rouse her, he noticed she had fallen asleep. Jin Mingrui rose, lifting the pot lid with her hand, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction as she beheld the fragrant broth within, filling a bowl for herself. I recall you mentioning in the corrupt sea that you were gravely ill, on the verge of losing your soul. Is that truly the case? Jiang He inquired tentatively, hoping Jin Mingrui would assure him that her earlier words were mere fabrications to deceive him. Perhaps. You must clarify for me. What do you mean by perhaps? Jiang He gazed at Jin Mingrui's composed demeanor and, unable to restrain himself, grasped Jin Mingrui's wrist, nearly toppling the soup on the table in the process. Jin Mingrui furrowed his brow and sighed. He had fortuitously severed the soul tree that had parasitically dwelled within him in the abyss. Yet during his confrontation with the Lord of the Underworld, he had inadvertently sustained injuries that triggered the remnants of the soul tree to bloom anew. At this juncture, he was uncertain whether salvation was still within reach. Then let us venture once more into the abyss, he suggested. Jin Mingrui was a man who focused solely on the immediate. He would seize what he could obtain through effort and rarely lament over what was unattainable. For instance, he was aware that his demise was imminent, yet even sorrowful thoughts would last but a few fleeting moments. Such matters could be addressed later. You should take the soup out. It will be unpalatable once it cools. At such a time, you still concern yourself with the soup? Jiang He regarded Jin Mingrui, pondering if his recent excursion to the abyss had unsettled his mind. Jin Mingrui placed the treasured dish of Buddha jumps over the wall before Jiang He, declaring that pressing matters could wait until after their meal. In a fit of irritation, Jiang He failed to notice the scalding soup bowl and, upon receiving it, burned his hand, instinctively letting go. Fortunately, Jin Mingrui swiftly caught the bowl, preventing the rich and savory soup from spilling onto the floor. Be careful, Jin Mingrui admonished as he set the soup on the table, blowing a gentle breath over Jiang He's fingers. You can wield ice magic? Jiang He asked incredulously. For Jin Mingrui, by nature a fire elemental, was typically opposed to ice magic. Fool, this is cold flame, Jin Mingrui retorted. Your audacity grows. How dare you address me in such a manner? Jin Mingrui lifted her gaze to Jiang He, a playful smile gracing her lips, her eyes twinkling with mischief. If you are displeased, you may hand me over to the King of Hell, or report me to the Heavenly Court. Alternatively, you could come and retrieve me yourself. Considering you are a celestial lord and I, merely a wicked spirit. Observing Jiang He's serious demeanor, she offered an awkward chuckle. I was merely jesting. Please do not take it to heart. Moreover, given that I have saved you on numerous occasions, it would be only fair for you to show a modicum of leniency. Wouldn't it? Jiang He scrutinized Jin Mingrui as he carried the dishes outside. Are you no longer upset? Let us eat. Jin Mingrui smiled gently at Jiang He, carrying the food into the courtyard. After their meal, Jiang He tidied up, preparing to descend the mountain the following day to visit his grandfather. The small courtyard housed only 2 rooms, and Bao Bao seemed to sense something unusual about Jiang Yinqing today. Later that night, as Jiang He and Jin Mingrui lay in bed, Bao Bao stealthily climbed down from Jiang Yunqing's bed and nestled between them. What are you doing here? Jiang He thought to himself, finally having restored his celestial form and desiring to savor the presence of the beautiful lady beside him. Yet, this little one was obstructing his intentions. Jin Mingrui looked at Bao Bao, glancing at Jiang He with a smile that hinted at schadenfreude. Celestial Lord, perhaps you should rest early to avoid oversleeping tomorrow. I want to be with Daddy, Bao Bao declared, snuggling in Jin Mingrui's embrace, her chubby little hands resting on the very place Jiang He longed to touch. Are you truly indulging her this way? Jiang He questioned, refusing to relent. Jin Mingrui gently embraced Bao Bao, and as the little girl closed her eyes, her steady breathing filled the air. Observing Jiang He's impatient demeanor, Jin Mingrui couldn't help but smile more freely. Shoo, this is a divine beast. Disturbing its rest is a serious offense. Undeterred, Jiang He leaned over Bao Bao and planted a kiss on Jin Mingrui's cheek. Seeing her surprised expression, he revealed a contented smile, wrapping his arms around both of them as they drifted into slumber. As Jin Mingrui watched Jiang He fall asleep, an unsettling feeling lingered in her mind, prompting her to take out several talismans and affix them around the room. Meanwhile, in the adjacent chamber, Jiang Yinqing opened her eyes, her expression impassive as she sat up and turned to gaze in Jin Mingrui's direction. Jiang Hirui had long been aware of Jiang Yunqing's peculiar behavior. He observed her closely and noted that her attention was consistently on Jin Mingrui. Sister, what are you doing up at this late hour? Jiang Yunqing glanced at Jiang Hirui, slowly lowering her head. When she raised it again, an air of languor enveloped her. She smiled at Jiang Hirui, a smile that seemed utterly unbefitting for a 12-year-old. Reminiscent of a princess who, having fulfilled every desire, gazes upon life with a weary indifference. Who are you? Jiang Yunqing stood, tilting her head as she scrutinized Jiang Hirui. Next door reside the Wuling Immortal Lord and Lord Huan. I advise you before Jiang Hirui could finish his warning. He felt his own spiritual energy dissipate uncontrollably. Jiang Yunqing raised her head, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she gazed at Jiang Hirui. Her fingers glided over the surface of a tarnished bronze mirror. And as Jiang Hirui looked into it, he felt his consciousness begin to fade. Soon, a metallic hum resonated in his ears, and the reflection in the mirror seemed to shift and transform. In Chapter 60, A Thread Between Life and Death, Jin Mingrui felt the icy touch of fingers gliding across her skin, the chilling sensation akin to a knife from the depths of winter grazing her cheek. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with an abyss of darkness, her body seemingly ensnared and immobile. No wonder your father sought to control you. A hoarse voice, imbued with languid fatigue, echoed in the void. The darkness enveloped her, while the distinct sound of breathing filled her ears. The weight of Jiang He's arm pressed against her, and the warmth of his body permeated through the thin fabric, intensifying her awareness. How shall I address you? Jin Mingrui inquired silently into the shadows. The ability to silently exert control over her without alarming Wuling Xianjun and Shui Qilin suggested that the disparity in their strengths was far from trivial. You have forgotten me? Her tone seethed with fury. The brief statement bore no resemblance to a lover's reproach, but rather felt like a declaration of deep-seated enmity. Fingers as cold as ice pierced Jin Mingrui's wound, the excruciating pain causing her to tremble involuntarily. Jiang He, sensing something amiss with Jin Mingrui, opened his eyes and glanced at her. Noting her stillness, he pulled the blanket up to her waist, leaned down to kiss her forehead, and, satisfied, drifted back to sleep. Utterly oblivious to the struggle of his beloved teetering on the brink of death beside him. Do you feel a sense of relief watching me suffer? Jin Mingrui gazed into the abyss surrounding him, a playful smile gracing his lips. If you were to kill me, I would find solace. Go ahead and act. then perish, came the reply. A hand plunged violently into Jin Mingrui's chest, creating a profound wound from which deep fissures began to emerge. The hand penetrated his ethereal form, grasping the invaluable source of spirit, precious to a ghost. Jin Mingrui's spiritual energy began to wither, the sound of shattering resonating through his bones, clear as a bell in his ears. Yet, moments later, Jin Mingrui's body dissipated, leaving behind an empty void where he once stood. Within the confines of the cramped room, a rift in the fabric of time and space lay concealed. Through this fissure, resplendent jewels adorned her flowing dark hair, an aura of regal elegance that could only be forged by the adoration of countless souls. She traversed the fragments of a starry river, defying the peril of being torn asunder by time and space, all to disperse the essence of a deeply sinful spirit. I remember now. You are the daughter of the goddess, Luo Xin. Jin Mingrui materialized behind Luo Xin, adjusting the disheveled garments she had disturbed. Luo Xion's face, pale from the strain of resisting the backlash of the void, appeared chiseled from ice, cold and distant. You shall not utter my name. With a swift motion, Luo Xion thrust her sword towards Jin Mingrui. Alas, the blade could not touch him. In the expanse of the void, he existed merely as a fleeting shadow, impervious to her relentless strikes. Luo Xion found herself unable to comprehend Jin Mingrui, her heart heavy with sorrow as she leaned on her sword, tears glistening in her eyes as she gazed at Jin Mingrui. Why do you still exist? You have slain so many, leading to the fall of the divine race, inciting the gods to slaughter one another, to consume each other. You did not even spare my only surviving kin. Why do you not perish? Why do you still linger? Do you mean to imply that I have devastated the star realm, causing the stars to plummet and countless divine beings to become fallen gods? Jin Mingrui cradled her head, her brow furrowed in astonishment. I previously thought that the heavenly court believed I had deceived too many while posing as a flower maiden. I had no idea that such grave sins were the cause of my heavy punishment, leaving me with no glimmer of hope for redemption. Luo Xion, observing the astonishment on Jin Mingrui's face, felt a flush of anger redden her cheeks. How can you forget the sins you have committed? I truly cannot recall the events prior to my transformation, Jin Mingrui replied, contemplating the talisman hidden in her room. Knowing it would not shield her for long, perhaps only for the duration of a brief incense stick. You need not lift a finger. You should have sensed that my soul is already frail, on the brink of annihilation. To witness my slow demise and despair would be far more merciful. Luo Xion locked her gaze onto Jin Mingrui's eyes, filled with animosity. Suddenly, as if disregarding her own life, she lunged towards the void of the mortal realm, driving a worn hairpin into Jin Mingrui's spiritual core. The pain tore through her being as the parasitic soul flower grew wildly. Jin Mingrui clutched her chest, wrenching out the pin with great agony. Are you satisfied now? The hairpin fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound of shattering. Luo Xion, with unyielding determination, gazed at Jin Mingrui, who lay in agony on the floor, swallowing the blood that had spilled forth from her due to the backlash of the void. Jin Mingrui's vision blurred, yet she sensed Luo Xion standing before her, intent on witnessing her demise. Summoning her strength, she managed to rise. In her current state, she lacked the ability to contend with the divine clan. It seemed her only option was to gamble by revealing the truth. If you kill me, the star domain will collapse once more. Impossible. You are nothing but a wretched spirit. How could you possibly affect the star domain? I truly cannot recall the events before my transformation. However, there is one thing I remember. Jin Mingrui looked at Luo Xion, her left eye bursting forth with resplendent golden light. Luo Xion felt the surrounding time begin to wildly reverse as Jin Mingrui pulled her into the depths of her memories. Within the star domain, myriad stars twinkled, the brilliant star sea converging into a galaxy. In the gathering of the five-colored nebulae, countless white dots traversed the starry expanse, piercing through layers of cloud, converging upon an altar towering 10,000 meters high. The altar was inscribed with mysterious characters that evolved in accordance with the changes of the stars. The radiant steps of the altar shimmered with jewel-like brilliance, reflecting onto the attendants as if crafted from the very essence of the stars. The goddess, clad in a brocade robe woven from five-colored clouds, bore hues dyed by dawn and dusk, glistening with the shimmering waters of a spring lake as the ice began to melt. As she ascended the altar, the starry attendants bowed in reverence, while celestial maidens scattered starlight in place of flower petals upon the goddess. Before her transformation, Huan was but a spirit attached to the time artifact upon the altar. The goddess ascended the altar for the 8 millionth and 9th time. In the past, she had always worshipped with utmost devotion, yet this time, her expression was one of profound desolation. Why, she pondered, can you be revered and adored by mortals, while my child is doomed to an untimely demise? Gazing at the temporal artifact upon the altar, she knelt once more in earnest supplication. Time, I implore you, grant me this one wish, to behold my child once again. Unaware of the goddess's intentions, the nascent entity known as Huan cautioned her, I can assist you, but remember, the past is immutable. Should you alter it, the fabric of time and space will unravel, bringing forth calamity. Allow me but a glimpse of him, and I shall adhere to the rules, she fervently promised. The sincerity etched upon her face and the anguish of a grieving mother stirred Huan's compassion. The protective enchantments surrounding the temporal artifact dissipated, revealing an ancient tome. As the seals upon the book unraveled, its pages began to flutter, bending the very essence of time. Mother, came the tender voice of the little prince, prompting an uncontrollable cascade of tears from the goddess. My son. Huan seized her as she lunged toward the child, insisting, you cannot alter the past. The goddess turned her gaze upon Huan, her eyes ablaze with animosity, as if he were the true harbinger of her child's demise. In a fit of desperation, she produced a shard and inflicted a wound upon Huan's form. The temporal artifact was marred by her actions, creating a rift in time. In that moment, time itself froze, and Huan was confronted with the treachery of the human heart. Stop! Cease this at once. The surrounding light began to warp as the divine maiden harnessed the black protons from the void to absorb the capabilities of the temporal artifact. Harboring delusions of wielding the power to control time, Huan, stripped of his strength, felt his body begin to undergo a grotesque transformation. He must prevent the divine maiden at all costs. As memories grew hazy, there emerged a faint vision of the divine maiden shattering the laws of time and space, accompanied by the little prince, poised to extricate themselves from the dominion of the temporal codex. Outside the altar, the star realm, liberated from the constraints of the temporal codex, gave rise to dual shadows, while time and space were rent asunder by the tumultuous celestial bodies. In a desperate bid to siphon greater power to oppose the divine maiden, Huan recklessly absorbed all surrounding energy, even drawing in dark matter from the rifts of time and space. His body continued to undergo aberration, his once clear eyes turning a crimson hue, as his consciousness began to unravel. Time is irreversible, and the passage of years cannot be reversed. As Huan uttered these words, the altered timeline fell into disarray, prompting the divine race around him to descend into chaos. The divine maiden, however, spoke to the guardian. The temporal codex has birthed a spiritual entity, one that seeks to usurp the divine race and dominate the star realm. Chapter 61. Secrets above the star realm. The spiritual talisman affixed to the room faded into obscurity as the rift in time and space, forcibly opened by Luo Xin, gradually closed. Jin Mingrui pressed a hand against his wound, gazing at Jiang Yinxing standing in the doorway. Did you bring her here? Jiang He, roused by the fluctuations of spiritual energy within the room, rose to look at Jin Mingrui. Sensing something amiss, he swiftly approached his side, only to discover a fissure running through Jin's entire body. You are injured. Jiang He was about to examine the wounds on Jin Mingrui's body when she stopped him. I am fine. It's merely an old injury flaring up, and I shall be well shortly. Jin Mingrui pushed Jiang He aside and pretended to be composed as she walked toward the courtyard, not wishing to reveal her past to him. Are you concealing something from me? Jiang He followed closely behind, perplexed by Jin Mingrui's demeanor. He was under the scrutiny of the heavenly court. Although he was physically present, every move he made was monitored. The only reason he could traverse the mortal realm was that the heavenly court deemed him harmless, choosing to overlook his actions. Jin Mingrui leaned against the wall as she made her way to the courtyard, and Jiang He, exasperated, implored, Huan, speak the truth to me. After sharing a bed for so long, do not use such excuses to deceive me. Jin Mingrui was on the verge of collapse, leaning against the wall, and Jiang He swiftly caught her in his arms. To the courtyard we go. He obeyed Jin Mingrui's command and carried her outside. The moment they stepped beyond the threshold, it felt as though an immense formation enveloped them, channeling a continuous stream of spiritual energy into the center of the courtyard. Immersed in the rich essence, Jin Mingrui's condition improved significantly. Can you now tell me the truth? Jin Mingrui ignored Jiang He, settling cross-legged in the middle of the courtyard to absorb the spiritual energy and mend her injuries. Fortunately, she had been wearing soft armor. Otherwise, the blow from Luo Xin would have obliterated her completely. Above the vast starry expanse, resplendent palaces glittered like sequins, while Luo Xin, pale-faced, sat upon a spatial artifact crafted from Shin Frost stone. Countless runes danced around, mending the scars left on Luo Xian's body by the tearing of space. Contemplating the visions bestowed upon her by Huan, she found herself questioning her mother. Could it be that the turmoil a millennium ago was indeed sparked by her mother's misguided ambition to seize the power of the Time Codex? At that moment, the goddess appeared, bearing the Time Codex, and admonished, Luo Xian, how could you seek him out? You must realize his malevolence is unalterable. What would become of your father and me if something were to happen to you? Utilizing the power of the Time Codex, the goddess began to heal the wounds on Luo Xian's form. Mother, how is it that you can wield the power of the Time Codex? The goddess gazed deeply into Luo Xian's eyes, placing one hand upon the battered codex. Through it, she perceived the visions Huan had shown her daughter. Curse it! He is indeed ensnaring my daughter, she thought, her heart aching as she cradled Luo Xian's face, guiding her hand to rest upon the Time Codex. Do you not even trust me? What is the truth of that time? Huan is not as simple as you perceive. He is merely a formless spirit devoid of emotions. When he attempted to wrest the Qing Yin from me, he tasted the essence of emotions, and from that moment, he began to covet the emotions and desires of others. However, this contravened the heavenly laws, resulting in his punishment and entrapment within the Guishu. The goddess continued, look at him now. Does he not possess the emotions of a normal person? Love, hatred, anger, and obsession? Luo Xian nodded, increasingly horrified by the implications. He had, through aberrant powers, consumed countless souls to attain his current state. The divine maiden adjusted her sleeves, gazing at Luo Xian. After all, this matter originated from me, and the heavenly law has equally imposed punishment upon me. As long as Huan devours Qing Yan's soul, he shall forever maintain his current state. However, Qing Yin will completely vanish from this world, deprived even of the chance for reincarnation. The divine maiden looked at the Time Codex in her hand, a magical artifact that she could temporarily commandeer due to his punishment, which stripped him of his powers. It was his yearning for human affection that loosened his grip on the cosmic order. The divine maiden clasped Luo Xian's hand, urging, if you discover Qing Yan's soul, you must ensure he escapes from Huan. I beseech you, let me bear all the sins. Do not allow him to harm others. Luo Xian observed her mother's self-reproaching expression and nodded, though a sense of doubt lingered within her. Who speaks the truth, and who weaves falsehoods? She felt compelled to seek the answers herself. The divine maiden comforted Luo Xian before hurriedly departing with the Time Codex. Leaving Luo Xian's chamber, she ascended to the altar, opening the Time Codex to reveal a fractured opening. Now was his most vulnerable moment. The divine maiden dripped her blood onto the pages of the Time Codex, whispering, Child, where art thou? Closing her eyes, her bloodied fingers pressed upon the pages, and through the Time Codex, she beheld the world as seen through Huan's eyes. Esteemed grandmother, I am Jin Mingrui. Today, by my grandfather's command, I am to wed the second son of the Jiang family. I wonder if the household would be willing to accept me as a bride. To be fortunate enough to enter the Jiang family's gates, and to one day be blessed with a house full of children would indeed be my fortune. The young lady, Jin Mingrui, pays her respects to young Master Jiang. Through the radiant gaze, the divine maiden perceives Jiang He enveloped in an ethereal aura, as splendid as clouds at dawn. Could Jiang He be the reincarnation of Qing Yin? Beneath the starry sky, within the quaint courtyard of Suaping Mountain, Jin Mingrui gazes at the bloodstains appearing on her body and lifts her eyes to the heavens. Jiang He observes the current expression of Jin Mingrui, momentarily believing he is hallucinating. Usually, he exudes a gentle demeanor akin to flowing water, yet just moments ago, his eyes seem to have witnessed eons of turmoil, rendering the world around him as mere dust. Chapter 62. Parting the stars above flicker intermittently. Jin Mingrui lowers her gaze to the wounds upon her body, her soul flower no longer flourishing, the vivid crimson blood saturating her garments. You are bleeding. Jiang He lifts the hem of Jin Mingrui's clothing, revealing her body marred by gaping wounds, blood pooling like a shattered porcelain doll. When did you begin to bleed? Jin Mingrui coughed slightly, a crimson hue seeping from the corners of her mouth. My flesh was torn apart by you a millennium ago. This is not my blood. Jiang He reaches out to heal Jin Mingrui, but she halts him. It is futile. She wishes for my demise. Your attempt to save me now would oppose her. Do not speak. Focus on healing. A cerulean glow emanates from Jiang He's palm as he gently places his hand upon Jin Mingrui's body. The water-based magic, with its unique gentleness, nurtures her meridians like a crystal-clear spring. Jin Mingrui gazes at Jiang He, her expression enigmatic and unfathomable. A shooting star streaked across the horizon, abruptly halting in midair. The rustling leaves, stirred by the wind, fell silent, and Jiang He found himself immobilized. Turning to Jin Mingrui, he noticed the latter gazing at him with a hauntingly tragic expression. My time is limited. Every word I am about to utter, you must engrave in your memory and never disclose to anyone. Jiang He perceived that everything around him had come to a standstill, as if time itself had ceased to flow, save for Jin Mingrui, who remained in motion. You are the shadow of Qing Yin. The goddess will regard you as him. In 3 months, when the fabric of time and space fractures, I will take Qing Yin away. At that moment, I will need you to assist me in holding back the goddess. You must trust me. My actions are for the sake of all living beings. Jiang He looked at Jin Mingrui, feeling bewildered by his words. How could Rui be linked to the goddess? Furthermore, Qing Yin, her youngest son, had perished a millennium ago. As the celestial body traversed the sky, time resumed its flow. Suddenly, auspicious signs descended from the heavens. Jiang He gazed upward to behold the southern heaven gate wide open in the celestial expanse. Observing that his attire had transformed into armor, he realized he was on the verge of departing from the mortal realm. Witnessing Jin Mingrui's fading form, he removed the treasured snow crystal pendant he had carried close to his heart and placed it around Jin Mingrui's neck. As he beheld Jin Mingrui's weary visage, contemplating their impending separation and the distant prospect of reuniting in this world, his heart stirred with emotion, and he leaned in to kiss the delicate lips of Jin Mingrui. Soon after, the heavenly soldiers were set to descend upon them. Suddenly, the king of hell appeared behind Jin Mingrui, gazing at Jiang He with a slight bow. Wuling Xianjun, your reckless venture into the mortal realm is a transgression against heavenly regulations. Should the celestial authorities discover this, you shall undoubtedly face punishment. Jiang He reluctantly released Jin Mingrui from his embrace, his eyes lingering on her. If love between two souls is enduring, does it truly matter whether they meet at dawn or dusk? Jin Mingrui whispered, subtly entwining a blue thread around Jiang He's wrist. The thread was peculiar. Upon contact with Jiang He, it vanished without a trace, going unnoticed even by the King of Hell. The King of Hell assisted Jin Mingrui to her feet, lamenting, "Had I known this would occur, I would not have permitted your departure. This trip to the mortal realm has brought nothing but trouble. Your Excellency, I must trouble you to assist me with a matter," Jin Mingrui implored, casting her gaze towards Jiang Yuqing. The King of Hell followed her line of sight, his brows furrowing in contemplation. I never anticipated she was a spirit manifested from the mirror of life, nor did I foresee Jiang Hairui's involvement. I am gravely injured and unable to sense where she has taken him. You are in such a state, yet you still expend energy on her? The King of Hell remarked just as Jiang Yuqing emerged from the dwelling, a copper mirror in hand, his face betraying displeasure. At that moment, Bao Bao suddenly dashed out, spotting Jiang Yuqing and fearfully clinging to Jin Mingrui's leg. Hug, Bao Bao. Jin Mingrui bent down, cradling the half-asleep Bao Bao in her arms. Observing the familiar bond between the divine beast of the Baizhua family and Jin Mingrui, the King of Hell's demeanor softened slightly. In light of your assistance in resolving the matter of the parasitic spirit, I shall extend my help to you once more. With a sweeping motion of his long sleeves, Ming Wang concealed the copper mirror within Jiang Yuqing's body. Her previously piercing gaze dulled into a state of confusion and chaos. When she regained consciousness, the once lively courtyard was now desolate, devoid of any presence but her own. Elder brother, sister-in-law. Jiang Yuqing surveyed the rooms of the courtyard, only to find them starkly empty. The belongings of her brother and sister-in-law remained. Even the beds still bore the lingering warmth of their presence. Where could they have possibly gone? In a state of panic, Jiang Yuqing dashed out of the courtyard and beheld the white spirit banners displayed by several households in the village, alongside scattered joss paper on the ground. A surge of terrifying memories flooded her mind. Fearful, she refrained from turning on the lights and grasped her brother's sword tightly, seeking refuge in a corner as she awaited the dawn. Outside, intermittent knocking echoed at the door, paralyzing Jiang Yuqing with fear. Her grip on the sword tightening as she fixed her gaze on the entrance, contemplating that if intruders were to breach her sanctuary, she would fight with all her might. The standoff persisted through the night, yet the visitor outside did not enter. Jiang Yuqing faintly overheard them mention seeking assistance from Lord Huan, uncertain whether he would oblige. Who was Lord Huan? Daring not to lower her guard, she waited until the break of day. The crowing of roosters and the sounds of villagers conversing outside finally emboldened her to approach the door. Peering through the crack, she caught sight of a figure. Upon opening the door, she found a young Taoist priest resting against the doorframe. Although she had never seen him before, he appeared strikingly familiar. "Who are you? Why are you sleeping here?" As soon as she spoke, the young priest awoke, and upon seeing Jiang Yunqing, he beamed and rose, clasping his hands in greeting. "I apologize for disturbing you. My name is Zhang Yuxing. I have come in search of young Master Jiang, he and Madame Jiang. Please leave, they are not here. Might Miss Jiang tell me their whereabouts?" Zhang Yuxing had been quite anxious lately, as Mulan's health had yet to recover. However, it was evident that the day of her tribulation was fast approaching. In his desperation, Zhang Yuxing thought of Huan, if he were still among the living. Perhaps he could lend her a hand, even if it meant restoring her to a mere 70 or 80% of her former self. "I do not know. They vanished overnight." With a resolute demeanor, Zhang Yuxing approached Jiang Yunqing, stating, "I have urgent matters to attend to and must see young Master Jiang. I implore you, miss, to grant me leniency and allow me to stay for a while." Jiang Yunqing positioned herself in front of Zhang Yuxing, pondering his ambiguous identity and the potential for ulterior motives. Yet, upon gazing at him, she found it difficult to regard him with suspicion, as if he were an old acquaintance. "My wife has fallen ill with a strange ailment, and thanks to the medicine provided by Madame Jiang, she has improved somewhat. This remedy is exclusive to Madame Jiang, and in my helplessness, I have come to seek assistance. You, a Taoist, have taken a wife?" Zhang Yuxing smiled and nodded. "In our sect, we uphold the principle of a clear conscience and enlightened thoughts. As long as we do not betray others, marrying and having children is a common occurrence." Chapter 63, Descent into Hell High Above. Within the Lingxiao Palace, the Heavenly Lord dismissed the crowd, leaving only Jiang He behind. In an instant, the once bustling Celestial Palace, filled with divine officials, fell silent. The vast hall was left with only the ethereal sounds of orchestral music echoing around the beams and pillars. Jiang He, clad in battle armor and wielding the Nine-Dragon spear, advanced with deliberate steps. Upon the exquisitely carved Nine Dragons platform, a resplendent aura of myriad colors materialized. As the brilliance faded, a woman of noble bearing stood atop the platform, undoubtedly the divine maiden spoken of by many. Among celestial beings, prostration is not customary. Jiang He clasped his hands in a gesture of reverence, proclaiming, "I, Wuling, come to pay my respects to the divine maiden." The divine maiden, gazing down from her elevated position, observed Jiang He closely. He bore a striking resemblance to her own offspring, Qing Yin, particularly in his recent gestures, as if her beloved child had been resurrected before her. Jiang He met her gaze and noticed the tender compassion reflected in her eyes. This prompted him to recall the parting words of Jin Mingrui, who had informed him that he was but a shadow of Qing Yin, suggesting that the divine maiden might perceive him as her child. Given the current circumstances, it seemed Jin Mingrui's enigmatic words held a kernel of truth. Uncertain of the divine maiden's purpose in summoning him, he inquired, "What is the matter that brings me here?" The divine maiden allowed a drop of her essence to permeate Jiang He's being. In that instant of bloodline fusion, she was taken aback, for his blood resonated with her own. Could it be that he was indeed the reincarnation of Qing Yin? "It is an immense honor to serve the divine lineage," he continued, "yet I have not yet bid farewell to my parents. I humbly request your benevolence in allowing me a moment to inform my family." The divine maiden pondered his request for a moment. It was understandable, yet she harbored concerns. Having been entwined with Huan for an extended period, their bond ran deep, and any misstep could result in a futile endeavor. Jiang He gazed at the divine maiden's dazed expression, mistakenly believing he had spoken amiss. However, upon reflecting on Jin Mingrui being taken to the underworld by the King of Hell, surely facing a harrowing fate, the likelihood of her surviving even 3 months remained uncertain. Thus, he mustered the courage to request, "I hope the divine maiden might be lenient." The divine maiden, apprehensive that Jiang He might conjure further excuses, remarked, "Your needs in the celestial realm have already been adequately arranged. There is no need to trouble others for assistance. In 3 more hours, the heavenly path shall connect with the divine way, and servants will come to escort you." At that moment, 2 maidens entered the great hall, trailing behind Jiang He, while a throng of celestial beings surged forth, surrounding him with congratulations. The divine maiden sat regally in the hall, her gaze fixed upon Jiang He. The moon goddess suddenly leaned closer to Jiang He and whispered, "Fear not, I shall descend shortly to check on him. After all, it is I who orchestrated this union, thus rendering it a favor owed to me." With that, she discreetly handed Jiang He a piece of communication paper, a remarkable artifact that, regardless of the distance, would reveal the written words inscribed upon it. "Thank you," he replied. The moon goddess said no more and vanished among the crowd of congratulatory celestial envoys. Descending from the 9 heavens, the moon goddess journeyed downward, well acquainted with the path to the underworld. However, the realm of purgatory, filled with anguished cries and despair, was a place she dreaded to visit, especially after witnessing the ethereal beauties of the celestial realm dancing gracefully in the skies. To then be confronted with the sight of countless corpses and tormented souls wailing in horror within the depths of hell, a juxtaposition that was indeed difficult for a deity to bear. As she departed, the moon goddess caught sight of Baizhua, cradling his water qilin offspring, head bowed and steps heavy as he made his way out. The water qilin nestled in his arms, in a deep slumber, while his expression appeared as grim as a liver, a sight that spoke volumes of his distress. The moon god was beset by an unsettling premonition and approached Baizhua, calling out to him, Baizhua, the celestial envoy. Upon noticing the moon god, Baizhua halted his steps, bowing respectfully. My lord moon god, are you in search of Lord Huan? Indeed, was the reply. The moon god was acutely aware of the arduous days in the abyss, yet recalling that Huan bore no visible scars in the past led him to ponder. Even amidst suffering, how severe could the torment truly be? Baizhua once more bowed to the moon god. Baizhua, the celestial envoy, please tread carefully on your journey. After exchanging a few pleasantries and watching Baizhua depart, the moon god continued deeper into the depths of the abyss. From a distance, a vast expanse of crimson blood painted the landscape, resembling a sea of red. Within this gruesome sight, various demonic entities tore at one another. Dismembered limbs and severed arms floating amidst the crimson waters, countless corpses being devoured and decaying, with grim white bones accumulating into mountains. Numerous iron chains, stained with blood, dangled from above the abyss, clattering ominously as the spirits struggled against their restraints. The moon god could scarcely believe that even in such a ghastly state, the souls could still stand, especially with their bodies pierced by iron chains. Huan regarded the moon god, lowering his gaze to the chain that penetrated his chest. I apologize, my lord moon god, but I am unwell and cannot bow at this moment. The moon god suppressed his internal shock. I have come on behalf of Lord Willing to check on you. At the mention of Jiang He, Huan sighed deeply. Please, do not let him know of my current condition. The moon god could not help but inquire, how much longer can you endure in this state? In the depths of the inferno, Huan, tormented by various tortures, found himself devoid of any desire to feign a charming demeanor. A sinister aura enveloped him. A consequence of the monstrous entities he had consumed, yet his visage remained hauntingly beautiful, captivating all who beheld it, compelling them to kneel at his feet and submit to his torment. Someone wishes for my demise. It is evident that my time is limited. Who could it be? Huan raised his gaze towards the moon goddess. Upon hearing the term goddess, the moon goddess yearned to erase her memory at that very moment. She was a being capable of extinguishing him with but a flick of her finger. How could Huan have drawn her ire? You are frightened. It goes without saying. She is a goddess. How could someone like you provoke the divine? Huan's eyes glimmered with disdain. Given our past, might I request a favor? The moon goddess, upon hearing his plea, wore an expression of refusal. She had no inclination to assist one entangled in a conflict with the divine. Please, take a moment to observe the 4-method array. Though this request was trivial for the moon goddess, she declined, wishing to avoid any entanglement in fate, and departed from the inferno. Huan stared at the sky, a glimmer of despair in his eyes. Was he truly to resort to that method? In a shadowed corner, Yenru overheard their exchange. Ever since he discovered the king of hell secretly nurturing parasitic spirits, he had embarked on an investigation, based on the clues at hand. Yenru harbored a subtle suspicion that all events were intricately linked to Huan, although he could not articulate this intuition clearly. The 4-method array. Yenru silently pondered over the name of this place, and through the mystical artifacts of the underworld. He noted that Huan had mentioned the 4-method array on more than one occasion. It seemed imperative for him to venture to the 4-method array to uncover the truth. Chapter 64. Half-soul before Jiang, he was taken away by the goddess. He received a message from the moon goddess, stating that all was well and there was no need for concern. After putting away the message from the moon goddess, Jiang he took a final glance at the vast expanse of the mortal realm, and then, surrounded by the deities, he departed from the Lingxiao Palace, embarking on his divine journey. At the boundary of the 9 heavens, adjacent to the demon domain, lay the crimson Qiqing Mountain, its rocky facade a fiery red, reminiscent of the dawn. Towering 1,000 meters high, the southeastern face was riddled with numerous caves, their entrances shrouded in mist, many inhabited by demonkind. On Qiqing Mountain, There existed a magical array, the Xian array, one of the 4 method arrays. When activated, clouds of mist enveloped the area, and from a distance, one could observe the flow of spiritual energy cascading down the mountain, akin to melting snow converging into streams. Surrounding it were majestic peaks, steep cliffs, and bizarrely shaped stones. Mingrui traversed the Xian array, searching thoroughly. The vast array nearly enveloped the entire Qiqing mountain range, and he was astounded to discover that Huan had constructed 4 such remarkable arrays. Eventually, Mingrui located Huan's former residence, the Sanxia Cave. A millennium had elapsed, and the interior was now in a state of disrepair, with only a few carvings on the stone walls indicating that this was indeed Huan's abode. How could the legendary figure, known for his numerous beautiful wives and concubines, reside in such simplicity? Mingrui felt a misjudgment had occurred and meticulously examined all the items within the Sanxia Cave. From the ashes on the ground, he unearthed a fragment of a broken blade. Upon touching the severed knife, a searing sensation confirmed that this was the remnant of Huan's life-bound artifact, the scorching flame blade. Mingrui found a piece of tattered cloth and began to wipe the dust off the blade. After millennia, the remnants of the knife still gleamed as if new, even reflecting his own visage. Just as Mingrui picked up the knife to examine it closely, a figure suddenly materialized upon the blade. Wasn't Huan trapped in purgatory? How could he be here? Huan's gaze was haughty as he reached out to snatch the shard of the blazing knife from Minrui's grasp. His crimson eyes scrutinized Mingrui, as if peering directly into his soul. It was infuriating. How could these wretches have tormented him to such a state? Upon uttering this, Huan passed through Minrui's body and vanished. Instantly, Mingrui felt his veins rupture, spewing forth blood as he collapsed to the ground. Deep within the realm of the dead, in the heart of purgatory, Jin Mingrui's body was ensnared by iron chains, lying atop a bed of stark white bones. As the wind swept through, the entire hill crumbled to dust. Jin Mingrui opened his eyes, his blurred vision catching sight of a crimson robe. What brings you here? We were once one being. Why do you cast me out from your body? Jin Mingrui closed his eyes, uttering nothing. He clutched the pendant around his neck as his form began to dissipate, leaving only a fragment of consciousness ensnared within the soft-bodied armor. We were originally one entity. Yet you chose to excise me for the sake of others. Huan, adorned in opulent attire, spoke with disdain, but after being severed, the half-soul that had endured the torment of soul fragmentation for countless days and nights gazed at the fading essence of its original form. Despite harboring grievances, all it yearned for was to end this suffering, recklessly merging back into the original body. Stop. Regardless of how the consciousness of the original self clamored within the mind, the half-soul showed no inclination to halt its actions. My body was parasitized by the soul flower. Should you persist in this manner, we shall both face demise. Regrettably, by the time the original consciousness finished speaking, the half-soul had already merged into the essence of the original being. We are, after all, one entity. Why would you seek to sever me from you? The half-soul lurked within the ocean of Huin's consciousness, adopting an attitude that seemed to challenge. What will you do about it? TSK, your relationship with Jing H has become rather intimate, hasn't it? The half-soul was delving into Huin's memories, while Huin, in a state of spiritual frailty, could not expel it from within. By the way, how effective was the soft armor I gifted you? The half-soul wore a proud expression, flaunting itself like a peacock in bloom. Upon hearing that you were captured and lost your physical form, I felt a profound sorrow for quite some time and even crafted this ceremonial garb for you, thinking you might retrieve it through my memories. Yet, I never anticipated your heartlessness in completely severing our connection. You wish for me to manage this? The half-soul was taken aback. Indeed. Did you not assert that we are one? Huin chose to disregard the half-soul, sitting in stillness within the ocean of consciousness, beginning to mend itself. Although the half-soul was exceedingly reluctant, the commands of the original self prevailed. While it felt some displeasure, it was far preferable to the ceaseless agony of spiritual dismemberment. How is the formation operating? From this moment forth, merely 3 months remain. The half-soul grasped the fiery blade, using the Earth's core fire to restore the fractured blade. As intricate patterns of flame rapidly adorned its surface, the iron chains hanging in the black prison sensed Huin's presence, beginning to surge toward him once more. Half-soul wielding the flame blade swung it with precision, instantly severing the iron chain in two, which clattered to the ground. There was no time to linger. He needed to find a place to hide. Within the hall of the underworld, the guard strode forward, kneeling before the king of the underworld, reporting that the divine maiden had ordered the execution of Huan. However, Huan had perished and resurrected in purgatory and was now attempting to flee. The king of the underworld gazed at the book of life and death in his hand, lowering his eyes, his gaze profound. What you see is not Huan's true form, but merely his residual shadow. Should the higher-ups inquire, it would be prudent to dispatch some of your brethren to pursue him. Do you understand? The guard comprehended the king's intent, to refrain from excessive involvement in this matter and to provide a superficial response if questioned. Understood. The guard withdrew, and the king of the underworld focused on the name Qing Yin inscribed in the book of life and death. This tome allowed him to glimpse not only the tribulations of mortals, but also the divine beings in the nine heavens. He picked up a crimson brush and inscribed a seal next to Qing Yan's name, marking the moment of her death a millennium ago. Chapter 65. Huan's daughter in the vast expanse of the southwestern sea. A mountain range stretched for thousands of miles, its peaks adorned with large, multicolored pebbles that formed layers of rock, resembling ancient steels as viewed from afar. Midway up the mountain, a cave exhaled wisps of white clouds. Half-Soul concealed himself with the ethereal vapor, shielding his whereabouts from the scrutiny of the celestial realm. The cave was unfathomably deep, shrouded in chilling darkness that seeped into the bones. At the entrance sat a girl with clear, bright eyes, her gaze sparkling like a spring. She was carrying a basin of water as she stepped outside. Mingrui, what are you doing? Mingrui lifted her gaze to Han Han, surveying him with an unflinching demeanor before ruthlessly dousing him with the water from the basin. The chill of the liquid seeped into Han Han, leaving him shivering. Mingrui chanted softly, and the surrounding white clouds, under her command, enveloped Han Han's form. Mingrui, Han Han, somewhat irked, was about to express his displeasure when he noticed that the girl had entirely stripped away the celestial tracking seal from within his being. Mingrui set the basin aside and caught the tracking seal with the handkerchief she held. As a stream of golden spiritual energy coursed through, the seal quivered momentarily before the handkerchief ignited into ashes. A gust of sea wind swept by, carrying the remnants far away. Father, next time you come, please refrain from bringing such peculiar items, Mingrui remarked, as she resumed her task of transforming clouds into water, pouring it back into the basin. Mingrui was the daughter of Huan, who had been targeted by celestial beings a millennium ago. To safeguard the secrets of the four directions array and his daughter's whereabouts, Huan had severed a portion of his own soul. Consequently, any memories concerning his daughter and the secrets of the array were irrevocably lost when Han Han departed from his body. Han Han regarded Mingrui, despite her exceptional talents. She often displayed a certain clumsiness in various respects. Could you perhaps give a word of warning before taking action next time? Why? Because I am your father. Oh. Han Han utilized his magic to dry his garments, only to discover that his splendid robes had been washed to a pale pink hue. Mingrui. Upon hearing Han Han's agitated call, Mingrui looked at him in confusion. Why do you call for me again? Look at the mess you've made. Pink is lovely. Isn't it? Mingrui refilled the water vessel and glanced at Ban Han before striding into the cave. Ban Han, clad in a new black robe, followed her into the cavern, which housed an assortment of peculiar items. Though they appeared ordinary, each piece was cherished by Mingrui. Do not touch, father. Ban Han was startled by Mingrui's exclamation, his legs dangling in midair. Mingrui set down the water vessel and hurried to his side, crouching down to retrieve a faded clay figurine that had long since lost its color. All done. Ban Han watched her cradle the figurine as if it were a treasure, looking on with disdain. To him, it was merely a trinket easily found in the streets. Did she truly find joy in such a thing? Yes, Mingrui nodded, placing the clay figure on a shelf. Because you gave it to me. Ban Han then recalled that before Huan had separated from him, upon learning of his wife's pregnancy, Huan had crafted several small clay figures for their unborn child. Who gifted you that pendant? Mingrui inquired, her gaze fixed on the snow crystal pendant adorning Ban Han. Wuling Xianjun, he replied. Mingrui furrowed her brow in confusion, reaching out to touch the pendant, sensing the lingering traces upon it. The pendant radiated a gentle warmth of affection. How lovely. It seems your partner truly cares for you, unlike my mother, who was solely enamored with your looks and the pleasures of the bed. Ahem, Ban Han interjected, aware that Minrui's words held truth. Yet believing his daughter should grow up in a radiant environment, shielded from such sordid realities. Father, is your throat unwell? Minrui brought forth several pills and handed them to Ban Han. I am fine, she replied. The he that Minrui referred to was indeed Qing Yin. This girl possessed extraordinary talent, rendering her incapable of being deceived in any matter. Indeed, The soul flower that has parasitized within you must be dealt with before venturing into the star domain. Exine Rue approached the water mirror, placing her hands upon it to cast a spell. If you have not directly merged with your true self, then the soul flower shall not take the opportunity to attach itself to you. Under Exine Rue's manipulation, the water mirror conjured an illusion, revealing a prescription, soul flower. Parasitizing within the dead souls, strangles them into invisibility. At the seabed of the southeast, where Yin and Yang intersect, the moon spirit grass grows. Consuming it may eliminate the affliction. Since your father is aware of this method, why does he not seek the moon spirit grass? He is under the scrutiny of the celestial court. Even if he were to find it, they would devise other means to torment him. Exine Rue recalled the exquisite and unparalleled tracking spell she had just witnessed and nodded in agreement. I shall procure the moon spirit grass at once. Exine Rue grasped Ban Hun's sleeve, who mistakenly thought his daughter was reluctant to part with him, ready to utter some sentimental words of paternal affection. Someone will assist you in gathering it. Exine Rue produced a talisman and handed it to Ban Hun. Moreover, in your current state, if you were to venture forth recklessly, you would surely be captured. Instead, why not aid Qin Yan and cultivate a rapport? Perhaps he will come to your aid on his own accord. Who is assisting me in the gathering? Ban Hun leaned closer to observe, but the indistinct images within the water mirror only revealed swirling waves. He could discern none of the things Exine Rue had mentioned. You cannot comprehend it. A single remark from Exine Rue left Ban Hun feeling stifled. Yet Exine Rue remained blissfully unaware of the emotional turmoil in her companion, continuing her discourse. Even if you were to merge completely with your true self, you may still fail to comprehend. It would be wise not to expend your efforts on this matter. My daughter truly possesses a sharp tongue, yet a tender heart. Exine Rue smirked, mistakenly believing her father was praising her. Ban Hun bequeathed the countless treasures and cherished elixirs, along with magical artifacts, to Exine Rue, while also rummaging through some of her crafted talismans and array discs before departing with a final admonition. Exine Rue, after I leave, you must diligently guard the four-method formation. Do not wander aimlessly and invite trouble. Understood. Ban Hun then located the records of heavenly decrees and entrusted them to Exine Rue, stating, I cannot teach you the ways of the world. Just remember, anything prohibited here must not be undertaken, while the unmarked is yours to navigate as you wish. Exine Rue carefully stored the records and glanced around the room, filled with an array of philosophical thoughts, nodding in acknowledgement. Fearing detection from the celestial realm if he lingered too long, Ban Hun cast a final glance at his daughter before vanishing amidst the mist. Exine Rue touched the surface of the water with her fingertip, revealing a grievously injured toad, its mouth clenching a moonlight herb, steadfastly gazing at the colossal sea beast that dwarfed it by several times. As time elapsed, the enormous sea creature continued to unleash its fury into the depths of the ocean. Dr. Zhao traversed the mortal realm, diligently aiding those in need for many years, unbeknownst to anyone that his true form was that of a grotesquely unattractive toad. Proud by nature, despite possessing a heart akin to that of a bodhisattva, he consistently presented himself with an air of superiority. Were it not for his remarkable medical skills, he would have likely found himself in dire straits long ago. Having spent an inordinate amount of time among humans, he had begun to believe himself one of them. Yet, upon encountering Jin Mingrui, he was suddenly reminded of his true identity as a creature of the abyss. Humans harbored a deep aversion towards beings like him, and he had squandered half his life healing and saving others. Now, witnessing the imminent peril faced by Lord Huan, who had devoted his entire existence to the welfare of the demon race, he knew he could not remain a passive observer. The anguished cries of the marine soul beast drew the attention of nearby sea monsters, and several transformed sea demons approached, intrigued by the commotion. A thin layer of ice rapidly formed upon the rocky seabed, as Dr. Zhao cautiously extended his head to observe the large tentacles of the sea demon, resembling a dark cloud, reaching out. Steeling himself, he propelled his uninjured left leg forcefully, leaping onto the swaying kelp nearby, utilizing his diminutive size. He concealed himself beneath the vast fronds, drifting further away with the ocean's current. In the southwestern seas, amidst the mountains above the surging waters, Lin Xinrui observed the movements of the sea toad within the water mirror, with her hands deftly forming mystical seals. She manipulated the currents to sweep the kelp, concealing the toad toward the distant shore. After ensuring the toad's escape, Lin Xinrui gazed into the turbulent depths of the ocean, a shadow of worry crossing her features. The barrier suppressing the demonized sea beasts was on the verge of collapse. and her father was soon to embark on a divine path to the far reaches of the starry realms. With this thought, Jin Mingrui could only let out a resigned sigh. In the past, upon the boundless expanse of the ocean, the sea frog had drifted for an indeterminate duration, until at last, it beheld a distant glimmer of green. A month later, along the coastline 30 miles south of Mian City, Zhang Yushin was meticulously examining the current at the estuary when he caught sight of what appeared to be a figure in the water. Uncertain whether the individual was alive or deceased, he recalled the recent unrest in these waters, where fishermen frequently met with misfortune, their bodies washed ashore. There, he observed a person lying motionless in the water, a silvery medicinal herb clasped in their mouth. As Zhang Yushin crouched to ascertain the individual's condition, he was suddenly struck by an aura of otherworldliness emanating from them. Upon closer inspection, he astonishingly realized that the figure was, in fact, a frog. Curiously, while an ordinary sea frog would exude a foul stench even in human form, this one bore no such odor. Zhang Yushin pulled the creature onto the shore, intending to remove the herb from its mouth and offer it a bowl of water. "Quick, look at my leg," murmured Dr. Zhou, still dazed. As he spoke, the herb fell from his lips. Zhang Yushin surmised that this precious herb must be of great worth if it had been so fiercely protected by the frog. He carefully stowed it away and then examined the frog's legs. He noted a wound on the right leg that extended from the thigh to the knee. Despite the sea frog's robust vitality, it was indeed fortunate to have endured thus far. Zhang Yushin produced some medicinal alcohol to disinfect the frog's leg, followed by a sprinkling of herbal powder, and performed a rudimentary bandaging. "Please deliver the herb to Lord Huan," the sea frog implored, burning with fever, its consciousness wavering perilously close to losing its human form. "Do you know Lord Huan?" The sea toad gazed at Zhang Yushin, his consciousness beginning to wane. Relying on ginseng soup to sustain his life, while consuming restorative tonic. "Fetch my medicine box." Zhang Yushin felt at a loss for words. His immediate priority was to ensure the man's comfort and tend to his wounds. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder erupted, prompting Zhang Yushin to approach the window, where he beheld a downpour that had descended unexpectedly, his expression a tapestry of emotions. Indeed, these past couple of months marked the period of Mo Lin's tribulations. Observing the frail Mo Lin in the courtyard stirred a tumult of feelings within him. The rain cascaded from the heavens, reminiscent of events over 2 decades prior. It would not be long before this quaint village, once again, would face calamity alongside Mo Lin. Abruptly, a cacophony arose from outside the courtyard. Zhang Yushin ventured out to investigate, only to discover an elderly Taoist wielding a peachwood sword, preparing an altar for rituals. He recognized the old man as Fu Yunzi, who had devoted many years to cultivating his skills within the Taoist temple, dedicated to ridding the world of malevolence. "Tao brother," Zhang Yushin forced a smile, interrupting Fu Yunzi's incantations. "It has been many years. I wonder if you still remember your younger brother?" Fu Yunzi regarded Zhang Yushin, his resolute features etched with the marks of time, a hint of tranquility that suggested an understanding of life and death. "Brother Yushin, it has indeed been long. You remain unchanged from the man I once knew." "Tao brother, you flatter me. I have merely dabbled in trivial pursuits, engaging in foolish endeavors over the years, and could hardly compare myself to you, Fu Yunzi." Fu Yunzi cast his gaze toward the courtyard where Zhang Yushin resided. "I, Fu Yunzi, am not one to indiscriminately harm the innocent. However, should one's actions prove detrimental to the common folk, irrespective of the reasons behind them, I will not hesitate to act." Has devoted nearly a millennium to her cultivation, gradually transforming from a serpent into a dragon. Now, she must undergo the trial of the dragon, harnessing the might of great waters, inevitably causing catastrophic floods wherever she treads, leading to the suffering of the populace. Zhang Yushin has already taken action against for this matter. Yet she is determined to sacrifice her life to protect him even in her final moments. "Brother Floating Cloud, could you not spare her a chance for survival? Considering her century-long cultivation without causing harm?" Floating Cloudsy's face betrayed no emotion. Should she harbor resentment, she would come seeking me. "What do you mean by that, young Taoist? Are you in league with the fiends?" The villagers, having previously endured the invasion of the corrupt sea spider demon, harbored deep animosity towards all supernatural beings. Hearing the young Taoist's words seemingly in defense of the demon, they began to direct their ire toward Zhang Yushin. Observing the villagers on edge, Floating Cloudsy positioned himself protectively before them, reminding them of the great flood that had ravaged their land 2 decades prior, which was quelled only because of his selfless act against the serpent demon, preserving their home. It is only reasonable that he speaks in favor of the demon that has shown him kindness. After addressing the villagers, Floating Cloudzy leaned in to whisper to Zhang Yuxing. Let us go. Be wary of my displeasure. Zhang Yuxing, aware of the agitated villagers surrounding him, recognized the futility of confronting Floating Cloudzy directly. The trial of the dragon necessitates enduring 3 tribulations from heaven, earth, and humanity. Previously, he had fretted over her lack of experience with human tribulations, fearing it would hinder her ascension. Little did he know that his own journey to the mortal realm had become her trial, regardless of the circumstances. I shall protect you this time. Chapter 66. On the silence of children regarding the supernatural, Zhang Yuxing arrived beneath the suspended sword bridge. In the past, he had constructed this bridge to safeguard the local land and prevent Mo Lin from transforming into a dragon. Reluctant to travel 1,000 miles to invite his elder brother, Master Fuyunzi, he devised this very bridge, ensuring that any sword imbued with magic would sever Mo Lin's head upon her passage. As Zhang Yuxing prepared to dispel the magical seal on the sword, 2 young children frolicked across the bridge. Sister, wait for me. Haha. Zhang Hua's kitten has turned 1 month old, and he promised to give me one. Is that true? Yes, let us hurry. If we delay, he might give them all away. I adore that yellow one. The 2 little figures darted into the nearby realm, where the gentle smoke of cooking rose into the air. Zhang Yuxing gazed at the suspended sword beneath the bridge, steeling himself to dismantle the enchantment. As the spell shattered, a layer of rust rapidly formed upon the sword, cascading to the ground. Must one truly choose between the welfare of the world and Mo Lin? The backlash of magical energy caused a trickle of blood to seep from the corner of Zhang Yuxing's mouth. Hey, young Taoist, what are you doing standing there? A servant following Wang Yu pointed at Zhang Yuxing with hands on his hips. The young man beside him was the esteemed son of the county magistrate, conducting a survey of the surrounding terrain. You, little Taoist, should not obstruct Master Wang's examination of the river. Judging by Wang Yu's countenance, he appeared to have perished a few days prior. Who would have imagined that Jiang Hairui would merge with his physical form? Why not allow him to assist in dispersing the villagers? Young Master Wang proposed. I have calculated the celestial signs, and within 3 months, this place is destined to experience a significant flood. It would be prudent for the villagers to relocate elsewhere promptly. Jiang Hairui seemed to have forgotten everything that had transpired before. You all are merely engaging in superstition. I, Wang, am the least inclined to believe in ghosts and deities. Zhang Yuxing was momentarily speechless upon hearing Jiang Hairui's remark. Had he forgotten what it was like to be a ghost? This area had suffered continuous flooding. It necessitated the dredging of waterways, the construction of canals, and the establishment of shelters for the villagers, rather than resorting to charlatanry and trickery. Jiang Hairui spoke with the demeanor and pride of a scholar. Indeed, well said. I take my leave. Zhang Yuxing bowed to Jiang Hairui and was about to depart when Jiang Hairui obstructed his path. What are you doing? Jiang Hairui's gaze wavered, revealing a hint of unease. I heard that the second Miss Jiang owes you a favor. Could he possibly have feelings for Jiang Yuqing? Zhang Yuxing felt as though he had been struck by a bomb, but he endeavored to maintain his composure. I wish to undertake major irrigation works. Unfortunately, my father is unwilling to provide me with the funds. The Jiang family is affluent. I was thinking, cough, cough, you understand. What do I understand? Zhang Yuxing feigned ignorance, though he was well aware. I will repay you. Zhang Yuxing nodded. How much silver do you require? At the very least, a sum exceeding 100,000 taels of silver, Jiang Hairui replied. Zhang Yuxing furrowed his brow. While the Jiang family was indeed wealthy, they had not reached such exorbitant heights. As they conversed, Zhang Yuxing noticed a talisman floating down from the heavens. He seized the paper, probing it with his spiritual power, and found it brimming with gold, an astonishing total of 50,000 taels. Thank you, my friend, for your generous assistance. Zhang Yuxing bowed respectfully to his surroundings, though he remained unaware of the identity of the benefactor. The mere thought of utilizing this wealth to aid the common folk in overcoming their calamities filled his heart with indescribable joy. Jiang Hairui gazed at Zhang Yuxing as if he were a fool. What kind of trickery is this, little Taoist? Zhang Yuxing infused his fingertip with spiritual energy, extracting a gold ingot from the talisman and tossing it to Jiang Hairui. Someone is sending us money. Jiang Hairui stared, astonished, as Zhang Yuxing performed his magic, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. What kind of sorcery is this? Don't be deceived by such nonsense. My lord, this appears to be genuine. Jiang Hairui examined the gold in his hand, weighing it, and it certainly did not seem counterfeit. Is there truly 50,000 taels of gold within? By the time Jiang Hairui posed his inquiry, Zhang Yuxing had vanished. Jiang Harue, witnessing the sudden disappearance of a living person, was taken aback, yet he managed to utter, "What sorcery is this? My lord, could he possess some genuine abilities?" A nearby servant remarked, somewhat apprehensively. Concealed from view, Zhang Yushin couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation at Jiang Hairue's assessment of him. Having done all he could to aid Imo Lin in facing his tribulations, he now awaited the arrival of the heavenly calamity. However, before that, he still needed to deliver the moonlight herb entrusted to him by Dr. Zhao Tahuan. Where could he be? Why was he unable to discern even the threads of destiny? Half Soul sat on the cliff, meticulously adjusting the grand array of the starry domain. Moments ago, the consciousness of Huan had suddenly manifested, prompting him to bestow a fortune of 10,000 taels of gold upon the soul that had merged with Wang Yu's physical form. Before vanishing once more, his appearance was at least a testament to the fact that Huan's consciousness had not dissipated. The mere thought of this filled Half Soul with a wave of elation. Huan had not curled up in the sea of consciousness, rather. This fragment of his awareness had drawn strength from Half Soul and then soared into the ink-like space. Within the bamboo dwelling of the ink-like realm, Huan was surrounded by an array of books, his quill poised to write. Chapter 67. I am in accord with the way of heaven. Jiang Hure gazed at the blueprints, contemplating the construction of levees, hearkening back to the Warring States period, where barriers were erected to serve personal interests. Lord Wang observed his son, who, after a severe illness a few days prior, had seemingly transformed into a different individual. The texts he had previously shunned, the 4 books and 5 classics, historical records and miscellaneous discussions, he now recited fluently overnight. Father, Jiang Hairui pointed to the riverbanks on the blueprints. Look here, the levee will breach in 2 or 3 years. Each breach results in a diminished harvest, sometimes even leading to complete loss. He picked up a pen and marked the river's estuary. We can emulate the Dujianjian system to construct a diversion dam, splitting the river into 2, one side for irrigation and the other for flood discharge. Furthermore, observe this. Jiang Hairui indicated a basin nestled among the mountains, connected to the river. This area, with its lower elevation and sparse population, is an ideal location for flood storage. Jiang Hairui, with a flourish of his pen, sketched a line along the riverbank, proclaiming, "Behold, if we construct a dam here, we can effectively halt the floodwaters at a critical moment, allowing those downstream ample time to evacuate." Lord Wang gazed intently at the blueprint drawn by Jiang Hairui, his eyes widening in astonishment. Could it be that his son had been possessed by a divine spirit? How could he conceive such an ingenious solution? Marvelous indeed. Yet, as Lord Wang continued to scrutinize the design, his brow furrowed in concern. My son, our county is situated in a remote area, and our resources are scant. If we were to implement your plan in its entirety, I fear I would have to part with my very last possessions to fund it. Do not fret, for I have procured a loan sufficient to cover the expenses of these constructions, Jiang Hairui replied, recalling how, just the previous day, he had followed the instructions of a young Taoist priest, lighting talismans within his home, and to his astonishment, golden coins cascaded down like a waterfall, leaving him utterly astounded. Surely, there must be celestial beings at play. Regardless of their nature, what mattered was that he now possessed the means to undertake these projects, with divine and supernatural assistance. It was evident that he was in harmony with the celestial order. What then was there to fear? Constructing a water conservancy system is no trifling matter. Lord Wang cautioned his son. I am fully aware, Jiang Hairui assured him, presenting a meticulously prepared booklet. Father, here is the detailed budget and construction plan I have devised. All that remains is for you to give the command, and I shall commence the work. Recognizing his son's ambition, Lord Wang felt compelled to offer his unwavering support. He grasped Jiang Hairui's arm and led him to his chamber, where, beneath the warmth of the heated bed, he revealed a hidden stash of glimmering silver coins. Master Wang hurriedly glanced at the tightly shut door and stopped his son, saying, Lower your voice. I have managed to negotiate with the merchants and earn some wealth through the sale of ceramics. While it may not be entirely legitimate, at least I have not wronged the common people. It is merely exploiting the loopholes of the court. Jiang Hairui, holding the heavy silver in his hands, asked, Father, is selling ceramics so profitable? Indeed it is, Master Wang replied with a squinting smile. Those foreign merchants with their golden hair and green eyes are quite fond of them. Moreover, this blue and white porcelain is of the finest quality even domestically, and it is sold at a bargain to those foreigners. Jiang Hairui began to grasp his father's scheme, seizing the finest potters from under the emperor's nose, collaborating with them. and secretly transporting the finished ceramics to the coast to smuggle them onto merchant ships for sale overseas. This is all your father's hard-earned capital, laid out to pave your way, Master Wang lamented, repeatedly caressing the silver with reluctance. Take it all. I have no more. The county magistrate, a person of great integrity, truly embodied the role of a guardian for the common people. Jiang Hirue teased Master Wang, who waved his hand, his face nearly wrinkled like a bitter melon, revealing a glimmer of joy. With his father's support, Jiang Hirue promptly began issuing orders to organize efforts for irrigation projects. In no time, the streets and alleys of Mian City were devoid of able-bodied men, and the fields, both men and women, after completing their tasks, hurried to assist Jiang Hirue in constructing the irrigation systems. After all, who wouldn't want to earn a bit more silver, especially with Master Wang providing protection? He was indeed an official who acted in the interests of the people. As Jiang Hirue rolled up his trousers and led the people in digging the river and building the embankment, he once again caught sight of the young Taoist priest who had bestowed upon him 50,000 taels of gold. The priest gazed at the river before him, lost in thought, his face clouded with worry. Hey, Jiang Hirue called out to him, and the young priest lifted his head. Thank you for your assistance last time. When I am financially able, I will surely repay you. No need for thanks. I merely offered a flower to worship the Buddha, the priest replied. Once I have completed these tasks, I shall construct a Taoist temple for you. Jiang Hirue voiced his intentions earnestly. Zhang Yuxing chuckled softly. You should reserve your efforts for the benefit of the common people. I am not jesting, Jiang Hirue insisted, moving closer to Zhang Yuxing. The court neglects our humble locality. Your contribution here could greatly benefit countless citizens. Were you not the one who accused me of being a charlatan, deceiving others for their wealth? Zhang Yuxing scrutinized Jiang Hirue. We advocate for science, not the chaotic entanglements of superstition. Jiang Hirue smiled awkwardly. I am but a simpleton, please do not take offense. Zhang Yuxing waved his hand dismissively and handed Jiang Hirue a feng shui manual. Your aspirations align with my own, but I fear time may be insufficient. How could time be lacking? Jiang Hirue questioned. Zhang Yuxing looked at him, opening his mouth but hesitating to speak. If you have reservations, there is no need to share. I understand that everyone harbors their own unspeakable burdens. Have you heard of the Jiao Flower Dragon? Jiang Hirue nodded. A friend of mine is a Jiao Dragon, and she is about to undergo tribulation to transform. Jiang Hirue recalled the words of the village elder, who had once spoken of the unstoppable force of a dragon entering the sea. He also remembered the young Taoist he had encountered a few days prior, who had utilized his magical abilities to retrieve the sword from the suspended sword bridge. Are you suggesting that a catastrophic flood will soon occur here? Yes, Zhang Yuxing affirmed. As light rain began to fall from the heavens, Jiang Hirue furrowed his brow and gazed at Zhang Yuxing. Surely you possess the necessary spells. Is it possible for you to expedite my plan? Even if only in a rudimentary manner, it would suffice to help us navigate through this impending calamity. Chapter 68. Words of affection. Upon the majestic sweeping mountain, enveloped in mist and clouds, the vast expanse of nature shifted in a breathtaking spectacle. Zhang Yuxing ascended the cliff with the moonlight herb in hand, where, apart from a few ancient pines, only the rolling sea of clouds surged around him. Jin Mingrui emerged from the fog, her face adorned with a smile as she gazed upon him. You have indeed found this place. It has been quite a while. Lord Huan. Zhang Yuxing approached her side, presenting the moonlight herb. A sea toad entrusted me to deliver this to you. Jin Mingrui accepted the moonlight herb, and the soul flower residing within her felt the vibrations of the herb beginning to stir. She lifted her gaze to Zhang Yuxing and after a moment of contemplation remarked, You seem less talkative than before. Daily confronted with such circumstances, Zhang Yuxing was beset by myriad thoughts, yet to avoid disturbing Mo Lin's cultivation, he could only suppress his myriad words within his heart. Lord Huan, I have one more request to make. Is it concerning Mo Lin? Jin Mingrui carefully tucked away the moonlight grass and gazed at Zhang Yuxing, producing a golden elixir and presenting it to him. This was the golden essence pill, which, when consumed on the day of the Mo Lin's tribulation, would shield her from the wrath of the heavenly thunder for a brief moment. I possess only this one pill. You must take good care of it, she instructed. Zhang Yuxing accepted the elixir, the shadows on his face dissipating. Thank you, Lord Huan. Is there any need for such formalities between us? Grasping the pill tightly, Zhang Yuxing formed a hand seal and bowed deeply to Jin Mingrui. Such great kindness cannot be expressed in mere words. Should you require my assistance in the future, I shall accompany you without hesitation. Jin Mingrui chose not to elaborate further, As Zhang Yuxing observed her, he suddenly noticed that the hexagrams surrounding her and the prevailing aura had shifted. Instinctively, he employed the techniques of celestial divination to decipher the change. An ominous premonition began to surface in his mind. He stepped forward, standing directly before Jin Mingrui. Locking eyes with her, memories, long buried deep within his soul, began to resurface. In a distant starry realm, he found himself amidst a dazzling cosmos, surrounded by myriad celestial bodies, as if enveloped in a sky ablaze with fireworks. Upon turning, he beheld countless deities prostrating at his feet. Zhang Yuxing pressed a hand to his forehead, bewildered by the surreal nature of these visions. How could a mere mortal, an unassuming Taoist with modest talents, possess such recollections? Just as he sought to comprehend these memories, the most terrifying scene unfolded before him. Countless stars plummeting, time and space fracturing. As mutated divine beings lunged at him with ferocity, instinctively he shielded himself. Qing Yin. Was she calling his name? Zhang Yuxing lifted his gaze and beheld a woman adorned in splendid attire, her demeanor exuding elegance, gazing at him with a gentle expression. Halt. Quickly, stop. It was the voice of Lord Huan. Zhang Yuxing observed as Lord Huan waved his hand, causing the surrounding space and time to spiral into chaos. He traversed the void, and with each step, the fractured space began to mend. Lord Huan sought to prevent the woman from taking him away. The tumultuous waves of colliding stars induced a wave of dizziness within him, his body and soul alike bearing the agony of impending rending. Dark particles, reminiscent of smoke, surged from the void, seemingly infiltrating Huan's being. Time is irreversible. The passage of years cannot be altered. Zhang Yuxing perceived his body ensnared by an unseen force. Witnessing peculiar visions, formless energies birthed worlds of consciousness, intangible beings thrived upon rocky planets, and countless birds soared through the cosmos. Beneath the bending light, particle-like entities within black holes appeared to spy upon his movements. Suddenly, he felt another force pulling him downward. Zhang Yuxing saw himself plummeting from the celestial heights into an abyss of black ocean. The immense fins of the mindless beast thrashed, dragging him from the dark waters. Gradually, he discerned glimmers of starlight suspended above him, feeling for the first time an immense distance from the stars. The winds from the mortal realm carried the wild fragrance of blooming flowers. Zhang Yuxing steadied his breath, momentarily dazed, then turned to Jin Mingrui, pointing at him. It is you who brought me to this world. Indeed. Yes. What of them, O Lin? I can endure no longer. Jin Mingrui lowered his gaze to inspect his body, where peculiar scars manifested, as if they were eroding his flesh, continuously fracturing, with the wounds concealing a cosmos within. If I were to perish, this universe would come to a standstill, fading away, and the sole action within my grasp would be to render this universe eternally frozen before my demise. Eternally frozen? Much like turning to ashes, forever suspended in a corner of the vast cosmos. Otherwise, the temporal chaos here would incessantly spread outward, and all that exists would perpetually replay the past, spiraling into disorder and collapse until every being vanished and all celestial bodies disintegrated into dust. Could you grant me a little more time? Zhang Yuxing looked at Jin Mingrui. Very well, let us wager once. Thank you. Zhang Yuxing respectfully bowed and then departed. How can you send him back in your current state? Huan's consciousness coiled within the sea of awareness, flickering between existence and oblivion, as if on the verge of dissolution. Huan's consciousness reached towards the half-soul, and some distant memories, nearly lost to time, resurfaced within their minds. In the far-off Godfall cave, Huan concealed fragments of his spiritual essence. As long as he could locate even a shard of it, he would possess sufficient power to traverse time and space. Huan's consciousness fell into a state of dormancy. He needed to recuperate. Time is running short. In the distant starry realm, the goddess gazed upon Jiang He. A profound sense of bloodline merging was unmistakable. Yet there lingered an inexplicable void. Reporting to the goddess, the tracking spell on Huan has been erased. The divine maiden cast a sidelong glance at the approaching attendant and waved her hand, signaling her understanding. I comprehend. You may leave. Upon hearing news of Huan, Jiang He was consumed with a desire to pursue further inquiries. Merely receiving word of her existence was a solace, indicating she was still alive, as long as life persisted. A reunion was possible. The divine maiden seemed to perceive Jiang He's inner turmoil, yet Huan's presence lodged like a thorn in her throat. With a thought, she commanded the attendant, regardless of his fate, should his whereabouts be discovered, execute him without hesitation. Understood, the attendant replied. Clasping his hands over his chest in a gesture of respect before withdrawing, Jiang He remained oblivious to their discourse. But the divine maiden's caution suggested a looming threat against Huan. Wuling Xianjun, the star formation requires oversight. Why not accompany me to learn the art of managing the array? The notion of the formation implied she intended to seclude herself. The divine maiden signaled to the attendant beside her, and two imposing divine emissaries approached Jiang He. Wuling Xianjun, if you please. Chapter 69. The Recoil of Time. Huan. Whatever plans you may harbor, one must first possess the gift of life to pursue them. Divine maiden, I have one matter to disclose. Jiang He glanced at the attendant beside him, and the divine maiden grasped his intent, dismissing the surrounding attendants. Speak. Huan, to safeguard your existence. I am compelled to undertake this perilous course. The divine maiden's brow furrowed slightly as she descended from the divine platform, a radiance emanating from her palm that enveloped Jiang He. Time appeared to flow backward around him. Ahi, my time is running short. Every word I utter henceforth must be etched in your memory, and you must not divulge it to anyone. You are the shadow of Qing Yan. The divine maiden will perceive you as him. In 3 months, when the fabric of time and space rends, I shall take Qing Yan away, and at that moment, I will need your assistance to hold back the divine maiden. The divine maiden gazed at Jiang He, her body appearing to crumble. It dawned on her that he was not my child, merely his shadow. Tears cascaded from the maiden's eyes as she lamented, Qing Yan, my child, where art thou? Jiang He knelt before the divine maiden, stating, I am willing to lend my meager strength in earnest support. I beseech the divine maiden to show mercy and grant him a chance for rebirth. The divine maiden observed Jiang He. His every action mirrored that of Qing Yan. How wonderful it would be if he were indeed Qing Yan. Yet alas, fate does not align with our desires. If only I can locate Qing Yan, I might spare him. The divine maiden understood Jiang He's bond with Huan. If he were to feel abandoned and desolate now, he would find no solace whatsoever. Thank you, divine maiden, he expressed gratefully. The divine maiden assisted Jiang He to his feet, noticing his momentary daze. Rise, for I acknowledge the goodwill of Wuling Xianjun. However, as the divine path has yet to be opened, it would be prudent for Xianjun to remain in the divine palace and familiarize himself with the insights of the divine clan's practices. Yes, he replied. The divine maiden summoned a servant to escort Jiang He away. It was then that she realized she had been momentarily blinded by her overwhelming emotions, nearly leading to a miscalculation. You are correct. Regardless of the veracity of Huan's words, Wuling Xianjun must not meet him again. By phone, Ning Chun, you are to shadow the Wuling Xianjun and ensure he does not exit the divine palace even a single step. Understood. The goddess turned her gaze towards Luo Xian, stating, the last encounter you had with Huan has left him grievously wounded. He is unlikely to endure for much longer. However, we have received word from the heavenly realm indicating that the tracking sigils on him have vanished, and Huan is now missing. I implore you to take on a guise and venture into the mortal realm to seek his whereabouts. With that, Luo Xian departed the divine palace, adhering to the goddess's instructions. As she watched her daughter leave, the goddess pressed her hand to her chest, coughing lightly, a metallic sweetness flooding her mouth. Bowing her head, she noticed a gaping wound on her body, pitch black and shimmering with minute glimmers of light. The frequency with which she had invoked the Codex of Time had increased considerably. It appeared that acquiring further power was the only path to becoming more formidable. The goddess rose and exited the palace, traversing the lengthy corridor until she arrived at her chamber. There, a figure, ambiguous in gender, presented a box before her. My lady, I have completed the task you entrusted to me. The figure opened the box, revealing a smooth and lustrous inner elixir. Resting upon a bed of foliage from the soul tree, the goddess took the elixir and consumed it. As the dark wound before her glimmered with a blue light under its influence, with the darkness gradually fading away. How many individuals can the soul tree nurture into inner elixir bearers? She inquired. Fewer than 100, came the reply. The man raised his gaze to the displeased countenance of the goddess and spoke in a nonchalant manner. The remaining ones are merely saplings, just over a century old. Their vital essence is insufficient. To sustain the current prowess of your divine self, you require 1 elixir per day. The goddess sighed. I understand. You may leave now. However, the man did not depart immediately. Instead, he removed the gauze that shrouded his form, revealing an extraordinarily enchanting visage. My lady, the essence you just ingested was my inner elixir. I do not wish to obliterate the soul trees I have nurtured with my own hands. They have already been sent away. The Soul Tree Master transformed into specks of starlight. The goddess, in her folly, attempted to use her divine powers to halt their escape. Yet those fragments of light seemed to possess a life of their own, desperately striving to break free from their confinement. Countless shards of starlight shattered, scattering like stars across the surroundings, penetrating thick walls and layered enchantments, dispersing into the unknown void. No matter how hard the goddess tried to impede their flight, they eluded her grasp. A millennium ago, after the goddess had stripped the time codex of its power, she had been plagued by the backlash of temporal disturbances. Throughout the ages, she had attempted myriad methods, yet none could eradicate the retaliatory force. Only by suppressing it with the essence of the soul trees could she temporarily restore herself. I merely wish to grow stronger. What is wrong with that? Why must I oppose myself? The goddess clutched the scattered fragments of the soul tree master in the air, deeming those trees as mere trees, unworthy of sacrificing herself for the sake of insignificant tree spirits. As her divine power surged around her, the fragments of the soul tree master disintegrated into the void upon contact with this force, becoming intangible. The inner elixir, nurtured by the divine maiden's essence, enveloped me in a rich and potent energy. This formidable power, capable of altering the very fabric of the universe and transcending time and space, must not be allowed to fall under the control of a mere spirit of the book. With the complete dissolution of the soul tree master, all soul trees across the realms and beyond the stars sensed his absence, trembling with their branches and producing a rustling sound. Deep within the underworld, the soul trees that had once followed the fallen deity to the mortal realm began to wither, disintegrating into dust. Upon sensing the demise of all soul trees in the human realm, Huan, residing deep within the ocean of consciousness, was awakened by the unusual activity of the soul tree that had taken root within him. He felt the unique energy bestowed upon his body by the parasitic soul tree. In the depths of his consciousness, the voice of the soul tree master resonated. Huan, the soul tree dwelling within you is my true essence. Through it, you may inherit the power I left in the void. The divine maiden has consumed my inner elixir, and in the emptiness, she will be utterly vulnerable. During this process, remember, you must not sustain any injuries. Even a single wound could stimulate the growth of the soul tree. Not even the moonlight grass would aid you then. Heed my warning. I am grateful for your care over these years. Had I not drawn upon your strength, I fear I would not have endured this long. As Huan uttered these words, the consciousness of the soul tree master had entirely faded, leaving no trace of his presence in the three realms. The half-soul rode the winds to the borders of the demon domain, not far from the fallen deity's cave. Just a few mountains away lay the entrance to that cave. How could one possibly venture into the fallen deity's cave without sustaining injuries? Huan's consciousness once again slipped into slumber. Although the half-soul contemplated this, he dared not let his guard down. Donning the soft-bodied armor, although the soul tree master has preserved strength for himself in the void, it is prudent to avoid conflict with the divine beings residing within the Godfall cave during this period of precaution. Half-soul utilized a breath-concealing technique to mask his presence. Embarking on foot towards the Godfall cave, this cavern, sloping downwards, resembled an underground mausoleum constructed for emperors, yet it was born from the relentless excavation by demonic beasts, driven by desperation. As he approached the Godfall cave, he beheld the collapsed, withered trees, their surfaces ensnared by thorny brambles, while nameless venomous insects swarmed about, and strangely colored mushrooms oozed blackish sap as they grew unchecked. Fearing that the use of magic might provoke the entity imprisoned within the cave, Half-Soul relied on the indomitable nature of his soft-bodied armor and ascended the withered tree, navigating through the intertwining thorns and insects. Curiously, why had none of the exiled demons appeared in this place? Half-Soul employed his spiritual awareness to survey the surroundings in a radius of 100 miles. Aside from a few immature demonic creatures hiding amidst the dead trees, not a single formidable demon was in sight. Having visited the Godfall cave on several occasions, where the cries of the tormented echoed hauntingly, he found today's silence disconcerting. Puzzled, he concealed himself within the withered thicket and, using puppetry technique, sent a venomous insect flying towards the Godfall cave. To his astonishment, the barrier that once guarded the cave had vanished, allowing the insect to penetrate into the dark, profound cavern, which exuded a deathly stillness. The half-soul beheld the scattered remains of fallen gods, their corpses eerily maintaining a seated posture, facing the depths of the cave, vigilantly guarding the exit. The ground was strewn with bones, lying haphazardly, a testament to the countless years that had elapsed since their demise. These were likely the fallen deities yearning to escape. The cave bore the scars of divine warfare, with massive chunks of rock shattered, and deep gashes from blades and axes marking the walls. Even as time flowed inexorably onward, the mere sight of the marks on the walls sent shivers down one's spine, a chill creeping along the back. Venturing deeper into the god-fallen cave, an unsettling emptiness enveloped the space, devoid of any living creature. Upon witnessing this scene, the half-soul's pupils constricted in shock. Someone, years prior, had indeed breached the barrier, allowing the fallen gods to escape the cavern. Such entities possessed the potential to wreak unparalleled devastation. Chapter 70. The Cave of Fallen Gods Within the Cave. A profound chill permeated the air. Through the eyes of a flying insect, the half-soul discerned a familiar silhouette in the distance. There were indeed living beings here. The half-soul commanded the insect to advance cautiously. The figure drew nearer, becoming increasingly recognizable. However, before the insect could reach it, the pervasive cold in the air encased it in ice. The half-soul, wary of making a rash move, closed their eyes, sensing the fragments of their spiritual essence within the cave. Although the precise location eluded them, the fluctuations of spiritual energy from the fragments were unmistakable. The half-soul then fashioned several venomous insects into puppets, cloaking them with a protective spell, urging them to continue their exploration. Empowered by the protective incantation, these insects did not succumb to the icy fate of their predecessor, instead crawling forward. This time, through the eyes of the poisonous insects, the half-soul clearly observed the figure standing within the cave. She is, astonishingly, the resplendent princess who vanished from the divine realm many years ago. At this moment, she has long since lost her life. In the past, the goddess had intended for her to oversee the divine realm, while she herself ventured into another world to cultivate and enhance her powers. But little did she expect that the princess would meet her demise here. Clutching a long sword, she stands at the entrance of the Godslayer cave, her gaze fixed intently upon the darkness within. Although bereft of life, her eyes emanate an aura of inviolable wrath, instilling fear in anyone who dares to pass by. Beneath her feet lie countless skeletal remains, some still retaining the residual power of mutation, their forms eerily preserved in the manner they perished, their faces betraying the terror they experienced in life. One can only hope she were still alive. Had she remained, the goddess would not have descended into such madness. As Half-Soul reflects on this melancholic reality, a small teleportation array unexpectedly materializes within the cave. Each time I behold her, I am taken aback. One wonders how it is that the many who come here to collect the remains of the fallen gods have yet to remove her. Within the teleportation array, two half-demon, half-elf cultivators emerge. The half-soul, concealed beneath the corpses with a puppet insect, observes them closely. Through the puppet, the half-soul distinctly perceives the stellar mutation power emanating from their beings. What could their intentions be? The current memories of the half-soul are intertwined with its original essence. Suddenly, it recalls a conversation that transpired in the corrupt sea of demons, where the Wuling immortal lord had discussed with the original essence the incident of his brother, Zyexin, being fed the remains of fallen gods by their parents. Could it be that the heavenly realm is conducting experiments with these remains? Yet, even if they were indeed doing so, they would not be so brazen about it. Before long, the two figures produce a cloth and toss it over the resplendent princess, then begin to remove the fallen god's remains from the ground. Isn't this endeavor rather perilous? Do you think we might encounter any complications? What complications could there possibly be? Your leader has been partaking for many years. Aside from increased prowess, there have been no apparent issues. Indeed, that's a valid point. Thankfully, our consumption has been minimal. That elixir, once pricked with a needle, contains so many neutralizing herbs that our bodies cannot fully absorb it. We must devise a method to utilize it effectively. I've heard that the leader has already discovered a way. You mean, shill. One individual halted their actions and whispered to the other. Such matters should not be spoken of lightly. Be cautious, or you might lose your head. You're absolutely right. A sound akin to fabric being torn echoed within the cave. The two exchanged alarmed glances at the radiant figure behind them. The cloth that had once shrouded her had now split apart, and her posture seemed to have shifted. Could she be returning to life? The duo nearly soiled themselves in fear, yet being seasoned practitioners, they swiftly armed themselves, channeling their energy to confront the resplendent figure. Although she had perished, the sword spirit in her grasp was formidable. Before they could even make a move, The sword spirit unleashed a wave of sword energy, dispatching them both. Their lifeless forms had scarcely begun to fall before the cave's celestial aberration force shattered them into oblivion. Half-Soul sensed that the sword spirit had only recently coalesced. While exceptionally powerful, it had yet to attain a corporeal form, possessing only rudimentary intelligence. Half-Soul maneuvered the puppet insect closer to the sword spirit, which seemed to react, but the moment the puppet insect retreated a step, it returned to a state of tranquility. As Half-Soul ventured deeper into the abyss of ruin, he found himself obstructed by a formation, causing him to lose control over the puppet insects. Reluctantly, he realized he must proceed on his own. The sword spirit should pose no significant barrier. Upon entering the cavern, Half-Soul was taken aback at the sight of the resplendent figure before him. Chui Can, he uttered her name, though he had sensed her death through the puppet insects moments prior. Yet, witnessing her standing there, unchanged from her living form, evoked a fleeting illusion of her continued existence. Princess Chui Can, Half-Soul had witnessed her during her coronation, a grand spectacle filled with countless deities crowding the sacrificial platform. Dressed in a gown adorned with jewels, she ascended the dais with the poise of a heavenly maiden, ready to receive her crown. As he approached, Half-Soul observed a solitary tear escape from the corner of Princess Chui Can's eye before she closed them and fell toward him, still grasping her sword even in her descent. Cradling her lifeless body, Half-Soul sensed, perhaps mistakenly, a diminished aura of battle on her face, replaced instead by a serene calmness. He gently shook her, discovering a piece of cloth concealed within her embrace. Upon retrieving it, he found it to be a blood talisman designed to suppress malevolent entities. Likely the reason those lurking within the abyss of ruin dared not emerge. The sword spirit emitted a low hum, as if anticipating something. Casting a glance at the lurking creatures within the cave, Half-Soul noted that, while they may not be formidable in the divine realm, should they escape into the mortal world, they would undoubtedly unleash a tide of carnage and chaos. Suppressing the malevolent entities within the cave using the blood talisman was no formidable task. Ben Hun grasped the blood talisman, infusing it with spiritual energy. The talisman activated, its runes spinning rapidly, swiftly enveloping the entrance of the fallen god cave. The power of the blood talisman was both immense and enigmatic, as the runes extended along the walls, conveying the state of affairs within the cave directly into Ban Hun's mind. The sword spirit, exerting control over the blade, freed itself from the grasp of the resplendent figure, emanating a beam of white light that enveloped the figure, subsequently retrieving the lifeless body into the sword's inner realm and soaring forth. With the assistance of the blood talisman, Ben Hun discovered fragments of the spiritual body within the cave. Bolstered by the talisman's oppressive force, the lurking beast dared not stir. Upon entering the cave, Ban Hun collected the fragments and, as he departed, he gazed at the densely inscribed characters upon the stone walls. It was indeed a lament that such profound techniques had been forsaken in the world, should they fall into the hands of those with nefarious intentions. Granting them the ability to manipulate the very cosmos, there would be no one capable of thwarting their ambitions. After merging the fragments of the spiritual body with his own, Ban Hun felt an immediate surge in his spiritual prowess. Utilizing this newfound strength, he meticulously documented the inscriptions on the wall within the inkwell space, erasing all techniques save for the sealed ones. Chapter 71. She extended her hand towards the mortal realm. They covet the power of the divine, foolishly aspiring to acquire divine strength through the relics of the fallen god. Jin Mingrui, having harnessed the power of the soul fragments, found her consciousness becoming ever clearer. Gradually mastering the spiritual body, Ban Hun's awareness receded to the depths of the sea of consciousness. If the fallen god were to lose control, chaos would undoubtedly ensue across the three realms. Yet, for nearly a century, I have witnessed no such turmoil caused by the fallen god. You cannot perceive it, for those individuals have already been refined by the divine maiden. One of Jin Mingrui's eyes transformed into a translucent cerulean hue, reminiscent of a shard of ice unearthed from a frigid realm, pressed against his right eye. Jin Mingrui is a spirit conjured from the Codex of Time. Although his true form has been usurped, leaving behind only a wisp of ethereal essence, he continues to possess the power to peer into the fabric of time and space. To invert the balance of yin and yang, the goddess has already seized a portion of my power. Yet attempting to forcibly transcend time to wield dominion over it will inevitably incur severe backlash. She must siphon energy from others to sustain her current state. As Jin Mingrui spoke, his gaze flickered toward the cave entrance before he traversed the barrier and entered the Godfall cave. The cavern's walls were adorned with layers of intricate seals and countless chains and shackles. Observing the ashes strewn across the ground, Jin Mingrui's eyes chilled like the frost of a bitter winter. In truth, this too is a form of liberation. For I shall no longer endure the torment inflicted by the aberrant power of the stars. The dark cavern resembled a swarm of fireflies taking flight, alas. After a millennium of brilliance, the remaining fragments of souls were scant, likely insufficient to assemble even half a soul. Drawn by the glimmer of light, a spirit long devoid of consciousness emerged from the damp shadows of the Godfall cave, stumbling toward Jin Mingrui as it pursued the flickering soul light. The spirit grasped a wisp of luminescence, grinning as it swallowed it whole, while Jin Mingrui made no effort to intervene, allowing the creature its folly. The spirit, tilting its head in curiosity, gazed at Jin Mingrui with a look of perplexity, inching closer to him, as if wondering why he seemed on the verge of tears. The demon was unaware of the reason behind its utterance. However, once the words escaped its lips, it collapsed to the ground and dissipated. A ghost is born from obsession. Upon the loss of that fixation, it transforms into formlessness, merging with the cosmos. Perhaps its obsession was to return to the star realm. All of this began because of me, and now it must come to an end. Jin Mingrui gazed at the familiar figures lying dormant in the cave, each resembling a mere shell of their former selves. He lifted his robe and knelt down, performing 9 bows, before rising without uttering a single word. Upon departing from the fallen god cave, Jin Mingrui looked up at the sky, where he could distinctly sense the goddess searching for the remaining spirit trees through the codex of time. I still require your assistance with one more matter. The half-soul, on the verge of slumber, was summoned back by the essence of the body. Speak, what is it? Protect Emolin. The half-soul felt a flicker of confusion. It was on the brink of recollection when the consciousness of the body intervened. Promise me, you must protect Emolin, even if it means rivers of blood and our own demise. The half-soul had already surmised the body's intent. I promise you, but after this trial, you must allow me to return to the sea of tranquil consciousness. Jin Mingrui chuckled softly, being merely a fragment of a lingering soul. How could he possibly deliver a message unscathed under the goddess's watchful gaze? Yet, since it was insistent on returning to tranquility, he acquiesced. Very well. As long as we survive this ordeal. The half-soul ceased its objections and began nurturing its divine essence within the sea of consciousness. As the month draws near to the moment of ascension through the tribulation at the Emolin crossing, Jin Mingrui has just absorbed the soul fragments that had been separated from her body a millennium ago. Yet, these remnants remain insufficient. She turns her gaze towards the fallen god cave, where 2 demon creatures are engaged in the theft of the remains of the fallen deity. The power of stellar aberration is the most potent elixir for her current state. Approaching the lifeless bodies of the 2, she utilizes her spiritual threads to extract their memories. Discovering that they were indeed siphoning the stellar aberration force from the fallen god's essence, and had amassed quite a collection. With the knowledge gleaned from the demon's recollections, Jin Mingrui replicates the teleportation array that the duo had activated upon their arrival. Indeed, it felt as if they were already among the deceased. As they converse, the teleportation array before them flickers back to life. A horned beast, clad in mystical robes, prepares to respond, but the moment it steps forward, it is met with the sight of an extraordinarily handsome figure radiating an aura of malevolence, as if a mere glance could ensnare one into the depths of hell. Who are you? The bear demon scrutinizes Jin Mingrui, having never encountered a living being within the fallen god cave. Could you possibly be the fallen deity? Jin Mingrui observes the bone strewn carelessly across the ground, her gaze lifting to see the duo's power uncontrollably seeping away. Who has instigated you to act in this manner? The bear monster trembles in fear, collapsing to the ground in a state of utter terror, stammering, everyone is doing this. We merely wish to see if we could uncover some fortuitous fate. Speak the truth. Jin Mingrui casts a sidelong glance at the bear creature, directly extracting its soul and probing for information with her spiritual threads. Through the memories of the bear monster, Jin Mingrui beheld the shocking sight of the goddess's attendant transforming the remains of the fallen deity into elixirs. The formation beneath her feet surged with a power that suppressed malevolence, causing the practitioners who consumed these elixirs to merely sense the celestial aberration within them, experiencing a sudden increase in their cultivation, oblivious to the insidious corruption creeping into their very beings. Although the goddess could not directly absorb the celestial aberration, She could refine and consume the starry essence gathered within the practitioner's inner elixirs. A cold smirk crossed Jin Mingrui's lips. The exalted goddess, it seemed, had resorted to feeding upon the three realms. Releasing her grip, the bear monster collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. "Spare me, divine being, spare me," the horned beast pleaded, prostrating itself fervently. As the spiritual entity of the Time Codex, she possessed the ability to directly absorb the celestial aberration, albeit at a cost. The horned beast, ensnared by Jin Mingrui's gaze, found itself rendered immobile, its bloodlines boiling in turmoil. With a surge of dark energy escaping its body, the horned beast felt as though its flesh were being hollowed out. In an instant, it collapsed, a century's worth of cultivation dissipated into nothingness. The extracted celestial aberration coursed into Jin Mingrui, an excruciating pain gnawing at her bones, as she regarded the horned beast with an icy expression, her gaze as sharp as a blade. "The moment you ingested that pill, you were already as good as dead." It was only then that the horned beast realized its body had long been corrupted, its meridians severed by the celestial aberration of the fallen deity. For years, he had forsaken his own dignity, being summoned and commanded by the so-called servants of the divine, only to ultimately discover that he had already plunged into the abyss. Tears of bitterness filled his eyes, and his fury caused him to spit blood as he collapsed to the ground. The horned beast gazed at the statue of the goddess in the distance. Was she not a deity who reigned above the starry skies? Why, then, did she engage in such deeds? No matter how unwilling he felt, or how far he sought to distance himself, it was too late. He could do nothing but close his eyes in anguish. Chapter 72. Hidden Dangers. The death of the horned beast drew the attention of the alchemical regulators nearby, and the incantations of the demonic clan began to echo around them, growing closer and sending chills down the spine. Jin Mingrui summoned the blazing blade, its crimson flames illuminating the scattered white bones on the ground, as if cloaking the skeletal remains in a veil of ethereal light. The chanting grew increasingly distinct. The incantations, empowered by dark magic, seeped into her ears like ants gnawing at her marrow. Were an ordinary person to endure such torment, they would have long since succumbed to madness amidst the agony. Before her, an impenetrable darkness loomed, yet Jin Mingrui's gaze, as cold as ancient ice, remained fixed on the shifting shadows, her grip tightening around the blazing blade. A piercing wail erupted from the darkness, akin to the anguished cries of tormented souls struggling in the depths of hell, their voices torn apart in a macabre symphony. In the cramped storeroom, over 100 figures clad in black robes emerged, unlike the recently deceased horned beast and the bear demon. These beings had become largely demonic due to their prolonged consumption of elixirs crafted from the remains of fallen deities. Their muscular chests, infused with the power of aberration, bore horrific scars, and their once rational eyes now glimmered with malevolence. They chanted the incantations of the demonic clan, and as their faces fully emerged from the shadows, a surge of spiritual power erupted from their bodies, launching them fiercely towards Jin Mingrui. Jin Mingrui met their advance with a swift strike, and as an increasing number of these fiends lunged at her, she wielded her blade with ferocity, cleaving and slashing, her garments stained as blood gushed forth like a fountain. These demons, their minds long since ensnared, pressed forward relentlessly, indifferent to their own agony, even when engulfed in flames or severed at the limbs, heedless of pain or mortality. They relentlessly charged at Jin Mingrui. Within the palace of the underworld, the king of hell administered a bowl of meng-pei soup to Yen Ru, erasing fragments of his memory. At that moment, a nearby messenger bird flapped its wings frantically before the king, exclaiming that disaster had struck. Someone had discovered the alchemical workshop, and it was imperative to eliminate him. The divine realm had secretly colluded with the celestial realm, controlling the underworld to explore the methods of refining the remains of fallen deities and harnessing the power of the stars. That workshop was one of the venues for extracting the bones of the fallen gods for experimentation. For millennia, countless practitioners had suffered, leading to a vacuum of divine positions in both the celestial and underworld realms. Some deities, despite being worshipped for years, may have long since perished in their true forms high above, akin to the brother of the immortal Lord of Wuling, Xian. The king of hell set down the bowl, gazing at the messenger bird before approaching the mirror of reflection, where a vibrant figure was cast. Wherever he tread, an aura of invincibility surrounded him. Who is he? The messenger bird screeched and flailed, betraying the fury of its controller. The king of hell seized the bird by its neck, shattering it with his spiritual power, asserting his supremacy as a true deity, far beyond the likes of these mere mortals. Huan, this is all I can do for you." Upon uttering these words, the Lord of the Underworld spat forth a mouthful of blood, his form ensnared by divine restraints. Any act of defiance against the celestial mandates would result in dire repercussions. With great effort, he approached the Book of Life and Death, turning to his designated page. As he beheld the date inscribed therein, he closed his eyes and smiled faintly, reflecting on the unexpected reality of his own mortality. Exhaustion enveloped him, and he settled at the table, resting his weary body upon its surface, finally able to find solace. As the demon perished, the celestial aberration that had invaded its being began to seep out, manifesting as a swirling black mist that coiled around Jin Mingrui. The density of the dark particles grew increasingly oppressive, rendering the atmosphere nearly suffocating. The moment these ominous particles made contact with Jin Mingrui, they ignited, sparkling like shards of gemstones scattered within. The incantations of the demonic sutra intensified, and Jin Mingrui's consciousness began to fragment, transporting her to an ancient battlefield where countless steeds and warriors stood before her. The excruciating chants of the demonic sutra morphed into the mournful cries of combat, and among the throng stood a figure with azure eyes and a purple beard, exuding an aura of unmatched prowess amidst the host. It was but an illusion. Jin Mingrui brandished the flame blade before her, enveloped in searing flames, as the cacophony of thousands of cavalry erupted around her, reverberating through the heavens. Empowered by the golden light incantation, a tidal wave of cavalry surged past her, overwhelming the very fabric of reality. Perhaps the incantation bore fruit, for at the heart of the multitude stood a demonic sovereign, his visage grotesque with a green face and sharp fangs, entirely unclad save for a belt crafted from bones adorned with 5-colored pearls. Seizing the moment, Jin Mingrui channeled her entire reservoir of spiritual energy into her blade, executing a formidable strike with the ferocity of a tiger aimed directly at the demonic sovereign. The sound of the demon's sutra gradually faded, and the surrounding illusions began to dissipate. Jin Mingrui gazed at the statue before him, crafted from the ashes of countless warriors who had perished on the battlefield. The statue of the demon lord had shattered into 2 halves, revealing the bones of an immortal within. A sense of dread filled Jin Mingrui's heart. This object was a vital treasure for the divine clan, used for communication and surveillance. It would not be long before the celestial beings arrived. This place was no longer safe. He must depart swiftly. As more demons surged forth to confront him, Jin Mingrui absorbed all the stellar transformation power from his surroundings into his own being, conjuring a veil of mist to obstruct the pursuing demons. He also cast a series of explosive pearls, reducing the fallen divine remains before him to mere dust, and seized the opportunity to escape. With less than a month remaining until the opening of the space-time rift, he had to refine the stellar transformation power within him in such a short span. Otherwise, he would not withstand the Divine Maiden's formidable strike in his current state. To avoid attracting the attention of the Divine Clan, Jin Mingrui did not head directly to Sleep City, but instead sought refuge in a long-abandoned tree hollow. This ancient tree stood solitary yet majestic, appearing and disappearing amidst the sea mist. Hidden within, Jin Mingrui could harness the tree's spiritual energy to obscure his presence. In the underworld, within the hall of the Underworld King, a frantic ghost rushed in, exclaiming, "My lord, a calamity has befallen us. The alchemy chamber has been destroyed." The ghost, seeing the Underworld King hunched over the table, hurried to his side. "My lord, it is dire. Our domain has been blown to smithereens." Perhaps the voice of the ghostly envoy was too loud, rousing Yenru from his slumber on the couch. Upon seeing the King of Hell motionless, sprawled across the table, a chilling sensation gripped his heart. The effects of the Mengpa soup had not yet worn off, and Yenru stumbled forward, only to witness the King of Hell spitting blood, his spiritual essence dissipating, leaving behind nothing but a mere skeleton on the table. "Elder brother," Yenru tentatively called out, realizing that the King of Hell had erased all memories of him to protect Jin Mingrui. He collapsed onto the King of Hell, weeping in pain. For the king was not as robust as he appeared. He had long been reduced to skin and bones, causing Yenru's heart to ache profoundly. The ghostly envoy, upon seeing the lifeless form of the King of Hell, hesitated to reveal the truth to Yenru, until he noticed a letter pressed beneath the king's hand. "My lord Yenru, the King of Hell has left a letter for you. Please take a look." Prompted by the envoy, Yenru turned his attention to the missive. It read, "Those who dare to taint the remains of fallen deities shall be punished." Chapter 73. Guardian. A heart as clear as water. Pure water reflects the heart. With no breeze stirring, the surface remains undisturbed. My heart is untainted, for the heavens reward diligence. My righteousness is resolute, striking fear into the spirits. Freshness is the remedy, and the straight path nurtures the self. With utmost sincerity and goodness, the great way naturally unfolds. The hallucinatory effects of the magic scripture could drive one to madness, even if the clay effigy chanting the scripture were destroyed. The whispers that clung to one's ears were akin to a malignant sore, threatening to torment one to death. It was said that the magic scripture had no remedy. Unaware of how many times she had recited the cleansing heart mantra, Jin Mingrui felt her mind clear slightly and began to refine the power of the star's aberration. After an indeterminate passage of time, Jin Mingrui had successfully absorbed and refined all the stellar transformative energy, utterly exhausted, and collapsed onto the ground. It was unclear how long she lay there, but upon awakening, she found herself surrounded by a row of small, wide-eyed sprites. They resembled toddlers, their plump faces adorned with delicate, tender skin, dressed in vibrant green robes. "How are you? Are you all right?" One sprite, adorned with dandelions sprouting from its head, crouched before Jin Mingrui. The dandelions scattered their seeds in the air, creating a sensation that provoked a sneeze. Jin Mingrui confirmed that she had completely absorbed the stellar transformative energy within her and smiled, saying, "I am fine. I was merely fatigued." Another sprite, with pink flowers nestled in its hair, offered her a water-filled morning glory, saying, "My mother asked me to give this to you. It is not bitter, it is sweet." Jin Mingrui accepted the morning glory, while a few other sprites nestled against her legs, curiously observing her. To her astonishment, it was waterwood pulp, a substance noted in texts for its ability to cleanse dark energies and grievances, a sacred item for dispelling inner demons during cultivation. She gazed at the verdant paper-like foliage outside the tree hollow and the dappled sunlight that fell upon the ground. In the distance, she could make out an elderly figure clad in green, likely the reclusive sage who nurtured these sprites. "Thank you for your hospitality. However, this item is far too precious. To bestow such an important gift upon me may mean I shall never have the opportunity to repay you in the future." The 10 or so sprites gazed at Jin Mingrui with wide, inquisitive eyes, puzzled by her words. The elder outside the grove hummed a leisurely tune, seemingly oblivious to the words spoken by Jin Mingrui moments earlier. A tiny sprite, adorned with a dandelion hat, tilted its head and gazed at Jin Mingrui with a silly grin, exclaiming, "You are truly beautiful. I have never seen anyone as lovely as you. My mother is the most beautiful person in the world. Indeed, indeed, you might even be more attractive than my mother." A chorus of sprites erupted into lively chatter, their voices filling the small hollow like a raucous sparrow's nest. Observing them, Jin Mingrui felt a smile tugging at her lips. How delightful it was to live this way. Suddenly, one little sprite lost its balance and tumbled into Jin Mingrui's embrace, its chubby rear landing squarely on her fragile spiritual source, causing her body to shudder in pain. Though it was but a fleeting moment, the sprite sensed her discomfort, and the previously chaotic little beings ceased their playful antics, turning their gaze to Jin Mingrui. "What's wrong? Did I hurt you?" The sprite that had fallen into her arms asked with a look of sincere remorse. A flower-crowned sprite pushed a cup of waterwood sap towards Jin Mingrui, urging, "You must drink this." She tilted her head back and consumed the waterwood sap, feeling the elixir seep into her being, like a gentle spring rain nourishing her essence, cleansing her soul, while the discordant whispers of the magical scriptures faded from her ears. The old man observed as Jin Mingrui consumed the aqueous sap, and then he rose to depart. The surrounding little spirits continued to chatter incessantly around Jin Mingrui, their voices a delightful chorus. The old man's deep voice resonated, "Little ones, it is time to go. Do not impede his transformation. Our mother beckons us." A few of the little spirits patted their companions, some darting away while others, bemused, stared at Jin Mingrui in confusion, only to be tugged away from the tree hollow by the others. A little spirit adorned with a dandelion crown rushed forward, embracing Jin Mingrui and saying, "Remember to play with us next time." Perhaps finding it amusing, several more little spirits joined in, showering Jin Mingrui with warm hugs, their laughter pure as the waters of a spring. The old man's voice echoed again, "Lord Huan, I apologize. Due to my station, I cannot meet with you. I hope these little ones did not trouble you." "They are delightful," Jin Mingrui replied, rising to her feet. After the cleansing touch of the sap, her mind felt clear, and her spiritual energy was invigorated. "They are spirits I rescued from the watchful eyes of the divine attendants. The celestial court is still dispatching personnel to pursue them. I kindly ask, Lord Huan, for their sake, do not mention this to outsiders." Jin Mingrui could hardly fathom that such adorable little spirits could be captured and forced to consume the fallen god elixir, transforming them into demons. Rest assured, esteemed one. I shall keep this matter strictly confidential. I trust you, she responded. The elder's words seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving no trace of her presence. Upon departing from the tree hollow, Jin Mingrui realized that the reason for the area's isolation from external scrutiny was due to the intricate layers of formations established around it. Observing the operation of these formations, it was evident they were crafted by the hands of the esteemed Tianjing Academy. The sole individual capable of creating such formations was the venerable headmaster of the Qi Academy, the Old Immortal. Jin Mingrui was well aware of his formidable prowess. Often hailed as the foremost authority on formations throughout history, not only was he deeply versed in the study of formation symbols and spells, but his discerning eye had also selected countless talents for both the celestial court and the underworld. Upon leaving the site, Jin Mingrui, through her meticulous observation of the stars over 100 days, discovered that she had been in a deep slumber within the tree hollow for nearly half a month. Such an extended duration raised the question of whether the Old Immortal had been watching over her, garnering Jin Mingrui's respect for this legendary figure even further. Within the confines of Mian City, the little creature Bao Bao stealthily made its way to the courtyard where Jin Mingrui resided. The suppression of its divine beast lineage was innate to its very essence. As soon as it entered, Mo Lin felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. Chapter 74. The Tribulation. I have a mother, Bao Bao murmured softly. The sky was overcast, hinting at an impending rain, as villagers passed by, carrying shovels, hurrying towards the riverside. Behind the villagers, several officials rolled up their trousers, clutching baskets, and anxiously pressed forward. What were they up to? Bao Bao inquired with curiosity. Mo Lin, observing the hurried villagers, instantly adopted a serious expression. They were engaged in the construction of the riverbank. What purpose does the riverbank construction serve? Mo Lin gazed up at the sky, which seemed to be drizzling lightly, for a great flood was imminent. You must be the water Qilin, she said, turning to Bao Bao. Can you control water? Bao Bao shook her head. Mother told me that I must wait until I am 18 and have undergone the rite of passage before I can wield the power over water. A flicker of disappointment crossed Mo Lin's face as she lowered her head and entered the room. She retrieved the iron sword that Zhang Yuxing had drawn from beneath the hanging bridge. Gritting her teeth, she drew the blade across her hand, and the once rusty sword rejuvenated under the nourishment of her blood and spirit. Mo Lin examined the sword, her sorrowful eyes reflected upon its surface. Having absorbed her blood, she emerged from her chamber, brandishing the sword before the child. Little one, you should be able to perceive that I am about to face a calamity. I wish to ask you for a favor. Bao Bao blinked at the iron sword before looking up at Mo Lin. Sister, what do you intend to do? Mo Lin positioned the sword before her, her heart heavy. She had only recently found solace with Zhang Yuxing, and the thought of parting ways after such a brief companionship saddened her. Yet, if she were to fail in her tribulation and become a sinner throughout the ages, it would surely grieve him. Dear child, I have but a 10% chance of ascension. Should I succeed in transforming from a flood dragon to a true dragon, I could alleviate this impending deluge. If I fail, please use this sword to end my existence, to prevent my heavenly tribulation from wreaking havoc upon this land. Bao Bao, observing Mo Lin's bloodied hand, inquired with confusion, why must you face your tribulation here? Mo Lin gazed upon the surrounding starry great array, a formation that could maximally assist him in transcending the tribulation and ascending to a higher realm. Cultivation is inherently an act of defiance against the heavens. I wish to wager my remaining years on this endeavor. Bao Bao, following Mo Lin's gaze, noticed the intricate array in operation, though she lacked understanding. Its exquisite craftsmanship was evident. Taking the iron sword, she examined its sharp blade and declared, Very well, I shall assist you. Here, take this. Bao Bao handed a piece of celestial spirit stone to Mo Lin, initially intended for her father. This is now yours. I have no desire to harm you. Mo Lin accepted the spirit stone, feeling the profound celestial energy within it, precisely what he needed at this moment. I try not to dwell on grim thoughts, and neither should you. Once you succeed, you will transform into a true dragon. Moreover, my birthday is in a month, and I shall invite a true dragon to share a bowl of long noodles. Mo Lin nodded in agreement. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed through the heavens. Fierce winds arose, and torrential rain began to pour. Dark clouds gathered ominously above Mo Lin, and the booming thunder resonated all around. Zhang Yuxing, glancing anxiously at Mo Lin, exclaimed, "It is your tribulation." In that moment, Zhang Yuxing recalled the words of Jin Mingrui, who had mentioned a promise to take him to the starry realm. This might very well be his last encounter with Mo Lin. Suddenly, the downpour intensified, and the river waters surged. Mo Lin cast a reluctant glance at Zhang Yuxing, 1,000 unspoken words choking in his throat, and finally uttered, "Yuxing, I must depart. The dragon must traverse the tribulation alone. No one can substitute for her. Only through this experience can she transform from a serpent into a true dragon." As the impending storm approached, Zhang Yuxing utilized a communication talisman to inform Zhang Mingrui, urging him to swiftly evacuate all the villagers. The darkened sky illuminated with splendid bursts of fireworks. As sturdy men first obstructed the rapidly rising waters in the riverbed with sand and stones, temporarily utilizing the basin's natural advantages to store the water. Upon witnessing the fireworks, the villagers, young and old alike, hastily gathered their belongings and made their way to the stone cave atop the cliff, a location elevated and spacious enough to provide temporary refuge from the impending flood. Seeing the villagers rush towards higher ground, Zhang Yuxing felt a sense of relief. This action at least afforded them some precious time. The rain poured from the heavens and collected at their feet, rapidly converging into torrents that flowed down towards the river. As the first bolt of lightning struck, Zhang Yuxing, disregarding his drenched clothing, was about to pursue and ascertain the situation when a figure of unparalleled nobility descended from the sky, blocking his path. Luo Xian, observing Zhang Yuxing's striking resemblance to Jiang Hezhong, wondered if he could indeed be the true Qing Yan. "Who are you? Step aside," Zhang Yuxing exclaimed, anxious to see Mo Lin, his voice filled with urgency. As a princess of the exalted divine clan, Luo Xian was unaccustomed to such harsh treatment from others. Initially, she had intended to use her divine blood to sense if he was indeed Qing Yan, but the celestial being found his attitude intolerable. Without hesitation, Luo Xian seized Zhang Yuxing, infusing her divine power into his soul to extract his memories. However, Zhang Yuxing's memories had been altered by Jin Mingrui, who possessed the power of time. With this temporal ability, Jin Mingrui could replicate illusions of memories from past timelines. Thus the memories implanted within Zhang Yuxing's mind were potent enough to conceal his true self. Luo Xinqi was overjoyed, believing she had found Qing Yan. In her elation, she momentarily loosened her grip on Zhang Yuxing. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yuxing hurled a flurry of talismans recklessly toward Luo Xinqi. The talismans detonated instantaneously, causing Luo Xinqi to instinctively recoil. At such close proximity, Zhang Yuxing was injured by the force of the talismans. The woman before her had an unknown agenda and possessed strength far surpassing both herself and Mo Lin. She must not be allowed to approach Mo Lin. At the very least, they had to endure until Mo Lin ascended. Luo Xinqi touched her face, marred by the explosion of the talismans, and gazed at Zhang Yuxing, who had not yet retreated. Were it not for Jiang He severing his own meridians, compelling her mother to intervene personally, she would not have descended into this turmoil. Luo Xinqi swallowed a miraculous pill, and the scars on her face healed instantaneously. With a countenance filled with fury, she pursued Zhang Yuxing, undeterred by the tempestuous weather of the mortal realm. As the second bolt of heavenly thunder struck through the torrential rain, Zhang Yuxing beheld Mo Lin enduring the agony of the lightning. "Mo Lin, I can no longer wrong you." Zhang Yuxing looked back at the woman who was closing in, his hands forming a seal, his eyes suddenly glimmering with a golden light. Luo Xinqi caught up with Zhang Yuxing and, upon closer inspection, was astonished to find that this young Taoist cultivation had instantly ascended to a divine level. What had he just done? Chapter 75, Return to the Star Realm. Luo Xinqi felt a sudden heaviness beneath her feet, and her divine power began to reverse. The magical artifacts she bore shattered. Having traversed countless years in the Star Realm, Luo Xinqi was aware of certain secret techniques. Elixirs could significantly enhance one's cultivation in a short span, yet such substances often inflicted severe harm on the body, potentially leading to irreversible damage. The spell employed by Zhang Yuxing was an enigma to Luo Xian. The tumultuous thunder that had filled the air transformed in an instant into an endless expanse of darkness, with a blackened sky and disordered stars. The surrounding scenery morphed in a manner both tangible and erratic, leaving Luo Xian bewildered as to whether she was ensnared in an illusion or had been transported elsewhere. Despite unleashing her divine power against the surroundings, an authority that could ordinarily transcend all beings, her efforts yielded no response, inciting a sense of panic within her. As a deity, this was her first encounter with such a predicament. Blood trickled from the corner of Zhang Yuxing's mouth, He understood that even with the use of the severing of life and death, he could not sustain himself for long, merely a fleeting struggle before his demise. Yet, despite this, he yearned to fight against fate. "Do you seek my life?" Luo Xian inquired, aiming an arrow in the direction of the voice, only to find nothing struck, indicating that the propagation of sound around her was disordered. Zhang Yuxing sensed that Mo Lin was in peril. A group of villagers had discovered her in the midst of her tribulation and were preparing to strike. He had to rush to her aid, drawing upon his own blood. He inscribed a talisman upon the ground. As he infused it with spiritual energy, the woman before him was engulfed by the earth. The earth submergence technique transformed the soil into a substance devoid of buoyancy, where one immersed within would first have their spiritual energy siphoned by the earth, followed by sinking into its depths, akin to a quagmire, struggling only deepening one's plight. Luo Xian plummeted into the abyss of the mire. She loosed an arrow towards the cliffside, momentarily arresting her descent. Zhang Yuxing recognized that her escape would only be a fleeting respite. He was determined to assist Mo Lin in overcoming her heavenly tribulation. The mighty river flows ceaselessly, and Zhang Yuxing, seizing the residual strength bestowed by his near-death experience, soared towards the direction of Mo Lin. In the valley, the river was besieged by the wrath of heavenly tribulations above, while the populace below stood poised for conflict. Zhang Yuxing manifested his spiritual energy, propelling himself to Mo Lin's side. At that moment, one of Mo Lin's eyes had been blinded by an arrow. Blood streaming obscured his vision, leaving him unable to discern the path to the sea. "Mo Lin, follow me," Zhang Yuxing bellowed, drawing Mo Lin with his spiritual power while simultaneously using talismans to clear the way. Suddenly, amidst the torrential rain, mist emerged from both banks of the river, conjuring phantoms of venomous serpents and savage beasts, sending the villagers fleeing in terror. From within the crowd, a voice cried out, warning that the python before them was about to transform into a true dragon, urging them to thwart its tribulation, lest they face dire retribution. "This is the consequence. Angering a true dragon will bring calamity upon us for years to come. Only when the true dragon returns to the sea can we ensure our safety." Jiang Harue's voice resonated with authority, awakening the villagers from their stupor induced by the illusions. "Hurry, lead the elders and fellow villagers to the cave for refuge. Move swiftly." Jiang Yuqing commanded her household servants to escort her kin to higher ground. As the floodwaters rose, the serpent was merely taking advantage of the deluge to reach the sea. With both the elderly and children at stake, to risk their lives for a passing serpent would be sheer folly. Jiang Yuqing, taller than in previous years, stood resolutely before several robust men, declaring that the grain stored in the warehouse must not be left behind, for it would be swept away by the flood. "For the sake of our families, we must go to the warehouse and retrieve provisions for the coming year." Jiang Yuqing uttered these words merely to buy time. With a mere glance, the women and children behind her swiftly bound the well-meaning youths to the cart with ropes. "Hurry, everyone, we must leave at once." The flood at the foot of the mountain had already risen to their calves. Fortunately, the county magistrate had forewarned the villagers of the impending deluge, and most of their belongings had been relocated to the cave. Nevertheless, none anticipated the flood's ferocity. In just a few hours, it had inundated the rivers and lakes. Yet, there were still those unwilling to depart, captivated by the rare sight of the dragon, intent on slaying it for its flesh. Zhang Yuxing positioned himself in front of Mo Lin as a venomous arrow hurtled towards her. He summoned his spiritual energy to block it, only to find several more arrows raining down. One of them struck him squarely in the abdomen. Zhang Yuxing cast a fleeting glance at Mo Lin, relieved that she remained unaware of his injury. "Follow me," he instructed. He conjured a massive wave to repel the surrounding villagers and witnessed the archer being swept away by the torrent, sinking beneath the surface. To his astonishment, he realized he bore no remorse for taking a life. Mo Lin's eyes were filled with blood. Through her spiritual perception, she discerned a glimmer of light ahead and instinctively pursued it. Zhang Yuxing plunged into the water, leading the way as the heavens unleashed a tempest of thunder, refining Mo Lin's corporeal form. With each strike, her ethereal essence intensified, and she had to endure 49 bolts of heavenly lightning to undergo a transformation into a true dragon. In the river valley, a radiant orb was spotted rapidly traversing beneath the water, pursued by a colossal black dragon. Lin Xinrui approached Bao Bao, gazing at the remarkably similar visage before her, momentarily taken aback. However, the urgency of the matter at hand prevailed. "It was Bai Zhua who had sent you here, was it not?" Bao Bao had never encountered the elder sister in front of her, yet felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. She nodded, affirming that Baizhua had instructed her to seek out her father, though she had not spotted him anywhere. He shall arrive shortly, but at present, I require your assistance. Lin Xinrui positioned herself in front of Bao Bao, crouching down. The dragon she had encountered earlier was in distress. The very spot where it entered the sea was besieged by countless corrupted beasts. The moment it plunged into the waters, it would be torn to shreds by the malevolent creatures. Are you asking me to help subdue the corrupted beasts? Bao Bao queried in her sweet, childish voice. Lin Xinrui nodded in affirmation. Is it akin to the last time we subdued the spider monster? Indeed. Will father be there? He will certainly come to find you. As long as you stay close to Mo Lin. All right, then I shall proceed. Bao Bao scampered a few steps forward, her round figure transforming into a water chelan adorned with emerald scales, soaring into the sky on a cloud toward the ocean. Recently, Lin Xinrui had been closely monitoring Jin Mingrui's movements, piecing together the anticipated actions of her father as he endured tribulations to protect this vast starry realm. As a daughter, she could not remain indifferent. Even at the cost of her own life, she was determined to aid her father. Not far away, Luo Xian broke free from the constraints of the earth-binding spell, her face contorted with anger as she watched Zhang Yuxing depart.